cover the issues that matter to the region. The Newcastle Herald is more than just a paper. It is digital, mobile and social, with the power to share these stories with the world.
Well, welcome to what will be the final day of Surfest 2022, the City of Newcastle Pro for the women, the AAP Consulting Women's Pro for the women, and it is going to be an exceptional day. Yesterday was a day to sit back and really just marvel at what the ocean can throw at us. It was monstrous. However, today, the swell has dropped, and it's a day for surfing, and it is a day for trying to qualify for the Challenger Series. It's going to be a beauty, no friends, no compromising, and really just firing up. Ronnie Blakey with Stace Galbraith. Stace, this is what we've been waiting for, mate, and it's so rare at a QS especially to have a 3-day lay day situation.
Couldn't have a better city to have it in though, Ron. We had a fantastic day yesterday, pretending to surf every wave on the coast and not actually paddling out.
Oh man, I mind surfed some of the biggest waves I've ever seen on the East Coast yesterday. It was unbelievable and no doubt devastating in some areas. So a big shout out to anyone that was affected by it. But man, it was awesome to see. It was an incredible amount of power. Merryweather. It was brutal. Jacob Bartholomew tried to get out 5 times, didn't even get close. Julian Wilson, who surfed in Surfest 2022 this year, he went out there with Reece Smith, son of Warren Smith, who's been running this event since 1985, basically. He was out here at Merryweather having a shot.
But it was probably spot on.
Exactly, yeah. Well, it wasn't a funny one anyway. But yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun because we've been graced with really clean conditions. That swell still hanging around, that residual swell, and there is so much on the line, but a couple of big changes to the way we're going to crown our champions today.
That's right, Ronnie. Obviously, as you mentioned, with the 3 days off and some amazing conditions on offer today, we're going to try and maximise every last drop of this swell. Obviously, it has dropped quite considerably overnight, although it's still pumping. So we're going to be running 4-person heats all the way to the final. And a lot of those heats will be condensed in time, I believe, for these first couple of rounds will be 20 minutes. And then as we look to get into the semis and the finals, we're going to ramp it up to 25 as we see a little double up there on the inside on the rocks break. That was young Kiwi, Zafi Vetti warming up.
Yeah, this is there's a lot on the line. The women's ranks at the moment when we look at the live ladder, and we'll show it to you throughout the day, but when we look at it, it's insane. There's the top 21 ranked surfers on the ratings are still in the mix. So that is just a dangerous place to go, talking about who solidified their place in that top 7. I'm not going to do it until I know for sure, but there is some surfers right up there at the top end. Sophie McCulloch is one of them. She has just been on absolute fire this year. But there is also a cast of young surfers who are alive in this draw. And you know what? I think that it's going to seem like a little less daunting task for those lower seeds if they're able to have a shot at that second position and keep chipping away at this heat draw through the day.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Ron. It certainly shapes a whole new dynamic to this event. You know, instead of paddling up against potentially one of your favourite ever surfers, whether it be like a Dimity Stoyle or a Paige Harrop that you've watched on the world tour for years and years. Now you're in a 4-person heat with them, and you've just got to scrap and get the job done. And as pumping as it is today, there is some big, long, southerly swell lulls. So if a couple of these kids, they can either find themselves on the premium waves when they come through, or potentially get into a bit of a dogfight, pick off a shorey, maybe move down to the other bank, get creative with how they find their rides. As much as I'm hoping to see big scores, I think there will be a few heats that are slow, and we could see some creative tactics getting involved, Ron.
Most definitely. Man, it is, like you said, it's so good to be here in Newcastle. We want to pay our respects to the traditional custodians of this zone, the Awabakal people, and obviously send a big shout out to those with us and elders, those past and emerging. We had a great Indigenous event in the lead up to the contest getting underway. Big wins for Jasmine McCorkdale. She took part in that. Solly Bailey, that's how they earned their place in this main event. It was great to see, but also unearthing some great young Indigenous talent once again, here at Merryweather. Well, we're just moments away from getting things underway, Stace. 20-minute heats, as you mentioned, and a great lineup in this first heat. Sophie McCulloch will be out there in the red. Paige Harrod will be in the blue. Mia Huppatz will be out there in the white. And Amelie Burke, the local girl, will be out there in the green. And to just give you an idea of what the judges will be looking for today, Stacey, you were good enough to go and catch up with one of our top judges, Ben Lowe, who is here with us at the moment.
Down here with WSL head judge Ben Lowe. Ben, it's an absolute cracker of a day. You must be excited to finish this thing.
Yeah, it's looking really nice out there. We've had a wild few days, and it's all come to play today. The sun's out finally, the waves are firing, so it should be a great day.
Take us back a few steps. Earlier in the week, we saw you guys keeping a pretty low scale. Obviously, we're trying to get surfers onto the Challenger Series, so I feel like you guys were setting a pretty good benchmark there for what quality surfing looks like. You're looking to continue that trend today?
Yeah, the conditions are a lot nicer today, so I'm expecting a jump in performance just purely based on that. So you might see a few high scores today. Being finals day as well, usually you see performances rise. So, I mean, it's up to the surfers. If they deliver it, we'll give them the scores.
Pretty nice canvases out there today. What do you think a good ride would look like versus an excellent ride?
Yeah, like all aspects of the criteria in play today. With conditions like that, we're always looking for major manoeuvres in the critical sections of a wave. So that's going to be what's going to score high. I mean, innovation, those combinations of major manoeuvres, I think that's what we're looking for.
Couple of different peaks at play. Talk to us about the differences in critical sections and how that affects a good score.
Yeah, I think on the point, you get typically a longer ride with kind of more critical sections, allowing you to do those combinations. Down here, you might get more kind of the one big section outside that you really need to utilise straight away. If you don't kind of do something big on the outside, you're really kind of minimising your potential on that wave.
Awesome, mate. We really appreciate your time. Been doing a fantastic job, and we're looking forward to an exciting day.
Thank you. Yeah, great to hear from Ben Lowe. He's got the perfect temperament for a judge. He works on the Championship Tour event. He's at all the major events around the world, and that's the reason he's here, because this is a big one, a very important contest in the quest for these youngsters to make the grade on the Challenger Series. But yeah, not even being struck by lightning could sort of put a big spark in Benny Lowe. He just keeps it so cool, and I'm not joking. He's had lightning strike his house and blow a hole in the wall of his living room, and you just kept watching Big Brother when it all was going down. But yeah, he's going to keep it cool. But I like what he said about the onus is on the competitors if they want those big numbers. They got to step things up. This is the final day, the culmination of what has been a really hotly contested qualifying series leg here in the Australasia or APAC region. And the surfers, I think, through tricky conditions in those first couple of days of competition, were stepping up in a big way. They were making it look kind of fun out there, and like in Hoyo's words, well, I can't even repeat them, it wasn't at its best.
Nah, but today it's certainly showing promising signs, and I think, as fans, as commentators, we just want to see it, hammer and tong from the get-go. We want to see 8s and 9s. But as a competitor, you've really got to, as we see on the inside, Kobe Clements, he knows how to find one. You've got to find a way of just how to win the heat you're in. And if you found a wave like this on the shorey, you're pulling in, doing a couple of turns, that might be enough to get you through today. Obviously, Ben mentioned there an excellent score would be a combination of major manoeuvres. But as you've seen here, there might not always be a lot of those rides in the heat you're in. So, yeah, it's certainly a day, I think, where you roll up and it looks pumping, and it is pumping, but it's very select moments that offer those massive canvases. Yeah,
it's a great point. And, I think that so many, or all of the competitors, they'd be mad not to be down here watching this first heat unfold. But, we've got the competitors out there in the lineup in position. But like we said, a really solid, stacked heat to kick things off here. Paige Harrod, former CT surfer, she's shown us some of that class in clutch moments already in this contest. But she has some ground to make up if she wants to earn her place in these Challenger Series events. Paige is sitting in 13th position. Now we're only taking the top 7 and a wild card. So Paige has to maintain pace with those front runners. Sophie McCulloch, on the other hand, she's one of those competitors that's sitting so far up on top of the ratings that she might just have already semi-secured her place. These heats are going to be crucial for her because she's throwing away a 0, so she's not really hanging on to or replacing any low scores. So she's already adding to her tally with each heat performance. So keep an eye on Sophie, but she's a competitor that we kind of highlighted yesterday as being a good chance at actually making the grade on the CT. She didn't quite get there, but was kind of easy, somewhat easy it seemed, her run back to this position to have another go at the Challenger Series.
For sure, and as you mentioned there, Ron, a lot of surfers replacing that 0. I think the biggest score that a surfer's replacing is Nixie Ryan. She's looking to replace a 500-point lowest score, as we see the ladies here. Having a look, this is the Kiwi Paige Harrop up and riding, Ron.
Well,
excuse me.
You're right, Emily Burke, the local surfer, the goofy footer. As you can see, still a bit of size when those set waves do come through, but Emily's not going to get a whole lot out of that wave. 0.73. She's loving the opportunity here in Merriweather to compete at home. Very comfortable. Looks like she's loved hosting her friends on the qualifying series, and always a big smile on her face. She'll relish this opportunity to lock in a huge result in front of the hometown crowd because they've been a little starved when it comes to event winners over the years. Just the one. Philippa Anderson.
Wow. And I guess we had the really exciting final with the men there a couple of years ago. Obviously, Ryan technically didn't lose that final, Ron. I think both surfers had 15.27 points. So, if there was one event where they could hand out 2 firsts and no one would batter an eyelid, I think it would be this one.
Definitely. Yeah, I haven't seen it too often. Fanning and Adriano had a similar situation down at Bells one year.
Great result.
In the final. Yeah.
I think Adriano had a couple, actually. I think he had one, him and Taj at Snapper. Also a great result.
Yeah, look. Old Susie.
But as we see here, Ron, only 10 minutes remaining. So these are 20-minute heats. They are going to fly by. Only a couple of small scores on the board for these surfers. So it is. It's going to be an interesting one to see where they position themselves from here on out to maximise their opportunities.
In these first heats of the morning in clean conditions, you see it at the top level.
Yep,
too.
definitely.
It's basically like, it takes a very cool head to look at a lineup and identify that maybe there's not as much opportunity and not as much reason to get overamped as you think. You've got to be really patient. Obviously, you've got to keep your composure while being patient, so that when you do get your opportunity, you can deliver in a big way. No one's put a decent score up at the moment, and time's been ticking by. So this is an interesting situation, and it gets more and more dangerous for those top seeds the longer the clock winds down and they don't put those big numbers up, because surfers like Mia, Emily, that's their opportunity to strike. They can get themselves potentially on an insider and maybe get themselves a decent heat score with just a couple of minutes to go.
Definitely. To your point there, Ron, I had some experience here working with Malia Manuel at the CT here, first heat of the day. And with all due respect, we got blown out of the water. Never in a million years did I see Malia losing a heat at a right-hand point like this. But we just, we completely misread the situation. It was solid. There was good waves out the back, and we just misread the play. And the heat, all of a sudden, there's 5 minutes left, and you've got to be adaptable. And unfortunately, there for us, it was a hard lesson to learn. But she bounced back in a big way in the rest of the year and figured it out. However, here, first heat of the day, it can be very, very, very tricky. So I can empathise with these surfers and coaches in the lineup at the moment.
Just under 9 minutes to go here, and we're looking at a big day of competition, crowning our champions later on. And it's going to be fun to see who really stands up here. No one getting into that ride. That's a missed opportunity, falling to the bottom end of that priority order.
Like you mentioned, Ron, the young lady here in white, Mia, this is her chance. She's got priority. she's from a part of the world where she'd have no problem waiting half an hour for a set wave. More recently relocating to the Gold Coast, but formerly of the Torquay Bells Beach region, and she would know how to dissect a big lineup like this and execute when her chance comes.
And we know that summer's coming to a close, but that water's still relatively warm, but it has cooled off a little bit this morning, just a little fresher out there, so that might work in her favour too, because this would still feel tropical for her. As we see Paige now trying to make up for that mistake, that wave selection error, and she already looks like she's on her way to the best number in this heat so far. Winds through a couple of nice turns, hasn't dropped the dynamite just yet, and won't get the opportunity to. On the outside, decent sized set wave. Sophie McCulloch attempts to put the board up there for the huge float. Doesn't bring it down though. 7.5 minutes to go. Now you feel like this heat is coming to life as some bigger sets keep rolling on in on that outside section here at Merriweather. Since 1985, this has been a crucial stop, whether it's been a qualifying series event or a championship tour contest, which we had here last year. But this year, for the surfers in this region, this is their last shot to get into those big Challenger Series events, and you want to get there with the lineup of events that we've got this year on the Challenger Series, starting on the Gold Coast. You just want to be part of it.
Wow, that was phenomenal. The commitment there, as we see the young former Victorian, now Gold Coast resident, Mia, getting a completion here. She would look to hopefully get a bit more out of this one, Ron, but not the case.
Yeah, first saw Mia pop up on Brad Gerlach, the former world number one, who spent a lot of time living in Victoria, no doubt surfing with Mia, relocated to the Gold Coast, and he kept popping up on her on his Instagram, getting big props. So, you know, he's the master at identifying just impeccable technique and smooth flow. So we'll see how she goes on this one. Did well on what was a really difficult wave to surf.
Very difficult wave to surf. Execution's key on a day like today, and for her to get that finishing manoeuvre is going to be, no doubt in my mind, counting down to 6 minutes to go. If she falls at any point in that ride, it could be near fatal to the rest of her heat. But the fact she got to the end, kept her feet, that's good competitive surfing on a day like today. And as you can see there, the technique strong. I'd like to see her on some cleaner face, though, and really get to open up that wingspan.
That's really one of those clutch rides, though, that we were talking about that could get you the jump on a couple of wily veteran competitors.
Definitely.
I mean, Paige has been around for a long time, really repping New Zealand hard, and has stayed at the elite level for an age. She wants to get back there. Feels like she's got unfinished business. Paige's ride, when you go back to it, her second wave, after that throwaway score to kick things off, didn't really have anything super mind-blowing, but
No.
there's a comfort factor you can see in Paige's approach when she's on those bigger waves.
Definitely. One of my favourite coaches from the great Mick Malthouse was, if you're going to make mistakes, make them quickly, and Paige certainly did that. Her first ride for a former World Tour competitor was far below her standard. The fact that she stood up a little too early on the wave, and the wave looked to be a good scoring ride, I was almost like, you know, you just can't be doing that at this level. But the fact that she then went the first wave of that massive set was a genius play. Even though it was only a small wave, she saw there was a 10-wave, 8-foot set out the back. And so for her to pick up that 4 on the inside, you know, that 0.2 is just a distant memory now. So a 4.17, no doubt going to be a great score. And the youngster, a 5.5 for Mia, that is a fantastic way to start the heat. And like you said, Ron, with the clock counting down, it really does limit the opportunities of, you know, these bigger seeds like Sophie McCulloch, who now finds herself in third priority, in third position. Not ideal for young Sophie.
No, that's right. And as much as she's in a fantastic position, having collected huge results already during this qualifying series leg, she's putting unnecessary pressure on herself here. You know, you do have to pick your moves pretty carefully once that onshore picks up, and you know, it obviously can play a bit of havoc, even just getting into the wave. We saw that with Paige earlier on. You know, it's like you're getting squirted in the eyes with a water pistol, and
or a fire hose.
Yep, exactly. But Sophie went for the floater, and you'll see it at Bells Beach. Not a move typically on a crisp offshore morning you want to have a crack at, because it's going to hold you there for a little bit.
Yep.
You lose a bit of speed, and You know, to execute a float on a wave that big, you need a ton of momentum to project over that really hard impacting water.
Reserved for Courtney Conolog only, I think.
Yes. Yeah.
No, it's an exciting manoeuvre, a massive score if you can pull that down, but I think very, very high risk given the elements at the moment. But promising signs there, Ron, with that set earlier. Positioning is going to be key as we see the young ladies on the inside, no doubt, on probably 1 or 2 inches up on their regular equipment. I wonder if we will see anyone just mongrel up and sit out where the old boys are out there and just chip into one. A dangerous strategy, but you might have to, like I said, you might have to get creative today with where you find your waves, because they're certainly not an infinite resource. As we see Mia having a look here.
Oh, she paddled so hard. She was so committed to that wave that, she paddled so far in that she might have just put herself out of position for these next ones, but she's heading back out. 2 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Let's see if Sophie can hold her nerve. Nice swoop off the top. Looks for a bit of a reform on the inside. Knows that she doesn't need a whole lot at this stage to get herself into an advancing position. 2.98 is the requirement. She might have done that on the outside already. This is a very smart competitor with fantastic talent. She drives up into the end section. Really critical there. Desperately trying to hang on to it, but can't finish it off. Just under 2 minutes to go. And Sophie, she might just scratch into that second position, but the danger is she's way on the inside now. Time ticking by, 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. Not sure she'll get another big opportunity. She might have to commit to that shore break section, Stace.
Definitely. Very clever, though, for Sophie to identify that wave. She should be pretty stoked about that. Just the execution falling a little short of her expectation. A nice turn out the back. And as you see her milk it through to this more typical inside section on the rocks here. She managed to find a beautiful reform. Not all of the waves are doing this morning. So a bit of scoring potential here that she was able to extract from this ride. But the bulk of this score coming from this finishing manoeuvre, and similar to the floater, perhaps just getting a little too vertical in the lip as we see Paige Harrop up and down. Oh, it might have been Emily Burke again, up and down. That was a heavy, heavy drop. Although I think we do have a score to come in for Paige as well, and the reason why I'm interested to see it is it will push Sophie's requirement out a little bit higher, even if it is a small score for Paige, which I think could make the difference for Sophie. She only needs a 2.98, but if that turns into a 3.5 or a 4, I'm not super confident that last ride was enough. As we see outside here, 2 surfers looking, 2 surfers paddling, no ride.
Pretty nerve-wracking situation.
Super nerve-wracking.
Sophie, I would have thought would have honestly breezed her way through this heat just based on her performances in the 3 other QS events that she's performed in this year. She has just been on fire. She had a win down at Phillip Island, a 3rd place finish on the Central Coast in the 3000, and then finished 2nd to Dimity.
Sophie's getting a wave on the inside here. I saw only just the edge of it. So I'm not too sure exactly what happened at the start there, but another point to note here, just with the totals and where they could end up. I did see Mia Huppert's on a wave. I didn't see a turn, but even if she adds half a point or a point to her total, it's going to make the job for Sophie that bit harder, because I think we saw Paige Harrop get a quality wave. She only needs a 1.3 for the lead. So these positions here, it's still potentially anyone's game, as the judges have 3 scores to lock in.
Oh, it's a tummy turner. It's going to be very interesting to see where these scores go, because, Sophie, nice smooth backhand jam on that outside section. Drew it out, whipped it through that cut down. Knew that wave wasn't really standing up, so took that vertical approach off the table and presented something else. If she finished that wave off, I think it's the highest scoring ride of the heat. But we're waiting to see what unfolds here. But we had a feeling that the setup, the conditions, that offshore, that distance between sets, which we haven't seen in this event window so far, was going to throw a bit of a spanner in the works, and we're just waiting to see what happens.
Going to be close. It's looking good at this stage. We still have other scores to drop.
Oh, it's come through at a 4.27 for Sophie McCulloch. And much like Paige Harrop's ride earlier on, Those turns on the outside being really well rewarded. And Sophie, she would have, breezed through the heat had she finished off her wave, but she did make the jump from 4th place into 1st. And then we saw Paige, who just, kept her nerve, turned in a 6.17 towards the end of the heat, and it was those 2 higher seeds progressing through this one.
We are waiting for a very small score here for Mia Huppert, and she only needs a 0.17. And I didn't see the ride. I just saw a white jersey on the wave, and it's looking like it will be a very small number, but she only needs a small number.
Yeah, only needs a point.
There it is.
0.17.
And there it is.
She got a 0.67.
Yes.
So there you go. Just a shock result in the early stages. Yeah, that wave, what seemed like an insignificant ride has suddenly counted towards a spot in the next round for Mia Huppert. Congratulations to her. Sophie McCulloch just shocked with what unfolded in the first heat of the day. She now has to sit back and watch the rest of the contest unfold. We'll take a quick break and be back with more action in just a moment here at the AAP Consulting Women's Pro.
An outdoor gallery everywhere you turn. We're just scratching the surfest.
When you deal with the Burton family,
you're dealing with local people
who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens regions.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merriweather Surfboard Club.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
Giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Winning $10,000 is as easy as ABC with Hits Alpha Bucks.
10 questions in 30 seconds and the cash is yours.
Play with us, Nick, Jess and Ducko, every weekday morning at 8.
Only on Hit 106.9, home of Alpha Bucks.
Welcome back to the show. It is the final day of the AAP Consulting Women's Pro here at Surfest, and what a strong performance, you'd have to say. Maybe not the biggest scores, maybe not the performance that Mia was looking for, but she did enough to overcome Sophie McCulloch, who's one of the most informed surfers on the qualifying series ranks as we get back to live action. This is the second heat of the morning, the round of 32, and Elise Cooper is up at the moment and taking this one through to the inside. Ronnie Blakey now joined by a man who surfed in this event. He's coached at this event. He's grown up in the Merriweather area. Mitchell Ross, thanks for having us, mate.
You're always welcome, mate. You're always welcome to come on down.
How exciting was that last heat? For a heat that didn't really have the fireworks when it came to performance. Stace and I had a feeling with those longer intervals and that offshore breeze, there was going to be opportunities for lower seeds to sneak past those bigger names, and Mia was able to do it.
Yeah, it was a pretty good effort from Mia in the end. I actually thought Emily was a little bit sort of, she surfs here every day, so you probably would have put a couple of bucks on her, but she was a little disappointing. Yeah,
well, she threw everything at it. Big sections, she went for big turns. I think she really wanted to make a statement out here this morning in the first heat of the day. It didn't go away, but I'm sure she'd enjoyed again the experience to compete at home in front of the hometown crowd. They turned out to cheer her on, but it wasn't her day. But it is, however, Elise Cooper's day. She started with a 6.83, and now we're seeing Keely Andrew, former CT surfer. When she gets going, she can really go on a powerful run. She did that in the CT event here last year. But yeah, she wants to get back into the top ranks and challenge. This is typically, I don't think, the kind of waves that are in Keely's wheelhouse. She likes a cupped out face, really critical turns that she's able to do in those tight pockets. But she is going to be going into this one feeling confident with that added experience, as we now see Gabby Spake getting her first ride.
Nice little combo there for Gabby. But yeah, it's definitely difficult. It's not the the normal Merriweather we expect on a 4 to 6 foot south swell. Too much sand in there at the moment still, so it's not perfect. Generally, if it was normal Merriweather, you could probably say sit there and the wave will come. But today it's still shifty because there's so much sand on the reef. As we see the surfer in green there, this is that big score that Ron mentioned at the beginning, a 6.83. Down here, work with Matty Cattle from Narrabeen. A really good ride. The biggest score of the morning, as we see surfer in red. This is the replay of Gabby. A couple of nice cracks on this one as well. 20-minute heats today. Going to be really tricky for these competitors to get two good rides in 20 minutes. As I said, it is pretty solid. So you got to keep really busy as soon as that hooter sounds at the beginning. We've got 15 minutes to go on this one, second heat of the morning.
Yeah, yesterday, Mitch, was it was an awesome day just to look at the ocean, just to stare at it. In this area, it was pretty wild. Merriweather, all the Newcastle beaches were kind of maxed out, but it was just incredible to watch it. It was relatively clean, but just so huge.
Yeah, and a couple of the sort of competitors, they got lucky and sort of, they got inside word on a few spots that were breaking within sort of an hour of the area. I think a few people got waves around the Port Stephens area all the way up to sort of the beginning of the Central Coast zone there. Heard a couple of good stories, some people getting barreled. I think Sheldon Simptis, Jarvis Earl, among a few more. A couple of waves at the harbour as well yesterday. Pretty glad they didn't run it there because it wasn't quite as good as what we're anticipating. But still good to hear a few of the boys got some tubes.
Well, just on 14 minutes to go here. Big start for Cooper out there in the green, 6.83. But holding a nerve after an early mistake, wave selection mistake, was Paige Harrop, the Kiwi. She joins us now. Paige, that was a really quick recovery after paddling for a wave and not getting into it. And you waited some time for that one.
Yeah, pretty much had a 10-minute heat. I was frustrated that Real Good One came through. I was in the right spot, but Sophie was just on the inside of me. So that was a little bit annoying. And then, getting up to my feet, but blowing off the back. So, had to start again with 10 minutes to go.
It was super impressive how you just kept your cool and locked in some solid numbers to progress through. We were saying just prior to that heat starting, that today might be a good day for some of these younger surfers now that we've switched to going 4 surfers in each heat right through to the final. It's a less daunting task than when you're coming up against those big names. I'm not sure if Paige can actually hear me at the moment, but...
sorry, Ronnie, I can't really hear you.
That's all right. It's probably a good thing.
I did hear you say it was going to be a good day.
How was it out there, and how have you been preparing for today? Because there really hasn't been anywhere to find a decent wall like this.
Yeah, I haven't surfed for the last 3 days, and I've done a couple of walks down to see the harbour wave, but it wasn't very appealing. And then to wake up to this corduroy lines is pretty special, and I'm on my step up, and it was pretty cool to see the local girl Philippa Anderson doing tow-ins out here yesterday, and knew today was going to be a good day.
Just quickly, Paige, you've been to the top end before, the elite ranks. You've stayed there for a long time. Coming back to the regional qualifying events, how's the standard of women surfing across the board at the moment?
Oh, it's amazing. I've been stuck in New Zealand the last 2 years, and I've come back to these comps and I don't know any names. I'm like, who's this girl? And they're like, oh, she's 12 years old and doing years. So it was like, wow.
How about any insight into any grommets coming through from your home country over there in New Zealand?
Yeah, there's definitely way more kids into it now, which is pretty cool. Even in my local board riders, lots of boys and girls. Safi Vetti, who's here, she's probably the next big thing for girls in New Zealand. But we definitely have a lot of younger girls coming through, maybe in the next 5 years, hopefully.
Awesome, Paige. Well, congratulations on progressing through today. It is going to be a big day, and we wish you all the best in your quest to get into these Challenger Series contests. And that was an important heat for you, just sitting outside that top 7.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, Paige Harrop there, absolute legend. And as I said before, just represented New Zealand so beautifully on the championship tour. I think back to some of her best performances and her reputation as a competitor. Super reliable and always challenging the big names, really pushing them to the end. And her barrel riding, her backhand barrel riding came on a couple of years ago, and she kind of became one of the star performers at the Surf Ranch. So, here's a surfer who, even though she's in, you'd call her a veteran, she's still evolving and still hungry to get back there and challenge once again. Here goes Keely Andrew.
Yeah, nice looking wave here for Keely as she takes the high line, looking for a nice bottom hand turn into a carve at the top there. Looks like this wave might go to sleep through this dead section. She'll try to sort of bounce on through as we see a quick ride there for the current heat leader. That was Elise Cooper. And a big score went down whilst that interview was going down. A 6-point ride for Ellie Harrison. A couple of big forehand turns for Ellie, who's actually been one of the more courageous surfers over the last 4 days. I have noticed that she's been, trying her luck to get out there when it's been onshore and pretty ugly. I know she surfed first thing in the morning, maybe Thursday or Friday. Really impressive as we see a replay of the wave I mentioned. First turn was where all the points came from. A nice snap. A big spray at the back door for that one as she moves through, looking for one more section. Really composed style for such a little grommet. And as I said, a 6-point ride for that one.
Yeah, she's one of those surfers, Ellie Harrison, who's just outside that qualification market as well from Barwon Heads, Victoria. She's had a pretty good run, but, you said she's been out there braving the conditions. No surprises, really. She's got 3 older brothers who surf. They would have pushed her in the waves, no doubt, growing up. She also has enjoyed playing a spot of footy down there.
Mm-hmm.
So isn't afraid to get herself in the mix, get physical, and she'll need to do that today as she makes her run through this contest and potentially has a go at a Surfest title here at the AAP, Women's Consulting Pro.
Yeah, she definitely looks like she's, it wouldn't surprise me if she pushes all the way to the finals. Just that energetic young sort of style. As we see Dimity Stoyle, the winner of that last event up at Cabarita. Going to be good to see Dimmy. She loves right-hand point breaks.
Yeah, Dimity looking to make an anticipated return to the championship tour at some point.
Yep.
This is a good opportunity for her. She did get into those challenges last year, but Dimity, she is surfing better than ever.
Yep.
She looks great, and I think these conditions are really going to work in her favour. Spends a lot of time surfing snapper rocks, and even though you get your onshore days, those big sort of southerly days up there with that wind howling, that you get clean faces to work with, and that's when she really comes on. So we'll see how she performs coming up in the next heat, of course. But when we look at the ratings and the surfers that are out there at the moment, Mitch, Elisa's in a good spot. She's holding on to that 7th place at the moment, which will see her into the Challenger Series events. There's still a lot of surfing to do, and remarkably, when you look at the women's ratings, QS rankings, you got to go a long way down the line this morning before we got heats underway anyway to see a surfer that's been eliminated out of the draw. The top 22, bar Sophie McCulloch now, are all alive and in the mix. So it is going to be a big fight for these final 7 places.
Yeah, really exciting. There's going to be a couple of bolters for sure. A couple of those names down in the 20 or 30s. If they get the 5,000 points for the win here, they go straight up into the top 7. So, yeah, really exciting. The good parts of, condensing this massive field into one day, we're going to see it all unfold today as we see a couple of, we've got one veteran on the left in Dimini, who we just mentioned, and on the right. Now, this girl is just turning heads everywhere, Sierra Kerr. And I heard that she got a couple of good waves yesterday. She was one of those surfers that sort of went up the coast a little bit, got a few barrels with her old boy. Pretty good mentor to have in the corner, Josh Kerr.
Yeah, not bad. No, Josh, amazing surfer. And, I think the thing with Josh, he was so good at airs that that typically that was the focus. But he was always an incredible big wave surfer as well. And, you know, in his later years, his rail surfing got a lot stronger as well. But, yeah, he was a force in bigger, chunkier conditions. As we see Keely now, trying to get herself up into one of these top 2 spots. This wave's going to give up on her. And she'll head back out. Elise Cooper still searching for that backup number, and you're going to need those when you've got high caliber competitors out there in the lineup. So she needs to dump that one and get rid of it ASAP, because Keely's coming, and Ellie Harrison as well has been surfing so well.
See, what you just saw on those last 2 rides was, you know, an incoming tide. The biggest waves are going to push through the bank, but the small waves around this size, they're going to sort of go into dead water as it fills in. You really have to get your manoeuvres done super early on the sort of mid-size rides. Yeah, both of those rides sort of running out of steam after the first turn or so. So big waves will push through the inside, but the small waves, they'll more than likely have to be surfed with a lot of sort of quickness. You got to just get straight into your turn, and hopefully you can bang a second turn before they sort of wither off into the channel. As we see the surfer in red with priority on this one. Nice looking ride here for Spake. Hard off the bottom. Getting a nice carve in the pocket and hoping that this wave stands up. But once again, as I kind of mentioned, ran out of steam.
Yeah, you need to get up into that first section as quick as possible. You know, I think typically in these kind of clean conditions, everyone wants to slow things down and really flow from one turn into the next. But you got to get up off that bottom and quickly get that first turn in so you can combo something up on the outside. That's what, you know, we got the benefit of hearing from the judging panel this morning. Benny Lowe had a chat to us, and he said those combos on the outside, and combination has just become such a crucial word for the surfers to keep in the back of their minds. We've seen the trend already through this contest. It's kind of been the way for forever, but you know, one thing that will always evolve is the size of those combinations. You know, it doesn't matter. Those big individual turns, we're going to see them occasionally, but it's the combinations that things can continue to be pushed. You know, the combination of 2 humongous turns or the combination of 2 solid, powerful manoeuvres that just flow together beautifully. That's another way to earn yourself an excellent score. But I don't think you can, even though the conditions are clean, you can afford to pace yourself from the takeoff here. You've got to get up and get that first turn done, even if you're just sort of going straight to a cut down to generate some speed.
Yeah, if you get some sort of, you know, check manoeuvre in, I think the judges will appreciate it if you can link it up with a second big manoeuvre. As I mentioned, that tide is coming in. It will peak at around 9:30 this morning, and after that, I anticipate it should get a little bit better. We are seeing a sort of drop-off in swell, though. I know tomorrow is forecasted to be around 2 foot, so talk about a sort of a massive peak and a real quick drop. Yesterday I was seeing waves out here around the 15-foot range. And I heard Paige Harrod before say that Philippa Anderson towed in out there. I was lucky enough to come down and watch her get a couple. Some huge waves. Just got obliterated on one. She's lucky she actually returned to shore. She got smashed by this big old thing. But really brave from Philippa yesterday. Brave or stupid, I don't know. The day before an event. Must have been pretty pumped to get on out there and sort of test herself in the big stuff.
Yeah, well, I guess the big question mark is how big was it going to be for the finals day? And you don't want to go from surfing, wind swell, 2 foot wind swell, and then going out in the huge waves without being familiar with your equipment. So maybe that was the goal for her. So it might have been a masterstroke from Philippa Anderson as we head into this final day. The culmination of the Australasian or APAC qualifying series. And you go back last year and you look at who made that jump through the qualifying series ranks into the Challenger Series events and ultimately made it onto the CT, and there was a fairly big cast of competitors from this region that did make the grade. It was a good year for the APAC region last year, and just from the surfing that I've seen so far, Mitch, I think we're in for another treat. I think we'll be well represented in the Challenger Series events.
Yep, absolutely. A couple of bolters. Obviously it was a big Well, here we go. Surfer in red, sorry. A bit of a closeout here. Not looking for much of a score. A 3.37 to move up in a second. But as long as... this might wedge up through the inside into rocks, but it's so deep there. Such deep water.
She knows too.
It's really difficult to get the connection.
How long's the paddle right now into the shore break section? Does she still have another chance if she can get into some white water here?
Yep.
Because she doesn't need a lot, as you said. Only needs a 3.37. That's, a couple of good turns on the rock section. That's the interesting thing here at Merriweather, is rocks is actually going to provide you with some pretty steep, critical sections to let go of good turns.
Or even if that doesn't work out, you could nearly go down the shore break to the left of it, which is about 50 metres. So there's the main course out the back, then there's a couple of these desserts on the inside if you're looking for a score. But 10 seconds remaining, really has to get busy. The good news is there'll be no one on the inside with her.
I'm all about the dessert, but here we go. On the outside, time ticking down, and Keely Andrew, well, she finds herself sitting out there with priority in that third position. And that is huge because, again, going back to those rankings, and Keely, she was sitting in 11th position going into that heat. So that was a really big one. We'll break down the results of that one in just a moment. You're watching the AAP Consulting Women's Pro here at Surfest 2022, and one of the front runners on the QS ranks up next.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merriweather Surfboard Club.
Giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Hatted Chef Restaurant. We're just scratching the surface.
Unbelievable to be here at Merriweather once again for Surfest 2022, and we've just got the first two heats of the AAP Consulting Women's Pro out of the way, with some of the youngsters progressing ahead of top seeds, and that was a huge one there for Ellie Harrison and Elise Cooper, who both locked in pretty decent scores early on. But we said goodbye to Keely Andrew, former CT surfer. Gabby Spake also falling out of the mix. But we do want to give a big shout out to AAP Consulting for their support of this contest. Of course, Burton Automotive. Kim Burton's been behind this contest since forever. The City of Newcastle coming on board as the naming rights sponsor for the men's event, but they have always been involved in this contest since way back in 1985. The New South Wales government, through tourism and major events, Destination New South Wales, loving having the competitors and spectators here at beautiful Merriweather Beach once again. Now in its 36th year, this event, and you go through the honour roll for this contest, and you can see why it's such a sought-after title. And there's only really Philippa Anderson on the women's side that has a chance to back up a previous win here, and she got that title back in 2009. So, a remarkable story potentially unfolding there, but just under 17 minutes to go as we welcome another great heat to the lineup with some serious talent out there. Ellie Brooks has been surfing so well in her run through this contest so far. Great goofy footer, really smooth flow, tackled the QS ranks while recovering from a knee surgery last year, full knee reconstruction, and this year great to see her without the brace on and really looking freed up and ready to have a shot at the Challenger Series.
Yeah, without a doubt, one of the standouts of this event thus far. few days ago when I think it was a Wednesday. She was one of the, stars for sure. She got a couple of massive scores in an enormous heat with Sarah Baum. We were just going head to head, just battling scores between the two of them. Locked in a 4.5 for the last one, Ron.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that was, you could just read the body language on Keely Andrew, and while we're having a lot of fun and the conditions are nice, there's so much on the line for these competitors. As we see Dimity there hanging onto that first turn, did bog down a little bit. That one's smoother, keeping the rails a little cleaner, but Dimity looks like she's gone to a step-up board out there. But yeah, Keely Andrew, there was, just devastation in her body language there, because she was outside the qualification mark going into that heat, had to get a big result here at Newcastle, and, she's a surfer that you might peg for a wildcard opportunity just based on her previous results at the CT level, but, nothing's promised.
Yeah,
at this level.
She's been a runner-up in a CT. I remember at Trestles quite a few years ago, she got a second with some incredible surfing. She's proven it. She's proven that she can get there with her surfing, but just so inconsistent. She's been really inconsistent over the last sort of 10 years or so. But when she fires, she's one of the best.
Yeah, had a semi-final finish here in the CT last year. So that's, what she's capable of. As we see the replay from Dimity, as we said, that first turn just got a little bogged down.
Yeah, another surfer out of the Sunshine Coast is Dimity. You also mentioned that she's riding a bigger board. I haven't seen Dim ride big boards that much.
Oh, have a look at this.
Looks good.
Sierra Kerr stalling on the outside. Doesn't get in the barrel, but has a bit of room to move here. Nice carve off the top. Needs a bit more before this wave starts to fade away. Contemplates the connection through to the inside. Quickly gives up on that. Ellie Brooks on the outside. She's leading the heat already, with a 4-point ride to kick things off. But yeah, Sierra, she might want that wave again in her mind, because the barrel was only semi-presenting, and she spent a lot of time stalling for it.
Yeah, she certainly did. And as that water comes in, it's filling up a lot. So I'd be surprised if we see too many tubes. Yeah, so as you mentioned, it'd be good if she had that wave over again, because I think she'd just go for a couple of big turns rather than the tube ride.
Well, 14 minutes to go and left out the back. Waiting for her opportunity is, of course, Shea Lewendell. And Shea impressed me in the earlier rounds, but she'll be up against it here, waiting on numbers to come through for competitors at the moment. But have a look at these lines coming our way. Beautiful conditions on what will be finals day here for Surfest 2022.
Yeah, some corduroy lines rolling on through. A two-point ride for the last of green Ellie Brooks. We're still waiting for Dimity Stoll's score to get locked in, as are we for Sierra Kerr's. Got a bit of a paddle here. Looks like a couple of girls a little bit too deep, out of position on this one. But look at that right-hander. If you can find yourself in the spot, a couple of major manoeuvres can go down in that thing. Classic conditions down here at Merriweather Beach for the final day of action. This 5,000 all-important event, the final event of the year for these qualifiers. As we get some scores locked in at 3.23, so you're dead right, Ron. It would have been so much of a better option for Sierra to just go to the face and just tear into that one.
Yeah, it's everyone wants the barrel. You can't help it. But on that occasion, a big transition swoop with all that speed could have potentially really worked in her favour on the scoreline. But she's got time at this stage. Approaching that midway mark, 20 minutes, even after having 25-minute heats earlier in the contest, it's extraordinary how much shorter that feels, going down to 20-minute heats, especially with those 4 competitors in the lineup you've got to share those opportunities with. But they're going to have to get used to it, because that's going to be the order for the rest of the day. Loving the opportunity to sit here and talk surfing with you, Mitch. Also got Matt Hoy, Stace Galbraith with us on the panel. Unfortunately, True Starling, she was lined up to join us on the commentary team. She's recovering, been a little unwell, so a big shout out to True. Missed your presence here in the contest, but also on the panel. And Britt Nickel as well was going to take an opportunity on the mic, but it is a tricky time.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a lot of people weren't able to make this final contest for obvious reasons. But just over 11 minutes to go here. Ellie Brooks no big score locked in, but this is something that she's been doing through the entire her QS journey so far. Is just getting off to great starts, but she's got work to do, and each of the competitors in the mix here are kind of in that same boat. Dimity Stall, she's the one that's sitting on top. She's got a big opportunity to take the win on the QS regional rankings. Sophie McCulloch out of the mix. And there is quite a bit of space between Dimity and Macy Callahan and Zali Kelly, who are just behind her. So Dimity really, with that victory up at the Tweed Coast Pro, one of the favourites to take out this leg. But there's a couple more stages to go, isn't there? A couple of big challenges ahead of all these surfers.
Absolutely. This is only round 32 too. The round of 32. It feels as though we're at the semis or something because we've been going for so many days. But of course we had a couple of days off. So we're still, stuck at that round of 32. And Ellie Brooks, as you mentioned, she's never been on the championship tour. Definitely has the talent. Will this be her year? As we have a bit of a set rolling on through here. And it looks like girls are getting in position. It looks like the surfer in white has got priority and will utilise it. Here we go. A good-looking ride here, Ron, as she screams off the bottom on this one.
Yeah, Shayla Wendell, she didn't get much done on that outside section. And really, I think this wave's probably worth kicking off. We've already seen that. That's what we heard from Ben Lowe. Of course, these surfers would have been getting prepped for their heat, so they probably didn't get the opportunity to have a chat with Ben themselves. But that big outside section, I think crucial if you're going to turn in big numbers. And with 9.5 minutes to go, you're still not really scrambling and looking to make that connection through to the shore break. If you haven't done something on the outside, you really want to get these rides off to a good start.
So a decent ride there for Ellie, backing up that 4.5. I know she's just coming off a massive knee injury, an ACL, so total knee reconstruction. So that usually takes a surfer of Ellie's sort of calibre out of maybe 9 months. Could be anywhere between 8 and 12 months.
It was a couple of years ago now, but I think having watched you go through it, and having a serious leg injury myself in recent times, psychologically is where it takes the longest to recover. And it's just great to see Ellie sort of getting back to that level that we know she's capable of. She was still surfing well during that recovery process, but now it looks like she could really give a hard time to some of those championship tour surfers if she was to make the grade of a CT.
Well, even looking at the final manoeuvre she did on that wave, that was the type of manoeuvre that is generally the one that's probably the scariest. It's that sort of lip line floater, particularly with the offshore, wind just sort of blowing you up the face. Looks like she's found a lot of confidence. The 3.87 for that one, Ron.
You've had two.
I've had two.
Two knee reconstructions and 30 arthroscopes, or you've had your knee cleaned out a bunch of times as well. So you've gone through it. I guess you can't downplay just how gnarly the psychological scar tissue can be to overcome.
Yeah, 100%. Even when the doctor's telling you it's good to go, go 100%.
Is it?
you don't believe him.
Yeah, well, I know for a fact Ellie has trained the house down to get herself back into peak physical condition. Dimity Stoyle, though, is the surfer carrying all the momentum on the qualifying series. My observation, having watched the broadcast at each of the other events, is she's the most informed surfer in on the QS at the moment in this region, the APAC region. There's been highlight performances of other individuals, but I think what we saw at Tweed Coast Pro was just a very complete CT-like performance, start to finish.
Yeah, and we talked about it before. She's had a taste of the World Championship Tour. She's been there, and even for the fact that she gets to surf with the Steph Gilmores, Tyler Wrights, Macy Callanans a lot, living on the Gold Coast, I think it gives her so much more confidence.
I would say that Dimity, what's holding her back has been just doing her best surfing at the CT level. But when I compare her surfing to CT surfers, it's right on point. Whereas there is still some of the younger competitors in the draw here in this final QS event that will need to elevate their surfing as they hit the Challenger Series, bring it up again to another level if they're able to crack through to the CT. Whereas Dimity's there, if she can compete smarter, if she can keep bringing those big performances, she'll get back on the CT and she'll potentially have a run at a really solid finish and maybe some event wins.
Absolutely.
Well, 6 minutes to go here. It is Ellie Brooks still hanging on to the lead. That's been the story from the outset. But in that last heat, Ellie Harrison, the Victorian, surfing so well. Ellie, what a warm surprise to wake up and see blue skies and also really clean conditions for the final day.
Yeah, when I came here and saw the surf, I was very excited. I was actually on my way for a free surf, and then they called the girls on first, so yeah.
Pretty wild position you find yourself in. It's going to be a big day, no doubt, with a very firm focus on a huge finish here. But you're just now starting to jump up those ratings, because when we came into this final day of competition, believe it or not, the top 21 surfers on the rankings were still in the mix. So obviously you're very well aware that you need a big finish here. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm just going to take it heat by heat and, try my best. Not to put too much pressure on myself and just...
So 5 minutes remaining, surfers, 5
Now,
minutes.
I know you're staying at a pretty sort of famous family over here at Merida at the Jackson Baker's family house. How's that been? Have you, got any sort of local tips from the crew?
Yeah, it's been so good staying with them. I've learnt a lot, and yeah, it's really good.
Are you participating in the cook-ups each and every night down there at the Bakers?
Oh, they don't let me cook. They reckon I'm not good enough, but yeah.
Do they make you wash up?
Yeah.
Now, I know that you've got a big supportive family unit back home. Would they be tuned in watching your run in this final QS event?
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be watching, so hi to them. Yeah.
And Ellie, tell me, who do you think are going to be the toughest competitors to overcome, or is it the field's so heavily stacked that everyone's a threat?
Yeah, I think everyone is a threat. Like, everyone's such a good surfer here, and every heat's going to be stacked, so I try not to think who I've got in my heat, and I just try to surf my best.
And before you get out of here, can I ask you what board were you riding this morning? It's been really big over the last few days, but did you ride a step up, or do you stick with your general short board?
Yeah, I rode a 1.5 inch step up out there just for the paddle, and I don't know, yeah.
Who shaped that one? Beautiful.
Oh, I like that. Takoro. Beautiful boards, especially in these bigger, cleaner conditions. Ellie, well done. Surfing really well and with a lot on the line too, so it's great to see. We look forward to watching your next performance. Go get them. Yeah, what a champion. I'm loving her surfing. You can see her confidence building as she moves into this next phase of her career, and she's got a big, bright future ahead of her, and we'll see if she can get it done today and get into those Challenger Series events. Just under 3 minutes remaining here. Dimity Stoyle, she stepped things up, Mitch, during that interview, locking in a 7.33.
Yeah, massive score. I saw that happen as we were doing that interview. First turn was massive, just gouged into the face. As we're going to look at the replay, have a look at this turn. Late takeoff, hard off the bottom.
Wow.
Yeah, all the points came in that opening manoeuvre. Judges rewarding one big manoeuvre, and if you can get some sort of secondary turn, they will love it.
And here's the replay of Ellie's ride too. Yeah,
wow.
This is a great backhand approach. Really strong off the top. Great combination. That wave wanted to lay down on her and flatten out a little bit from the outset, but just how busy she got. And with that speed out of those three turns, easily made this connection through to the inside. Just kept chipping away, milking the numbers out of this one. And it was a tidy finish on the inside. Tricky section, just due to that flat water. Didn't come into that last section with a lot of momentum. And there's going to be some pressure now on Sierra and Shea out there. Sierra up at the moment, really hard section to rip into there. But yeah, Dimity Stoyle, big drop. And one thing we were talking about is, you want to draw your moves out. You don't want to be sluggish off the bottom in getting to that first section. And it was a quick transition off the bottom, wasn't it?
Yeah, she did so well. I love the judges where they went with it. We saw the replay of Ellie's wave as well. She went from the top of the point down to the shore and got a 6, whereas Dimity, she just caught a wave in the span of maybe 40 metres or so, did one huge gouge, then a second manoeuvre that wasn't even much of a manoeuvre, but the judges went with Dimity as the highest scoring ride, 7.33. Loving the power there from Dimity. Just that bigger board, so much sort of aggression into that big old smack off the top.
Dimity was one of the favourites going into, all the favourites to crack the Challenger Series going into the final event last year. Lost out early and had that horrifying wait to see what unfolded. She only just scraped in last place to get into those Challenger Series events. So, she wouldn't be resting on her laurels, even though she's so well situated at the very top of the QS rankings. She's aware that, there is a mathematical outside chance that you can fall out of the mix. Then quite often, it'll happen.
I think making this heat will be massive.
Yep.
I'd say making this heat would nearly sort of clinch it, but look, that's for someone else to do the maths on that one. But
I think it'd be a long shot for her not to make it already, having won a QS 5000, but that is definitely going to help. Have a look at that. 7.33, 3.93. Very strong performance there from Dimity Stoyle, who takes the win. And Ellie Brooks finishing up in second position there. We'll take a quick break. More action coming for you here at the AAP Consulting Women's Pro. We are going to bring in Stace Galbraith for the call.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people
who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens region.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Cultural icons in the heart of the city. We're just scratching the Surfest.
Welcome back to the AAP Consulting Women's Pro here at the beautiful Merriweather. It's an absolute passport shredder of a day, not a spare seat in the house as we get underway here with more women's action into the round of 32. We've had a couple of awesome days off. It's not very often that you see a couple of lay days at a QS, but yesterday, if you were living under a rock and you didn't see it, it was 100 foot. No shortage of energy in the ocean yesterday. I think I saw some of the biggest barreling rides I've ever seen on the east coast of Australia on a wave like this. It was actually bone rattling to think what it would be like to be in the water. Julian Wilson, Reece Smith went and had a crack at it. A few local legends getting some other waves around the town. We just saw a pretty crucial heat there go down, and we're going to roll into heat number 4 of the round of 32 here for the women. We have Coco Cairns in the red, Charlie Hatley in the blue, Philippa Anderson, local girl, in the white, and Sarah Baum in the green. I'm joined by none other than Matt Hoy. Matthew,
morning,
how are you?
How are you, mate?
Mate, I'm fantastic. How are you?
I'm fantastic as well.
Tell me about yesterday. That was some of the biggest waves I've ever seen, like with my own eyeballs, like not on TV or, outside maybe Hawaii. That was next level.
Sure. Me too. That's as big as I've ever seen it here.
Yep.
If not the biggest.
Yep.
But yeah, it was mad just to watch the swells, and it was mesmerising.
It
wasn't
was.
You
It
could
really
just sit
was.
there and watch it without anyone out there.
Best TV in the world, and there was a lot of time in the water with no one out there. Then a few of the local hellmen had a crack.
Yep.
And
Filsey had a go.
Did she?
Yeah,
out here.
Out here.
Awesome. Yeah,
crazy.
right.
She got a couple.
That's next level.
She got a huge one actually.
Yeah. Can you give me an idea of the bottom out here and what it looks like when it's that big? Are we talking a mixture of sand and rock and shelf, or what's the deal?
Yeah, well, there's third reef out the back, which was pretty much sanded up the last few days. You can see it now. I thought it was going to move a lot of sand, but it didn't. But because there was so much sand from all those northeast swells, it's just filled the beach up and filled all the outside rock shelves up with sand. So yeah, it was a bit of a weird one because it probably would have been actually handling if it had been no sand.
Yes.
It had been third reef and then second reef and then nothing down the beach. But it was sort of handling, but it was there because there was so much sand. It was closing out a lot. But you can see it today, man. Today should be absolutely perfect Merriweather.
Yep.
But just because there's that sand line out the back, sort of messing it up a little bit. But
gotcha.
still waves. You can't complain.
For sure.
It's going to probably get better as the tide drops. I think more on the peak at the ladies. So.
Yep, gotcha.
But yeah, that was a humongous swell, wasn't it? People scored up and down the coast too, by the sound of it.
Definitely, as we see up and riding here, Philippa Anderson, nice carve down out of the lip there. And look, only one scoring manoeuvre possible on that wave, but with short heats. We're doing 20-minute heats today, Hoyo.
Crazy.
4-person heats all the way through the final. We might get a bit more time into the semis and the final, but a lot of surfing you got to do before you even get there. So I think for Philippa to get a quick start like that on a day like today, I think she'd be pretty stoked.
Yeah, for sure. That's all you need. I saw people getting through the last couple of heats on scores as a second score. You only need one good one, really.
Definitely.
You get a good solid 8 and you're going to win the heat.
Oh, 100%. We saw
and they're out there.
Definitely. Yep.
You know what I saw? Maybe I shouldn't say it so early. There's actually a couple of ladies left, which it's a sick way, and you could get out there, get a score, get 2 good turns, flick back out, and then get your next one on the right. So I saw a couple of good ones before.
I've been trying to tell you all week, mate. You can charge for that kind of information these days.
True that.
I agree. I've seen Jack Freestone actually out here dig himself out of trouble in a QS heat once. He had, as we see, Dimity Stoyle there debriefing her heat there with the Bakers. It was a strong performance from Dimity and Ellie Brooks. And they know how important every single heat is today to be getting through.
Dimity's leading, isn't she?
She is out in the lead, and the surfer in second, Sophie McCulloch, was just eliminated in the heat prior. So it's all happening.
So she's got to sit out the day, and that's nervous. She should be fine though in second.
Look,
you don't know though.
I would like to think so. She's got a lot of points there. 7,950 points for Sophie McCulloch, who was just eliminated.
Here it is, right in front of us.
And you've got a lot of room to make up behind. But the scary thing for Sophie, look at how much green there is behind her. And I'm not sure if we'll get a look at the next slide, but even the next page from 11 down to 20, which we are not going to get a look at here. But let me tell you, it's all green as well. Pretty much everyone's in.
That was straight to the point. We are not.
Oh, that's classic. But
we'll see that change throughout the day.
For sure we will.
So we'll be able to keep you updated with that. That's a good thing to have, I reckon.
Definitely, yeah. And
because that's the top. Well, it's the top 8, right?
Top 7 for the women.
7,
Yeah. No, you're right. We've had a few days off. We've had a few days off.
I'll
get you back up to speed.
Yeah. What did you do on your couple of days off? 3 days off. This is only the 3rd day of competition.
I know.
I can't believe it. Super Surfest Sunday.
I know. Well, there you go.
Yeah,
it is an absolute cracker. Yeah, had a little look around town. You know, Newcastle, obviously one of the more social towns on the East Coast. And then had a look around at a few different waves yesterday. I probably would get my tongue cut out if I said where.
Oh, yeah.
But a couple of, the ocean was alive. I'll say that much. Speaking of alive, Chimney Disco, it's early, my love, but you're down here, 10 past 8. Daylight savings just kicked over, so you got an extra hour. You must be stoked.
I wonder why I woke up so fresh this morning.
Oh, that's amazing. Obviously, Dimity, a lot on the line here. You are in the ratings lead. We just saw Sophie McCulloch eliminated from competition prior to your heat.
Oh, wow.
That was my next question. Are you paying attention to these types of things?
Well, no, because some reason there's no reception in the whole city of Newcastle, so I actually didn't know the girls were on this morning. Lucky Macy texted me, she's always got my back, and she was like, girls are on, so get down here, and I just raced down here, and I made it to watch Heat 2.
Yep.
And just got out there as soon as I could, so I didn't know what was going on. I just kind of was feeling out the ocean as I was out there.
That's really good prep, Dimini. I like it.
Prep, isn't it? But to be honest, I should have surfed the shorey. It's absolutely firing.
Yeah, give us an idea about that. 20 minutes isn't a lot of time. How do you manage your expectations out there? Obviously, a beautiful day to watch from the beach, but it's a different story when you're out there, right?
Yeah, it looks so picture perfect. When I turned up, it just looks like, offshore, long lines, like beautiful waves. And then it's actually hard. You got to kind of think a little bit and try and pick the right ones, which is always difficult. And it's hard to tell, some of them race off, like those bomb sets kind of like race off too quickly and go into the channel. So you just kind of got to pick the medium, like inside ones. But yeah, got my eyes on the shorey. For some reason I love that shorey. It's just so bowly and fun. And
growing up on the sunny coast, that's why.
The rock's bowl, mate. There's nothing better.
So good.
Did you ride a bigger board out there, or you just stay on your shorty?
Yeah, I rode my Step Up, which is my 5'7" gun. I was riding that over in Haleiwa.
That's a huge step up, 5'7".
It kind of felt nice. It feels a bit more like smooth and almost like you're snowboarding a little bit through those fat sections. So yeah, I'll probably stick to that unless it stands up a lot more.
I think it's going to stand up a bit more with the lower tide. It might be more of a peak on out the ladies there, but sleep on that board look good.
Maybe the odd tube, Hoyo?
Maybe, I reckon. On the right ones for sure when the tide drops. I think it'll be more of a peak when the tide drops.
That'll be fun. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to get through that one because, first one of the day is always hard, like when...
Especially when you don't even know it was on.
I know. They just kept talking about boys first, boys first, boys first all week, and then wake up, the girls are on, okay, let's go.
Oh, well, you made it anyway. It's all good.
So happy.
Shooting behind the peak later in the round. Chimmy Disco, you through the round of 16. Well done.
Good luck.
Thank you, boys.
Classic.
So good. Nearly missed the heat.
She
leaving
hates
the ratings and nearly missed the heat. That's old school.
Oh, no, wouldn't that? That'd be a news headline. International DJ sleeps in.
Always.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Well, we saw a couple of waves there. Coco cans in and out of a wave quickly, and
Sarah Bourne
really nice hooking turn under the lip there from Sarah Bourne. Replay here, Hoyo.
Yeah. Good looking wave here. Just gets right. Big snap there. Wave closes out though. After that, that's what you got to do. One manoeuvre waves, unless you get one of those double up runners, but. It looks hard work. I can't believe that swirl didn't move that sand from out there.
Yeah.
That's crazy. It must be embedded.
Yeah, it's ingrained.
Yeah.
Good value for money there on that turn. 6.67. You know, she was on the ride for, 6 seconds maybe, and she jumps off. She's back out the back again. Didn't have to grovel through to the inside, and a very, very strong score. So, Sarah will be stoked with that. Sarah living around this part of the world, I think.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah,
been here for a couple of years.
Yeah, fantastic surfer. She had a good crack at it on the Challenger Series last year. So
that's actually a good thing in a 20-minute heat to get it's really good to get a score like that. But and then don't ride one all the way to the rocks bowl on the inside because there's still a lot of water moving. It doesn't really look like it, but it's the rips going from south to north, obviously with the swell. So it's good. It's good to get a little wave under your belt, especially a good score like that, and not ride one to the beach and have a 5-minute paddle back out.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you get caught, it's probably going to be longer, and then you're out of position as well.
And then you're out the back, probably a bit gassed, and having to then perform. I mean, Philippa's first wave, I thought maybe could have squeezed a little more out of the judges, but still a 1.83. She is now, like you said,
she's a good turn.
I thought that turn was okay. Yeah.
Forehand, it looks a bit different than backhand.
Yeah, not able to get that same sort of
hook around
direction change, but It's
I thought that was all right too.
It's still a foundation though. She can go and then get her 4-5 or her 5, and then if Coco and Charlie don't get the start they're looking for, all of a sudden the pressure's on them. And like we saw in the first heat of the day, Mia Huppert's there. She got through. She had a 5-5 and like a 0.67 or something. So it can happen if you're not on those premium waves. If your heat becomes a bit sort of lully, which no doubt will do today with this south swell still lingering. It could be an absolutely genius play there. The fact that scoreline is with Philippa at the moment, even though it is only a small score, as we have, these heats are just absolutely powering through. There's only 6 and nearly just under 7 minutes remaining. So
20 minutes. It's like it's like old school, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's like you're growing up at schoolboys. Get out there.
15 minutes, 6-man heat, beach start,
4 wave total.
Yeah. Obviously, local girl Philippa here, right in the mix. She's
what does Philippa need to do?
She would probably, I think, everyone at this point would just be thinking semi-final because there's only 8 people that can obviously land in the semis, and that's just sort of like a no-brainer. If you make it into the semis and you're already in that top 7, and obviously 8 people in the semis, you'd like to think that you would have knocked a few people out along the way to eventually get there. We have seen Sophie McCulloch eliminated from competition this morning, which is unfortunate for her. But I know these girls will now be looking at that number of hers and see Philippa having a look there. Unfortunately, unable to catch that ride. Charlie Hatley with first priority has a good paddle and a miss. So the priority order has just
good wave
shuffled.
That first one. Just a bit quick, that bank. I can't believe this is what's frustrating for a hit.
Oh, Bormy in and out. She looks confident on her board, though. A little air over the back of the wave there, So Philippa's currently in 6th position. So that's it's a good spot to be in, but I know she would like to add to that total, and some, if she really just wants to solidify her position. A couple of big heats coming up. We have in the next heat, it will be Macy Callahan, Alyssa Locke, Gia Lawrence, and Logan Dalton. Macy Callahan is currently in 3rd position. So, in every one of these heats, we're going to see a surfer that has an opportunity to really, really go deep in this draw. So it's going to be an exciting day. I think this might be one of the biggest days of competition I've ever seen.
Oh, it is, isn't it? It's the biggest one for a long time. 30 heats.
Yep.
We're going to be here till dark.
Yep.
But that's all right.
Yeah, love it. We've had a few days off. We're good to go.
Exactly. Yeah. We're fresh as a daisy.
As we have Green, Sarah Baum up and riding, as I mentioned, looking solid on her feet, up into the lip, no drama, but unfortunately coming unstuck. Again, though, she is just adding to her scoreline just slightly. That'll only be a 1-ish ride. But Philippa Anderson now requiring a 6.08 to go to the lead, and the service behind Philippa yet to really get on the board. So Philippa now, she's basically in the same position as before, with just obviously much less time on the clock, which is probably a good thing in her position. She's in second, she got first priority.
Yeah, definitely. I think the in-betweeners are the go today. The sets looks like they're closing out a lot. There's mid-sized ones that have a bit of run to them, breaking over further to the right on the screen.
Yep.
Here we go. Coco, quick in and out. I think the further you go to the north, the more it's going to close out. There's actually got sort of a peak where the ladies is, but just so like I was trying to say, that on a day like today in this size swell, Merriweather should be perfect.
Yeah.
I was just going, it's going to be perfect, and it's just that sandbank out the back is just ruining everything.
Yeah.
Which is a bummer, because I thought it'd be gone after that swell. It didn't go south enough.
Shift around.
I know. Yeah. You'd think it just sort of made it worse than what it was.
Yeah, there's
it did make it worse.
It's sort of, and at this smaller size, like you said, a lot of closeout. So the surfers are going to have to be very clever with how they execute their wave selection here. And it is one of those things where you could get creative with where you get your rides. Obviously, if you seem to be out of rhythm with those bigger sets, there are scoring opportunity waves on the rocks. You're not going to get a giant score, but at the moment, as you can see, this heat playing out, a giant score isn't what's needed to get through this heat. You just need to get going. That's right.
Any score.
So young Charlie Hatley here having a look. She's a fantastic surfer.
Oh no!
She's going to have a paddle and a miss, unfortunately.
That's a pretty terrible wave anyway. It might have been a blessing in disguise, that one. didn't even hardly break. Look,
No.
it's gone to nothing.
She's only, I believe, 12
It's hard to see where
years
they're
old.
sitting on the screen.
Yep.
If we had an overview, maybe we could have a look at that and we could check out where they actually are. Oh, here you
There you
go.
go.
Thank you. Yeah, they're sitting a bit too wide, I think, in front of the rocks. I think they should be sitting more to the south.
Yep.
Just on, there is a bit of reef there that makes
Yep.
it peak up. I think,
Yep.
as I said before, when the tide drops, it might have, because a little rip runs out near the ladies' pool there, so
Yep.
it might actually peak it up a bit.
Yep.
Way more than it's doing now. It's dead high, I think, now, isn't it?
Yeah, it
Or
is. Yeah, it's
coming up
around
to.
now. Yeah, and like you said, with that peak situation, we might see a few lefts on offer, particularly if this swell's dropping a little bit.
I
and-
reckon for sure. I've already seen some out there. Just to get
Actually, when we were in that interview with Dimity, we
Yeah.
saw like a G-land left.
Mate, it's a really underrated wave too. It especially on a swell like today, it comes at you a bit.
Yep.
So it bowls out. So I reckon there's definitely potential for scores there.
Yep.
No one's probably even looking at it too. So you're right. I should be charging people.
Oh,
Just get down there, just go, all right, who wants it?
Yeah. Set you up a little booth down there. Hoy's advice.
In between
Yeah.
heats. Just 20 cents.
Hoyo's hotline. Just do a pre-recorded message.
Ladies left.
Give everyone the same. Give everyone the same advice.
Everyone just going left.
Yeah. Like I said, I had a moment here with my good friend Jack. I think it was back in 2014 or whatever, and the waves were firing. I remember Wiggly Dantes and Beric DeVries got 2 9s straight off the bat going right.
Yeah.
And Jack was super clever. He didn't get flustered. He got a 7 going left before they could even get back out. And then he, like you said, he
Had
got priority back,
yeah.
and it was like such a, and that's how
Change
you got to
the
think
heat.
at that level.
Yeah.
He didn't get the 2 biggest waves of the heat, but he got the 2 medium-sized ones,
Yeah,
maybe
one.
a 7 and an 8, and he
Yeah.
ended up getting through. And the other 2 were kind of scrapping around, going, one of us is going to lose with a 9 here.
Yeah, that happens a lot too, eh?
It does, and I think you can just. How can you ride the wave and get the most score, but how can you get back out the back quickly again? And in a 20-minute scenario, I think, like you said, as sort of geographically kind of, I'm not from here, so it seems mind-blowing to even say it's the left. But you got to listen to the locals. You hear Luca Egan talk about it,
he
like
loves
yourself
ladies
talking
left.
about it. They're there. You've just got to open up, your
And
mind.
it's, like I said, it's bowly too. You can actually do 2
It's
good.
steep.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
steep. You
Yeah.
can actually do 2 good turns on it. It's probably steeper than the. Wow, we didn't even realise that was over.
So Philippa Anderson scratching through there.
Wow.
You'll take it. You will take it. Coach
My oath,
Michael
he'll
Chris
take
there.
it.
He'll be I think he'll be happy with Philippa's start to that heat. The score wasn't great, and I know it sounds
Well, we
ridiculous
thought it was
talking
more
at
too.
1.83. She stood up on a set wave. She did a nice big turn. That was good positioning. Just the rest of the heat kind of didn't go away. So we're going to take a short break here at the AAP Consulting Women's Pro, and we will be back with heat number 5 in the water.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people.
Who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens region.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Welcome back to the show. This is Surfest 2022, and AAP have gotten behind the Women's Pro. Great to have AAP Consulting on board as we dive into heat number 5. Macy Callahan out there in the red, Alyssa Locke will be in the blue. Gia Lawrenson will be out there in the white, and Logan Dalton will be surfing in the green. Ronnie Blakey with a former CT hero, a Bells champion. It's just around the corner, Hoy.
Yeah, I know. I'm excited. How are you, Rondo? I haven't seen you for a couple of days.
I know, mate.
Seen you for the footy, then
Thank you,
away.
mate, for hosting
yeah,
me for the Knights game.
I know, it was awful to watch, but that happens.
We still had a good time. But,
Yeah, exactly.
mate, 17 and a half minutes remaining in this one. So much on the line for these competitors trying to get themselves into a full Challenger Series season. 8 events at some pretty epic locations. I mean, for these surfers on their quest to qualifying for the championship tour, to get the opportunity to surf Snapper Rocks in a Challenger Series contest
First
is
event.
huge.
Yep.
You know, it's basically the old CT dream
Yeah.
of making the grade and kicking off a campaign on the championship tour.
Well, they're all in pretty good waves. Not better than average than they used to be. That's
for sure. Yeah, it's going to kick off the Challenger Series straight after the Margaret River event, the championship tour contest.
Straight to Snapper, eh?
As we see there, making her way up, and it'll be to a big applause here is Philippa Anderson, who finished up in second spot in that last heat.
She got through on a 1.83.
Really interesting heat when you look at the numbers. Sarah Baum continues her good run, and she wants to put in a great performance here. She tried to qualify via the African region. Unfortunately, some of their events got cut short.
Yep.
She didn't actually make the grade and get herself into the Challenger Series, but she's such she's a surfer who's a cut above most on even the
She's
APAC.
been here for a couple of years.
She has, been living in Newcastle.
Yeah.
I had a chat to her the other day, and she's absolutely loving her time here. She loves the waves. She loves the city of Newcastle, but she needs to put in a big performance to potentially get the attention of the decision makers at the WSL and maybe even get herself a wild card. But I really think she's worthy. Hoya, her surfing is unbelievable.
Yeah, she's surfing really solid in that last heat. One turn, she got a 6.83, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, well,
Huge.
she's hopefully we'll get a chance to have a chat with her. But yeah, she's got a dream of surfing in those Challenger Series events in mind. But out the back at the moment, set waves approaching, and just big news coming to us from the WSL just during the week. Mick Fanning's going to take up a wildcard spot at Bells. That'll be awesome to watch. Mikey Wright's also in the mix.
Is he?
He's making a competitive return down there, so that'll be fun.
At Bells?
Yeah, well, we've still got some surfers recovering from injuries.
Oh, yeah?
Carlos Munoz, unfortunately, he's out of the event. He dislocated his shoulder pretty bad at Pipe.
Yeah.
And also Liam O'Brien out of the contest. He broke his ankle just before the first event kicked off. So.
Oh yeah, I heard that. That's a bummer, wasn't it, Lamball?
Yeah, really was.
Right.
Wishing him all the best. But just on 15 minutes to go here, no
So
major
Mikey's
rides
in, you said.
locked
That's
in. Yeah,
good.
mate, I knew that'd get your attention.
Yeah, that's good. Stay for him.
Yeah.
I didn't think he'd be next cab off the rank, but yeah, well, whatever. Take that, especially at Bells.
Yeah.
You got it. That's like prestige event.
Yep. Most definitely. Here
Starting
we go.
off the Aussie leg. These are the waves you got to ride, I think, today. These mid-sized ones, they got a bit of run to them, bit of a peak at the start.
You know what you got to do? You got to ride anything.
Yeah, true.
Just based on the
Oh, you're
last
right.
heat, those
True.
scores. Sarah was the only surfer to really lock in anything of substance, and she joins us now. Tricky conditions out there, Sarah. I mean, it looks beautiful, but just finding the opportunity with 4 competitors in the lineup can be difficult.
Yeah, definitely. With the pushing tide and the dropping swell, I knew I needed to make the most of each opportunity that I could get. And I got that one set that allowed me to do that one turn, and I struggled to back it up just because it was, there wasn't much out there. But it's a beautiful day. It's offshore. There's waves. Stoked.
Yeah, we were just touching on your journey to try and get into these Challenger Series events. It's been a pretty difficult one. You head home to South Africa, and unfortunately didn't get as many event reps as you would have liked over there.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, I couldn't get back to South Africa in December last year with the borders and stuff shutting. So I went back now just to make the most of what I could. And unfortunately, the ocean, I had a bit of a battle against the ocean in Cape Town, and so I didn't get the results that I wanted there. But I'm here now to try and prove a point that I can still get onto the Challenger and hopefully get a wild card.
Yeah, well, you'll have my backing with what we've seen from your surf. I'm not making that decision, but Hoy and I were talking about just how well you're surfing at the moment. Obviously, though, this is a really deep talent pool left in the mix, chasing the event win here at the AAP Consulting Women's Pro. You've been around a few times. You've seen a lot of great surfers come and go, but it just feels like every year we're turning up, the draw just gets a little bit more difficult at each of these contests.
Yeah, definitely. Like, you'll rock up to an event and you'll have 3 other girls in your heat, which you've never really heard of before. You're out there and they're getting, 6s and 7s. You're like, what the hell? Like, I've never really heard of you before. So you've got to really, not take any heat for, make sure that you make the most of it and make sure that you're on your game every heat. It's so good to see, and there's such a big pool.
Well, we love coming to Surfest each year. For most of it, it's just the one trip each year, but you kind of loved it a little more than everyone else. You're living here now.
Yeah, definitely. I've been here for I think 4 years now, just living over on East End, and I'm part of the East End Board Riders, which is such a good crew, and it's so good to just go and have waves down there and everyone's supporting you, and it's so good to have 2 homes. I've got all my support back in South Africa and I have a lot of support here, so it feels really good.
Well, Australians are classic.
Keep on the roll.
Classic for adopting foreigners and claiming their big results. And I'm sure Newcastle,
we will claim it, don't worry.
Newcastle would love to claim a victory if you're able to get one for this region. There hasn't been too many hometown heroes, so all the best.
Imagine the East End Board Riders, they're going to go nuts.
Yeah.
Keep the roll and they'll be frothing.
Flags, East End.
Yeah.
Well, good on you, Sarah. It's going to be a tough job, but already on the radar for a lot of people watching this contest, surfing brilliantly.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Sarah Baum, she's loving her time here in Oz, and you can tell. She looked really comfortable in the earlier rounds, and even though she didn't get too many opportunities out there, she has big turns, and they've been fetching at good numbers, healthy scores.
And she surfs here a lot, so she's got a bit of local knowledge for sure. 4 years living in Newcastle, she surfs Merewether a fair bit, so she'll have a lot of confidence too. There's still this Locks wave, just a couple of turns out the back, went all the way to the rocks bowl on this one. This one bowls up for her in here. She gets a bit of flat turns through the middle. I think this is a 5 she got for this one. This is the last wave, but she went, mate, if she makes this last turn, I think she could have got a way bigger score than a 5. So just a couple of good turns. All the way to the rocks bowl. They're the ones you want today. Bit flat on the outside and on the inside it doubled up, so went all the way through with a bit of a wall, so pick them and you're going to win your heat.
Definitely, Alyssa Locke just been
look at this.
Been in the surfing spotlight for a long time. First time I met her, she'd been identified by Mick Fanning as one of a real potential stars of Australian surfing. He took her on a special camp. We'll get back to that story in a moment. We've got Macy Callahan up. Macy has been to that CT level before. And
great
she's
style.
Well positioned at the moment to make a run at a spot on the Challenger Series here. But Mace trying to make that connection through to the inside.
Just didn't get any waves on the outs. Then he turns on the outside though. So
she does have the moves that can make up for it though. But that time just got clouted as she tried to finish that one off on the inside. But Mace has cracked a CT final before. She's a former world junior champion. And it wouldn't be a surprise to anyone if she got obviously into the Challenger Series, but back on the CT.
She surfs really good, Good style.
I think one of those surfers too that she's got a mean frontside hack.
Yeah.
Trademark turn for her, but she's one of those surfers I think that just did so much winning as a junior, as an amateur surfer that getting used to losing a little bit on the CT was quite a difficult thing to overcome. But
always is.
She could
a
have
lot of
a big second win
too, right? If you're winning everything when you're a junior and you come on, you're expected to win a few or more than most.
Exactly. Well, her first year on tour was interesting. She was a replacement surfer and she got a lot of opportunities. She maybe hadn't mentally prepared for that run.
Yeah.
However, she did crack a CT final that year. Lost out to Courtney Conlog over in France, but yeah. Constantly, Macy just impresses me when she gets back into those board riders events.
Yeah.
North Shelley have relied on her in those contests. usually she goes out. If it's not a 9-point ride, everyone's kind of wondering what's going on.
She lives
She's
on the Goldie though now, right?
She lives up there at Kingscliff.
Yeah, I thought so.
Or on the Gold Coast now.
Here.
But she's a phenomenal surfer. But her first wave, she rode it all the way through to the shore break for a 1.6. That's a big energy zapper.
Because she didn't get an outside turn at all, and then she didn't really get a turn the whole way, and then hit the inside and got hammered. So she might even get one on the way back out. If you look, that's another thing. You get one off the rocks halfway out, and maybe get it wouldn't be a big score, but it would be a score. And like we said, that last heat, there was one of the girls didn't even ride a wave. Chile didn't even ride a wave in that last heat at all.
Wow. Well, we were touching on Alyssa Locke. As I mentioned, she's been sort of a name that we've heard a lot about over the years. 21 years of age now, really strong junior career. She competed in a CT as a wild card way back in 2017 on the Gold Coast. She lost out to Tyler right there. No shame in that. But this is where she's really got to start making a push on the QS. The junior career is over now.
Yep.
She has won a QS before. That was back in 2018. But yeah, she's a great surfer from Snapper Rocks. I think she'd love to be tackling the conditions here later in the contest when that tide drops out a bit, because at Snapper, they like a steeper wall. So yeah, we'll see if Alyssa can hang on to this lead here, but it's a pretty positive start.
Yep, she got that one all the way through. Got it. Yeah, it could have been a bit high score. She just fell on the last turn, so she's got a 5-point ride, but she got it all the way through. She picked the right wave. She's just got to pick that sort of wave again and hopefully not fall on the end, and she'll get another good score. Here she goes. She knows the waves. Look, she's actually sitting inside everyone. I think it's hard to tell from this view on the screen where they're sitting. I'll go out and have a look after this heat and
suss it out.
Yeah, suss it out. I did before, but couldn't really. It's just weird for Merriweather. Like I said to Stacey in the heat before. It's not Merriweather. It's a completely different spot. So the local knowledge means not much, really.
When we rocked up this morning, Hoy, the top 21 on the women's QS rankings were all still alive in the mix.
Wow.
So there was a lot of surfers looking to make a charge in this last QS 5000 to get themselves into those Challenger Series events.
So there's 21 that can still make it?
Yep. Oh, well, actually...
so after this round, that's going to change, though, right?
Well, in the first few heats, we saw some huge upsets. Sophie McCulloch, who was sitting in second spot,
saw that.
She fell out of the mix, so, she's in danger of falling a few places. She did have a pretty good lead on the other surfers in that top 7 picture, so they've got to make up some ground yet. Keely Andrew was just outside the top 7. She fell out of the mix. Sierra Kerr, who's been surfing so well, fell short in her heat. So we're going to see some movement here. Ellie Brooks jumped up 6 spots already with her...
Just getting through that heat.
Getting through her heat this morning.
Wow.
Paige Harrob's up 2 places. She's starting to knock on the door of that top 7 picture. But this is a big one for Macy Callahan. She's at the top end in 3rd position at the moment. But with some of the big names already falling out of the mix, she can't be complacent. And honestly, I saw her paddling out after that 1.6 at the start, and she didn't have her head down. So she's got to be careful here, because these youngsters, surfers like Logan Dalton and Gia Lawrenson, they're super hungry.
Well, that's right. Philippa got through on 1 wave in that last heat, and the girls are riding 2 here. She can't be complacent at all, mate. She should be, like you said, head down, paddling. She's in 4th priority too right now. She should get away from the other competitors, because she's not getting. It's only 3 minutes to go, 3.5 minutes to go.
Amazing. Yeah, Gia Lawrenson, 19 years of age, from the Sunshine Coast, repping the Noosa board riders here. Great surfer, great athlete all round. Doing a little bit of homework on her, because I haven't seen much of her in the past. Really athletic young woman. Grew up swimming, playing water polo, touch footy.
Everything.
And apparently she's broken every single finger on her
really?
her hands. Yeah,
playing touch.
Yeah, she's.
You can do that.
Yep, probably smart to make the change. And get away from those intense, high impact sports.
That's not good for you later in age either, I don't reckon.
Yeah, she's no good on the chopsticks. But she finaled in the Tweed Coast Pro Junior, which was one of the most hotly contested Pro Junior events that we've seen. The one that Sierra Kerr won just a couple of weeks back. So she's on her way, young Gia, and we'll see if she can get herself through this one.
Go.
Oh, yeah, well, Logan Dalton having a look at this one. She's a surfer from this region, Hoy.
Yeah.
And each of these competitors, I'll tell you into their
Dalton's
Instagram.
Daughter. It might be we used to grow up with Chris Dalton. He used to ride Pacific Dreams and local real estate agent. Oh, local lawyer.
Yeah.
Real estate agent.
I think, they're definitely related.
Solicitor, you call him.
Yeah, but she, you can get her on Instagram at Surfer Lulu. And her byline on Instagram is Wave Dancer, which I love. But she's starting to rack up some pretty impressive results. She got a win in the Open Women's event at Matara. But here we go, Macy Callahan trying to make up a number here.
Well, she's a smart move right here. I know it's not that good a wave, but she had to get something.
Yeah, and she wants to put some pressure on these lower seeded surfers as well.
I thought she was in fourth priority then too, so I don't know if the girl on the outside...
Look at this work though, Hoy. She's not giving up on this ride. Really tricky section to try and ride out of there.
That is rock shelf right there.
Super committed.
Wow, look out.
Where is
dangerous. She? Oh, that's...
On the rock. She had to go for it.
Oh,
I mean...
She needed a 2.47.
Right in the impact zone there. She's likely going to get the score she needed with that work on the outside section, but we'll wait for the judges' numbers to come through. Alyssa Lock is looking to shore up that first place, driving through to the inside here. Nice connection. Couple of solid turns.
She's on the rocks too.
Wow, and she hangs on for the finish. There is going to be... that is so shallow. There's going to be some serious reward for that commitment. Yeah. Massive reward, I'd say.
Yeah.
1 minute to go.
That's the rock shelf right there. She just went straight onto it. Good wave. This is a great wave. She ended up with at the ladies' bowl, which is a good little double up right-hander. This one hits the bowl right here. It's actually the shelf she's on here. Nice turn there, and then this one just hits the lip straight. That is dry rock right in front of her there.
Wow. Alyssa Lock is making a charge, a late charge up the ratings. Surged ahead 5 places with some surfers ahead of her already falling out of the mix here at the AAP Consulting Women's Pro. She's going to surge again because she's about to drop a huge score.
Yeah.
But Macy Callahan, she was after a low score to get up into the top 2. She just got a 3.5. She would have turned in a much better number had she finished that last turn.
Yeah.
Easier said than done. It was a hideous section to try and ride out of.
That was dry. I thought a 5.67 is a bit low for Alyssa there. She attacked that wave.
I thought it was going to be bigger,
yeah,
for sure. But she's done what she needed to do to shore up that first place, and she's going to be making a monstrous jump, I think,
what
with
was
that
she
win.
Before that heat?
She was in 25th on the live ladder, but ahead of her were a couple of surfers who were already out of the mix. So we'll see how high Alyssa goes, but she gets the victory. Macy Callahan in second spot. We'll take a quick break and be back with more at the AAP Consulting Women's Pro in just a moment.
When you deal with the Burton family,
you're dealing with local people
who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens regions.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner. Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merriweather Surfboard Club.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
For over 150 years, the Newcastle Herald has been telling the stories about the people of the Hunter and the events that have shaped their lives. No other local media has the capacity to connect, engage and ignite discussion like the Newcastle Herald. The Newcastle Herald is the voice of the hunter, reporting on all sides of the story and giving the public an opportunity to explore the story and contribute their own thinking. The Herald's audience has never been greater, and it continues to reach more people through print and digital news platforms than ever before. The Newcastle Herald is committed to quality journalism and continues to champion local causes and cover the issues that matter to the region. The Newcastle Herald is more than just a paper. It is digital, mobile and social, with the power to share these stories with the world.
Loving our time here on Awabagal Country. Great to be here, and merry weather providing once again. It was looking a little dicey there for a few days. We put our feet up and just let the ocean sort itself out, and didn't it do that overnight?
It was
hectic
very
yesterday.
dicey, yes. Oh, the last few days were hectic. Yesterday was really hectic. Mate, it was as big as the swell gets in this town, for sure.
Yep, I didn't want a bar of it, but today looks actually pretty inviting, and it's a good thing because the opportunities there to really let your surfing shine in these kind of conditions. We've seen some very committed rides already in this women's event, as we see now. Jess Starling just trying to get things started. Doesn't make the connection there on that outside bank with the way the tide is at the moment. You need a bigger wave than that.
Dead high, right, about now? It'd have to be.
Yeah, but man, we've seen some really close heats, and you know, we just have to keep just screaming at people just how important this contest is. This is the first step on the road to qualification, and I just love how clear that pathway is now.
Yeah, you were saying that during the week. It's not easier, but it's just a more clear cut.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, you know, typically surfers would finish up those junior careers and get on the QS, and you wouldn't see them for a year. They're just off in different areas of the world, just competing in these events that you'd never heard of. It was like too many contests. Now in your region, you can set your focus on the sixth contest, rack up some big results, and maybe get a crack at an unbelievable Challenger Series schedule. That is the goal for Alyssa Locke, who continues to climb. Alyssa, long time no see. It's been great to watch you perform through this contest. How are you?
Yeah, stoked. We've had 3 days of downtime with the lay days, so it's so awesome to get back in the water. I haven't been on a board in 3 days. So yeah, that was my first surf in so long.
Yeah, really tricky conditions for finding a warm-up, I guess, in the lead up to this final day. But, you know, it is a crucial event for you. You're trying to make a really big surge up the ratings. You're on the up. You're climbing with every heat win. But it's likely that you'll have to go all the way to that final to have a chance. Are you feeling the pressure?
No.
She is now. Threw you under the bus.
Yeah, it's going to be a big day of surfing. I can't wait. You know, it's on my backhand, which is one of my strengths. It almost feels like a day out snapper out there. So, look, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be an entire day of surfing. So, what more could you want with 3 other people out?
You've had QS victories, a QS victory before, an amazing junior career, but really this is your first, you know, full solid run at this first step to qualification. We've been chatting about that pathway and just how much better it is with the regional series. Are you feeling that, and are you feeling like the goal is a bit more tangible now?
Yeah, I really want to get some good points at this one. So far, this has been my best result of the year, getting through those 2 heats. So I hope to just keep building on it and get some extra points.
Yeah, well, we loved your commitment. We felt like you were a little underscored on your last ride. I mean,
for sure.
Did you touch the rocks then on the inside?
Yeah, I kicked my toe. I hope they didn't get that on footage, but yeah, I was swearing on the inside.
Yeah, I bet that's a heavy section you hit at the end. We thought definitely going to get a bit more of a score on that one, but just keep the roll on anyway. You're doing really well.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Good on you, Alyssa, and yeah, just love that commitment, and you know that just goes to show how important these early round heats are for competitors like Alyssa, trying to really, you know, almost pull off the impossible and charge from 30th place.
Well,
right
you
up
said
into the
she's
final.
going up the ratings really quick. Does she really have to make the fight? Geez, you threw her under the bus.
Oh, yeah.
Is there any pressure? You
No,
just told her everything scenario.
Hey, if she's going to make it, she's going to have to deal with pressure. We
Oh,
may as
yeah,
well put
for
the
sure.
put the torch on her now. But no,
it's classic.
It's
I was
just
like, what?
it's just that she hasn't, as she said, really collected any big
Oh,
results
okay.
through
So
this
that's why,
season,
yeah.
and she's so capable. Great serve, as I mentioned, has had a QS victory before. So
I kept wondering. I think it's Christian Lock. He used to surf with us growing up from South Oz. Keep wondering if that's his daughter, because they're about the same age, my children. So I'm like, is it him? He's moved up the Gold Coast. Or?
You are in that's a perfect zone where you're just looking at these next generation surfers, just going, I think I competed against their parents.
Yeah,
back in the day.
100%. I did. They're exactly the same age as my children. So I was like, wow, I know that name, and go, I'm sure they. I don't know if it is or not. So I'm just throwing it out there because he might have moved to the Gold Coast and then.
Most of these competitors are from surfing families.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what level their parents got to, but they've just grown up just living and breathing this sport, and they love it so much. And now the opportunity to really perform on the big stage is up for grabs, and they want to take it. But yes, Alyssa Locke starting to make her move up the rankings. But yeah, at the moment, in 7th place on the QS ranks is Elise Cooper, who's been moving up steadily. She's sitting on 5,500 points. So Alyssa, with the results that she has, is she's going to be up against it. She'll probably need a victory to even crack that 7th spot.
Right.
So it's getting harder and harder.
Of course, all those other ones are still up in the event too.
Most of the surfers at the top end of the QS ranks are throwing away zeros.
Yeah.
So
every point counts.
Every point is helping them
at the top. You're saying
at the top.
Oh yeah, okay. So that makes it really hard for everyone else.
It does, but we'll keep you updated on those outcomes. It is a little early to start getting too excited about the mathematical possibilities of qualification, but as we near the final and we get into the last few heats of this contest, we'll have a really clear picture of who needs to do what in order to shore up a place in those Challenger Series events. Out there at the moment with just under 11 minutes to go, Freya Prum, who's been out there battling on the qualifying series for a number of years, the surfer from the Sapphire Coast of New South Wales, Marimbula, who's a pharmacist as well as chasing this big competitive dream.
Wow.
She's here just absolutely putting everything she's got into these events. Great surfer, has had some big competitive results over the years.
Go back to the left and get this through. These are the sort of double up ones. If you can just keep your speed through that flat section, you get that end bowl off the rocks, but it's just so hard to get through that bit. You've got to be a little bit deeper, I think.
That's Concha Balsameo of Portugal, and her dad, kind of one of the real forefathers of surfing in Portugal, founded the big surf mag over there.
Yeah, you said that the other day, actually.
And we'll see how she fares in this contest. But yeah, she's spent most of her life just travelling the world. She's had a couple of okay results on the QS this year, but came into this one in 50th place. But Enrique,
here's a left. Here's a ladies left that I've been talking about. These can get a score, and you can get back out there with so much easier. Keep going. Oh.
Yeah, Sage Goldsbury. She surfed well in the final event last year. Great surfer, good technique. Found the connection through the inside. Here's a good-looking little right to attack on the inside. You can see it all bubbling away on the inside there, and she thought, you know what? Still 9 minutes. I think I'll try and find some scoring potential on the outside.
She should paddle straight back to where she just came from, straight out. Don't go back to the left.
Does it kind of fighting the rip a little bit too, right?
Yeah, yep. Here we go. This one could go through to the rocks bowl.
Yeah, that's Freya. And she's not going to get much out of that one. But it's still a bit of a battle of the low-scoring numbers so far in this heat. Here's what happened on the outside. We'll see what Freya got done. Nice hook. Love the way she just absolutely dined out on that rail, extending the turn out, Hoy.
And then, yeah, hits the lip on the next one and just comes unstuck on this one. That was going to the beach too, that one, I reckon. But 2 big turns on the outside, that's going to be a good score.
Yeah, you love to see it. Yeah, I think, I don't want to harp on about it too much, but I think with the regional QS, potentially Freya, who's been a veteran and slogging it out in the QS for a long time, actually has gone and, completed her uni degree and become a pharmacist. I think she might have given up on the dream.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for this regional QS qualifying system. So that's why I think it's great.
Well,
Surfers like Nathan Hedge as well might be going kind of, you know what, I love competing, but I don't think I'm going to head to Brazil to compete in the first 6-star of the year.
It's going to cost you money.
Exactly.
How much money is it going to cost you? It's a $3,000 trip for maybe nothing.
Yeah, well, this regional QS ranks... Jess Starling, who's out there at the moment, she and her sister True have put together this website, which is fantastic, a great promotional tool for not just them, but for women's surfing in general. They have actually been putting some fantastic features up on the site, and one of my favourites was just a cost breakdown, budget-wise, of what it takes to do the QS, what it takes to do the Challenger Series, and they kind of put the figure at around, on a tight budget, around $5,000. To do this regional QS, and that might involve staying with friends occasionally. Yeah. But, it was a pretty concise breakdown.
It costs you
of the
$5,000
cost.
in petrol these days.
Oh, maybe more. Maybe more. Come on, ScoMo, you can do better.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that's a great thing. I reckon they should be more of that. Actually, the girls showing, and the men showing, this is how much it's going to cost.
But
that's
for someone like Freya, who's gainfully employed now, she might be able to go in her head. You know what? If I can get through some heats, collect a bit of prize money,
I can
put myself on that Challenger Series. This is an achievable task for me. This is like a better first step. If she does make the grade, she'll have a big decision to make. But like we saw last year with Callum Robson.
Oh, how's this deep right?
He qualified for the Challenger Series. Evans Head, the community got behind him. They started to GoFundMe, and they helped him do that leg of Challenger Series events.
We did it last year for Philippa and Jacko Baker.
Exactly, yeah.
That's how they got on the Challenger Series last year.
The community steps up. It's awesome to see. And I think that's an easy thing for a local community to get behind, and they get that goodwill kickback.
Yeah.
And, it's a fantastic charity get behind. And the surfers don't forget it. Callum Robson, when the floods happened and absolutely hammered the Evans Head Broadwater region, which he hails from, he returned the favour and committed 20% of his prize money to helping the relief effort down there. So, it's not lost on these guys or girls. And, like I said, I just think that's great to see. It's pulling some of those veteran QS campaigners out of the woodwork again.
Yeah, for sure.
And I love it because they're the ones that are going to push this next generation and really show them, what kind of fight you need.
Yeah, to get on there, exactly. And a few of the men were saying that too. They got a month off. Their boss said, have the month off and we'll see you when you come back. Good luck.
It might be time for you to get on the QS again, Hoy. A month off. Sounds pretty good.
Don't even work. So.
Come on, mate. I've seen that frontside hack. It's still looking sharp as. Your name's going to be popping up.
I'm not talking about the surfing. I'm talking about the working bit.
Yeah. Your name's going to be popping up a little bit in the next couple of weeks too, when we get that first CT event of the Aussie leg back underway. And I know you always love sitting back and watching bells unfold. And it's going to be great to see because the Aussie women in particular have to fight back in a big way.
Well, I know. A few of them in particular, right?
But 4.5 minutes remaining here, and this is great to see. Freya Prum starting to step things up. 6-point ride. Does kind of had moments like that last year here too, as we see a big one kind of closing out on that outside section. But Freya's out in front and looking pretty comfortable. Sage Goldsbury, the talented youngster, the goofy footer, hanging on to second spot at the moment. And Concha is sitting in third spot, but she got fourth priority, but she needs nothing. She can get kind of a little scrappy here in the final stages. Jess Starling has a chance with priority, needs a 3.43. Pressure's on, and the day is really waiting. I think Dimity on the women's side's probably had the most authoritative claim on a big section on that outside section. so far today.
Freya's 2 turns are pretty good.
Freya's was solid, but
Sarah?
the day is just waiting for someone to go, here's the high tide mark, here's the high water mark,
this is
and
what
the
you gotta
standard. And everyone will lift to that. It's always the way,
Sarah's
isn't it?
one big turn too. If she gets a good wave that tapers off, she's going to do some damage for sure on the backhand.
Here we go. The surfer from Portugal originally taking off here at the moment. And she doesn't need a whole lot. Just a 1.94 to get up in a second spot.
Go, keep your speed. This is the hard bit. This flat bit through the middle. Here, this is where you got to be, I think, where White just took off. A bit deeper.
Oh, she was
standing up a bit more. 2 big turns.
Wow. Freya Prum here. The server from the south coast of New South Wales, just looking every part the veteran in control of this heat, tactically too, like not wasting her opportunities on the outside, still taking this one through to the inside. 2.5 minutes to go, and
it's another good score.
Another good score, and honestly, maybe enough to potentially hit the beach and come on in.
Yeah, well, I would. You got a big day today. I wouldn't try and paddle back out. You've won the heat. There's no one going to beat you. So look, this is where the waves are a bit deeper. Oh, got a bit stuck there, but this second turn was nice.
Like Mitch Ross said earlier today, though, Hoy, check turns on the outside are not like check turns on the shore break. You know, that was a tricky section. She was a little late, but she got that done under the hook.
Yeah.
It was still kind of critical, even though it won't kind of set her up for an excellent score. It's still going to be another reasonable score.
I reckon she'll get another
It's
6.
a combo.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty much like a first wave. She did a good first turn, and the second turn was a bit of a check turn off the foam. Just the opposite way there. But she had speed. The second turn was good. That's where the waves are, a bit deeper to the right. And it's sort of that's where the actual reef is.
Mm-hmm.
So it's even though it's all sanded up, it's still the reef line there, and the right one's going to hit it and run through to the beach. So I think that's where they've got to sit. There you go, 5.67. So just a bit lower than a first wave. Good score, dominating heat compared to everyone else's heats this morning.
Well, the absolute,
like you said, veteran. She's probably surfed in this vent.
Oh,
a few
no
times
doubt.
too, yeah.
Probably for over a decade.
Yeah.
And a 5.67. You were spot on, Hoy. Your scoring radar's back on today,
I
I will say. I mean, you lost it on day 2. Completely lost what was happening with the panel. But either they've come into line or you've gotten back on the mark. But a 5.67 today is a very solid score, and Freya Prum's easily going to win through in this heat. Concha has moved up too in the second spot. That 2.73 was a crucial number for her, and Sage is in third spot. But Jess has an opportunity here, but she needs to get something done on the outside. You'd think 4.23 is what she needs. Now she's going to need a super dynamic finish, and she won't find that connection through to the inside. So Sage might get an opportunity here. 1.67. That's all she needs. And it looks like she's scrapping into this one.
These are those. This could do it. Right here.
Nice
Good
start.
first turn.
Wow, look at the bumps that she's going to have to negotiate here. She might need the connection through to the inside, but she started pretty well here. 3 seconds to go. Definitely her last shot at it. She hangs with that white water, keeps that board moving. Stressful times for her. She might need one more turn. And there is that end section, and have a look how ugly it went on the inside. It looked like a witch's hot pot.
She do a turn there.
Just
She would've
bubbling
really
away.
hurt herself.
Eye of Newt in the inside there was just ugly as. But the first turn was pretty strong, and she didn't need a whole lot, Hoy. Just a 1.67.
Yeah. She got it on this turn, didn't she?
Swoop.
Maybe.
Well, she didn't drop to the bottom and drive up into the section, but you've got to make some comparisons to some of the numbers that we've seen.
Yeah.
I mean, Jess Starling didn't do a turn on her last wave. She had a 1.33.
Yeah.
So I think it will probably get there, but that was a tough decision to make.
Oh, look, she's looking in going, I cannot do a turn here. She couldn't have. That's danger, Will Robinson.
Yeah, she might have ridden out of that final manoeuvre, but if she ate it,
she's going to hurt herself and maybe not
be able to surf
exactly,
in the next
ever
round
again.
anyway. So, look, the scores come through. There were
easily.
comparisons made to 1 point rides earlier in the heat, Hoy, and she easily got the number she needed, Sage, to make that jump through. And what a relief for the talented goofy footer held her nerve in the final stages here. She's in second spot. Freya Prum, the veteran, easily takes that heat out. We'll take a quick break.
Kind of did. Got a 4.17. So, look, all you got to do, as soon as you get a bit of steep sort of green face out here, you have to attack it.
Yep.
I think a perfect way to surf a wave earlier that just had a quick steep section was Dimity Style. She just ripped into one sort of big turn, then did a kind of check turn and was rewarded a high range 7. So the judges just sort of throwing it down, just go big at the start and you will be rewarded.
Yeah, we did have Ben Lowe on the program earlier this morning, and he mentioned sort of the difference between a big scoring ride and just a medium scoring ride today would be that attack on the first turn. We'll get a bit of an insight to what it's like out there. Freya, enjoying your morning?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's pretty much as good as it gets for a comp, for sure.
You made light work of the conditions out there. A massive heat total of 6 and a 5.67. One of the standout performances of the day. You must be stoked with that.
Oh, yeah, I am. I really enjoy riding bigger boards, so people kind of scoff when I tell you what the length is, but got my trusty G-Pang that I got in Hawaii, so yeah, I couldn't be happier to ride it.
Tell us how big it is.
6'4".
Amazing. It looked beautiful on one of those calves. It didn't look like a 6'4" at all. It looks like it surfs like a 5'11".
Yeah, I have to admit, it did feel a tiny bit stiff, but with all the chop coming up the face, I reckon I wouldn't have even got into that 6 if it wasn't for the board. So, you're in a battle with the ocean, and you got to get on the waves before you can do manoeuvres. So, I was sort of just going into it thinking like that, just, be with the ocean rather than think about, coming off the top or whatever.
Totally, it's a very good point. You need to get on your waves out there, and that wind is a 4-club wind, as they say in golf. But you are in a battle with everyone else in this draw. How are you keeping focused?
Yeah, I mean, I saw that if I win the comp, I can still qualify, so I didn't look at any other scenario. So, yeah, that's all that's in my brain.
Hey, what's this Salty Bandits?
Sort of a good question, eh? Like, a mate, not even a mate, a guy messaged me on Insta. He's from the South Coast somewhere and said, here's a couple of $100 and here's a shirt. Go for it. I was like, all right. And I love their hats, eh? And, I don't even know the bloke, but, he's so nice, eh? So, I guess they're a clothing company.
Mate, you'll take his money, huh?
Yeah. I mean, he's keeping me warm and in the shade, so that's awesome.
Unreal. Well, big heat win there, and stoked to see you ripping out here at Merida, and looking forward to seeing you in the next round.
Yeah, sure. Do you mind if I just shout out to some friends of mine?
Absolutely, fire away.
Yeah, Marg and Frank, they're from the Surfest Days family. They really look after us, but they're in a massive battle with cancer at the moment, so all my love and strength to them through Frank's journey. He's had esophageal cancer, and we wish them all the best through that. And they house 20 kids at Evoca every year despite everything that's going on for them, and that's organised through Elkie from Surfest Days, the founder. So, big love to that family. They do so much for us competitive surfers, and, despite all the trauma that they're going through. So, love you guys.
On you, Freya. Well said. Thinking of those guys. Good luck in your next heat.
Thanks so much. Have a good one. Cheers.
What a cool community that is there. Obviously all banding together and looking after each other at these stops around the country, and it's all part of the fun, isn't it, Rossi, when you jump on the Kiwi?
Absolutely.
Getting together.
Band together. Pretty impressive performance. 6-point ride, backed it up with a decent number.
She had a big opening carve there on one of her waves, and like I said, the board didn't look too big. It looked a little slower than a regular shortboard, but I think on a day like today, if you can look like you're drawing out your turns rather than kind of, getting too snappy, you want to be nice and long and carvy in the pocket, and Freya certainly took care of business in that last heat. No drama at all.
Still only the one wave surfed in this heat. We are just about at the top of the tide here, Stace, so you'd expect sort of inconsistencies at times. That's what we're seeing right now. Still waiting for a couple of the top seed to get a ride. Zali Kelly, he's been a good touch. Surfed a heat or two thus far, the event. Yeah. Massive day planned down here. See a hell of a lot of people down there at the beach here at Merida. They love it down here, the Novocastrians.
Absolutely. We were talking about how much support this event's had over the years, and the town getting right behind it. I don't know if there's any other town like it in the country.
No, I don't think so. It's a little bit like that next stop on tour, Bells.
Yep.
It's got
That's what I was thinking.
people. As we see a goofy footer here, surfer in blue. That was nice, that first turn there for Hurst. Looking for another sort of carve. Hopefully can connect through to the inside. Hasn't been too many waves from the back to the shore.
No.
Because there's that huge big gutter at the moment. I thought yesterday we might see... there's a great shot there. You can see there's a real dead hole. But sort of got some work done at the beginning of this wave, Stace.
Yeah, definitely. Lovely turn in the lip there. And it does well to get another carve in, like you said, Rossi, before it goes into that really deep water. And I agree. I was down watching it up from the sand a moment ago. And that inside section, I saw Macy Callahan having a slow paddle back out, having a look at it. There's not really too much scoring potential there. I think if you were lucky enough to get, as we see, Ray Campbell here up and riding, a bit of a closeout, so she'll go up and down. But if you needed to get anything done in the shore, I think it's more towards the judging tower rather than that classic rocks scenario. As we see a left rolling through the screen there, it's where the ladies are sitting now is probably a fair bit deeper than where they were in these earlier heats of the morning. As we see Red having a look here.
Yeah, pretty tricky looking wave here at the top of the point. We call that sort of break there, ladies. It's been known as ladies for as long as I've been alive. It's actually in front of the ladies' toilets. That's what the name comes from. But since that name, that building has actually been blown up, and now there's a much nicer building there. Called the Surf House.
Yes.
That's where their name came from.
Yep.
So it goes up the top of the point. It's called Bommies. Then right here, the girls are surfing ladies. And once it's a little bit bigger, like yesterday, you can take off out the back, and that's called Third Reef. Okay, so ladies through to Third Reef. Then on the inside, we call the sort of fun little wave that we all sort of learn on and cut our teeth here, rocks. So there's a few sort of...
So where Zali rode that wave then down towards, I guess, straight towards the rock wall or the broad walk there, is that still rocks, or is rocks off the rocks in the sandbar?
Yeah, that's off the rocks. So the dream case scenario, you're taking off on ladies today, you're doing a turn or two, then you're powering, you're absolutely like doing the Huntington hop through to the rocks, and then you'll get rewarded with that sort of shallow reef, and you'll get a couple of sections. As we see, goofy footer, quick wave there, but that's the hard part, trying to get that connection. I dare say you'll see a Jackson Baker, Ryan Cullinan, Philippa Anderson. I would have thought she'd probably try to do that a little bit more today, but she got a little bit wave starved. But that would be the order of attack.
Yes. And it's one of those things. When do you pull the trigger? When do you start trying to catch waves? And I think, obviously we saw the surfer in Red there, Zali Kelly, have a look at that wave, which, it didn't adventurate for her, but I would be thinking that she's thinking, I've seen a lot of surfers today not even catch two rides. I better get going. And as you see Sasha Baker there behind her, unfortunately not able to maximise on her opportunity. But it's Raya Campbell and Charlie Hurst. They've got off to cracker starts here, both locking in 4-point range rides. And you'll take that on a day like today with 8 minutes remaining.
Yeah, you certainly will. The only surfers behind the 8 ball at the moment are in red and green. This is the second last heat of the opening round of action down here at Merriweather. As we see a couple of nice looking lines rolling through, and this is Zali Kelly waiting for Zali to get on the board, and here she goes. We missed the beginning, but she's trying to get the inside, just bouncing her way through the dead section. Nice little snap there. Really good surfer. Another little check turn. Opting to kick out. I have a feeling she was out the front of ladies there. So that was actually rock under there. So, we could sit up here and throw rocks at her, say she didn't end it, she didn't finish it, but that was probably dry reef. So sensible.
Yes, we saw Sage Goldsberry earlier. Similar situation, unfortunately, just the wave not cooperating at all, and she had to get out of that ride. As we see Zali there, and a nice opening swoop, but unfortunately not a massive first turn out the back as she brings this one through to the inside. But I definitely think that she's done the right thing here. She was in third priority, and needed to just get a little bit more on the board, and she's done that. She's put a 2.67 on the board. So again, she's probably just hoping I need to get something in that second column, and then hope I get my turn towards the end of this heat and drop a bit bigger of a score in that column number 1.
Yeah, see, some surfers, might get the knockout score as their first wave.
Yep.
But, some might do it the other way around. So hopefully, in Zali's case, she gets that big score on her next ride. As we look at the surfer in blue, nice section there. Critical manoeuvre.
Oh, unfortunately.
The hard work was done.
It was.
As we see Baker up and riding now too. Looking to replace a 0.7. And I think she actually made a little bit happen out the back. She did a nice little opening turn. Now milking this wave through the inside, getting low between the manoeuvres, and once again sort of kicking out on top of the rocks. If you've surfed here a few times, you know how to negotiate that end section, and you might be able to do a snap, then sort of land, then, really quickly just jump out the back.
Yep.
But in her defence, I can see how you don't really want to sort of commit to that end turn as well.
Totally. There was so much water drawing off that rock shelf there, and it's so much sucking out to sea. It's really hard to get that forward momentum to ride out of the wave. As we see a replay here of Sasha's, like you said, Mitchell, she had a scoring section out the back here. As she comes around the corner, and it's a nice first carve. So this will no doubt be Sasha's best wave. She managed to milk it through to the inside, but just this inside section not really too favourable, as we have Raya Campbell out the back.
Yeah, nice carve there from Raya. And another sort of carve down. This wave does sort of build down the line for a second. Yeah, not a bad ride here for the current heat leader. Has already got a 4.17 on the cards. That's what I'm talking about. So you can do it. She is on top of the rocks right now. But you can kick out and you're actually safe.
Yep.
It's a little bit daunting, the idea of sort of doing a manoeuvre on top of the rocks.
Yep.
But it can be done. Unfortunately, I don't think that sort of manoeuvre will be sort of green tick by the judges as complete.
Yep.
She'd go for it though.
So we have, looks like a free surfer up and riding there. As we have the other 3 competitors just making their way back out. It is a fairly long paddle today. So when you're riding these waves, you want to be making sure that you get the absolute most out of them. We saw Charlie Hurst unfortunately having a fall at the end of her ride there, Mitch, but she'd done a lot of the hard work. As we see the sets looking like they're pouring in. Can't really see anyone in position just yet. Maybe Zali will get off the end of this wave, but she is fairly wide on the bank. We'll have to wait and see how this one plays out.
Look at that thing. Good looking peak out the front. They do come every now and then, but the bummer is it's that inconsistent at times that surfers then get busy and find themselves out of position when those dream sets come.
Yep, definitely. And that wave then, as nice as it was, I think particularly hard to surf.
Mm-hmm.
They're visually very nice. You might get a good photo.
Look at the boys there. They're see their little hands there. They're snapping it. Xavier Huxtable. He thought it was maybe a better wave than we did.
Yes. Surfing with your hands. It's international sign language. Everyone knows what you're talking about when you surf with your hands.
How's Mikey Madonna feeling right now, being out of the event, but he's still hanging around? He's kind of that 4th or 5th spot at the moment.
Yep. Yeah, he's right there. He's still in the cut at the moment, but it's gonna be difficult for him. A surfer who's in a strong position on the women's side of the draw is Zali Kelly, and she's currently in 3rd position here. She does have first priority, so she'll be happy about that, but she does need a score.
Not a tall order at the moment though for Zali. Only looking for I kind of got that wrong. She is looking for a big score. A 5.23, I take that back. That is a big score. It's a big requirement.
It is.
In a perfect world, she'd get 2 rides, but inconsistent, dropping swell.
Yep.
She might actually only get 1 chance. The good news, she has got priority. But it needs a pretty decent number. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. As we see the bird's eye view of the lineup. Water still a little bit brown, Stace. We've had a whole lot of carnage over the last few weeks on the east coast of Australia. A lot of flooding. We've
had a lot of weather, haven't we?
Yep. Yeah. It's nice to see a little bit of blue sky today.
Definitely. blue sky, offshore winds. The swell line's still stacked up to the horizon. As we see a little couple of lumps approaching here.
Yeah, Zali, what are you thinking now? Are you just sort of eyeing off a big wave with maybe one section and the chance to get a reform?
I've been liking a few of these reforms that, like you said, over that high tide run across the rocks. I've actually seen a couple of good waves there, sort of a little bit deeper than this right, that have sort of decent scoring opportunity. So I'd love to see where they're at as we see a wave come through there. But I think the waves that we've seen so far, as it looks like you can sort of see red there sort of angling in towards that foam line. So looks like she's sort of sitting on that next peak in, which I think is probably the right call. It certainly looks a bit steeper, and then you get that end section you can hit. So I think, strategy-wise, I think she'd probably be looking for multiple manoeuvres rather than the one big hit, just given where she's situated in the lineup.
This is the current heat leader, Ray Campbell, trying to get a connection through to the inside, looking at ditch of 4.17. Can nearly say job's done. To get a couple of fours, mid-range fours, is kind of in the wheelhouse of making a heat of what we've seen today, as we're looking at Baker, looking for a score to move up in a second. Would love to get a tight turn, and she does. Second turn was pretty good as well. So looking for a 4.58. I'm going to say this is going to be sort of battling for it.
She'd love to get one more vertical turn on the inside.
And a good crack of the whip here.
Doing all she can. There's 20 seconds on the clock. She looked pretty happy as she was kicking out of that wave. She did everything she could. As we see a pretty flat-looking ocean out there. You can see Zali Kelly on your right of your screen just desperately trying to find some steep water to find a wave on the inside, but it's not going to be the case. Certainly not the heat she was looking to have today. There was, once you get yourself in that third priority rhythm, it's a hard situation to claw out of with the inconsistent swell today. So a big heat there. We saw the number 2 rated surfer eliminated from competition. There we have the number 4 rated surfer also eliminated. We're going to take a short break here at the AAP Consulting Women's Pro, and we'll be back with heat number 8, the last heat of the round of the women's.
Mama told me to never look back, she said, strap your things tight across your back, honey. Mama told me.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merryweather Surfboard Club.
Giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Hatted Chef Restaurant. We're just scratching the surface.
Welcome back to the AAP Consulting Women's Pro. This is heat number 8 of the round. We have Safi Vetti in the red, Holly Williams in the blue, Kobe Enright, in the white. Nixie Ryan in the green. You're a big NBA fan, Rossi. You would have loved that slip of the tongue.
He's my hero. The great.
The great. Can't believe we're even saying that. The late great.
But yeah, Kobe Enright. She might not have the stature of a Kobe Bryant, but she's a damn good surfer, and I know she'd be eyeing off the finals.
Definitely.
Lives up around your way, as we see surfer in white for that previous heat. Got the win, Ray Campbell. Pretty impressive, actually. I thought she was really good. Held a nerve the whole way.
Definitely.
Build on the scores.
Got a good start there. And you'd be stoked to start a heat with a 4-point ride on a day like today, as she and Charlie Hurst did. So we have Nixie Ryan having a look at a wave here.
It's a right-hand point break here at Merida. Not quite as good as the one at Lennox Head, but at the same time, I think she will be comfortable out there.
Yep.
Who's actually been on a tear through, the series. this surf has so much confidence as we see Kobe Enright also up and riding, moving through the inside, and a nice snap off the top, just finishing on the inside. So a good exchange there from Kobe and Nixie. Holly Williams open with a 1.77. 17 and a half minutes remaining. We are surfing the final heat of the round. Up next will be the men. Massive day, surfing 30 heats or so.
One of the biggest days of competitive surfing I've seen in a long time, Rossi. It's like a club round. We are getting it done. Kobe Enright here, the surfer from Snapper Rocks, up and riding on a replay. This was a good wave to start her heat. Couple of nice strong turns out the back.
Where does Kobe fit in on the scale of potential surfers to make a jump on tour? Has she got it?
I think she has to be right there.
Uh-huh.
She's definitely got the talent on the wave face. I think for Kobe, it's just a matter of just finding that inner warrior a little more often, learning how to scrap out of the heats that are maybe a bit tricky. As we see Safi Vetti on a beautiful looking ride here, beautiful swoop. Oh, and unfortunately just
she looked so good.
She looked like she was on her way to a massive number. Surfer from New Zealand, that was a bit of a missed opportunity there, just unfortunately misreading the wave.
We asked Paige Harrop earlier who were the next up-and-comers out of New Zealand, and that was one of the names she gave us.
Definitely. Her and her brother, incredible surfers.
As we're now looking at Williams, big snap off the top there.
Massive turn, she'll be stoked with that.
And just connecting through the inside, just making this wave count. A couple of big turns on this wave.
Oh, she'd be happy with this wave. She had a 177 on the board to begin with, and this wave here certainly going to help with that. She needs to be careful. She gets across that dry reef and gets a finish. As we see Raya Campbell. Raya, congratulations. That was a fantastic heat win.
Oh, sketchy heat. Very sketchy.
Does it matter though? Sketchy heat, the heat of your life. It's all it all means the same thing. So you must be thrilled to get through another round.
Yeah, I'm very happy compared to the last couple of comps. It's a bit of a confidence booster.
And how was it out there? Really inconsistent at times, but look, we applauded the fact that you got 2 good rides, and you kind of surfed a perfect heat in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I wish I kind of, on that set wave, do a nice turn, but yeah, I'm happy I completed most of my waves and tried to do the best I can on my step up.
And look, we've had a few days off here in Newcastle. What have you been getting up to on those lay days?
Not much. Yesterday I actually surfed blacksmiths with Freya. It was like on Shuri. And then we did some bowling 2 days ago.
How'd you hit them? Did you get any strikes?
Oh, I got one. I'm pretty bad at bowling.
Look, you guys have been told that it's going to be a big day of competition. What are you going to get up to now? You're just going to sort of hide and maybe have a nap, just kick back?
Oh yeah, probably hydrate, watch how the surf's going, and yeah, chill, get ready for the next ones. Be coming around pretty quick. So yeah, it's a fun day.
And you said you rode your step up. With the swell sort of backing off a little bit, do you think you'll go back to your standard shortboard?
Yeah, I think so. I think I'll be able to get better scores on my standard board out there. I felt a bit restricted on my step up out there then, so it was good to paddle into a couple, but definitely the standard board, I reckon, if it's going to drop off.
Well, mate, good stuff. Really impressive surfing, and congratulations on your win, and we'll see you in a few hours' time.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Yeah, like, when I mentioned like a perfect heat, clearly, if you look at the scores, it wasn't a perfect heat. It was a couple of mid-range 4s, but we've seen so many surfers today get 1 good ride and a pretty bad backup, but she had 2 decent scores.
Definitely, yeah, and I think that's an important thing for particularly young surfers to learn how to sort of digest their heats irrespective of the score line and looking at like heat structure, and her heat structure was perfect.
Yeah.
Good early start, as we see Nixie Ryan here, beautiful big turn. I would say this was one of the better scoring rides of the day until this wave behind. Kobe Enright, big set wave, lovely first carving manoeuvre. This is the kind of surfing when you ask me the question, Rossi, does she have it? Absolutely. Big finish there. She's a tall young woman with heaps of, I guess I could say, swing power. Beautiful glide through her turns. And I think, when I see Kobe on set waves like this, I have, full confidence in her ability she could go as far as she wants in this event. So a great ride there for Kobe.
Yeah, what an exchange. And we also got a big score for the surfer in blue, a 5.33. Then Nixie Ryan's score dropped in at a 5.93. And now waiting for the last of white, Kobe Enright has already got a 4.67. That has to sort of scratch the surface of maybe an excellent score. Well, there it is.
Mitchell Ross, there it is. You called it an 8-point ride. And a fantastic flurry of waves in that exchange. All the surfers getting plenty of opportunity.
Yeah, wow. I haven't seen too many heats with big numbers like this one. As we see a bit of a rookie mistake there. Nixie Ryan just couldn't sort of scratch into that wave. Has got a backup score of a 4, so I won't be too disappointed. But at the same time, it's mistakes like that sort of... it can sort of put you from the top priority to number 4 priority, and you might just miss an opportunity to sort of strike.
Definitely. It's sort of like in this heat, like you said, there's a real flurry there of good waves and good surfing being done. Nixie was probably looking to take that next punch, next good score to really put a bit of pressure on Holly and Safi. Safi getting a 3.93 just for one turn. Like we mentioned, a bit of a missed opportunity to finish that ride. However, she's still well and truly in this heat. If she can put together a string of turns here, she's going to put herself in a good position. As we see Holly Williams here paddle into a big set wave. She'll be hoping she can get around the corner here into some green face, doing her absolute best to try and get around this one as she is going to kick out, unfortunately, missing that outside section. I think a good manoeuvre there. She didn't need to grovel that one through to the inside. Get back out the back and try again as we see maybe a mini paddle battle here from Kobe and Holly to just assert that third priority, which could be crucial, Rossi, with just under 11 minutes remaining in that next exchange.
Yeah, if you pair that with inconsistent conditions, no doubt it could be super crucial. It looks like the surfer in blue kind of waved up the white flag and had a look at that wave. So I think Kobe will get out to the peak a little bit quicker as we approach the halfway mark of this heat. And
then again, has Blue just sort of go on the undercut and gone across the bank? No, she hasn't. White third priority. So, as you mentioned there, Rossi, a very crucial final 10 minutes here as we see the bakehouse getting ready. What's he listening to there, Rossi?
I think he's a big Aria and Grande.
A lot of the young surfers are at the moment. Just, top of the pops.
Here we go, surfer in blue, trying to milk something through the inside. Looks like she has made the connection. So here we go, big section coming up here. Hard off the bottom, nice little snap in the pocket. A lot of sort of juice out of that turn. Another big snap on the inside. Somehow, I have no idea, fourth priority went right into the inside. You spotted her sort of, doing the sort of the backdoor sort of paddle, but it really worked out. Looking for a 4.61. It's going to be right on it.
It's going to be right there. The judges will have a bit to think about, and I think Holly's more or less done as much as she could have done. I don't think he could have ridden that wave much better. It's just a matter of whether or not the judges will reward the surfing that she's done. As you see a replay here, Rossi.
So trying to get a major move at the start wasn't going to happen as that wave sort of fell out of a lot of steam. But somehow she found the inside connection. So this is where it gets interesting for the judges. This is where you don't want to be a judge, because how do you score it? Didn't get a major, but that turn was good.
Turn was nice.
And then this one, pretty decent as well. The judges love a big turn out the back.
They do.
That's how you can get up to the, the 8s, the 7s and the 8s.
Yep.
When you're looking for a 4.61, is that all you need to do? I don't know.
I feel like with the inside shore, the judges probably want to see a section where you're at risk of snapping your board and getting really critical on that last turn. Unfortunately, that wave sort of got smaller rather than holding its size through the inside. So I'm really interested to see where that score goes. But like I said, for the wave that she ended up on, I didn't think she could have done much differently. I think for the situation in this heat, I feel if it is the score, it will be only just, but that's where it needs to land for Holly to have a chance at getting through this heat. Put a bit of pressure on Nixie going into this next exchange, because otherwise Holly will just find herself back out the back in same position, fourth priority, with less time on the clock. So thought she did well to roll the dice there, and I'm sure she's hoping that it pays off.
No, just under 8 to go. We're waiting for that score. There it is. Just falls short. 0.8 and a half. So, bummer. 3.77 there for Williams. Got a little bit sort of, crucified from not getting a major manoeuvre out the back. 3.77. Was looking for a 4.61. So, situation remains the same. And as you mentioned, Stace, now that whole 4-minute sort of rigmarole of getting that ride, paddling back out, pretty much worthless.
Yep, those ones sting.
Yep.
Paddling back out, going, all right, I did my best there. I managed to get a wave, which is just a feat in itself at the moment, fourth priority, and then sort of these inconsistent sets. And, you're just paddling back out going, come on. Give it to me. But not on that occasion. I'll be interested to see where Holly positions herself now, going out the back. I really don't think she can just go and park up with the pack. It's sort of going to be a fruitless endeavour
So there's kind of there's a few different options if you really want to if you want to escape from the pack. You don't have to go at the back, but are you willing to roll the dice and maybe surf the shore break?
Yep.
It's a huge call. We haven't seen anyone really dedicate themselves to the shore break, therefore getting the scores. We don't know really what's happening there. Are you going to be the first one to do it? Are you going to sit in there and, waste a bit of time and, try to get just a smaller wave on the inside, banking that the judges will respect it? I don't know. There's also, there's a little rocks bowl and there's a little shorey to the left of that.
Yep. I think the shorey to the left of it would be the option, given the fact that it is the shorey. And like I mentioned, the judges, they love it when the shorey stands up and presents you almost with like a life-threatening section. But the benefit of being a little further to the left, you're not going to end up on the rocks if you fall. And I think the wave, it actually stays a bit steeper. One surfer that I think utilised that section very well over the years, Mikey Wright actually surfed there, went to win the final that year. It was only 1 foot, but that sand formation was the same. And then Italo Ferreira last year in the CT, it was sort of more in front of the judges rather than over towards the rocks. So I'd be very surprised if we don't see 1 or 2 surfers have a crack there today, maybe even try and launch an air on one of those lefts into the wind.
Well, it looks like the surfer in blue, she's decided to sort of not roll the dice and surf that shorey bank. She's out the back in 4th priority. Has done half the job, got a 5.33, but still looking for a 4.61. Looks like you could throw a blanket over the 4 competitors at the moment. Definitely. As we've got White to the left of the 3 girls on the screen. 5 minutes to go. A great heat thus far from Kobe Enright out of the Gold Coast. One good score and one incredible score, an 8.0. Nixie Ryan, on the strength of one manoeuvre, was awarded a 5.93, then backed it up with a 4. And arguably, it's a huge call, but I'd nearly say the surfer in red looked the nicest.
Yep.
Before going down on that 3.93, she looked in touch. Has got priority at the moment, looking for a 6.0 to advance. As we see a whole lot of people down here at Merrow the Beach getting involved in the action. A lot of history behind this event, Stace, as we've sort of gone over, several times the past winners of this event. We've got Lane Beachley, Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson. The list goes on and on and on. It's really a sort of who's who of surfing who have walked away with the title down here at Newcastle, and we will finish this event today. So, yeah, very exciting times as we look at the girls patiently wait for a set to roll through here. Got a nice south swell. It is backing off by this afternoon. It might even be half the size of this, they're saying. So, going to be a real interesting day.
What do you think the women are opting for equipment-wise at the moment? I think a lot of I should ask you about the men, actually. We've got them coming up next. We've seen most of the women going an inch or 2 up. Do you think the men would be doing the same thing or just regular shorties?
I think regular now.
Yep.
It might have been a bit of a sort of headache at the beginning of the day, but now it's sort of working itself out into pretty stock standard conditions.
Yep.
As we see a paddle, it looks like this is Nixie Ryan, Stace. A good-looking wave here.
That was a classic drop. As she does a nice open face swoop there. Her lowest score is a 4-point ride, so she'll be looking to improve on that as we see the surfer behind having a look in white.
And Nixie is one of those surfers, as we see Kobe, if she gets another turn here, unfortunately just loses the feet. Nixie's right up there in the ratings.
Definitely.
All because a couple of massive results on the 1000s.
I get where you're going with this, and she needs a big one here. This is where it counts. And with so many women left in the draw, it is just wide open. You'd have to be thinking that, you know, a big result here for Nixie, complemented with those earlier, you know, domination in the smaller events. It'd have to see her fare.
What is a big result? Is it a semi?
I think it's a semi, just because we're going to go into 4-person heats.
Yeah.
And then if you're in the semis, there's only 8 people in total that can be there.
Yeah.
They're taking the top 7. I think prior to that, you could probably have said, obviously, a quarter. That would have been the same amount of people left in the event. You know, 8 people, 4 man-on-man quarters. But no, not the case anymore. It's 4-person heats all the way to the final. So, you know, we've got a nervous Mikey Madonna down there on the shoreline on the men's side, but I think it's actually kind of played into his favour as far as like it being 4-person heats now all the way through to the final for the men. The women, though, it's a little more open slather. It's just everyone's left basically. So this next round, the round of 16, if you can get into that round and get a big heat win there, I think you'll be doing pretty well.
A 4.27 for the last of Nixie Ryan. Thought it might have gone a little higher, but at the same time, I understand where they're going, the judges. It wasn't all that steep. She surfed it really nice, but didn't get the connection and kind of didn't get a major manoeuvre. It was two sort of nice carves. As we've got Surfer in blue, that's a big turn there. And rides it out.
Somehow makes it.
Looking for a 4.88. Did her leg fall off the board and she threw it back on?
I think so, which is the judges will definitely have to have a look at that and figure it out. It was still a pretty massive turn, though. If she can get a finish here.
Wow.
You know, like, no doubt there was a bit of wobble in the turn, but it was a massive turn. As we see Safi Vetti here up and riding a nice open face carve. And another one. She does look comfortable, but the wave is just not cooperating.
Yeah, these aren't the waves you're looking for. The ones that go into that dark black hole. Yeah, incredible surfing there from Surfer in blue. Looking for a 4.88. 30 seconds remaining. This one's going to come down the wire. Nixie is having a look. I have a feeling she might be bumped to third here. With 20 seconds on the clock, the judges will be putting scores into their computers.
That's such an interesting wave to score. We'll get a replay for you as we have Green here up and riding. Nice first carve, but like you said, Rossi, unfortunately the wave just fattening out into that hole. She might get a link up through to the inside. Unfortunately, she won't. We will try to stick with this one and see the final result there. I'm not sure if we got a replay of the wave of blue, but it was a brave effort, Rossi. Like, stuck the board up into the lip. Big turn.
Look, even if she... I can't see how you can sort of score that down. Like, if she did lose a foot and she put it back on, it was pretty hard to tell.
And even, it's a tricky one. If it was that turn on its own, it's an easy score to say, I think, no. 4.8 is a big number, but she combos it up with a nice hit on the inside. She needs a 4.88. It's right there. That's why those judges are on the big bucks. They will determine the result of this heat because it will be a close one, and I'm glad to be nowhere near it. That's going to be a tough score. We're waiting. We'll try and get some live scores here as they come in. She needs a 4.88 to advance. For Nixie Ryan, I believe, a progression in a heat here was very necessary. She was holding a 500 as her lowest score, which was one of the biggest replacements that was needed. A lot of the other surfers in this event replacing a 0. So Nixie, I think, might have needed to, make another heat more than, say, her competitors. There it is, a 5.67 for Holly Williams. She'll be over the moon, quite clearly getting the score there. She gets a very happy snap on the sand. We're going to take a short break here at the AAP Consulting Women's Pro, and we'll be back with the first heat of round of 32 of the men coming up.
when you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people.
Who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens region.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Cultural icons in the heart of the city. We're just scratching the Surfest.
Welcome back to the show. This is Surfest 2022 and the culmination of the City of Newcastle Pro and also the AAP Consulting Women's Pro, and we're getting the men's event underway, the round of 32. But wow, upset results for the women, and there's going to be a big shift up on the live rankings. We'll update you on that in a moment as we see there Kobe Enright looking pretty happy with herself.
Yeah, maybe the best surfer of the day, I'd say. To get an 8-point ride and, backed it up with a 4.67, I think she deserves the mantle of being the surfer of the day thus far. Really impressive stuff from Kobe.
She needs it. I mean, she comes into this one outside the top 7, but right on the mark, and with a couple of big names dropping out of the mix above her, there is going to be that opportunity to seize one of those top 7 spots. But Kobe, very accomplished, capable of going all the way here at Merewether. But that's just her first heat today. She's got a lot more to come if she wants to claim that title. The AAP Consulting Women's Pro. Here we go. Back into the men's event now. Jackson Baker gracing us with his presence here at Merewether in this last QS event before he heads down to Bells Beach to give it a good nudge, but a solid start. He's looked so comfortable. I mean, he's always been a really consistent performer. His surfing has gotten so good this year, so much better.
Yeah, I think it was a combination of, getting told that you're one of the best surfers in the world. As soon as he got that that sort of tick next to his name, I think it really made him just sort of surf so much better with a lot more confidence, knowing he belongs.
Well, he's got swagger around the event site now. It's not just out there in the lineup where he's looking really confident. I just think overall he's very aware of what his strengths are. I think he's identified what his weaknesses are. His performance at Pipe was a mind blower. Didn't get the big result there, but I think as a rookie, if you can paddle out at Pipe and get yourself locked into a couple of big caves, you're going to take a lot from it. And he also performed well at the last stop at Portugal. But this is a QS, and he's up against some very hungry competitors at the moment. This is the Sunshine Coast surfer, Noah Stocker, out there in the blue. And he comes into this event needing some big results. He's in 36th spot. The youngster that does some work as a surf coach up there on the Sunshine Coast with Elite Surf Coaching. Went under the wing of Brad Lee and Jeff Pravidi up there, and they'll be tuned in and no doubt watching him go. But I think it's always cool. It's always good to give yourself that reality check and go and earn money the hard way. Awesome for people to be able to tap into the knowledge that he's picked up along the way. Obviously a great surfer.
Yeah, really solid surfer. He's kind of a bit of a Jackson Baker surfer. He's got power. He's got a lot of speed. And unfortunately on that occasion, can't get through to the inside. As we look at the crew down here at Merewether, a lot of Jackson Baker's best friends and family on the screen right now. Baker opened up with a 5.67, so owns the best scoring ride of the heat. A 3.67 for Noah's first, a 2.5 for his last, and a 1.23 for Stewart in the green.
It's actually worked out to be a really smart move, maybe a master stroke. Obviously, Jackson wants to get a victory here, the first Newcastle-born victory at Surfest, but just the conditions that we've got, kind of that flatter face at Merriweather, the opportunity in this more crisp conditions to get some bells-like walls and just get some confidence up before you go down there. Jackson's sitting in 23rd spot on the CT, and in these next two events, he's got to climb in one of those top 22 positions. But yeah, the 25-year-old had a really solid first round effort here in the round of 64. Just looks so complete. Gave us airs, gave us some release, some high-risk stuff, but just breeze through that heat.
Yeah, looking to do the same in this one. This is the round of 32. And a great event for Jackson to sort of find his feet in the wax as we get set for Bells, which will kick off on the 10th of April, the fourth stop of the World Tour run.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Loving some the big announcements from the WSL. The wild card, obviously, Mick Fanning. He's going to be on a mission to test himself against the new guard on the CT. He'll be going up against some of those top seeds, and that's going to be a lot of fun to watch because Kelly's right up the top of the rankings. Baron Mamia's getting the call up again, as we see now in the green. Levi Stewart, he's had a remarkable story to get to this point in the contest. We'll tap into that in a moment. This is Billy Stearman, an Olympian, representing New Zealand at the Olympics, and he's been chipping away and at the top end of the QS ranks for a number of years now.
Yeah, but proved that he's still got it with a big result in Haleiwa last year. So Stearman back on tour and really trying to earn a spot in the Challenger Series. We've got 12 and a half minutes remaining as we wait for that last score to get locked in.
Yeah, let's take the time to check in with, as you said, Mitch, the performer of the event so far this morning, Kobe Enright. That must have felt great.
Yeah, I don't get 8s often, so I'll take that one. I'm stoked. Yeah.
Oh, you take it, and you run up those ratings too. Kobe, obviously coming into this last QS event outside the qualification mark, but you're making that a lot closer now, into 8th position now on the live ladder, but still some work to do.
Yeah, for sure. I kind of came into this year just like wanting to enjoy heats again. Last year was pretty brutal. You spend so much time and energy and going to the Challenger Series, and then I pretty much had the worst run I could have had. So yeah, just starting fresh, and I'm just taking it heat by heat and stoked to have waves here at Newcastle and make it through that one.
You explained that it's not often that you get 8-point rides. Explain how you feel once the onside announcer yells out at you that you got an 8.
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting that. It's hard because you don't really see the other girls' waves out there. There's so much wind, and it's like there's a lot of swell moving, so it's hard to know what everyone else is getting. So yeah, I just knew I had to make all my turns out there because it's pretty slow, so to get an 8, hopefully it's not the last one.
Kobe, we're always talking about just how incredible the honour roll is here, the list of past champs, and you know how much it would mean to young surfers to add their name to that list. We're kind of guessing, but is it something that you pay attention to with the big events that you've been part of? Who has taken the contest out before you?
Not too much, but I do know that like this event is probably one of the biggest events. I know that the first year that I got into this event, it was one of like the biggest things for me back then. So to see all the young girls going into it and making heats and doing so well, if I was going to pick an event to do well, and this would definitely be one of them.
Well, let's just rattle off some of the names. I mean, Pam Burridge, way back in the day, Stephanie Gilmore, Sally Fitzgibbons. I mean, there's been some amazing champs here. Would it be good to stack your name up alongside those ones?
I mean, yes, definitely. All those women have either paved the way for surfing, or I've, like Steph, grown up watching her surf and looked up to her as long as I have. So yeah, definitely to be up there would be pretty cool, pretty surreal moment.
On the road down here in Newcastle, who are your travel buddies at this event?
I've got my partner Matthew with me. I never give him a shout out, so thanks for coming. And then Ellie Brooks as well. So I travel with Ellie to all the challenges, so it's good to have her here. We've got a good little squad, so yeah.
Well, so far you two have been some of the standouts. So congrats, and we're looking forward to seeing you later in the day.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Well done, Kobe. And she's set the pace in the women's event this morning. But during the interview, there were some beautiful looking rides. We're expecting some decent scores, some big turns laid down. Jackson Baker has taken the early lead. No surprises really when you consider just how well he's been surfing in the CT events. But right now we're watching Billy Stearman, who's, I guess, when you look at the national titles over there in New Zealand, he's like their Kelly Slater. He's racked up probably around 10 Kiwi titles. Just a freak. Unbelievable backhand Billy has. This will be a good test for him today to see how far he can go in this contest on the forehand.
Yeah, he's always favouring that backhand, but he can't do so here at Merida as he does a massive lip line floater at the end. He loved it. Kicked the board out. It's going to be a big score there for Stearman. Opened up strong, connected the dots, and finished with a major manoeuvre there, Ron. Where's that going to go? As we look at Jackson Baker's replay, the judges love this. That first turn was everything for a moment, and the second turn was arguably even bigger. Some great surfing, and now we're watching the replay of the man in blue, Noah Stocker. That turn was solid. Looking to get another turn. Unfortunately, can't really connect that second manoeuvre quite as well as the first. So we're seeing three surfers lock in some decent numbers here.
Yes, Noah just connecting it right through to the inside. Just trying to really vary up his approach as much as possible. Got a little swamped in the whitewater there, so maybe missed another opportunity to attack. But here's the replay of Billy's last ride.
First turn was good. He did really well to wait for the wave to stand up so he could go a little bit more vertical. Second turn was good. And this is where you put your hands together. You just say a little bit of, please, give me something down the line. And Billy, he won the lotto here because this section, Ronnie, was huge.
Yeah, and even though it was tricky, high impact, it didn't have dry rock sort of lurching out of the water at him, which we've seen for some of the women earlier on today. They kind of had to make a decision. Am I really just about to throw myself onto dry rock in order to turn in the score I need? So Billy just found a bit of room to move and plugged that turn nicely on the end of that ride. Should be a decent score, but this is turning into a good heat. The round of 32 will light up. Usually out of this round we're going into head-to-head heats, but not today. Just being that we've been forced into this last day of the event window, it's going to be four-man heats in the City of Newcastle Pro right through to the final, and also that will be the case in the AAP Consulting Women's Pro. As we see now, Levi Stewart, another Kiwi here, trying to make his mark in this heat. He's been a little quiet, just a couple of throwaway scores. One of New Zealand's brightest stars.
Surfing against his big mate. They call him Dad on tour.
Do they really?
I don't know. But I think he serves that role, doesn't he?
Yeah, it was always Adriano de Souza was the captain of the Brazilian Storm. And, Billy Stearman.
He's definitely leader of the crew.
He's the Frodo Baggins for them.
Is the replay. First turn was good. This turn's even bigger. Levi just getting busy. Needed to get a big number on the board because the other three guys, they've already had their one big score. Baker's had two. Nice connection. Just hoping something will work out on the inside. The wave does steepen up and gets to throw a little bit of rail there.
From a beautiful part of New Zealand, Waihi Beach up there on the North Island, the east coast of the North Island. A lot of great surfers and just an unbelievable surfing community. I was able to visit Tauranga, just down south of that region, just a couple of years back, and just had a ball surfing with all the local groms there. But Levi's one of their heroes for sure, and remarkable story. Actually broke his back in a couple of places in 2013 as a grom. So he's done incredibly well. At the time, doctors were worried if he'd ever walk or surf again. He was able to get back to this very high level, and we'll see if he can turn his fortune around in this heat, because sitting back in 4th spot at the moment, but he does have a score on the way.
Billy Stammen, 5.57 for that last ride. As we're looking at the man racing on down for that next heat.
He is the man.
It's a big event for him, big heat for him.
And Jacob Wilcox, just one of our best talents. We can see what he's capable of in high quality waves. We've seen him in a number of CT events before, really pushing the world's best. He's quarterfinal in a CT before. He's such a good surfer, but he has to step up in these QS events and start to get some results in the more mediocre conditions. It's probably going to really work in his favour today that we got a bit of swell and nice clean conditions as Billy takes this one through to the inside. Love that connection. Driving up into the pocket now. Great read there. Would have liked a bit of a cleaner finish to that ride, but just love that S turn into rebound hit.
Look, Ron, he's looking for a 3.1. So it's going to be pretty tight here. The first turn was big enough, so I didn't see that. Now looking at the replay, I think this will be the number. The first manoeuvre was solid, but this is where he would have been so nervous, just hoping to get the connection through the inside so I can do something like this. A beautiful pivot rebound there from Billy, and I think the damage is done. I think it'll be more than enough. A 3.1 to move ahead of Noah Stocker with 3 minutes remaining. Stocker out the back with priority as we wait for that score to get locked in. This one's going to come right down to the wire.
Yeah, I first met Billy. He was a really young Grom. He was over at the Oakley World Juniors back in the day. Just turned up as a sponsored rider to surf. And, I mean, he hasn't grown a whole lot since then, but his surfing has gotten big. And I think that's the big thing that he's tried to do these last few years is, he's always had that nice progressive approach, but he's really looked to add some power to his turns, trains the house down, overcame injuries before the Olympics and still managed to qualify. So, he's proved that he can get in there and grind it out and get those clutch performances, but on the QS and the Challenger Series is where he needs to make the big jump. And we'll see if he can do it this year. Certainly capable, and that was a great last ride, enough to see him up in the 2nd spot.
Yep, 4.43, so more than enough. Needed a 3.1, so moves up into 2nd. Now pressure is on Stocker and Stewart. Stewart's actually in the better position, sitting in 4th spot at the moment, looking for a 4.3. He's got the 3rd priority next to his name. Noah Stocker, however, he's got priority. So 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. That tide just about at the top right now. It's a dead high at about a 1.6 metre. So this is when it's meant to be maybe a little bit more inconsistent. But as the water does drift out, should get a little bit busier out there.
One thing's for sure, there's been plenty of opportunity for the competitors in this heat, probably compared to what we saw for some of the women earlier on. So they've had their chances, and it's been good to watch them battle it out, surf it out, rather than just it being a wave-catching contest. And really, we saw some scrappy, low-scoring heats earlier in the day, so people have had their shot at it, as we see on the inside. Billy Stammen connecting with a nice insider. Loads up, little transition hit there, driving up into the pocket again, working this one over, just trying to push his tally up a little bit higher if he can. Bottoms out on the beach there. Checks the clock. Probably won't have time to get back out for more. 40 seconds remaining. Is that one going to factor in at all, Mitch?
I think it might have if he completed the last manoeuvre. It might have. I think it was probably around the similar sort of backup ride, as we're looking for a big number here for the man in green. Well, he's looking for a big number.
Oh, that's
not a good start.
That's going to make it difficult, isn't it? And this wave's starting to fade away in deep water. He is desperate to make this connection here. Needs a 4.3. Might need to, lean into something super critical on the end section. Did so well to maintain momentum there. Levi drives up in a lip. Well, nice turn to get things started, but might need more here. Just gets a little hung up off the top there and goes down.
Gosh, it felt as though he was working towards it. That first manoeuvre on the inside was big. He just needed to sort of wait for that wave to stand up and maybe bash that sort of last closeout section, but unfortunately went down. Looking for a 4.3, Ron. Sleepless nights for that one.
Well, man, he was on his way, wasn't he? The first turn he did pretty well with, and the section actually stood up. I think he was going for 3 turns, and maybe should have just really focused on the 2 big ones. But Levi Stewart will be waiting to see if he got the number, but it's probably unlikely, and it feels like Billy Stearman and Jackson Baker might have done enough there to hang on and progress through. We'll take a quick break. More coming from the City of Newcastle Pro right after this.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people.
Who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens region.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merriweather Surfboard Club.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
City of Newcastle Pro will wrap up today here at Surfest 2022. We're loving being a part of it. We've been hanging to get competition back underway. A 3-day break for everyone, but it was awesome just to sit back and admire the power of the ocean here yesterday. And in that last heat, the first heat of the round of 32 for the men, it was great to sit back and admire the power of Jackson Baker just stepping things up on his road through to the next round. And Billy Stearman.
Oh, is that Billy? Okay. Levo got a good one on his last wave too. I just saw when I was out in the crowd.
He did. He was on his way. He fell on a crucial turn. And, like Mitch Ross pointed out, it's probably going to be one of those waves he replays in his mind.
Oh, no. Don't do that, mate.
Probably for the next few months.
That'll do your head in.
Yeah.
Wait, the waves, I don't know if they just came on or just the boys had got, ended up getting in the right spot, but the tide's dropping. I think it's just gone after high, so, mate, there's some sick waves to be had.
It's coming on, and this guy's got plenty of power to throw up these big walls. Tully Wiley, one of the better surfers of that last round, and he's going to kick off nicely here. Big kid, big turns, and has really started to step things up at this level. A Victorian champ.
Oh,
and
nice.
What a way to kick off his heat. And
bit flat through the middle bit, but the first and last turns were really good.
Which is what it's all been about on getting those big numbers. Zayna Sink, Sunshine Coast surfer. And just like Tully out there, he's taken some state titles as well, but this one not connecting through to the inside for him. Jackson there with Mikey Madonna watching things closely. Mikey, of course, fell out of the mix in his very first heat here, and he was well positioned at the top end of the QS ranks.
Oh, no.
He's got a big result, but he's nervous, no doubt, watching things play out.
You can tell. He's put his sunnies on, off 3 times.
Yeah.
He's feeling the nerves.
Let's see the replay here of Tully's ride. Hoy.
Great first turn. Then the wave goes a bit flat through this middle bit through from the ladies through to the rocks, and then just weaves through the foamy bit. His last turn though, it's a couple of check turns there, and then this turn on the end. Good ending. Hits a lip. Yeah, good vertical snap. Not too bad. Mid-range, but not too bad. Good start. Oh, that was a nice turn on the outside too. We missed this wave because we're watching the Reds wave. 2 turns on the outside, but then he doesn't get anything on the inside. So this will be interesting to see how they score these 2 waves.
Yeah, this is, a really, really good heat with three incredible goofy-footed surfers out in the lineup. Tully Wiley, the Victorian, Zayna Sink here, the Queenslander, Jacob Wilcox,
didn't end that well.
the West Oz Grom, and there's a New South Welshman, full state of origin,
isn't it,
on hand here. But here's Jacob, and we've talked about the calibre of this guy surfing. It's CT level. He just has to break through, and he'll do damage. He's missed out on qualifying by just a couple of spots in the past, and he made good use of his time during that big lockdown period. He collected amazing vision. He took his surfing to another level. Love to see him make the grade, but he's not there yet.
And he's had a couple of wild cards in the Bells, right?
Yeah, he's had some big wild card opportunities.
Or was he in the trials? He got through the trials, I think, the last time.
He's had wild cards at Bells before. We've seen him in WA as well.
Yep.
Just an incredible barrel rider.
Oh, charges too, eh?
Yeah, he's making a move up those ranks. Jacob Wilcox already on the live ladder into 7th position.
Oh wow! So he's on the verge.
He's on the verge, but he's not there yet.
Yeah.
So he really has to just stay alive in this draw, because there's plenty of people just kind of hovering around the outside top 9.
Here it is. There it is.
Yeah, so into 7th spot. Of course, we're taking the top 9.
Yep.
The people that are really vulnerable now: Stu Kennedy, Oscar Berry. They're in a great position to shore up a place.
And was that Mikey just said was in 3rd?
Yep.
Gone down 2 spots just because he got knocked out first round. He's just watching people behind him just going, oh my. So, but you never know though, right?
Yeah.
He might still be there at the end.
You got to look at the points. People are still trying to make up a bit of ground on him. But yeah, Jake Wilcox, looking pretty sharp. But yeah, there'll be movement. There's going to be a surge from these guys at the back end. They're replacing, some of them are throwing away nothing.
I don't know if you looked at the forecast, but the wind when I was just out there then was sort of going a bit southwest. I was like, I hope it doesn't turn too early today. I mean, there's going to be swell all day, but you just don't want that wind to come up from the south.
It'll hang in.
Yeah, it's supposed to, so he's hoping.
Well, Kais King coming off the back of a victory, his first WSL event victory. He's claimed a lot of Grom titles in the past, but that was a big one, a victory in the QS 5000. Went powering to the top of the ratings, sitting in 2nd position at the moment, and he is about to hit the lineup.
So just an average start for everyone, 4.1, 4.5, 5.1. So, but that's all right. That's a good backup score in these conditions. 20 minutes. It's not too short because we have to get it done today, but there's no choice. But 20 minutes, it just changes the way you got to serve a heat. I mean, 5 minutes in a heat seems like so much longer than when you're in a 20-minute heat. So, yeah, they'll have to change their tactics today for sure.
Yeah, Tully Wiley's got a good opportunity to go after his best ever finish in a QS. He's cracked a semi-final. That was last season in a 1,000, and he had a quarterfinal finish at Phillip Island this year in a 1,000. But these are the big ones. This is when CT surfers are entering the mix, so he can really go after a huge finish and a big run up the ratings.
That's what I was going to ask. If they've already qualified for the CT or the Challenger Series, say Jacko and Ryan and whoever else is in there, do they get points towards this and then it goes down another level to the next guy like they do on the CT and the QS? You know what I mean? So Jacko wins the comp, he gets 5,000 points, he qualifies for the...
Those 5,000 points are
nothing.
Just gone.
Oh. So that's ruining someone else's act too. Oh, gee.
Yeah, in some ways it's still...
They should count and then it should just go down to the next guy like it does with everyone, right?
Yeah, No. Well, it doesn't work like that on the CT either. Baron Mamiya won a CT event at Sunset. He keeps those points, but they'll have their place in the QS rankings.
Yep.
Jackson Baker and the CT surfers.
Yep.
However, they would automatically double qualify for the Challenger Series, being that they're CT surfers already. So
that's what I'm asking. If it goes down another place.
But the points aren't redistributed.
Yeah, right. Okay.
But This is going to be a lot of fun. George Patar is the lone natural footer out there in the mix, a surfer from Manly, great surfer, and been enjoying
the natural footer. He's only had
his
one
performance coming on. But this is a good one. Oh, goofy-footed surfers and Merriweather. You know, there's been so many greats over the years, Hoy, and
one.
Oh, there's just one.
No,
there is a few, isn't there? Who are some of the great screwfoots from this region?
I'm trying to think. Mick Adam, Stewie Hughes.
Luke Egan.
Luke, that's what I was saying, the one. There's not many others, goofy footers.
What about Robber?
Chatty Edzer.
Simon Robinson.
Oh, he's not from Merriweather, mate.
No, he's not from Merriweather, but from this area.
Yeah. Oh, this area, yeah. Oh, there's been hundreds from this area. Look, hit left. This is what I was saying. Ladies lefts. There is scoring potential. That was bad luck. There is scoring potential on those lefts. I thought Jacko's first wave got a little bit underscored because the judges find it a little bit hard to see. It's a long way away.
What it is?
I'd hope it is because he did some big turns and finished it pretty well. But those lefts have a scoring potential and you can get straight back out the back. But we'll see if anyone uses them. Oh, there's so many goofy footers from the area, but I was just thinking Merriweather.
You're thinking Merriweather, of course.
I don't think
that's all
outside
you
the box.
But here we go. This is George Patar, and will he make the connection?
Get out of there.
They're starting to link through a little cleaner, but this one looks like it's going to fade away. Just didn't have the energy on that outside. But Tully Wiley has gotten the jump on his competitors on the opening exchange, and he had a big opportunity to push further ahead there, but he kind of blew it, falling on that first turn. But someone who didn't blow it out there this morning was Jackson Baker. Jacko, mate, you look pretty comfortable out there.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice to have conditions. This whole contest, I've grown up on all these waves and know the ins and outs of the reef, so I just had to keep my eye on it all morning. Actually had a good chat to Hoy as well, and I figured out where I needed to be. That left I got, though, you never ever go left there. I guess someone might have sent me that one, but yeah, it was good to get underway this morning.
Oh, yeah, I think that was a good left, Jacko. Good call going left. I've been watching those lefts all morning, and I reckon there was potential. I reckon you got a bit underscored, actually.
Yeah, I felt like the first turn was quite nice. I feel like in between, probably, and first heat of the men's, probably first wave as well.
Yeah,
I like to keep it under wraps because you do two of those, and you go too high, so I can understand that. And then, pretty simple 2-turn carve on the 6. So. Yeah, I've still got a whole lot more in the tank. I'm just chipping away at it. I'm not going to show my cards too early. I'm just enjoying the process of it all, and see how far I can get through today.
Yeah, well, it's going to improve in the tide drop too. It might get more to the ladies' bowl, and it could be sick at low.
Yeah, it'll get really fun. I've seen this morning was really, really tricky for the girls, but there was a lot of moments out there. So just being able to have that. Local knowledge and be on home turf in such good conditions, I'm stoked.
Mate, I think it's been a masterstroke to make the call to come and compete at home this year, not only because you want that opportunity to get the first newly born Surfest victory here at the City of Newcastle Pro, but you're almost kind of getting, just a Bells-like conditions and the opportunity to put a jersey on and test yourself out here.
Yeah, for sure. Everything that I'm doing here is just in order to be best prepared for Bells. That cut's looming and it's looking it looks scary if you look at it too much. So I'm just trying to chip away at it, and everything I'm doing here is in preparation of that, making sure I'm feeling good, my body's feeling good, my mind's feeling good, my boards are feeling good. So it's pretty much a tune-up, and like we've all said, there's been no Novocastrian winners. If I can go home with that MR trophy this afternoon, it'll be a job well done.
Yes, absolutely. We're seeing some action out the back. Jackson, just quickly, mate, talk to us about this cut. It's radical. 5 events and then chopping the field. You've performed so well, but you still find yourself in 23rd position at the moment. Is it on your mind, or are you just enjoying the process and the challenge of potentially breaking through with some big results in these next 2 CTs?
Yeah, I feel like that big result's just around the corner. I felt like every event so far I've learned a lot about myself and my surfing, and I think the biggest thing is just to, I mean, you work your whole life to get there, but it's hard to believe that you belong there against those type of guys. A couple of little mental battles, but yeah, I've had some good eats. I'm putting up big totals. I feel like I belong there. I feel like I deserve to be there for a long time. So yeah, this cut's just a little hiccup in the road, and I feel like a big result, like I said, is coming. I'm putting in the work, and the first 3 events, I feel like I've learned a lot, and that'll push me forward onto Bells and Margies and onto the rest of the year.
Mate, I've been blown away by just the evolution in your performance. More power, just definitely more authoritative in heats, and loving that you've been working on your airs as well. We saw glimpses of that in the first round. So congratulations on that progression, and all the best for this event, and of course the Aussie leg.
Keep the roll on, Jacko.
Thank you very much, boys. I'll chat to you in a couple of hours, hopefully.
Yeah, let's go.
25 years of age, Jackson Baker, and just really well supported by this community down there this morning, and everyone always turns up when there is obviously a local in the mix, and he's done the proud out there, progressing through. We had a great ride from Jacob Wilcox during the interview, just showing his class.
On a lady's left.
On a lady's left, the rare lady's left.
Yep.
Ripped it apart, and here goes George now. He's just trying to get his campaign on track here, and he doesn't have a whole lot of time to do it. Hoy, bringing this one through to the inside.
No, I thought that natural foot he'd be looking for those good running rights. He's got a little double up on the inside here, but he didn't get much done on the outside. It's a hard wave to score. Nice cut back there, though, on the rocks bowl. Gets out of there. That's going to be his best score, obviously, but yeah, still needs a big score.
Yeah, well,
He's
chatting
had a bit of a
to
shocker.
Richie Lovett about George, about just his potential, and Rich, a big believer, just said he's an incredible surfer. He seems to be getting stronger all the time. Surfs for North Stain, so a big part of their push in the Australian Board Riders battle, but he's up against it here. Not so much anything other than the clock. He's trying to get back out there. Here's a replay of Jake's last wave.
2 big turns there. Gets a couple of foam climbs in between here and finishes really well. Gets a little stuck on that one. I thought he was going to fall, and then finishes in the channel, straight back out there. He'll be back out there already. That was a good left. I'd like to see what they scored that, actually. He's wide up and right. Here's a replay of that wave. Got a good first turn, and then it goes a bit flat this wave, and then he has to wiggle through to the inside. Gets a good cutty on the inside here, but nothing really major on the outside.
Yeah, just important though to just keep that board moving, and even if it's small
Right.
increments,
That's nice.
just keep chipping away. I think this wave's going to really help George's chances of potentially turning this heat around. 2.5 minutes to go. Tully Wiley now looking for that connection.
Mate, he's looking for it. It'd be good to see what he did on the outside, because he did a couple of big turns on his first wave. That's what you got to do.
And now Zayna Sink.
I was talking to Hedgie down there. He was like, it's a bit like Bells, isn't it? You don't come off the bottom too hard on those first 2 sections and fit one in, and then come off the bottom for the next one and fit another one in. 2 big turns.
And much like Bells, you got to work so hard for the extra points on the inside.
Yeah.
At Bells, you can do unbelievable surfing on the outside section. If you don't make the connection of the shore break,
yeah,
you know that score's not going into the excellent range, basically. You have to do something truly exceptional on the outside to turn in the bigger scores.
Yep.
So even though you spend a lot of time during the ride, big period of time, you're not really collecting any points through the midsection.
No, at all.
You're collecting on the outside.
Yeah.
And then you're just milking it. And then you get to the inside and you have to stamp that ride.
And if you fall, it's just a waste of time going right to the
huge
inside.
waste of time.
Yeah.
And that's, where George was on his last ride. He had no choice but to stick with it.
Yeah.
He needed to turn it into...
Of course, he didn't do too much on the outside.
Exactly. He needed to commit, but it also chewed a lot of time off the clock for him.
Bells, as is here, sometimes you'll get all your scores on the outside. Don't even need to go to the inside. If you've done 2 big turns on the outside, don't even bother.
Yeah. It's so rare, though, not to see someone
I
attack
know,
the shore break.
I know.
The shore break at Bells, like, like here, kind of stands up. It gives
Yeah.
you more than the typical
Yeah,
shorey.
yeah,
so
for
it ends
sure.
up being one of the best opportunities to do something high risk. Because every time you go there, it's a gamble whether you're going to make that turn.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a tricky shore break too. It's
Yeah.
not easy.
The funny thing is, you almost take the edge off the great work you do on the
Yeah.
outside. Sometimes you ride the shorey and blow it.
Yeah, 100%.
And
That's
I
what
think
I mean.
we'll see that here too.
Yeah, well, we saw it before in one of the earlier heats. He rode it all the way to the beach and fell off on the inside, and
Yeah.
the score wouldn't have changed.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. They often say you're not penalised for what you didn't do on the wave, but I kind of don't believe it. I think you do get penalised sometimes if you miss the completions.
Oh, for sure you do.
Well,
Like
you
I said,
definitely miss out on
sometimes-
adding to the score, but sometimes I think it takes the shine off the ride.
Yeah, I agree.
On the outside at the moment, this might be George Patar's last shot at it, this wave. I can feel the energy fading from here, and he's going to do his best to stick with it. Doing well at the moment. This thing's starting to flatten out. Wow, what an effort to just make the connection through to the inside here. The hoot is going to sound as he looks to finish this thing off. The wave's starting to go dry on the inside. Gets up into the lip, chips away at it. Again, climbs up over the section. Needs a 3.48 here to get himself up in a second spot.
He's waiting for another score to come in too. He's waiting for the up wave before it to come in. So he's waiting for two waves.
Yeah, this is going to be nerve-wracking for Tully Wiley, who started so well with a 5.1, but...
And we didn't see his last wave on the outside that he went to the beach on.
Yeah, well, he's a lump of a human. Have a
He's
look at the
riding
size of him. He's a big boy.
Sick.
And he's capable of big turns. And we saw it, I think, in the opening stages. It looks like he's going to go into the 3-point range on his last ride. That'll push the requirement a little higher for his rivals. But as you mentioned, Hoy, George Pitar has a couple of rides here.
Yeah, he's got two to come in.
So
Jacob Wilcock's got a 6.1 on that left.
Yeah.
Good. I think that's good scoring.
A great
Two big
variation,
turns,
and it allowed him to flow that way. They had just enough energy for him to string together some nice moves.
Yep.
So 6.1 for Jacob. He's sitting pretty comfortably up in first position. Tully Wiley locked in a 3.3, but he will be absolutely sweating on these next couple of numbers. Zaina Singh, he got a 3.87, was enough to get him ahead of Tully, so he's going to finish up outside that top two. And we're waiting on the numbers to come through for George. He got a 3.67 on his previous wave, and he finished with a 3.17. And it wasn't enough for him to get ahead of Tully Wiley.
Wow. What did Tully get? They didn't have his score in
It
there
was
either.
so close. He had a 3.3, so really nothing separating second and third, and even fourth wasn't far behind. But Tully Wiley hangs on in second spot. Jacob Wilcox convincing in first position, powering through to the next round. More action coming your way from the City of Newcastle Pro in just a moment.
That light's going to bring out this pimple on my nose. It's going to be epic. For me, I'm just happy to be home with not getting that much time, but I guess just enjoying the hospitality, the beautiful cafes we have, just getting away for a surf or a swim, and yeah.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people
who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens region.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Cultural icons in the heart of the city. We're just scratching the Surfest.
Welcome back to the City of Newcastle Pro, presented by Burton Automotive. Stace Galbraith, joined by Matt Hoy. Hoyo, I'm telling you could be charging for that info, mate. Jacob Wilcox, 6.1, rare left-hander.
Could have charged him.
Mate, he might have been listening.
He might have been listening. I doubt it, but maybe. Charge him. How much do you charge him? 10%.
Talk to Rossi. Rossi charges the big bucks.
Yeah,
he knows how to swindle a deal. Old Rossi.
Yeah, exactly. I'll just put him as my manager.
That's right. Yeah.
Manager the coach.
I'll let Ronnie do my deals now.
Perfect.
As we see out in the water, Duke Renshaw, the young fella from Byron Bay, and what do you know, Kaius King, also from Byron Bay. I don't think I've said that too often, calling these four-person heats. Benny Spence from the West, WA, and Frederico Marias. That's right.
Yeah, it's
World
sick.
Tour surfer here, getting a bit of preparation in with his coach Dog March and his travelling and sparring partner team of Ryan Callanan and Leonardo Fioravanti. If you're tuning into this event for the first time this week, you've tuned in at a good time, but just recapping, we are allowing international surfers in this event, Hoy, but they won't add any points to their tally. This is strictly for the regional surfers to qualify onto the Challenger Series, but the big dogs, they're allowed to come in and have a bit of a warm-up, so it's exciting for us, and it certainly makes these local lads step up.
Not so good for the local lads who miss out on points.
That's right. Yeah. If you want to do
Ronnie
it,
told
you
me
got to
that.
do it the hard way.
It's not that good. Oh well, but that's like you said. It steps the competitors up to lift their game, and they got to beat them. This is what they're going to be stepping into anyway.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
You got to do it now or next series anyway. So.
Yeah, exactly.
And the next series.
Yeah, it doesn't get
any
easier.
easier. Exactly. If you can't beat them now, when are you going to beat them?
Exactly. So I think a lot of these surfers, they would have potentially more experience out here than, say, a surfer like Frederico, particularly the younger Newcastle locals. But if you look at a heat like this, he's got a couple of young men in his heat, and if they want to beat him, they're going to have to do it all.
Frederico would probably have more experience at Merriweather than the other three guys.
That's right.
Because he surfed all the QSs
That's
here.
true, yeah.
And the CT.
These three, and the CT. Yeah,
he's probably more experienced at competing in Merriweather than all of them put together.
For the CT, he was probably the second most popular person here behind Ryan.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time here too. So.
Yeah.
And he's a good bloke, so it helps.
Definitely. He would have been pretty stoked to see this forecast, for a bit of practice leading up into the Bells event. But unfortunately, I don't want to put a dampener on things, but that long-range forecast for Bells is looking...
Ronnie said that.
Looking, unfortunately, not too strong. So this might be the only chance we get to see the big swoop out of the Frederico camp this leg.
It changes so quick down there, though.
It can. Yep. So fingers crossed that back half starts to get filled up.
It's like all the
great
energy's on the east coast, so it hasn't even gone down south yet.
Yeah.
And it comes again by the look of it next week.
Here?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't even had a chance to look, but yeah, that's...
So all the lows are spinning in a weird spot.
Yep.
Hasn't changed the season. I mean, it's gone to autumn, of course, but the winter, those big southern storms hasn't pushed up at all yet.
Yep. Yeah, this last low was quite intense and really close to the coast.
Mm.
Like you said, it's a long way down.
Oh, here we go. Look, they've listened. I just think, just to get you got to be a bit further over to the right of the screen. So.
Yep.
But there's definitely scoring potential there if you get the right one, for sure. And you get back out so quick.
I saw Tully Wiley in that last heat. He had a fall, but that wave would have been incredible if he had been able to make it.
Yeah.
So the young surfer from Byron Bay, they're getting a quick start at 2.5. We saw Frederico Marias in the green there, in and out. It's going to be interesting now for these gentlemen in third and fourth priority. You can see them just creating a little bit of space. Where would you shuffle off to, Hoy?
You've sort of got to be in the spot out there. There's the in-between sets. The big sets aren't that good. They're a bit of a closeout, bit fast. But the mid-size sets are good. There's actually a couple where there's just one wave that's good. That hit right on the spot at the peak at the ladies there and run through. They all actually, because the reef's the same, just it's been sanded up. Obviously, it doesn't move really the rock shelf. So it's an exact line to where the rocks is. So if you get the right one, those mid-sized sets, mid-sized waves, really, they run all the way through with a bit of a wall.
We're coming off the top of an early morning high tide, and the tide going out all day. You expect to see a few more sort of medium-sized waves start breaking out?
Yeah, for sure. Well, they're all going to break. I reckon there's going to be a couple of small ones that are going to run all the way through at low.
Bit of surfer in the tube.
I reckon there's going to be a couple of barrels
That
too.
would be
Dead low.
sick.
If the wind stays offshore like it's supposed to. Well, here we go. These are those lefts.
Oh, that was sick.
That was a nice big floater, but that's a bit far over to the. It's so hard to tell on the screen. You go out there and it looks completely different than on the screen, right? It's a way bigger playing field than what it actually looks. But there's definitely at lower tide. I think that the rip will run out in the corner a bit where the ladies bowl, where the ladies bars is, and then here's a good nice top turn there. Fits 2 in out the back. That's what you got to do.
Stoked with that.
Yeah. He's going to see what he can get off the rocks. He mightn't get anything. Some of these waves will just wash all the way through, and you don't get an inside bowl at all. It's funny, he might get a little one though. He's done his work on the outside. Has to finish. And he does. Good.
What a way to start a heat.
Isn't
Jacob, your boy Benny, getting it done. Sorry, mate, we just lost you there. I'll ask you again there, mate. You see Benny a fair bit over in the west?
Yeah, I do a bit. He's actually moved up to the Goldie lately, so he's been hanging up there. But I said it's not very often you see 2 West Aussies getting through heats in an event.
I've seen you and Jack Robbo absolutely decimate the QS over the years. I'll have none of it, mate. Speaking of which, you did really well out there, mate. You picked off one of Hoyo's lefts. He was very happy.
Yeah. I was looking at the lefts. They kind of just come back at you a little bit more, but it's pretty slow out there, so I was definitely happy to get through, and hopefully you can get through a few more heats today. 20-minute heats, it feels like it's a bit old school, 4 minutes. Let's get into it.
Yeah, mate, I love you going that left. I've been saying it all morning. Those lefts are a good score, and you can get straight back out there too, right?
Yeah, it was an easy paddle back out. Everything seems pretty easy after looking at the last few days. It looked like it was just carnage out here. So there's a channel you can get out. It's nice and small, but hopefully when the tide drops it gets a few more, but happy to get through.
Awesome, Jacob. We're going to let you go and get warm and get ready for another heat. A big day of surfing, mate. We wish you all the best.
Cheers, Stace. Cheers, Hoyo.
Good lad. I'm sure...
a good surfer.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure if Jacob was... if his knee was 100% and he was sort of looking solid in the draw, I wouldn't have been surprised to see him out here yesterday having a good honest crack, but he's got some bigger goals in mind at the moment and a body that's sort of like... He's about 80%, I think, with the knee, maybe 70. So
Yeah, right.
he's just sort of managing a bit of a knee injury there, and he knows this event's super important to him. So he's gonna try and do it the easiest way possible, ride the least amount of waves, and get good quality every time he stands up. So, but yeah, certainly, he's a fantastic surfer, and obviously growing up in Western Australia, he knows his way around a big open ocean. So.
Yeah, he looks pretty good for 80, 70, 80%.
Yeah, it might be improving each day. He said he jumped. He said it felt a lot better than the Tweed comp.
Yeah.
So I guess it's just a matter of time of just rehabbing it and making sure it's good. But he would be very happy to make it through this heat here today, and then also a few more, because I think he'd be a bit of a weapon at snapper when that comes up.
Yes, definitely. Beware the injured surfer too. Always, I reckon.
Yeah.
Oh, he's injured. He's not going to go that good, and then he does that.
Yeah. I mean, look at Morgan here last year. He was walking around with a broken toe and a broken jaw and whatever else, and it feels like he was just a bionic man, but it didn't stop him.
Yeah.
Yet.
Once you're out there and riding waves, you don't feel any of those injuries anyway. It's just they're worse on land than they are in the water.
Yeah,
for sure. Unless it's debilitating, obviously.
Yeah.
But if not, if you can actually get out there and have a go, you don't really feel it.
As Jacob mentioned, he was pretty stoked to see his West Oz mate, Benny Spence, get off to a good start there. A 5-point ride for Ben. Easily the strongest start of this heat. So he'll be looking in a pretty good position here to get back out the back and hopefully ride one more good wave with 8 minutes to go. But it's Caius and Frederico that are kind of out there at the moment, really looking for a start.
Stopped, I know. This is what I was hoping it wasn't going to do today, is just slow right down. You want everyone to get their fair share. It's torture if other people getting waves around you and no one gets a chance. It's the worst.
Oh, absolutely worst, particularly in 20-minute heats. That time
time flies. That's what I was saying before. Like that extra 5 minutes seems like an extra 20 in a heat.
Yeah. So Caius here having a look at this one. Like you
He
said,
had
it's
to do something, didn't he?
It's one of the smaller waves, but he gets a little wrap out of the top there.
This one might wrap onto the ladies' bowl, so keep with it if you can.
Yeah, it looks like it's got that right amount of energy, but he opts not. We see the end of a first turn there from Frederico. We saw a lot of spray after that first turn, and we certainly saw a lot of spray on that turn. His timing, perfect. And also a very mature decision to let that first little one go. Obviously, the second wave of the set in this set looking a lot easier to surf and a lot more scoring opportunity. So he's done well there, Freddie.
Hasn't he? It'd be good to see those first two turns. The second one was good. I think he did a big first one as well. By the Lord, here it is. Replay. Comes mid face off the bottom. That's what I was... and two big turns on the outside. This is going to be a good score. That's what I was talking to Hedgie. And it's a bit of a mid... It's a lot like the Bells thing. A bit of a mid-face bottom. So if you come off the bottom too much, you miss that. You lose a bit of speed. You want to keep your speed out of those first two turns so you can get through to the inside.
Totally. Sort of, you get better as you go along almost. And Freddie sort of did that perfectly there. You know, just a little check at the start. Keep
Come out of that second turn high too, not too low. Come out of that second turn with speed, so you don't have to. The dead section doesn't look as dead.
Yeah,
you know?
just sort of skipped over it.
Yeah.
Yep.
There we go. Oh, big hack on the outside. Just one turn though. It's just, oh no, it's frustrating for a local to see these like one-turn waves because a day like today would be pumping if it was all set up with no sand. It'd be perfect. And it's pretty good still, but it's just, the sand's just wrecking it as it does.
A few of the lads there.
Yeah, the boys, I love that they're all down there psyching. It's so good. No one leaves the beach and they're all rooting for their mates and cheering them on. It's so good to see.
Yeah, that little pack there, they're all in the mix.
Yeah, right.
Particularly that front row.
Yeah, right. How good's that?
Yeah.
Do you reckon they're niggling each other?
Have to be, right? You know.
It makes it fun anyway, right?
Yeah. Kehu Butler's right up there.
Yeah.
Kalani
He's
Ball.
still going though too, right?
Yeah, all those lads there still
right.
strong.
It's
so
pretty good, eh?
It's going to be...
The Savo's going to be good.
Yeah, this round here for the men and the women, it's really just setting up play for the day. An early elimination here is going to be near fatal just because of how many surfers are left in the draw. It's just a numbers game. There's still so many possibilities of who can come down the line. In this heat, Caius King, he is second on the ratings, and he'd be looking pretty good. If he can make it out of this one, he'd be pretty stoked.
Well, he's waiting for a score to come in still. Oh, no, he's not. They gave him that score. He got over 3.07 for that. So, Caius leading the ratings, man, and he's 4 minutes to go, needing a good score. So, the scores are coming for Frederico. There it is, that wave, last wave, 7.33. Good score. Two big turns on the outside. That just says what you got to do right there.
Yeah, and a pretty nice finish. He'd be very happy with that after a pretty slow start. So straight into the lead.
Yeah.
Happy days. But
he might need another score.
I mean, he could easily just manage this one out here. He did have a little look at a wave on the inside, which I think might have cost him a priority order situation. I think I think Ben Spence will beat him back out the back.
Some good-looking sets coming in.
You can see them paddling there on the left of your screen.
Yeah,
which,
right. Put him into fourth.
Into fourth, which it's a big deal today, the difference between third and fourth priority.
Well, here's a good-looking set. If this hits right, you're watching it from the beach. You go, there's a set coming. The boys don't see it till silly on top of them, really.
Yep. And it kind of they need to be on the spot, or it's sort of too late, right?
Yeah, and you can't. Some of the sets are pushing really wide too, into the closeout bit, but the deep good ones are worthy. You just got to watch the ones as these ones pushed a bit wide onto the bank, so just made it a closeout. See, these sets on a good day would be firing without all the sand on the end. Yeah.
Yep.
They're
Maybe
the ones
the
you
sand
want to
got
get.
obliterated from that swell, but then it just got put straight back in there.
Yeah,
The
well,
other-
it just
some new
moved it.
sand.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we
It
see.
flattened
Freddie.
it up the beach right out, but it just moved it to not the right spots. Weaving through there. Pity they don't all count.
No.
Well, there's his...
Oh,
yow.
Ouch.
He got that wave. That was that set. If he did a turn on the outside, that could have been an all right score too. He's only got a better of 1.17. So he's Ben Spence. He went to the lead on his last wave.
He did. It was a lovely big turn, the 4.8.
Yeah, that was that big
strong
hack, wasn't it? Yeah,
turn,
okay, yeah.
He's got a pretty classic old sort of school style. You know, he's very rail to rail. Lots of drive in all of his turns. Freddie would have been hoping for a bit more out of that ride. A completion would have seen him go back to the lead. But now, the requirement for him is a 2.47. So
still waiting for that score to come. He's one of those mid-sized sets. These are the ones you sort of want to get. The deeper ones that hit the what do you call it? Shelf, bank, sandbank, whatever else is out there today. They sort of run a bit better, but this one looks like it's going to close out as well.
There's a lot of those ones, isn't there?
Yeah, they're just that last bit there. It's not usually there.
Yeah, you want it to just stay open. You're just hoping. Same with this wave. I don't know if there's two turns in it. There's barely one. So Kaius, he'll get back out the back there.
Wow.
And Federico did go to the lead on that last ride there with the work that he'd done before the fall, a 3.5. So he's sort of, after a slow start, he's sort of done this one relatively with ease from that point on. The 7.33, a series of nice turns, and then pretty comfortably getting the lead on that last ride. So that's pushed the requirement out now for Duke and Caius. Duke Rencher chasing a 6.37 and Caius King a 6.73 to advance. I mean, the good news for them is they're the only two that are really out the back with priority. I believe the other two lads would be paddling back out as you see the next heat in the water getting ready. But I believe the boys in blue and red here, they're going to need a bit of help from Mother Nature.
Aren't they? 1 minute to go.
If there any chance.
Is Duke up there in the ratings too?
And the young fella is not up there too highly on the ratings, but he's a
goes.
talented
Pulling
young man.
Whoa, what?
Go. Oh, wow.
Backdooring left, ladies left. Pig dogging into it. Never seen that in my life.
Kids these days, eh?
Yeah.
Benny Spence in this heat. He's in 40th, so he'd be stoked with his position in this heat in progressing at the moment. I know Caius King was in second position.
Wow.
Fred Marico Rice is unrated. Caius would need to do a big air. He knows it. Oh, you've got to be careful of the tail of his board there. I can't even see Duke Rencher anywhere near the top 100.
Oh,
He might have only done one or two events.
Counting down. This heat is over.
So the young
big upset.
The young man's done well to get into this round, but it will be Caius King and Duke Rencher. Unfortunately, both the surfers from Byron Bay being eliminated from that heat. Not the start of the day they were hoping for.
No.
So they will get in and debrief that one with their teams. We're going to take a short break here. We'll be back with Heat 4 with the round of 32 of the men's QS 5000 here at Merriweather.
It's just a really good place. You have good food. Everybody's so nice. There's a really good surf culture, but at the same time, it's not only about surfing. There's like the city life of Newcastle, and it's a place that I really want to come back to every year.
When you deal with the Burton family,
you're dealing with local people
who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens region.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merriweather Surfboard Club.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Welcome back to the City of Newcastle Pro presented by Burton Automotive. We've had a cracking morning and a little bit of carnage in the women's this morning, Hoy, with a few eliminations from a few of the women that were high up there in the ratings. We've now moved on into the men. We've got a cracker of a heat here. Samson Coulter in the red. Important heat for Sheldon Simkus and Mitch Parkinson, both Snapper Rock surfers, and the young local who had a fantastic heat the other day, Josh Levy. He'd be pretty stoked to see these conditions in his front yard, mate.
Yeah, everyone would be stoked to see these conditions after the last few days. It's a lot easier, a lot nicer. Just hopefully it stays consistent and everyone gets their fair chance to, have a go.
Yep. He got his fair chance there, young
Didn't
Federico.
And the tide's dropping all day today, so it's gonna get a little bit more consistent with more waves breaking. There might be a couple of hollow ones later in the day, I reckon.
Young Samson here, surfer from Manly, Australia. He's looking light on his feet as he tries to bring this one through to the inside. He'd love to get a big end section here to add to those two nice turns at the start of the wave. He does. Whammo!
Wow, that was a good ending.
That was fantastic. Kind of what you got to do on a smaller wave like that. Give it everything you've got. And
look how close he was to the rocks there. It's dry. That is dry. Look, he was on the rocks. I thought he was a bit wider then. That was right on the rock shelf.
Imagine if he pearled.
A couple of the girls. At the rocks there, it's pretty weird. The wave actually washes over the top a lot. And you can lose your board there and it doesn't even get a ding. It just goes on top of the rocks.
Yep.
And that's exactly what he did. He timed it perfectly and went over the top of the rocks. That was a good first turn. Just weaves through the inside here and finishes with that last one. We'll see where he is. I'll show you what I mean. That you can sort of glide over the top. Even though it's dry, here it is. I thought he was wide. I thought he was on the shore break here, but he's right on the shelf.
Whoa.
Right there. Look, that's dry. Right in front of him. Oh, he gets out before it.
Wow.
Wow, that's good. I saw a couple of the girls this morning go, I was going, oh no, you're not in a good spot there to do that turn. But as I said, sometimes the wave pushes over the top of the shelf. It sucks out shallow, but it actually moves over the top.
He did so well there. 4.67. It was a lot of output for that score, but nevertheless, you'd still definitely take that today with, like we said,
start.
20-minute heats. We're cranking through them. A good start like that's super important.
Yep.
I'm looking for Samson's name here on the live ratings, and again, I've got to scroll a long way down, too far for my liking to see where he's at. So I'm going to say Samson would be looking for a win here to really get himself in the mix. A few surfers who I don't have to scroll too far down for would be Sheldon Simkus. He's currently on the live ratings, I believe, 11th, and Mitch Parkinson on the live ratings at 18. So this heat here for these two gentlemen, they would spend a lot of time surfing heats together at the Snapper Board Riders, and here they are. They find themselves again on one of Australia's premier right-hand points, and they've got a very, very stacked heat on their hands. They've got the young fella in green, who I would say was one of our performers of the early rounds, and Hoy, how dangerous is it when you get someone in a heat they're kind of just surfing for their friends and family and a bit of fun. They're not really,
for sure.
No ratings on the line.
No, ratings on the line is the heaviest thing of the lot. That's you don't want any of that pressure. But just to be out there, winning some money, surfing like you said at your local in front of your friends and family, it's no pressure at all. The other guys are trying to go on from here, getting points, and that's where all the pressure comes from.
Definitely.
Just pressure on yourself more than anything.
Yep. Again, these two young men in the blue and the white, they've spent their lives growing up and surfing at Snapper. That's where that first Challenger event is, and Mitch Parkinson said that to us the other day in his interview. It's like that's all he's thinking about. He's like, I'm in that comp.
Yeah.
I can't have an event in my front yard and not be a part of it. So Mitchell got a lot of motivation there.
Fair enough.
And don't want to put the horse before the cart, but I reckon he'd do all right.
Yeah, I reckon he would
too. He's very handy out there. He's got a good read on the break, and I know his father Daryl and brother Tom, they'd be tuning in, so g'day gents. And I'm hoping Mitchell can get himself on the board here. We don't like any nervous parents. We don't want those heart rates getting up too high.
They do.
They do.
They do. I know they do.
No matter what.
Daryl, what a legend. The whole Parkinson clan are the best.
Yeah, absolutely. Freddie, how are you, son?
Good, and you guys?
Good. What'd you do on your days off? You love Newey.
Yeah, I've just been trying to get over the jet lag. It's been really hard, but yeah, it was a couple of fun days. Huge swell was good to see. We went to the Arbor yesterday, so see the big waves, and yeah, got heaps of new boards to try. Unfortunately, didn't work that out here in Newey, but at least you've got a beautiful day of comp today.
Definitely. How'd that one feel in that heat then, mate?
It feels kind of sketchy always. 20 minutes, it goes by so fast. It's kind of crazy, but yeah, I got a good score, then a little back up. So yeah, good to start the day.
Good to get in the contest fest before Bells, mate. It's a little mini version of Bells. Really fat bowl, really. You know what I mean?
It is. Kind of get in the mood for Bells. The forecast's not looking great, but we'll see what happens.
True that. Yeah, well, job well done, Freddie. Could be a big day of competition for you, mate. So we'll let you go and get a coffee and a chocolate croissant and enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Ryan made the joke to me once that Freddie's just fueled on chocolate croissants.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's kind of...
I heard Leo loves, like, he hunts out the best coffee in every city too.
Yep.
So he's been drinking at the coffee shop in the back streets of Merriweather, and
Yep.
partner's been seeing him there
Yep.
going, oh, how does Leo know about this good coffee? And Dog
Yeah.
said, yeah, hunts out the best coffee
Yep.
and just relentlessly goes
Yep.
there every day.
The Italian in him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jumps in behind the machine and...
How's it go? I'll
This is
tell
how
you
I
how to
do
make
it.
a coffee.
Yeah, I'll show you guys. You call this a coffee? No, Australia does coffee very, very well.
Well, they never used to. When I grew up, there was no such thing as coffees.
Yeah.
So-
Servo, something that burnt your tongue
Yeah, I
for,
didn't
the,
even-
for the week.
Yeah, I never knew about them.
Red off the end here. Clever. Clever for Samson to try and get a bit of scoreboard pressure on these gentlemen, but unfortunately not working out for him there. But I like his thinking, trying to just extend that early lead he's put on, and these gentlemen out the back here now have got sort of like a mini pecking order established. Mitchell Parkinson sitting the furthest out the back there you see on just to our right of screen. That's young Josh Levy just underneath him, and Sheldon Simkus just had an in and out there, so he'll have third priority. So Sheldon almost has... Look, it's not ideal, but at least he has a focus now. His focus is waves like this, because you know he's not going to get a set, and it could play out for Sheldon as we have, not a lot of guaranteed bigger options. So Sheldon's going to get busy here. He's going to start his heat with this ride, and he will milk it through to the inside. We spoke about it earlier, Hoy. Some surfers looking to get their second score first, if that makes sense.
Yep,
This could be that way for Sheldon.
And it definitely makes sense in conditions like today and in 20-minute heats, for sure.
Yep.
You just got to get something on the board.
Got to get something on the board.
It's a backup.
Yep.
And then just sit and wait. That's the best. And the conditions are slowing up, obviously, so you've just got to do it. And that was not too bad, I don't reckon.
That was...
And what... he rode a wave before, right?
He did.
So shouldn't he be in fourth priority?
Well, he was in third, and then Red got that little one as well. So those two were kind of in third and fourth. Yeah.
And the other two hadn't ridden a wave, so there's no priority between them.
They're still in a good old-fashioned paddle battle.
Yeah. I thought that.
But I got a feeling that Mitch Parkinson...
So do they get priority over the other two?
Yes.
Yes, right.
Yeah,
so they're really in first and second right now. If you could say, but there's no first or second.
That's
they're
right.
in equal second.
Exactly. They're an equal. They'll call it sort
equal
of
first.
Equal first. Okay, so this is where it gets very, very interesting, and particularly for the young surfer in green, I would say he has the most to lose, and the reason because he's on the outside of Mitchell.
Yeah.
Mitchell's deeper. It's obviously the more rights than lefts. What Josh can't do is he can't really back Mitchell up on this next ride.
Yeah,
because if he does, he backs him up and he has a too good of a look, or maybe even a quick look, in and out, then he'll go straight to third after not even really catching a wave. So he has to be very careful of the next wave that he paddles for.
Yeah, or even looks at.
Or even really looks at, because, we've seen it. We sort of it happened to Owen Wright against Billy Kemper at Sunset. It's sort of a similar situation where Billy... because he was holding first priority, he could kind of play that kind of taunting role, and it actually had more of an effect on the other surfers in the heat than him. So it's a bit of a mouthful to explain. Hopefully we don't see it play out here for the young fella, because I want him to ride waves.
He's just got to stay away from
He's just got to ride the wave that he wants away from Mitch, or try and get the inside off Mitch, which would be a very hard thing to do. Yes, I don't think that's going to happen. But yeah, he just has to be the most careful. He's got the most to lose. Just because we have seen a lot of paddle and misses today.
Yeah, for sure.
Just given the wind, given the size of the swell. So It is one of those things where there's just a little bit of added pressure here for the young man in green. Just, not so much scoreboard pressure, but just wave selection. He's got to be very sharp on his next wave.
All the kids down there annoyingly happy for a seat.
Talk about getting in the zone.
I know.
Yeah.
Nothing worse.
Yeah.
Oh, there is worse, but...
Yeah, I think...
Leave him alone. He's trying to psych up for a heat.
And as we see here, Sheldon, he's kind of... His heat's like made up. He has to be doing this now.
Yeah.
Grinding out scores, which isn't going to happen on this wave, but... Look, there's just no point in him sitting out there and waiting.
That's right.
He's got to get going. There's under 10 minutes on the clock now. He's got a 3:17. Obviously, he'd be looking for something around that number or higher. I don't think that eventuated on this wave, but ultimately, he would like to put himself in a situation to have one more chance with about 5 minutes remaining. Whereas these surfers out the back, Mitch and Josh, they, if they don't get going soon, they might only get one chance in this next sort of 7 minutes, if that makes sense.
Oh, for sure. They're only going to get one chance.
Yeah.
You do one, you ride a wave to the shore. That's a 3-4 minute paddle.
Yeah, and there's no bonus wave. Sometimes you do get that shorey, but you look at this wave reforming now, it's not going to do it.
Nah.
So, as
not
we
every
see,
wave does it.
No, exactly. So as you see, Red here again trying to add a bit of scoreboard pressure because Sheldon Simkus actually just went to the lead. Now it's not a big total, but he is the surfer, obviously in that first position. So you'll take that at this point in the heat.
Oh, for sure.
I wouldn't know who I'd want to be right now. Whether I'd want to be, blue or say white.
I'd like to be red.
Yes.
Right now.
Yeah. Especially
with the
when
high scoring wave of the heat.
Yeah.
He's only got he's in the box seat really.
Yep. It's
and with the score to come in, we haven't got our scoreboard up at the moment, boys. Please.
As we have.
Here we go.
Mitchell.
Mitch waited for a long time for this wave. Big floater.
Trademark Parkinson floater.
Oh, get this. Keep your speed, mate. See how he got a bit stuck there? Lost all his speed. You've got to keep your speed through that section there to get through the inside. That one didn't like it did it anyway. Yeah, look at it. There was nothing.
Yep.
There was nothing after that anyway, but huge floater at the start.
Oh, classic floater.
Waited for a long time though.
Ooh,
Good manoeuvre, but...
Oh, these freak me out, those little foam climbs.
Oh, yeah.
Such low scoring turns, but such high risk.
Yeah. Just get flipped.
Yeah.
That's why they're sitting sort of a bit wide. I think the waves are more to the right of the screen, out the ladies, but they're sitting sort of out off the rocks bowl, which is, it goes fat so quick. You've sort of got to get the run into that bit.
Yep.
As the tide drops, I think you're going to see it move over a bit more.
Yep. Mitchell here having a little sniff under the inside.
This wave might be good on the inside. Even without priority 2, on a day like today, he comes sit off the rocks and maybe get a score that doesn't even break out the back.
Yep. What's your thoughts on the next little shorey over?
Yeah, there's actually waves in there too. They were looking in there before. There's a little left shore in there, but I don't know if they're going to score you in there. You know what I mean? If you could get 2 big turns on the shore and then they're just going to go.
Yeah.
That's a 3.
Totally.
Because you're not out the back.
Yep.
They did it a couple of years ago when they were surfing the rocks and someone went out the back and just got one way. I think in the girls' heats, in the women's heats. They went out the back and got one turn in and still beat. I think it was Tyler's, one of Tyler's heats, maybe.
Yeah, she did have a heat where she started on the inside against Courtney Conalog.
And she got good waves in there, but they just didn't.
I hope I didn't just commentators curse Josh Levy there, because he just did exactly what I hoped wouldn't happen.
Did.
Sorry, Joshy.
Oh, they're definitely sitting too far to the north.
Okay, here he goes. He's managed to snag this one under the pack. A classic bottom turn there. Beautiful turn out of the top. And another. Well done.
Bored.
And he, like you said there, Hoy, keeping that speed through the inside. This young man, he's
going to get the inside bowl. He took off in the right spot. He was further to the south.
Yep.
And he's going to get this inside connection for sure off the rocks. Hit it. Yeah, good ending.
Wow. He knows it. Yeah, Grom.
Wow. Like, that's his first wave.
Yep.
And he can go into second spot with it.
Yep.
On one wave. See where that wave...
Yep.
You could have done a turn before that. They're not... We've got to coach him into this.
You need to get down. We need to get you a little tent set up.
No,
just in the corner. Just suit and tie.
Yeah,
a little invoice book down there.
And put a tie in this flannel.
Yeah. Bit of Newcastle fashion.
Yeah, exactly.
So good.
Like this wave, he finishes so well. Just rocks bowl, boom.
Wow.
Got a couple of good turns on the outside too. Good stylish bottom turns.
As we have.
Oh, here. This is a wave here. Red. Get up. Quick. Boom. First turn. And then the wave just flattens out so quick. Oh, no. He's going to... These are the running ones.
Oh, he's
Get
picked
moving.
this one well, hasn't he?
Keep your speed. What has he got? He's got to the rocks bowl here. Let's see if it bowls up
better
for
at
him.
1.83, which he's definitely done that.
Got to finish it.
Looks good on his board.
Well, did well.
You'll be
See, that one
stoked
ran
with that.
through. It was a mid-sized wave, but it had the speed to run through to the inside.
Yep.
Kept its volume. Is that the word?
Yeah.
Through that middle bit?
Not like Mitchell's wave that seemed to just sort of die out. Had all the energy out the back bank, but not the grower on the way through. So good wave selection there from Sampson.
On a mid-size, that was not even a set.
Yep.
So I think when the tide drops, there's going to be a lot more of those ones.
Yep.
Here it is again.
They look fun to surf, these waves.
Bit flat, the waves, but he did a good turn and then keeps his speed through this middle bit. Does a nice little foam. Didn't really get a turn in there, did he? Just weaving through this bit, but finishes well on the inside.
He's only got a better of 183, which
He's
no
done that.
doubt. And this one did well not to go too far back there, and a nice slashing turn into the big finish on the shorey. Take that.
Well, that's just cemented his lead, right? The win. No one's going to catch him from there.
Well, unless there was sort of, a crazy two-wave set out the back there for Mitchell and Sheldon, I don't see that happening.
Josh only got a 4.4 for that.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they mustn't like those outside turns.
Yeah, I guess it was a smaller wave because he'd had just paddled for a wave and missed, so maybe he was a bit further in than we thought. But still, again, he did well there to kind of turn that situation around because it could have been disastrous for him if that wave didn't come. See, now he's committed to the inside. He only needs
he'd go.
He needs a small score.
This next one might do it for him.
Yep. He needs to get in.
Well, that's
and
a good idea right here. See this inside.
Definitely.
He could have got if he got on that.
Yep.
Look.
It's good awareness from the grommet to be doing this.
He's going to get one here. This is a rocks bowl if he gets it. Paddle, son. Oh, no. Here it is.
1.54 the requirement.
Smart surfing. Get over the hump. Oh, no.
I'm going to say that's not enough.
I don't think it's enough either.
He needed to get hopefully
he
a
would
little
have
more
got
vertical.
it if he got over the hump there. See, that first one was the one.
45 seconds to
Wow.
go.
Oh, what?
1.3.
Oh, no. He's still got another chance.
He might get another chance.
Paddle, Grom.
We've got Sheldon Simkus and Mitch Parkinson on the outside. There's 30 seconds
He's got
to
a
go.
dart straight right here.
Yep.
This is it.
This could be coming straight to him.
No, he's going the wrong way, though. That's what he did on that last one. He went to the left too far, and he didn't get over the hump. Wow. What's he going to do? Did he get this wave or what? There's still time. Oh, here he goes. 5 seconds. Needs a 1.54.
It looks exactly the same as that other wave. It's got the split in it. He's not going to get over it.
Oh, no, he's devoed.
Sheldon Simkus, if Mitchell Parkinson didn't ride a wave, which I don't believe he did, Sheldon Simkus cannot believe what just unfolded there. That was...
wow.
That was a gnarly heat.
Wasn't it?
All kinds of different strategies at play.
Yeah. Really slow heat there too. It's slow him right up, but the inside nearly came into play there. The rocks bowl.
We are going to take
that first little double up.
A short break here. We'll be back with heat number 5 of the round of 32 at the City of Newcastle Pro, presented by Burton Automotive.
Mama told me to never look back. She said, strap your things tight across your back, honey. Mama told me to never look back. She said, strap your things tight across your back, honey. Mama told me to never look back. She said, strap your things tight across your back, honey. Mama told me to never look back. She said, strap your things tight across your back, honey.
When you deal with the Burton family,
you're dealing with local people
who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens region.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Welcome back to the show. Things are starting to intensify here on what will be the final day of competition at the City of Newcastle Pro Surfest 2022. Couldn't have done it without the support of Burton Automotive, who've been right behind this contest for a long time. Another heat stacked with big names. Hitting the lineup here, Leonardo Fioravanti, the CT surfer from Italy, will be out there in the red. Jarvis Earl, he threw the turn of the contest at us last time we saw him out there in the jersey. The youngster will be in blue. Thomas Cavallo of the Gold Coast, he'll be out there in the white. And Matty Job from Burleigh Heads will be out there in the green jersey. Should be a good one. Ronnie Blakey joined by local hero Mitch Ross. Mitch, mate, this is going to be a lot of fun because each of these guys has had some big moments this year competitively, and they've got a great test, especially those non-CT surfers, to match themselves up against one of the gnarliest competitors we've ever come across.
Yeah, he's brilliant, Leonardo, for sure. Out there in the red at the moment, surfing a bit of a warm-up event before he gets down to Victoria in the next few weeks. Got a bit of a paddle here from Jarvis Earl. Little goofy footer out of Cronulla. This wave goes straight into the dead section, so out of that one. But you mentioned one of the biggest manoeuvres of the event thus far for Jarv. As we see green up and riding. It's Matty Job.
Yeah, really smooth style, Matty Job. Classic approach. And that same smooth style saw him take out the big single fin event at Burleigh Heads against an incredibly stacked field of current rippers and veteran shredders. Samson Coulter enjoying a bit of the limelight, signing some autographs down there on the beach.
Yeah, did a good job there, getting through that last heat. Pretty small combined total, though, 9.17. Wouldn't have thought something like that would get you through to the next round.
Not based on what we've seen, and I think Samson will be aware of that. Sheldon Simkus, he snuck through in second position. Sheldon capable of big numbers, but yeah, Samson will be aware that he's going to have to lift those heat scores if he's going to play any role in the finals of this contest. So 15 and a half minutes to go, plenty of time here. Matty Job opens up with a 3.17. Leonardo Fioravanti, he's one of those guys, Mitch, he only knows one way when a heat gets underway. The eyes roll back in his head a little bit. He goes a little bit mad. He loves competition. Ultra competitive. He's not here to just make up the numbers.
No, and as much as, I guess it's been thrown around a lot that it's been a bit of a warm-up event. The minute that he gets on that rash shirt, though, Leonardo, he'll go hell for leather. As we see the white here, this is Thomas Calvaro. Nice little combo at the beginning, hoping to get the inside connection here. Getting low, and it looks like he will get rewarded with something here. Nice rebound. Big snap there. Might even be on the inside shore break there. Nice surfing there from the surfer in white. That will no doubt be the best wave of the heat thus far. So far, it's a 3.17 for Matty Job's opener. 14 and a half minutes remaining. The tide is rolling out here at Mirror of the Beach. Conditions should improve a little bit as you see the Burleigh Head local laying back at the beginning of this wave.
Yeah, nice carve to get started and works this one through, just trying to pump those legs, get the engine working and gain some momentum for perhaps an inside connection. Wasn't to be there. Ran out of road and he'll head back out. 14 minutes to go here. Here's a replay of Tommy's last ride. Up into the hook. Nice turn to get started. Super fit guy working as a coach with holistic pro health. So right into his body science.
I love this rebound here, Ron.
Yeah, just really important to add those extras. You can chip away through to the inside and, like plant a finish, maybe something safe, but he linked that nicely. Sheldon just hung on in that last heat. Man, it was close. 5.94 for a two-wave total. Shocking. Joshua Levy was just behind him with 5.7. As we see Leonardo now. Fioravanti been enjoying his time here in Newcastle, getting a bit of training done with Federico Marias, Ryan Callanan.
And Jackson Baker by the conditioning coach, Adam Tripaz, as
Wow.
we see that training sort of paid off on that occasion. Nice floater there. Just exceptional work there from the Italian, connecting the dots and finishing strong. That will no doubt be his best score of the heat so far, Ron.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's, obviously Jackson's trained the house down in order to get to the position that he's in, but to get to see the way that someone like Leonardo trains and his commitment to, just being at his best in order to chase down results, I think it's really beneficial. Probably a lot of local Groms too, getting to see him and just how prepared he is for these heats.
Well, he's been one of those unlucky surfers that's actually had a few injuries over his career as well, Ron. He's broken his back before, ankles. So I get you get to a point, and I think what happens is that you understand what your body requires to work best. And a few years ago, he linked up with Adam Tripaz, and even though they live in completely different countries, thousands of kilometres apart, they've somehow found a way to work together. And it's funny, talking to Adam, I know that he says Leonardo, out of anyone he works with, is the most hands-on. He will get calls off Leonardo the middle of the night and stuff when he's trying to do a couple of workouts. Said, yeah, really dedicated. And his last wave was brilliant as we wait for that score to get locked in. We're now watching the surfer in white. Looks like a pretty slow, slopey wave here for Thomas as he kicks out of that one.
Yeah, Thomas was born in Manly to Brazilian parents. At the age of 9, moved back to Brazil. Actually got accepted into the Sao Paulo Soccer Academy. But that came to an end when he moved back here to Oz, ended up on the Gold Coast. Great surfer. We'll claim him as one of our own for sure. And he's starting to flare up. He's been surfing very well this season. Just under 11 minutes to go. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat, keeping his run alive here at the City of Newcastle Pros. Samson Coulter, well done, mate. It wasn't a high-scoring heat, but at the end of the day, moving through is the only thing that matters.
Yeah, thanks, boys. It was it's pumping out there. Like it's really, really good. It's that heat was kind of slow, I think, in the context of the last sort of 5 or 6 before me. But I mean, it's still good. I'm stoked. A few right-handers. Yeah.
Mate, you obviously live on the northern beaches of Sydney, only 2 hours down the road from Newcastle. Over the last decade or so, have you had much to do with Newcastle?
Yeah, for sure. I love it here. There's so many little beaches, and I surfed Catho yesterday or the day before, and it was pumping there. And there's that wave in the harbour. It's definitely better than home. So I'm stoked to get a week up here, and especially with some swell. Yesterday was scary as. I'm glad they didn't run, but today's sort of calmed down a lot, and it's putting on its best show for us.
And mate, entering this event, we all know it's a big one, a 5,000. Mate, you must have a few goals and expectations on yourself entering an event like this.
Yeah, it's last comp of the year for all of us. So I guess if you're going for that top 10, I'm kind of like well outside. So I'm just trying to make a few heats so that I've got a sort of a seeding for next year. But there's definitely a lot of pressure on those guys that are sort of on the cusp for the top 10. For me, I'm just trying to smash through a few heats and get to surf more of this. So yeah, stoked.
Mate, it's all working out at the moment, Samson. Well done, mate. Through another round in what is potentially going to be your best ever finish in a qualifying series contest. So keep it going.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Just under 9 minutes remaining in this heat out in the water. And Tommy Cavallo is out in front. 5.5, 3.33. Leonardo, a 5.63. Has the highest wave of the heat so far. Needs a 3.2 to jump into first. And Matty Job, he's trailing at the moment, but can jump up into second with a 4.47. Jarvis Earl, out there with priority, wanting to be selective with this opportunity, but he's been left a little behind on those opening exchanges.
Yeah, it's it's difficult if you're on the flip side of the priority sort of part of the heat, and you find yourself sitting with the surfers that have priority. This can happen, but look, he's got priority right now. He just has to hold his hold focus and he's been watching the waves all morning long. They do come, so he's just got to be patient at the minute.
Yeah, it's a big change-up, not so much in this round, but as we move into the round of 16, it's a little different. You know, I think in the chess match of head-to-head surfing, the CT competitors that are in the draw would have really liked their chances, but don't assume that they don't have the advantage in these heats as well, because they surf four-man heats still. They've done most of their junior careers competing in four-man heats, and actually competing when there's two spots to progress through works in their favour too. It's still advantage to those really experienced competitors, because they're just so crafty in knowing who they have to sit on, who they've got to watch, and so far that's kind of been the story throughout the day. They've been progressing kind of with ease.
Even when you get a guy like Leonardo, I know his coach Dog Marsh is he's the head honcho above 4 surfers consistently.
He runs the kennel.
Exactly. But Leonardo, Ryan Cullinan, Freddie Moraes, and whether it be Connor O'Leary or so on, there's generally at least 4 guys working with him. So when they have their mock heats and stuff like that, there's generally 4 people out there. So they're comfortable in these situations. And as you also said, they also started somewhere in their career. They started in 4-man heats. So very comfortable in these conditions. So we see Jarvis Earl on the left and Matty Job on the right. We're going to go and follow the man in green. He just gets stuck on the lip there and goes down. But it'll be interesting to see what Jarvis gets up to on this left-hander. Here we go, carving through the inside. Going to get really shallow here. Another snap. Would love to finish this one to make it count. And there it is. A great little surfer from Cronulla. He's already had the highest scoring wave in this event, Ronnie, with 6 minutes remaining, just in the nick of time to get a score on the board.
Yeah, he really needed to make that priority count, to blow that opportunity with priority when you waited so long to get your first decent score on the board would have been probably the end of his run in this contest, but that has come at the perfect time. Still time to get out there, back this number up. I can't wait to see what work he got done on the outside section before linking it through to the shore break, but our last glimpse of him, he was hammering down the line with a lot of speed. So guessing there was some work on the outside section as we see more set waves rolling our way here in what is the culmination of the regional QS for the APAC region. And Tommy Cavallo doesn't want to lose touch, doesn't want to lose this position at the top of the order at the moment.
That was good surfing there. Good opening combination of manoeuvres there. I liked it, and trying to put a bit of an exclamation mark on this ride. On the inside, another snap. Kept really busy on this wave. Wow. Pretty much picked the wave of the heat. That wave just kept on giving, and the man in white surfed it accordingly. It's going to be a big score there. For the current heat leader, looking to ditch a pretty low number.
He's cruising out there at the moment, really composed as we see the replay. Jarvis's last ride. Again, linked up nicely through the inside. Still not sure whether he got something big done on the outside or he just kind of fumbled his way through that first section. The score's going to tell us what he got done. Tommy Cavallo, Mitch, on this wave, just
great technique.
Really, really smooth surfing. Nothing out of the box, nothing truly mind-blowing, but so solid start to finish. And in a heat where no one's really kind of taken the reins, this should factor in nicely. It's going to be one of the biggest scores for sure.
Yeah, such good timing on the inside to square off that last lip line floater. And the judges will eat that up. A great ride there. Dropping a 3.33 with just under 4 minutes remaining. Looking at Leonardo and Maddie at the back, waiting for something to happen. Leonardo looking to ditch a 2. Maddie Job a 2.6 as we see some sets roll on through here, Ron. Great conditions offshore. Dead offshore. We've got the westerly wind up. Meant to pick up as the afternoon goes on. Hopefully that swell hangs in there.
See Leo spot that set out the back then. He's been really scoring lately. He's like Jackson Baker, sitting in 23rd position on the CT ranks at this stage. And looking to use this event as a big confidence builder. Matty Job there goes to plug the big floater on the outside section. The floating re-entry doesn't stick it. But yeah, we first saw Leonardo travelling the world, popping up at CT locations as, you know, an 11-year-old, and always travelling with Stephen Bell, his stepfather, who obviously has travelled with Kelly Slater most of his touring life. But yeah, just amazing. He surfed his first CT in 2013, and he's, you know, been a fixture at the top of the order up in there in the elite ranks for a long time now. So very accomplished. Still looking for that big breakthrough CT victory. But at the QS level, he's had some major wins and had great success here in Australia. He gets a finish on the outside section there. Very strong turn on an end section that, you know, has proved difficult for Matty Jobs so far in this heat. But Leo sticks with it, just hammering through this dead water at the moment. Still manages to keep his speed and linking nicely through to the inside. Just gets a little wobbly there. That was a lost opportunity to lock in a high impact turn.
You could just see his eyes light up with that section. That was just, it was such a good carving sort of section popping up, and he got a little bit too overexcited and just gagged a rail. But a lot of work was done out the back, and what he also did, you'll notice here, he blocked Jarvis Earl, so great tactics here from Leonardo, and this opening turn was big, disappeared for a second, and re-emerges from the whitewash. Great surfing there from the Italian. Looking for a number to move up into the lead. With going sort of down on the inside, it's going to be tight. Not looking for much of a score around the 5-point ride. Nice snap there, and this is that section he was eyeing off, and unfortunately sort of bogs a little bit of rail. So we'll have to wait to see what the judges thought of that one.
Oh, he'll be kicking himself. You know, the surfers at the top end, these high-quality guys, they punish themselves for those kind of mistakes. He'll move on from it because he's still going to be hanging on to the lead and sitting pretty comfortably. But that'll actually drive him mad that he wasn't able to execute that big wrapping turn. On the inside now, going to the air. Big backside rotation from Leonardo, just playing around in the shore break. And that might fetch him a reasonable score here. He takes a bow. The crowd just eating it up. Loving the show. And that's going to feel good. 20 seconds to go. As we see now, the surfer in green, Matty Job, just hasn't really got it going in this heat just yet. But he's going to have an opportunity here if he finds a steep wall to play with on the inside. Just bouncing around. Does connect through to the shore break now. Just waiting for that big section to stand up. Bangs the lip. Rides on out, was trying to get himself up into second position and in at a pretty healthy number.
Yeah, he needed a big number because the last of red, that was enough to put Leonardo up into the lead. So, look, Matty was looking for a score around the sort of 6-point mark on that occasion. Surfed it pretty good. Nothing super impressive on that ride. We'll have to see what the judges think. There it is. He actually needed in the end a 7.93. So the requirement went up, so I dare say it will not be a 7.93. And that man on screen, Leonardo Fioravante, will move into the next round alongside Thomas Cavaro on that one.
Yeah, he looks good, doesn't he, Mitch? Leonardo powering through and keeps the dream alive. Wants to get that big result here at Surfest 2022. More to come from the City and Newcastle Pro right after this.
12 rounds, ding ding, sick and tired of the whole damn thing, yeah.
Hi, Ryan.
2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
5.
It's just a really good place. You have good food. Everybody's so nice. There's a really good surf culture, but at the same time, it's not only about surfing. There's like the city life of Newcastle, and it's a place that I really want to come back to every year.
When you deal with the Burton family,
you're dealing with local people
who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens region.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merriweather Surfboard Club.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Welcome back to the show. Thomas Cavallo on screen. Solid in that last heat, finishing up in second position. Leonardo Fioravanti, though, stealing the win with some solid surfing, and you'd expect no less from the Italian. The CT performer rising above the field there in that last heat. But things are getting interesting. We're tracking the success of competitors on their quest to crack the top 9 here in the city of Newcastle Pro. And there is some surfers on the cusp chasing big results. Nathan Hedge, just a legend, former CT surfer, still chipping away at it, going up against the Groms here, the veteran, been doing some beautiful surfing. A man from North Narrabeen, so intense.
He won the wave lotto here. That wave was incredible. It just kept giving. The little goofy footer who possesses so much power. Would love a little end turn here. Unfortunately, that wave sort of just blows up in front of him. But the work was done. Some great combos there from Nathan Hedge in the red. Brilliant surfing. As I said, the wave lotto was won there by Hedgie.
It's almost out of reach for Nathan Hedge, though. A spot in that top 9. He was well outside the conversation early on. He could get very close. He'll need a win to even have any kind of chance. But the surfing that he's doing is scoring well with the judges. He looks composed. He doesn't look like he's not enjoying this experience. He's just got a real appetite for testing himself against the next generation.
Oh, does he ever? And he's actually travelling with the next generation as well. Jagger Bartholomew, Caius King, Amelia Burke. There's a real big crew of them, and Hedgie's double the age of the oldest on that occasion.
Yeah, well, we were talking about Richard Dogmarsh and his little stable of surfers that he coaches. The opportunity he's got them in this event, and he's got them doing heat drills against one another. They're able to really build that intensity for those simulations. Nathan Hedge, working with those younger surfers, he would be pushing them so hard in their free surfing and just really making something of each of those exchanges. As we have a look at the qualifying series, live ladder for Australia Oceania, APAC region, and as you can see, taking a look outside the top 9 at the moment. Oscar Berry, he was in a great position to shore up a place on the Challenger Series. But he's slowly falling out of the mix here. Sheldon Simkus, he's still alive, still moving through the rounds. Cooper Davies out there at the moment. He's on the climb as well. But as you can see, Nathan Hedge not on the page, this page, just yet.
But yeah, some interesting names on that list. As you touched on, Cooper Davies is one of them. A massive opportunity here for Cooper. Locked in a 2.33 for the opener. Nathan Hedge, a 4.13. So as pretty as it was, the judges obviously deeming nothing super powerful, as we see the first of Joel Vaughan as well. This number came in a little bit higher than Hedgie's and got a little bit of work done out the back. Vaughan, one of 3 brothers, I want to say. I know their dad's down here cheering on Joel, current leader of the ratings, and finishes with a big bang on the inside. So great surfing there from Joel Vaughan. And this is the replay of Nathan Hedge. While it looked pretty, the judges elected to go with Joel Vaughan on that occasion, giving him the nod in terms of scores. Gosh, Hedge, you looked nice on this one though, Ron.
Yeah, he did. Surfed it extremely well. Just love that low centre of gravity. And, just such a core lord. Just so old school, Nathan Hedge. He's one of those guys that, he doesn't sleep in. He's the first to set eyes on the ocean. In fact, he's often out there before the sun even pops up. So usually finds his feel for the conditions out there in the dark.
There's that squirt there at the end.
Yeah, love it. All style. But, yeah, he's in a good position already, having logged a pretty reasonable number there.
I think he's blowing up from the 4.13. Is that a chance?
Yeah, it felt like both those numbers were pretty low. I'm kind of mind-blown just in comparison to some of the other numbers that we've seen so far in the event that have been 4-point rides. I thought that first ride should have gone a lot higher, but he's got time to still bank some big ones. as we see the replay of the second ride for Nathan Hedge.
Yeah, he got lucky on the inside, getting connector. Bit of aggro there from Hogg. And, yeah, just kicks out with authority.
You got to love it. Well, he's on his way back out there. 13 minutes to go. Joel Vaughan winning the opening exchange so much. And we're yet to see Phillips get himself into a ride. But let's check in now with the winner of that last heat, finding some nice flow, letting go of a good little backhand air reverse on the shore break. Leonardo Fioravanti loving his time in Newcastle. Well done, mate.
Yeah, I'm just, thank you guys. I'm just stoked to be surfing. I mean, we haven't been surfing much the last few days. It's been a shocker of a few days, but finally, I think it was worth the wait.
Worth the wait, most definitely. Leonardo, you've been keeping yourself pretty busy during your time here in Newcastle, getting stuck into some training. Good little squad training team that you've got too. Who's a part of it?
For sure. I mean, my strength and conditioning coach, Adam Tripaz, lives in Newcastle. So once a year, I try and come here and train with him, do some testing, the yearly tests to make sure that my body's fit and strong. And then obviously Ryan is from here, who we coach with Fred and our coach Richard Marsh. So we got a good crew, and we're stoked to be spending time here, and we're trying to make the most out of the small days, or the big days, sorry.
Most definitely. We've got some waves being ridden at the moment, not much happening on the outside though. Injury-wise, we were touching on it. You've had a rough road when it comes to injuries. Broken back, dislocated shoulder that required surgery, ankle just more recently. But how are you feeling at the moment as you head into this Australian leg of the Championship Tour?
Today, luckily, I'm feeling 100%. I'm feeling really good. Yes, it's been a tough, with injuries in my career, but it's also made me, I think, the person, the surfer that I am today. So I think you always try and take the positive in everything. And I think so far, I'm back 100%. I'm feeling good, and I'm really excited for this Aussie leg.
Mate, any shout-outs that you want to do to the fan back in Europe?
I'm sure my nonna is watching. My dad Fabio, and hopefully my mom Bailey, my brother, everybody is awake. It's pretty late in Europe, so
it is.
I don't know if they'll be up, but ciao tutti, and it's going to be a fun day.
It sure is, mate. Congratulations on the heat win there, and best of luck as you continue this run through the contest. And definitely want to send a shout out to Belly, who actually suffered a broken ankle just recently, so he's laid up. Good friend of ours, but he'll be back. 10.5 minutes remaining here, and Nathan Hedge, couple of 4-point rides to kick this heat off. I love the intensity. We mentioned at the start of the heat. You saw him looking up at the judges going, oh, don't you undercook me.
Well, it didn't work because they went under on his they gave him a 4, so maybe he has to get a little angrier.
Yeah, he's maybe just flowing a little bit too smoothly out there. Got to dirty it up a bit for the judges. But Kehu Butler on screen, he's prepping. And that's going to be a really fun heat to watch. Kehu well positioned at the moment. He had that heartbreaking finish to the qualifying series on the Tweed Coast last year. Fell out, actually missed a spot in the Challenger Series events, but he's sharpened things up. He's looking great.
Yeah, and another surf that's been riding the sharp eyes along with Leonardo and Thomas in that last heat. So, be looking forward to watching him in that next heat as we see a good wave here from the man in white, Mr. Phillips, trying to get through the inside on this one. Bit of damage done out the back, and it looks like this wave will stand up as we check out the replay. Nice rebound there, bit of a roundhouse cutback. All or nothing with power, Ron. A real power pocket.
I think he might be on an old favourite too. Either that or he's pulled a step up out from under someone's house here in Newcastle. But it looks good, looks sharp.
Yep.
Flowed nicely through that dead section, and he did move some water on that inside. But this is going to be interesting to see what happens in this next heat.
Yeah, 4.63 there for Phillips, so a decent number. It is the highest scoring wave of the heat thus far, as we see Kehu Butler just walking down to the left of the setup there. I know a few people have been electing to get the ski out, but I don't think you need that now as that swell's really backed off. Big this morning, Ron, maybe even 6 foot, but right now we're looking at a fading swell, still a few 4-footers as we see Cooper Davies up and riding.
Yeah.
Unfortunate wave there, a little bit too deep on that one.
A little bit too deep. It's a super tight heat, this one, just based on the best rides for, well, 3 of our competitors being in that mid 4-point range. So it's going to be really intense and close going into the final stages here. I still do think it's a bit of a head scratcher that Nathan Hedge only got a 4.13 on that first ride. But you know, they definitely were making those comparisons to his ride when they logged Joel Vaughan's score and obviously Harry Phillips as well. But
I think that the 2 waves that Nathan got, the first one was the 4.13. The start of it was perfect. The middle of it was perfect. He didn't get an end section on it, though. And then the second wave, the start wasn't good. The middle wasn't good, but the end was good. If you could somehow mash those 2 rides, it probably would have been a 7. But there was a few inconsistencies on both rides.
That's what he's going to go looking for now. 7 minutes to go. Let's have a little talk about Joel Vaughan. Just a magic year that he's having. I think, you know, sometimes you've got to look past those competitive results and just have a look at the surfing that Joel's doing. That's, I think, what's most impressive. Competitively, he's had a fantastic year too as a result, but surfing-wise, it's there. You know, sometimes in really tricky conditions, and that's exactly what we had at some of those QS 1000s and even on the Tweed Coast and at Avoca. It wasn't exactly firing, and that great surfing was still executed in those tricky conditions, and he's got an opportunity here today to really show us what he can do. Drawing off the bottom here into this first section.
Wow.
Nice carve. Showed us 3 fins as he rode out of that move, so really pushing that board to the point of release, but hanging on in that rail turn. But this one doesn't link through to the inside.
Which sucks, right? You really want to get that inside connection, but he'd be really stoked with how hard he pushed that first turn, because, you know, even though it was one manoeuvre that went into a dead section, I think the judges are going to reward it. That was a real powerful sort of Hoyo-esque turn there from Joel Vaughan. And there it is. So a 3.87. He'll be proud of that.
Yeah, he will be.
One carving manoeuvre. 5.5 minutes remaining. Pressure on the man in blue, Cooper Davies, who you mentioned before, Ronnie. He's actually right there on the cusp of making the top 9, but he cannot lose in this round. It'd be heartbreaking for him to go down. So right now, looking for a 3.5. A 5.8. So a tall order with 5 minutes remaining. As we see the man in red, Nathan Hedge, up and right on this one, Ronnie.
Yeah, straight into it and looking fired up. A bit of spark in that first turn. And look at how alive he is at the moment. Just can't make that connection, though. Gives up on that one pretty quickly. Smart move. Wants to get back out there and stay in the in contention for perhaps another opportunity to increase his heat lead, or increase his position in second, I should say. He needs a 4.25 to get himself up into first. Yeah, Joel Vaughan, magic run competitively. Talked about the surfing, the performances getting better and better from him. But he had a second place finish up there at the Tweed Coast Pro just last week, and then also had a victory in one of the 1000s. So he's on at the moment. Great result down at Phillip Island earlier in the year too. Second place finish there, so cracked a few finals now, and after his second win of the season. Definitely has a shot, as we see Cooper Davies trying to keep his dream alive here.
Wow.
And there is a big combo on the outside. That's exactly what you got to do, expecting that. Even though he didn't ride it through to the inside, could potentially be the best wave of this heat so far.
Look, he's looking to ditch, a 0.7 and a 2.33, so obviously he wants to ditch both of those rides. And this, no doubt, will be his highest scoring ride. This little karate chop at the end there. Good surfing there. Unfortunately, the wave does go into the dead section, but the damage was done. That very well will be one of the highest scoring waves of this heat. Looking for a 5.8 at the moment. Here he goes again. hoping this wave will connect all the way through the inside. Interesting tactics. Yeah, that wave just dying out.
Yeah, I mean, he's fourth in the order of priority, so kind of no harm in having a shot at it. Look at that insider, though. I mean, there's scoring opportunity there, especially if you're just looking for a 3.5.
Well, that's the section of wave that we watched last year when the championship tour event was here. That's where, Idolo Ferreira's, Carissa Moore's, that's where they won their events last year. And that inside break there, known as Rocks. Scores coming in. Right now, Harry Phillips is actually in an interesting position. He's got a 4.63, only needs a 3.5 to move up in the second spot. Cooper Davies got a 4.5 on that last one, Ron. So look at surfers in third and fourth. They're looking for such small scores to make the jump.
Mitch, you watched the QS season unfold last year. You watched those surfers who qualified for the Challenger Series, a bunch of them, especially those Aussies, did so well to crack the Championship Tour ranks. Are you seeing that same potential in this class of QS campaigners?
Oh, without a doubt. We're witnessing, arguably the sort of the most informed surfer out there at the moment in Joel Vaughan. He's just automatic. This is actually probably, one of the sort of slower seats he's had over the last month or two. As we see Nathan Hedge, even though he's in second, he actually needs a big number. He'd be looking at improving himself because third and fourth are right behind him as Hogg moving through the inside section here, Ron.
Yeah, Nathan, the 42-year-old, doing very well on the outside. A little bit more fire in the belly, if that's even possible, as he brings this one through to the inside, connects nicely. Expect a celebration at the end of this ride as he works this one over, looking to really shore up his place in the next round. And he gives me nothing. Just jumps off his board on the inside there. That's solid stuff. He knows there's only a minute to go. No need to concern yourself with the big paddle out, but he put everything into that ride, and you got to love it. Here's a guy that refuses to be basically resigned from competitive surfing. Like Kelly Slater said, he's happy to be pushed out of the sport, but you got to put him out to pasture, and no one's able to do that at the moment. Nathan Hedge is about to potentially drop his best number in this heat. He needs a 4.25 to go to first.
Yeah, he'll go into the number one spot here, putting a lot of pressure on the other guys who are actually looking for pretty small numbers to leapfrog Hedge again. So it's going to come down to the wire. We've got 25 seconds remaining. There's Nathan onshore watching this unfold. We can see a couple of sets rolling through here, Ron. So who's going to be in position? Will it be Joel Vaughan? There it is, a 5.5 there for Hoggy. So
yeah, solid. But now Joel Vaughan's under threat here because Cooper Davies only needs a 3.87. But will he be able to link this one through to the inside? He's not able to. So that might have been his shot gone, as Harry Phillips has a crack at it. Not sure what he was able to get done at the start of that ride, but Nathan Hedge made that jump up into first. Joel Vaughan will be nervously waiting. He is sitting on top of the live ladder at the moment. He's jumped ahead of the pack quite a way. So as we see Nathan Hedge just waiting to get the official results there in the zone.
Wow.
We'll take a quick break. We'll update you on the results in just a moment. Impressive stuff from the veteran, powering into first position there. More action coming your way from the City of Newcastle Pro right after this.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people.
Who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens region.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Mitchell Ross, you are kidding me. What a day at Merriweather.
Look at it out there. Blue skies, the tide's going out. We've got 4 fresh faces in the lineup at the moment. One of them is Kalani Ball, and it looks like he's going to take off on this wave. Thinking tube for a second, but...
His vision. Drone.
Wow. Love.
Oh, my God.
I have a feeling that's a big score. It's difficult to really comprehend that angle, but, he's got busy out the front, and I think he's going to get the connection through the inside. So a perfect start here from Kalani Ball, who is in that top 9 at the moment. But no doubt a massive heat here, a massive opportunity as he...
Stop it.
Born and raised at Merriweather, one would think.
The way you read that wave. Tubing.
That's going to be a score.
For sure. We'll try and get you some vision from the Johnny on the spot angle in front, but like you said... drone potentially making that wave look a bit smaller than it actually was, but it was some great imagery, and you got to see the lineup at the point as we have here, Mitchell. Wow, what a wave.
Nice and deep. His positioning was perfect. First carve there, just super on rail. Second turn, bit of a layback there from Kalani. Born and raised at Cronulla. Obviously living at Suffolk Park over the last handful of years. A good ride here. I know he follows the Sharkies. Got a win over the weekend against the local team.
I was about to ask who was that over, but I do know who it was over, and the red and blue unfortunately not getting the job done. But
is that the first tube of the day?
Have to be.
Look at that.
Duke Rencher actually packed a random left out the back and was pretty sick, but he didn't make it. First tube of the day, and something for the judges to chew on as we wait for that score to come down. But Mitchell, I just did a quick canvass of the event site, and I don't know about you, but I'm nervous. You can start to feel the pressure from these competitors. There's not a whole lot of everyone slapping on everyone on the back. How good's Newey? This is sick. It's like it's game on. It reminds me so much of that final day at Sunset when crew were trying to get on the world tour. This is the same thing. Like you're either going to have 6 to 8 months off, or you're going on the road for the year to 8 amazing locations on the Challenger Series, and you're locked in. You know what you're doing. So, for these surfers here, Kalani Ball, Kehu Butler, and the other gentleman, Mike Clayton Brown, and Elliot Parada-Reed, they need big results, but they're still in the mix, and everything's on the line.
When you said you're either on the road or you're on holidays for, 8 months? That's incredible.
Yeah.
Half of these guys would be thinking, because, look, the sponsorship is out there, but it's not out there for everyone. So... You'd think that at least sort of half of these guys would have to get a real job if they don't make the jump into the Challenger Series.
I mean, even Connor O'Leary, Liam O'Brien, I think Jackson Baker, you'd know more than me, but the in between events they've been coming home, and not recently for Connor O'Leary, he's done well in the last couple of years, but before he got on the tour, it's tricky out there. So definitely you have to get creative with your income streams. As we see young Ryan Callanan getting ready for what will be heat number 8.
Yeah, talk about, income streams and get creative. You see a sticker on his board, Steel City. Ryan Callanan, he's got, he's sort of something a little bit different. He started a beer company with a couple of his friends, a couple of football players. Tastes pretty good too.
It's a good drop.
But yeah, interesting though. A lot of surfers over the last sort of decade or so, they've sort of shifted gears and looking at making income different kind of ways, and been working for Ryan Cullen at the moment. Excited to see him out there. It feels like we haven't seen much of Ryan. Well, to be honest, I've only seen one heat.
Yeah.
It feels like it was 2 weeks ago.
It does feel like it was a long time ago, and he's the last surfer in the draw, so it feels like we've seen a lot of other surfing, but not the fan favourite, not the local boy. So I think perfect time of the day, though, midday, perfect time of day to surf your first heat. Plenty of time for the crowd to get down here and really get the vocal cords warmed up.
7-point ride for Kalani Ball's opener.
Fantastic.
I don't think there's been a better opening score today.
No, and he's kind of paddled into that one just happy days.
It was obviously an open priority.
Yep.
But somehow he just found the perfect positioning. Doesn't happen every day to start a heat like that, as we see Kihu Butler, gosh.
Will not give up.
Great paddling there from the Kiwi. And a nice opening stat. Will do his best to get an inside section here. As he having a peek out the back. And we've got Mikey Clayton Brown up and riding too. So great vision here from the filmers down here at Surfest. Well, was Surfest back in the day. That name's been folded. But when I grew up, it was called Surfest. I was a little grommet running around Newcastle. But nice surfing there from Mikey Clayton Brown. Looking to finish this wave on the inside with a big bang. Nice snap. He is actually part of the Merriweather Board Riders Club, even though he is from the Bay, up at Port Stephens. About 5 years ago, he signed on the dotted line to represent the club.
Big signing.
Big signing.
Exciting
big
times. That's right. It was big hoorah in town.
Yeah.
And he's done well for the team at the ABB over the years. He's
arguably the most important.
I think so.
Yeah.
He's so reliable, like you said. He doesn't make mistakes, as we see the young Kiwi here, Kihu Butler. A nice turn out the back. We kind of clipped him for Mikey Clayton Brown's wave out on the outside, so I'd be interested to see if there was anything on the inside from Kihu. It certainly looks like the wave has a bit of energy to it. He does get a little turn there, comes back left, just a little hung up. He'd want a big finish, and he doesn't get it.
You could just see he was frustrated. It just wasn't happening.
He looked like he never really wanted to be on the wave from the turn. You know, the late paddle in might have thrown him off a little bit, and he kind of looked like he was in two minds. He even checked over the back to see which was happening, which I've just never understood that as a surfer. What are you going to learn? What are you going to do? It's red up and riding Kalani Ball. Another great wave. He can put the heat to bed here on this wave.
Oh! Wow. Massive surfing there from Kalani Ball, and what a brilliant start. There's been 8 minutes down. And he's had two of the best waves of the day. Trying to connect it to finish it off here. Kalani Ball.
He's so stoked standing here on this wave right now.
Bit of a victory lap here,
you reckon? 100%.
And he's going to get another steep section here. Big layback.
He had a quick check at the rocks, and rightly so. They're right there.
Well, the tide's going out, so what was once an area could have surfed over the top, now it's a little bit more difficult. As we see the replay here, Stace. Big carve there to set up this thing. And that was just perfect surfing there. So if his first wave was a 7, even though he fell off at the end, you got to think that has to go a little higher, right?
This has to be excellent surfing. I didn't see an excellent turn on his first wave. I just saw two really nice turns, but that middle turn on this wave here, that's as good a layback carve you'll see. And I'd be surprised if the judges don't get pretty excited when throwing a score at this one. The fall was the fall, but the damage was done. We had Ben Lowe on the program earlier today talking about what the judges are looking for, and you know, I think a lot of kids, they come down and they want to see certain surfing, and you always have big dreams of big scores. But Ben really made it easy for the surfers to understand what the difference between a good score and an excellent score would be. And he just said combination of major manoeuvres on the outside section. And obviously, it's up to the surfers to find those waves, and Kalani Ball's done that twice.
And we've still got a little bit over half the time remaining in this one. So fantastic start there from Kalani Ball.
Someone else who had a fantastic start, the young fella, Hoggy. How are you, mate?
Yeah, feeling good.
Mate.
Absolutely, yeah.
Great heat, brother. I had lunch and watched you from the Merriweather Surf Club. It was fantastic viewing.
Yeah, right in front there, eh? The Merriweather Rights, the rocks. It's been a special spot for lots of years. It's good to see it come back today.
Mate, you made light work of the conditions out there. I got a little insight to your game plan before you went out, and, mate, I thought you executed perfectly. You must be pretty stoked with the performance.
Yeah, a little glitch at the start. I mean, to Jolie's credit, I tried to get those ones that were going to run along the rocks a bit steeper, and I paddled for the first one. It just didn't have enough, and the one behind was a bit bigger, so Jolie went around the back of me and got that first wave. So, I mean, that wasn't the dream start, but I stuck to my strategy and waited for the next one. It looked like that, and it got me started, so, yeah.
Mate, are we reading into it a little bit too much? Your second wave at the end of it, did you peer up to the judges and go, come on, reward me? Or was it just you just being typical psyched hog?
It's just 1 metre under the surface. Always, sometimes it boils over, so it's about me containing it. But that was actually just up to Dulf and Kais and the little crew have been mentoring and hanging out with, just to sort of, just put a bit of air in the tank, and just say thanks for rallying around,
And who is with that crew? I know you mentioned Kais, but yeah, who else is in your little sort of huddle this year and, getting a lot of energy out of?
Freya's part of that group, and who else there? Little Raya and Jade. little Ollie is a little local kid, and Jagger Bartholomew too. So yeah, it's been good. They've kept things light and fresh for me and fun, and it's good for me to try to keep up with them.
Unreal. 42 years of age, but you're arguably the fittest guy in the draw. Mate, huge day. If you want to go on and win this thing, you got to surf a few times. What, how do you keep yourself so fit?
Well, I just started making a lot better choices about 10 years ago, and I just really celebrate, being healthy, and it's just lots of good little decisions that stack upon other decisions, and then it ends up being a lifestyle and making better choices. So, there's yoga, Pilates, I surf a lot. I guess I'm in the water a lot too. I'm really blessed to be to still live a life that's surrounded by the ocean. So as long as I'm in the water, I'm staying pretty healthy, and hanging out with my daughter too. That keeps me, young at heart too. I love hanging with Summer.
Awesome, Hoggy, mate. You're setting a great example for not only yourself but others tuning in. So well done, mate. Enjoy your mini break, and we'll see you up again very soon, my friend.
Awesome, mate. Thanks for the chat.
What a bloody legend.
Having a good, honest crack, isn't he? Walking his talk.
Yeah. He, a couple of 4s, but then into the 5.5 at the end. And look, combo maybe around 11 points. We've seen people get through on 8, 9 points today. So in the scheme of things, a pretty decent heat there from Nathan Hedge, as we see the man in blue currently in 4th place, looking to move up with a big number here.
This is Kihu's year, this wave.
Oh,
my word.
Stace, can you believe it? That wave was looking really good, but just kind of overcooked it. Massive opportunity there. It feels as though one spot in this heat has been taken off the table.
Yep.
In Kalani Ball. He ain't losing with a 15.17. So it's basically one spot for either green, white, or blue. So, Kihu got the wave, but unfortunately, I don't know, the nerves got the best of him, or maybe just a simple, catch of the rail.
I don't know if it's a Kiwi thing either, because we saw young Safi Vetti earlier in the day. She, same thing, looked really locked in on her feet, but just a bit of a misread of the second section. It was almost identical. Look, even with the mistake, Kihu does go to second on that wave, and that is no mean feat today. It's a tricky day to surf a heat, and you can have a heat like Kalani Ball, you're cheering, you're in the lead, no drama. But we've seen so many heats decided, like Hogg's last heat, over a couple of 4s and 5s. So I know Kihu will be pretty stoked to jump into second there.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's nearly a kick in the teeth, because
what could have been?
Are you kidding me? I did a pretty average turn for me.
Yep.
And I got nearly a 4.
Yep.
Looks like he's trying to sort of, get it out of his mind and catch another ride here.
Funnily enough, exactly the same score as Safi Vetti. So the judges are on fire, as we have Kihu here trying to build on that 3.4. And he'll get out of that wave. But, just with the time remaining in the heat and how good that wave was, I really think it's a crucial ride, one that you have to get right.
Hate to be the guy that keeps on harping on, but you actually pointed out before, it looks like he's got a lot of, he's really interested in what's happening in the lineup when he's on a wave.
Yep.
Just then, again, he sort of was peering out to the back before he kicked out.
And he's not the only one that does it. I see a lot of kids do it, and I get it, but I also don't get it, because you can't be everywhere at once. You can only do one thing. I saw Rio Waida do it in a heat on the CT against Felipe Toledo, and you're riding the wave. You need to ride it to the best of your ability, and I don't think you can be on the next one. You kind of, you want to commit, I believe, and I just think that sometimes you can definitely see when the busy minds start to flare up who's got the busiest minds, and I think Kihu, who's got a lot on the line here, he knows this is an important heat, and he looks good on his board. He just needs to keep his feet and find himself hopefully one more opportunity. He's sitting a bit wider than the pack there, as we have a live ratings sheet here for you. In this heat, 2 surfers that know they need to progress, Kalani Ball and Kihu Butler, if they really just want to put it out of reach. We've had behind them this morning, Jacob Wilcox already advanced through his heat, so he's through. Billy Stamond, obviously, he advanced also. And then behind that, Chris Zaffis, I believe, will be coming up in the next heat. So a very important heat for Chris there. We'll touch on it a bit later on, but Chris Zaffis cannot get 4th. if he wants to jump Oscar Berry. So Oscar Berry's watching this heat very intently.
I'm actually super surprised that Oscar's still holding on to ninth.
Yep.
To be honest.
Yep.
But you're right. If Chris Saffers actually gets a third,
yep,
he'll jump up. So yeah, really, really interesting stuff there. And the top of the sort of the board right now, Joel Vaughan, near 8,000 points. He's looking pretty good. Kais King, unfortunately, went out, but I think that 5,000 point that he was awarded last week at Cabba will give him the chocolates to make the gap. And look at that. You've got a few surfers still remaining in the draw. There's Sheldon Simkus. And, yeah, Thomas is an interesting name.
Yes.
There's one that we didn't really sort of talk about too much a few days back.
Yep.
But, look, the surfing he did a heat or two ago, he's good enough.
Definitely.
His sharp eyes are looking awesome. He looks fast.
Yep, he trains a lot at home. He's focused. He's not down here just entering to see how he goes. He's not in that top part of the rankings for no reason. He's got a focus. He's got a goal. A Snapper Rocks local, and again, a surfer who would just love to be in that event. So he's got a lot on the line here, as we see Elliot Prada-Reid up and riding. A good left-hander. Matt Hoy would be very happy to see this if he is watching. He's sort of been calling it out all morning as EPR gets a couple of nice turns there.
How important was it to go to the bottom of the section on that last left to try to get more square? But look, he's still milking this wave through the inside. But not looking for much of a number. This is such a tight battle between second, third and fourth. I think if Elliot sort of went square on that left-hand section at the end, could have been a massive number. Another average-looking wave there for the man in blue. And you know who the danger man in this zone is? It's our little buddy Mikey Clayton Brown.
Your boy Mikey, yep. He's got the highest of all of those scores there between second and fourth. I think Elliot might have done enough there to put a decent number on the board, but I agree with you, Rossi, as we see the replay here.
That turn was pretty good. Spray went everywhere. The judges will be looking at that spray and thinking power. I'm just saying, if you went to the bottom there,
that one out, eh?
That last turn was pretty. But you're right, Stace. You're not looking for much of a number.
Yeah.
3.84, nearly a 4. Has to be there though, right?
I think just on the strength of that first turn. As we see now, Elliot has actually moved across to this rocks zone shorey, and he's moving over a little bit further to the left, I believe. That can't be green in the next heat because he wouldn't have enough time to get out the back. So I'm thinking that's green in this heat, just gone off our screen there. And it's, oh man, this is a important ride.
It very well could be the last wave surfed because you're looking at the screen there and it's looking really, really slow. So a 3.84, I think he gets it. That'd be my 2 cents.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But it's going to be tight.
It will. I think it's it's around that 4.55 zone. But
yeah.
Again, he probably had a little more points to offer there, which it might not even matter. But if he's left these other lads out the back chasing a number, you want to make that number as big as possible.
So we're not mentioning the man that is under the microscope right now, and it's Kihu Butler. So will he hold on the second, or will it be his little buddy that will jump up in front? The heat is over, so scores coming through, and Stace, it looks like we will see a position change.
I don't know what happened to Mikey Clayton Brown there. He shouldn't have had third priority so late in that heat. He must have paddled for a wave and missed it, or potentially just got an in and out, because you would think that he should have had at least one more chance at a set wave. There it is, EPR of 5.37. I must say it'll be a bittersweet progression for him because he's knocked out one of his good mates at the top of the ratings there. But that's competitive surfing. There are no friends in the lineup, and he'll be wrapped. He's searching for a result, and he'll be stoked to hear it when that gets read out. Unfortunately for Kihu Butler, they're eliminated from competition. We're going to take a short break here at the City of Newcastle Pro, presented by Burton Automotive, and we'll be back with the last heat of the round. Ryan Callanan in the water.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people.
Who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens regions.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merriweather Surfboard Club.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
For over 150 years, the Newcastle Herald has been telling the stories about the people of the Hunter and the events that have shaped their lives. No other local media has the capacity to connect, engage and ignite discussion like the Newcastle Herald. The Newcastle Herald is the voice of the Hunter, reporting on all sides of the story and giving the public an opportunity to explore the story and contribute their own thinking. The Herald's audience has never been greater, and it continues to reach more people through print and digital news platforms than ever before. The Newcastle Herald is committed to quality journalism and continues to champion local causes and cover the issues that matter to the region. The Newcastle Herald is more than just a paper. It is digital, mobile and social, with the power to share these stories with the world.
Welcome back. We've got Chris Zaffis live action here, up and riding. An important heat for this man. He's rated number 10. We are taking the top 9 through to the Challenger Series here ahead of the Oceania region. And we've got a very stacked heat for Chris, so he'll be stoked to get the start here.
Always good to get the first wave of the heat, get your feet in the wax, warm up, even though it wasn't that, probably hopefully won't go into his scoring rides, but yeah, it's always good to get a good start.
Definitely.
20-minute heats, like we keep saying, it goes so fast. You heard some competitors saying earlier, it's like you're out there for one wave in a free surf. Really. It takes you 20 minutes to get one wave.
All of a sudden, there's 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
What do you like about this one, Hoy?
Great first turn and a good second turn. I didn't see the start of this one. Backs it up there. I'd like to. Well, he gets out of this. Doesn't grovel to the inside because there's no inside on it anyway. But it'd be interesting to see his score here for other competitors to go, righto, I just have to do 2 turns and then a cutty after that.
Yep.
So this would be good. I don't think you need to go all the way to the shore break if you're doing 2 big turns.
He took a leaf out of this man's book here in that last heat, Kalani.
Was he going through to the rock
He
bowl?
did, but he fell, but he still got 15 points.
Yeah, right.
As we see there, I believe Kehu Butler eliminated from competition, but it's awesome to see him being a good sport and still hanging out there down with the kids and giving them his time. It'd be a tough one for Kehu to digest there going into that heat. He was rated 3rd on the ratings. He's
going to have a stressful afternoon.
He is going to have a stressful afternoon. Yeah, I think. Look, he would need a fair bit of things to not go his way, but the surfers that are left in this draw, they're all fantastic, and it's one of those things where you've really just got to make sure that you're progressing. That's the safest way to say that you've made it.
That's right. You'd rather have it in your, on your, what do you call it? In your shoes? What do you call it?
Control in your hands, I
guess.
guess.
The control in your own hands. That's it. I couldn't even think.
Control in your own boots.
Bowl, no one
tube.
What?
Kalani Ball got a tube in his heat, actually.
Did he? In there?
A little fluffy one.
Yeah. Have the control in your own hands. That's it.
Yeah. You'd rather have the boot on your foot. I don't know if that's a thing. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah. So on and so forth. Chris Zaffis able to get another strong scoring ride here. Very clever to back up that 5.
Got this on the way back out.
Yeah.
Wider than all the other competitors.
I reckon he's pretty wide, so he's going to need to do well to get this through the inside, which unfortunately he doesn't. But up and riding here, this is young Archer Curtis, also from the Gold Coast. Get it up there. Oh!
Come down awkward
wow,
then too. Just
that
got
was
a bit
tough.
late, wasn't he?
Surfer in red
He did the
outside.
right thing.
This is Jordan Lawler. He's
Wow. A couple of shocking waves.
That's played right into Ryan
Makes
Callanan's
that wave
hand.
though.
Yeah, he was just a little too deep, wasn't he? So, there's obviously a lot on the line here for young Chris Zaffis Look, we mentioned earlier, Hoy, that if he wants to even just jump up one spot, he can't get fourth. And I'd say with the start that he's had, a 5 and a quick backup, he's doing his job.
Yeah, so he's gaining points.
If he gets third, if he gets any result, he's gaining points. But to get over young Oscar Berry, who's currently in 9th, and I don't know if you'd be watching this heat or you wouldn't. G'day if you are, Oscar. Chris cannot get 4th if he wants to overtake us. He get 3rd or better. Obviously, he's not even probably thinking about that. He's going for the win. But if it did come down to that, a 4th wouldn't help him. It would still leave him in 10th. So a nail-biting heat here for both of those two. Families involved watching this heat. Yep.
This next one's a bomb.
And guess who's in the spot?
Calhouni.
Your boy.
It might be a bit long. It might have a bit too much wall on it, this one. The wave before it didn't look... Oh, no. Here we go. He'll get up quick.
Beautiful looking
this
ride. Here we go. Ryan
Calhouni.
Calhouni.
Nice. And again, sunshine. Sorry to be biased.
Whoosh.
Well, there you go.
Oh, my. That is an absolute
what a
masterclass in wave selection.
Yeah, well, so he should be out here, you know.
Oh, yeah. But you say that around the world, and it's. I think it can be that almost like added pressure. Yeah,
for sure.
As he gets this one through the inside, he's done a fantastic job out the back there. That JS looking good under his feet, but I've cursed him.
See, that wasn't worth him going to the beach.
No.
If he makes that turn, it is. If he does it like he did, it's not worth it, right?
He
did everything he had to do on the outside.
A lot of good work on the outside. Speaking of someone who got it done on the outside, 5 turns out the back, 15 points. Kalani Ball with it all on the line. You must be over the moon.
Yeah, super stoked. The boys started like on my inside, and then I was like, I'm pretty confident I want to get that first wave, and kind of paddled up there, and they didn't really follow me, so got pretty lucky they didn't follow me, and that first wave was really good, and then it just put me into priority at the right time for that next one, and it's pretty much good from there to go. Yeah,
mate, I kind of made that call on the webcast. You breezed into that wave. Do they not want it?
An 8 and a 7, mate. That's probably the highest scoring total of the whole event, nearly. It wouldn't be far off. That's a good way to start finals day, mate. You must be stoked.
Yeah, for sure. I wasn't too sure where the scores were going to go, but
they just I'm watching you, mate. Sorry, there was nothing happening out the back. Sorry, go on.
I was super stoked to get those ones and do a couple nice turns out the back and. Got a little tube on the inside, which was cool.
Oh, mate, on fire. Love it. I was just watching the replay, mate. Good on you. Keep the roll going throughout the day, mate. You know the waves to get it, obviously.
Yeah, honestly, I haven't surfed, kind of that part of the wave too much. I've never really even made too many heats up here, so, yeah, just stoked to get some big scores on the board and hopefully can get a few more heats on the belt and secure my spot in the for the Challenger Series.
I was walking around the event side earlier, mate. I can feel the tension, and I'm sure you know yourself and Kihu there at the top of the ratings. Is that sort of playing into your thought process at all, Kalani?
Honestly, not too much. I know we're all super close together, but I just know I got to come and make heats. So that's just my goal at the end of the day, is just to make as many heats as I can and put myself in a good spot to finish inside that top 9.
You're doing a good job so far, mate. We'll let you get warm. And speak to you a bit later on.
Thanks, lads.
Well, in that break then, in the break, we saw Ryan Callan get an 8.5. 3 big turns on the outside. Red just hammering there too. Oh. Geordie Lawler just hammering the end section there. Just didn't ride out of it that well, but yeah, Calhouni on a bomb.
Oh, my word. Highest single score of the day so far. I think Kobe Enright got an 8. We saw... Kalani Ball an 8.17. Here it is, Hoy. 8.5. Take it away.
What a wave. Comes off hard off the bottom. Big slash off the top there. This one was the money turn. Big vert through the tail and then just whips it up here. Big float to end it. There it is. That's all he's scoring there. Went through to the inside but fell on the inside. This didn't even count. That was it. That was all the points right there.
Damage was done.
Yeah.
So
Good wave selection. Like I said, the waves are it's dropping all over. It's only mid-tide.
Yep.
So dead low, all those mid-sized ones and little ones are going to be breaking and running a bit better, so it's going to be more opportunity for everyone.
And that's exactly why we've shortened it up today. 20-minute
Yeah.
heats, 4-person heats all the way through the final. We want the finals in the, and these surfers be able to get the best conditions they can. So, there was talk of maybe having a few heats tomorrow, but today's the day.
Yeah.
We're going to run
Get
this
it
one
done.
into the ground, get it done.
We'll be finishing in the dark.
We'll be finishing in the dark. Why wouldn't we? When the waves are looking like this.
Exactly. Some heats it's a bit slow, right? And then
Yep.
other heats that's what happens all the
Yep.
time, I suppose. But
Yep.
and I think maybe when the tide it's going to bottom out. It might be a bit so dead low, but there's
Yep.
still the mid-sized ones and the small ones will be, like I said, breaking along that bank. So it's going to be plenty of opportunity for everyone.
If Kalani's last heat and Ryan's waves are anything to go by, the conditions are most certainly on the improve.
Hey, Kalani did some mad turns.
So his 7 was like a similar version of that wave, but just not as gnarly.
Yeah.
But the 817, that second turn, I knew you'd love that.
Yeah,
that
that
was
was
all
sick.
time. Cutting through the water. It's got Ryan here. Oh no, excuse me, that was Jordan having a little look at that left.
See that wide right then too?
Yep.
There's some of the sets hit out there.
It's
but
kind of
you
like where
get-
the World Tour was, right? At
Yeah.
that side a little bit more,
Yeah.
And you saw, some great performances there out the back. But you kind of got to be quick, to get your turns in before it goes into that gutter.
Yeah, for sure. You got, like we said before, like mid-face bottom turns to keep your
Yep.
speed. And if you
Yep.
want to get to the inside, you got to keep your speed off that last turn.
Yep.
But the inside's going to get not as good anymore with
Yep.
the tide dropping.
That's fine by me.
Me too. I reckon flick out.
Just
I'd be
get out the
flicking out.
back. Yep.
I'd be trying to hammer the turns like
Yep.
like they've all been doing. Hammer
Yep.
the turns on the outside and just flick out. Don't even bother going.
I love the strategy of like, how can I get out of this heat? Should I quickly go to the inside and da-da-da-da? But at the end of the day, you want to see the grunt of it out the back and plenty of opportunity for
You
everyone.
don't want to see people grovelling through.
Nah.
It's
exactly.
a win, but it's
Yeah,
not.
if you got to get it done, you got to
Yeah.
get it done. But it's not what we want to see
Nah.
here. As this
Or
kicks
the
into gear on a
spectators.
Sunday afternoon, everyone up at the Merriweather Surf Club, they got a good view of out the back there. They're frothing, so they want to see Ryan Callanan out the back doing his thing. They've got their money's worth today. That the spectators already just off that one ride from the local boy. But I think they would love to see him go all the way. As we think we're going to get another look at him here potentially, or that could be Geordie.
I hope that's not him.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised to see Ryan on a wave like that out here. I thought he was magnificent in the World Tour event. He got an equal 5th, and he probably lost to one of the only guys in the draw that had as good a read on the place as him. He lost to Morgan, and they just had such a where they were moving in their heats was like
that was a good heat.
they were so onto it, and he's showing it again here today. Knows his way around the paddock.
Similar conditions to that day, actually.
Yeah. Yep.
Same sort of bank on the outside, but that day was a little bigger, maybe.
Yeah, I think
bit
they
more
were
south swell too. It wasn't so liney.
Yep. I think, we kind of got to see it all last year when we came
Yeah.
out for the World Tour event. Lots of out the back, lots of small days on the shorey. It was, it was had
many
a similar
different
thing. We had
faces in
4 days
Merriweather.
off here.
Yeah.
Here we've had 3. So
All
that's
the
another
different
good shoot.
faces in Merriweather.
Then obviously Gabriel Medina going to the moon and back on the ladies' left out there.
Well, that was like Bommies left. That wasn't even ladies
Really?
left. They were surfing into the Bommies. It was no one surfs there. There's not
Yeah.
even waves there normally. It was weird.
He's a unit, isn't he? He knows how to find a way to win. As you see on the inside, looks like Geordie Lawler having a look.
These little waves, as I said, when the tide's dropping, are going to get really fun. They actually run through to the inside a bit, but it's just getting stuck on that second one. Maybe a bit bigger than that he needed, but as the tide's dropping, that's where I saw a couple of good ones before. They didn't even break hardly at their back. There's a little reef to the left of where they're sitting called
Yep.
Bruce's. I don't know.
Yep. No, I haven't heard that one from Rossi yet. He's been giving us the names of the zones, but no, I haven't heard that one.
Bruce's reef.
Yep.
It's sort of covered by sand now, but it's
Yep.
got a little wedge to it that's
Yep.
just over from the ladies where it
Yep.
doubles up. And I've seen a couple just hit on that bit and run through
Yep.
to the inside that you could have
Yep.
done a few turns on. So but you couldn't probably sit there.
Mm.
It's like 10 meters in from and wider from where they're sitting.
Yep. Yeah, there was a few heats today where I thought maybe they could have been sitting a bit further out and a bit deeper, just
Yeah.
getting an extra turn in, but a lot of risk,
Yeah.
if you miss that one wave by 10 feet or the wave doesn't come, these 20-minute heats are so short, so I think you will see a lot of competitors play the wave catching game, just get themselves on the spot where they're more certain to actually catch a wave rather than sitting out and dropping anchor for extended periods of time.
Well, you can't, can you? Like those just 20 minutes is just keep saying it. Goes so fast.
It does. We're down
it
to
goes
4
fast
minutes
on the
here.
beach.
We're down to 4 minutes here, and Ryan Callanan's in second with one
wave.
score. It's a good score, an 8.5, I think.
But only small scores needed to to overtake him.
If you're Chris Zaffis, you are really starting to think, okay, I've got second priority. Archie Curtis is in first. I need to maximise my next wave because these two guys are going to be chopping at my heels because you got to assume Ryan Callanan's going to extend his position and add to his total.
Yeah, no.
And if Ryan does that, he gets a 0.5. Everyone else is then going to need a 5 or a 4 to then beat him, which is a big score today. But if you
well, what would you do if you were Ryan here, left-hander? Oh, what that little crush down of the lip there.
I think that was like a perfect ramp. He could have blasted it.
This is the one. Waited for a while. Oh, it falls off. Here's a little set here. Calahouni had third priority.
Up into first now, and there's another wave coming straight to him. What do you know? This one might be a bit too walled out, but I'm sure Callanan will make sense of it. He's let that one go.
It's a bit too quick, aren't they? Look, you couldn't have even done a turn on that. One turn, maybe.
Get a good photo out of it, but to actually surf it would be hard.
And this next one too, just too lined up. Even the wide bit's just, it's such a pity that bank is out there.
So
get rid of it.
I don't really know if Chris Zaffis needed to be on that wave.
No.
He's going to go out the back now with a pretty low priority. And Callanan now will go to the lead with that turn. And anything else he does now is just going to add to that. A beautiful turn there. Unfortunately, gets a bit of trouble. But no, all that training with Adam Tripass has paid off. No drama. As we see sisters and beautiful fiancé there, Nina, looking on. They'll be stoked.
Well, smart surfing, right?
Oh, that's CT right there. Two waves, probably up around that 14-point zone. He's going to be stoked.
Just get one off the rocks, Calahouni.
Yeah, just for fun.
Bit of a fat wave, does a nice first turn. This second turn, smacks the lip, comes down, right, bounces out of it. That hurts, I reckon.
Yeah.
When you compact like that in that zone, rode out of it well. Strong.
Yeah, you're stoked with that. There it is, a 5.83, 14.33 total heat score there for Ryan on 2 rides. Now, that sets us up for an exciting finish here with a minute to go. Chris Zaffis,
there's a couple of sets too.
If he wants to put this progression into the Challenger Series, out of doubt, he needs to get through this one and potentially a few more because he's got a few people behind him that are chasing as well. Jordan Lawler has first priority. He only needs a 5.43. It's a decent score by today's standards, but well within Jordan's capability.
Is this a wave? This could be one of those one-off, nice-shaped roll-ins. Yeah, someone's gone.
Red, Jordan Lawler having a look. Don't go too deep, son.
No, this could be a good little wave here. These are the ones I was saying, the inside runners. Stand up a bit on the outside. Oh, jinxed him.
No, you know what? I jinxed him because I thought that in my head.
Did you?
The wave petered out.
Yeah,
it didn't really matter. But Jordan, I know if he goes back and watch this heat, I'm sure he'll agree with me. He was just looking a bit frisky in the lip.
Yeah.
As you look at Ryan, he's looking strong and out on the face and sort of drawing it out a bit. I think with this offshore,
not going too high.
Yeah, I think with that wind going a bit high can kind of. I don't know, it can be very, very high risk, and then you can obviously get caught up there. But he had to go for it because that wave, he knew it was going to shoulder out.
Yeah. It looked good at the start, then it just went straight into the fat bit.
So, look, I think with Jordan being the first replacement surfer on the World Tour this year, he will no doubt go for that wild card position, and I think he'd be a pretty strong candidate to lock that in. But obviously there will be a few other quality applications, I'm sure, as we see a very excited Chris Zaffis. He will be stoked to get through that one, progressing along with the local boy Ryan Callan. And we're going to take a short break here, and we'll be back with the quarterfinal of the women's Heat 1. Don't go anywhere.
always held it, and just to have, I mean, my memories of even just watching the event, guys like Kelly Slater and, you know, pro surfers. Just one of the first years I remember watching the comp was at Newcastle Beach. I was sitting like above the old skate park because we couldn't get down. The crowd like around the beach was so gnarly. I just remember sitting on this thing and seeing Kelly like snapping his board mid-turn, and then all the Groms like running down.
Trying to get the board.
One of my good friends at the time, Jake Sylvester, actually got the board.
When you come here, you see all the kids surfing. You see there's so much surf culture, and it's really cool to see. I mean, it's a place that I really want to come back to every year.
Being involved in an aspect of an event of this kind of size, it's been a really good, you know, stepping stone, and been monumental in my career and my life for sure.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people.
Who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens region.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Well, there he is, Ryan Callanan, the hometown hero, and he is powering through to the next round, along with Chris Zaffis, who held on to second spot there. But big numbers for Callanan, a heat score total of 14.33, and the local Groms absolutely eating up that performance and relishing the opportunity to get that signature on their hats, on their heads.
Yep.
I'll
Anywhere
take it anywhere they can get it.
Yep.
Another hometown hero with me in the booth, Matt Hoyo Merriweather. It's trying its best. Still a bit of sand on the reef out there, but we're starting to see some pretty big numbers come through.
Yeah, the last few heats have been really good. The tide's mid-tide at the moment. A couple of runners. The swell's dropping pretty quick by the look of it. We haven't seen any of those big sets. A bit lined up, but there's still waves to be had. Like I said, those last two heats, there was some huge scores. Some really good waves coming in. Just got to get those ones with the three-quarter wall. Not even
right.
the half wall.
No, just, yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
they've got it. And right, there's a spot you sit, but, you know, it's going either way today. You get stuck behind it, just behind it.
We've seen a couple of surfers, you know, win the lottery, get that wave that connects through to the inside even and gives them opportunity and wall to work with. And we've seen others, you know, just hanging on to the dud ticket and losing out.
I think you got to get your work done on the outside, mate. Don't even think about going to the inside from now on with this side dropping. Just look at those ones that have got the wall on the outside, like this one. Big first turn. It's got to get two of them in.
Yeah, Paige Harrop there, the Kiwi, looking sharp. Just did well earlier today. Made a couple of mistakes wave selection-wise, but bounced back. Her experience on hand. And she's trying to get herself back onto the CT. She's got to get through this event, get on that Challenger Series to have a chance at getting on the CT in 2023. Out there also, Ellie Brooks surfing very well. She'll be in the blue jersey. Ellie Harrison, she's been coming on strong. Had some real success in the junior events. Now wanting to step things up in this final QS. And the Novocastrians, they're out in force, and they're not being let down by those surfers, those hometown heroes in the draw. Philippa Anderson gets an opportunity here to chase down a second Surfest title. She wants that AAP Consulting Women's Pro trophy to go with her trophy from way back in 2009.
Seems like a long time ago, doesn't it? It is a long time ago. She actually got towed out and did a couple of step-offs yesterday, got one massive wave. She looks like like a 12-foot wave probably. She was the only one out at that stage, her and a jet ski rider, so jet ski driver. So, mate, it's pretty, you know.
Yeah, super brave.
Super brave,
I didn't
that's
want
what I was gonna
anything to
say.
do with it. You know, it was actually pretty clean on the faces.
Yeah.
In that huge surf yesterday, but
Here's a good direction set, Ronnie. Look at this one from deep.
wow, it's green. Philippa.
Oh, had the priority, did she? She must have.
Yeah, that local knowledge coming into play. Nice swoop there, right back into the bowl. And this wave's going to give him more. Hangs back, draws it out. Not sure this one's going to connect through, but she'll give it a go. Bouncing and on the outside section. They're in the blue. That was Ellie Brooks.
That was
It's
a
all
good
happening.
direction set. I don't know. Philippa must have had priority, did she then? Because the other two let that one go. From deep, that was a really good wave. That was a perfect direction.
You know, that we've seen some heats get down around the 10-minute mark before competitors have been able to lock in their scores. That's still the case for
Yep.
Ellie Harrison, who's sitting out there at the moment. But, you know, just getting yourself a mid-range score in those kind of the first stages of the heat is crucial. Just allows you to be a bit more patient. You don't have to scramble. And I think Philippa, she'll get a reasonable number for that last ride.
Well, it's just they're getting through with those scores, those mid-range scores. That's your backup. Or it could be one of your best waves in conditions like this. You might not even get another good one. You might just get 2 mid-ranges.
Yeah, well, we saw Mia Huppatz earlier today get through with a 0.67 in her scoreline. So
Philippa got through a heat before with a 1.83, one wave. She's just bettered that. She's tripled that on this wave.
Yeah, she's just...
That's going to be a good score, I reckon.
Doubled the
Two good
performance.
turns on the outside and just get out of there. And then Blue on the outside gets one turn in and bails out.
It's quarterfinal time here at the AAP Consulting Women's Pro. Great to have their support for this event. And, of course, the City of Newcastle, Tourism New South Wales, Telstra right behind this event. And investing in networks to ensure that communities around the country can thrive, as we see just all our competitors out there just sitting tight in the huddle. Priority is with Paige Harrobs, who's got the single highest score of this heat so far, 5.5, but it's Philippa who's moved into the lead.
She got that on that one big turn, backhand turn, 5.5. So she knows what she's looking for. 2 of those big turns and you're getting a huge score. Well, Philippa's bettered her the round before score. She got off. That's her second score, 1.83. She got through on this morning. That's crazy.
Yeah, I love just looking back on the history of this contest. 1985, Matt Hoy, you surfed in that very first event.
Crazy,
And you were just a grom. What, 14 years of age you said you were?
Yep, 14.
And
maybe, yeah.
We were just talking about it. Can you remember who you lost out to?
I know Pagey was in the heat. Robbie
That's
Page.
right.
Yeah, I forget who else it was. I think I got 4th, he got 3rd. And then I think 2 of the American guys got through. I forget. Like I had Chris Frohoff or one of that. You know, it was classic though. Good memories. Pagey actually, I think we got a double interference, me and Pagey.
Oh, he would have loved you.
Oh
after
yeah,
that.
he was loving it. And he said to me, "Don't worry, Hoy, you'll be world champ one day." I was just like, "What? No chance, my friend."
Well, the guy that won through that year, Tom Curran, he became a world champ, obviously, a few times, as did the women's winner that year, Wendy Botha. She went on a mad world title tear. Just over 10.5 minutes remaining out there in the water. Let's chat with a man who dropped some big scores on us, and he loves performing here at home. Hello, Ryan. How are you?
Thanks, Ryan. How are you?
Fantastic, mate. Thanks for having me in Newcastle again.
It's good to have you.
Yeah, Calahooney.
Mate, amazing the support that you guys get when you compete here at home. Does it just will you to put on a big show? Does it get you more fired up?
I mean, definitely makes me want to make heats, and just the cheering in general is insane. Like, I ran down and I kind of had to stop waving to people because everyone was just like, whoa, it was awesome. I mean, it definitely gets me fired up. It just, the last few years, it's just made me feel really good, just comfortable at home and embracing the love and the energy, and I'm enjoying it.
Mate, this community's always had your back. It gets right behind all its sporting heroes. Have you ever considered just, booking a whole plane out and flying them to every venue on the CT tour just to really bring out your best? Have you thought about that?
I haven't, but it's a good idea. I mean, where do you draw the line, though? How do you cut it off at 400 or however many people? I think there'd be thousands and thousands, so that would be insane. I can't imagine when I make the finals one year, Trestles might go berserk with all the Merriweather crew.
That'd be pretty fun. Maybe just a lottery. you
Yeah.
know?
First in, best dressed lottery.
Yep.
Long straw, short straw.
Yep.
Yeah, mate. Really great to see the conditions clean up a little bit. Fantastic for all these young competitors, aspiring surfers, to get the opportunity to surf heats against you. Obviously, it makes things a bit more difficult. But are you impressed with the depth in the QS ranks at the moment? And do you think we've got some potential CT surfers?
Yeah, I mean, Australia is always such a good breeding ground, and there's a part of me that feels bad going in because these guys are trying so hard to make the Challenger and stuff. But I guess in the long run, they want to end up on tour and hopefully competing against me. It's a really good opportunity for me to surf some heats against really good guys and top level guys that are going to push me as well. So for me, I love competing against the new guys that are trying to make the Challenger and trying to make the tour, and they're still pushing me, and it feels really good to be out there with them.
Mate, you've cracked the final here before. You tied with Julian Wilson that year. He got you on a count back. What would it mean to take out the win here at the City of Newcastle Pro?
And thanks for bringing that up, Ron.
Yeah, well, you're welcome, mate. Fond memories.
You got ripped off, mate, don't worry.
I mean, every time I compete here, I try to win, but I mean, I've gotten so close now. That kind of, in a way, gave me a glimpse of what it could be like if I took it home. So I mean, it's just a taste, and hopefully I can go all the way and see how it ends up.
Mate, great surfing in that last heat. Keep it going, and loving watching you perform here in this QS 5000. This last qualifying series event.
I saw it. SC.
Yeah, he's loving life, and you know what? He's got his work cut out too in the CT events, because he did miss that first stop at Pipe, broke his wrist pretty badly.
What a miss though for Ryan.
Oh, that's
he
huge.
would have gone really well in those conditions.
Well, best pipe we've ever seen for the event. Heartbreaker for someone who's showing their form out there and logged big numbers and taken huge wins there in the past. So he'll be back.
When we're on that break too, Paige Harrod got another great wave, 5.83. Well and truly in the lead here.
Yeah, it's it's remarkable that we haven't had an Overcastrian winner here.
I know.
You don't get any closer than a tie in the final, as Ryan Callanan pointed out. That's a devastating memory. I had to bring it up.
You had to bring it up.
But
oh well.
On the women's side, the honour rolls equally as impressive. It's amazing. Frida Zamba won the second year here. Jodie Cooper, the WA powerhouse, who absolutely dominated over in Hawaii. She had a victory. Pammy Burridge, one of everyone's favourites. She had a victory here in 88. And then
88, it seems so long ago.
Pauline Mensah had a victory
it is,
here.
I know,
but so many big names. Nerida Falconer, and then more recently, we mentioned Philippa Anderson, but Steph Gilmore, Coco Ho, Sally Fitzgibbons, Dimity Stoyles actually chasing a second victory here in Newcastle. So, a fantastic honour roll, an event that always attracts a world-class field, and no different in 2022 as we see some movement on the inside. Ellie Harrison's got to get going. She has nothing on the board just yet, but she is a great surfer.
Here too.
And this one's just going to get away from her, unfortunately. So things couldn't be going worse for Ellie out there at this stage. And she's one of those surfers who she's actually moved up into the top 10 on the live ladder. So this is a crucial heat for her. On the women's side, you've got to get in the top 7 spots to get a place on the Challenger
So hard.
Series. Oh, mate, it's so difficult.
Cutthroat.
Always has been on the women's side. Just so limited the opportunities, and the field's so stacked at the CT. on the Challenger Series when you look at it, and even right here in this QS event. But yeah, Ellie with work to do. Ellie Brooks as well. She's been climbing nicely. She's sitting in 15th currently, but 4 minutes to go. Can't stop here. Philippa Anderson. Well, she is a little further back. But still
There's so many
alive.
more women surfing these days. That's another thing. You'd think there'd be more opportunity for them, but I suppose it is what it is. You can't do much about it at the moment. You just got to do your best and try and make that top 7. Then there's a wild card too, so from here as well, right?
That's right. Yeah,
so
Philippa's been so close before.
Yeah,
you know that
exactly.
for her to not make that top
Challenger
7
Series.
would be so devastating. She's in 4th position at the moment on the live ladder.
Oh wow!
So she's got a pretty healthy tally of points already. So you know she's another one. She wouldn't want to waste this opportunity.
No,
so
especially
crucial.
in the quarters, right?
Exactly.
And such a big event. You're into the top 8. You get through this, you're in the top 8. So that's you're going to score. You know, that's right where you got to be.
Yeah, I'd be really worried about Ellie Brooks too if I was Philippa Anderson the way she's been surfing. But here we go, Ellie Harrison making a last ditch charge. She's going to have
Get out
to
of there.
really use her time wisely here. Matt Hoy wants her off this
Yeah,
wave.
Get out. She's not scoring anything. She should have flicked straight out after that last turn. She's got to get 2 scores. So get
She
back
probably
out
added
there.
a good 20 metres or so to that paddle
Exactly.
back out.
Into the dead water too. Flick out as soon as that's done. I reckon more often than not this afternoon, you just got to get out of there. The inside the tide's going out. The inside's not meaning much at all. Just get your manoeuvres done on the outside and get out and go again.
Yeah, well, this is, you know, it's become the kind of battle for that second spot because Philippa's still hanging on to a 1.83, which means she is a little vulnerable here. Ellie Brooks.
Needing
She's
nothing.
got priority. She's been laying down big backhand belts throughout her run through this
comes the
quarterfinal heat. She needs a 2.51. Let's see if she can seize the opportunity here and maintain her nerve.
Oh, it's a wide set too. It's going to close out by the look.
Oh, she's scrambling, trying to get herself into position potentially for the second wave in this set.
Hard wave to serve that first one. This one's going to close out by the look. See, this is what's so annoying about this bank out the back. Those ones on a normal day would run all the way, that size wave.
Only needs a 2.51 to jump up in a second. But there is a chance if she takes a wave too soon, Philippa gets the opportunity to answer back. So it kind of might work in her favour if that wave comes toward the dying stages of this heat and she can cement.
Well, White got a good score then, a 4.53.
Yeah, that's right.
She's back in the loop too now.
She is, but she's still on that inside. Just rode that wave.
A bit too long. Look where she is. If she flicked out, she would have been there when she flicked out.
Well, she had a couple of options too. She could have paddled in and tried to get one on the shore. Only needed a 1.8 or head back out.
Well,
she's heading back out, and she's
and
actually
Philippa's
fourth in
onto her,
priority. Oh, here comes Philippa.
But you can't leave Blue out there either.
I know.
To get one. I'd be on
That's
her
it.
if I was Philippa, trying to fake her into one. What do you do? She's stuck between a rock and a hard place here. But I'd be on Eli if I was Ellie. Sorry.
Yeah,
Ellie
this
Brooks,
is
because she's
intense.
the one that needs to. Oh, they both do. I suppose you can't get onto both of them. Look, get
Philippa's
near them.
almost in no man's land over there.
She's got to
at the
be
moment.
next to one of them.
Yeah.
Which one do you choose?
Well, let's see what unfolds here because 40 seconds to go. This wave is a little smaller. It might not even break.
No,
it's
it's not gonna
backing
break.
off. Well, Ellie Brooks is just begging for an opportunity at the back. Only needs a 2.51. Ellie Harrison, on the other hand, she only needs a 1.8, but she is sitting in deep water, not on the shore break section, not on the outer bank. So,
wow, here comes a wave too.
oh, Ellie.
They're going to get there in time.
Ellie Brooks on the outside.
Paddle towards it.
10 seconds to go. This is her shot at a place in the Challenger Series on the line. This one is coming to a close, and this thing isn't going to stand up for her. But on the inside, Ellie Harrison, she got into a wave, and she hits the section.
Wow, she
and
did
rides
get
out
that
the
one.
turn,
Wow.
and she knew she had to commit. Dry rock, being exposed. Now she's getting rolled across it.
Oh, that is.
But she had to have a go. The surfer from Barwon Heads, Victoria. Super committed. Bang.
Oh, did she even ride out of it?
It's interesting that
She
situation
couldn't ride out
to
of it 'cause
me
it went
because
dry.
there comes a point when you're riding onto dry rock
Yeah.
where you've ridden as far as you possibly can. She's
Yeah,
in
okay.
control of that turn for a moment, but it's going to really be dependent on the judge's perception
Did
of
she
what
do a turn
unfolded there.
before that?
I think it was just the one move,
that.
but only needed a 1.8. I mean, it's going to be, even if she completes, they give her the credit for completing that turn, it's going to be right on the line.
Yeah.
It's so close.
Wow.
But what a nail-biting finish to this first quarterfinal heat with so much on the line. Ellie Brooks, she didn't get that opportunity. Ellie Harrison, she's waiting on the judge's decision here, but she was ankle tapped a little bit at the end of this ride, whether she dry docked or
She
got
dry docked.
or
That was
got
heavy.
wiped out by the whitewater. We're not sure, but it was, she was tumbling
She
across
went
that
for
rock
it.
shelf.
That's the best thing about it. She had a good old crack at that.
Yeah, maybe became a little more stressful for Ellie than what it needed to be by heading out the back when she was in fourth priority. But at that point, I think she would have been thinking...
Maybe, like you said, she should have gone to the rock straight away.
Oh, the numbers are looking pretty good
Oh,
for Ellie Harrison.
wow.
They're looking pretty good. She is just going to learn her fate right now. But I'm sure she got a little dinged up on that inside. There's the celebration. She jumps ahead of Philippa Anderson, which will be a heartbreaking result there for Philippa, but she'll maintain a place in that top 7. We'll keep tabs on whether she can hang on to that spot, but the Grom from Victoria has made the jump into the semi-finals. What a
in the
huge
mix?
performance. She is right in the mix. And, so much more action coming your way here in the quarterfinals at the AAP Consulting Women's Pro.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people.
Who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens region.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Cultural icons in the heart of the city. We're just scratching the Surfest.
Quarterfinal 1 is a wrap here at the AAP Consulting Women's Pro. What a finish. I mean, we've seen it before when there's not big scores locked in. Obviously, when you get down to the wire, people need nothing to jump ahead of their rivals. And Ellie Harrison, she got it done. She was rewarded for a commitment at the end of that heat. And she has moved through to the semis, Hoy.
She did the right thing. She did the wrong thing first. By going,
Then she did the right thing.
Yeah, she ended up turning around and going
Yeah.
right to the inside and getting that wave at the end. But yeah, good on her for having a good old crack at the end. Didn't give up.
Yep.
A lot of people would have just gone, I'm not going to get the score, I'm too far out. But she paddled hard to get that inside wave and put it all on the line. Went over dry reef at the ladies, so good on her.
Yeah, and moving ahead with her was Paige Harrod with the win. So
She killed it. We didn't even hardly see her in the heat.
It just became one of those thrilling battles for second spot because every surfer in that heat is looking very good for a
Yep.
spot on the Challenger Series. So there was a lot on the line there, and it was Ellie who prevailed. Really, for me, it was devastating to see Ellie Brooks fall out of the mix. She's been surfing so great, and for the hometown crowd, and I think.
And
also,
only getting to surf one wave too.
Exactly, for Philippa Anderson to fall out of the mix here and not get a shot at that second Surfest title was massively disappointing. But she'll be back. She always does bounce back. It's unbelievable. Well, right now, in this second quarterfinal heat, we've got Dimity Stoyle, who's actually the front runner on the women's QS ranks. And also out there is Mia Huppatz, who actually progressed through in a nail-biter, similar to that last heat earlier today. Sarah Baum, she's been one of the most impressive surfers in the mix. You can see just how confident she looks on her equipment. And Elise Cooper is out there as well. So this will be a lot of fun. Sarah Baum's story, really interesting. Tried to qualify via the African region. Unfortunately for her, with COVID, it was difficult to get home and compete there. But she's been living in Newcastle for a long time now.
4 years, she said this morning.
And she's really trying to prove herself to the WSL that she's worthy of that spot by taking a huge win in what's an incredibly difficult draw to get ahead of.
Yep.
So I think if she can go on to that big result, she'll definitely have a fantastic shot.
And she's worthy too of it. It's
Man,
she hasn't given it a go, and she's done a lot of travelling to try and do it too. She's not, she's put it both on the line. So
I think in these situations, obviously you can't rely on the athletes to award the wild cards, but I think if you were to ask all of the athletes, who are the top 5 surfers on the QS ranks,
that'd be a good way to do
or
it.
in this event, and did a peer poll, I think Sarah would be
that's
right
a
up
good way
there.
to do it.
Yeah.
All the ones that qualify say, all right, who do you think should be with you? That's a really good way to do it. Peers.
Is it anonymous?
Well,
I'd better put my own name down for sure.
No, only the 7 that qualify, I reckon, can do it.
Well,
just say, who do you think's worthy to be on this? Or not, and maybe just
too many
up.
personal
connections
and friendships.
Yeah.
As we see Sarah up at the moment.
There she is.
Hung on to that backhand hit. It wasn't much, but
it's like
as we saw in the last heat, you don't need much.
Yeah, true. That's a score out there today. It's like a player's player thing. That's always the best award, I reckon. If you get awarded player's player of the day or the game of the season, it's voted by all your peers. That's a huge honour, I reckon.
Definitely. Yeah, there's been some great peer polls as well. Well, that's how Stab Magazine runs their peer poll.
Yeah.
And it's, a really obviously celebrated title to collect.
Yeah, I think
each year.
A good one to win.
Well, 14 minutes to go here and no scores of real substance on the board just yet.
But like you said, you could rig it.
Oh, yeah.
Just get all your mates involved.
This is the fairest way to work it out.
Yes.
Run heats. Put
but
them out there.
Who gets to choose the wild card then?
The WSL, Office of Tours and Competition, will, I think, look at the recipients. I mean, a good example of
injuries too, or
a good example of how it works would be to look at, say, the Asian region. In Japan, they only had one event. Hiroto Ohara, he didn't finish in he didn't qualify for the Challenger Series through that, but he has won a major QS event, a prime QS event at the US Open. So he'd be a walk-up start. Fortunately for him, there's been an injury, so he is in now. But here we go, Dimity Stoyle. Wow, beautiful first turn. And she's been doing this throughout her run through the contest so far here at the AAP Consulting Women's Pro, and that's another big first turn. And if Sarah Baum had a 3.83, I'd expect this one to go higher.
Great turn. Good looking wave here. Good hack there. Just unfortunately doesn't get up for another one, but sort of does a cutty, so that's all right. And then you can see that after the bank now, the waves are sort of stopping dead. Before it had a bit more, what do you call it? I don't know.
Yeah, there's a bit more energy and push too to get through the dead section.
Now it's just stopping completely after the bank, so it's really hard to get through to that inside rocks bowl. So get your moves done on the outside. There's that rocks bowl in there, and if in doubt, get in there if you're needing a score. There's definitely little waves in there, but it's just so hard to sit in there and pick them. It's only if you're in trouble you get your waves in there. Here comes a little set too. Good looking direction in this set, I think, for the first one. Not too wide, maybe. Nah, too wide. Look at it. That's a dead set closeout.
Elise Cooper's
maybe not on the end, though. Here we go. Go.
Using a priority, needs to scramble. And she does get... Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, that was Sarah Baum.
Get up.
She's going to drive up into the first section. The wave flattened right out on her, unfortunately. But, she wasn't with priority out there. So, nothing lost in taking a gamble on that ride.
That one actually went all the way in to the inside too. She might have got a good score on that wave if she made that turn right out of that top turn with speed and got that all the way to the inside. She's in a good spot to get the double up. You can see those little ones in there. They're small, but if you get one in there, you're going to get a couple of turns in. It's hard work getting in there.
Well, Dimity Stoyle out there at the moment. She's semi-finaled in Championship Tour events before over at Trestles, and she also had a victory in the Fiji Women's Pro when she was on the Championship Tour. Had a victory over Carissa Moore in a quarterfinal heat. So, you know, she's that surfer. We were touching on it earlier on. Her surfing's there. She's a CT level surfer. Competitively, it didn't all come together.
Yeah.
Last time she went around on the CT, and
what
actually,
year was she on the CT? Not last year, year before, was it?
Her CT years, Matt, were 2014.
Yeah.
And 2015.
Oh wow, so a while ago.
And I think
okay.
just that big hiatus from competition at the elite level kind of saw Dimity shift her
it's been
focus.
2 years, right? So they can write those 2 years off pretty much.
Big time, and 2 years really without that opportunity to get on there.
Yeah.
But also she shifted her focus to a different career. She's been DJing, and she's a really successful DJ, and you know, her stocks are going up all the time in that realm. In fact, she travels now with a quiver in the back of her car, her decks and her speakers. And the day before we kicked off the contest, she was DJing here at the comp site.
Yeah.
So
perfect.
You know, she keeps
What a
herself
lifestyle.
busy. She's DJ'd at the WSL banquet before, during the crowning of the world champions. But something happened during COVID. She was hanging out with her buddies, Steph Gilmore, Tyler Wright, Nikki Van
They
Dyke.
made that great movie too.
And
That
Macy
was sick, I
Callahan,
reckon.
and they made that surf
Surfing
flick.
it.
Dan Scott, and he put it together beautifully. Ava Warbrick was involved in that movie as well. And the
They
big
did a great job of that. I reckon it was cool as.
all women's surf film, hype
Yeah,
flick, and Dimity's section was one of the best.
Yeah,
it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Mad soundtrack, definitely worth checking out if you get the chance. But I think what happened was people started talking about Dimity surfing again and started to talk to her about how good her surfing was.
Yeah,
And
let's
she
go.
went,
yeah.
okay,
Let's have a go here.
let's have a crack. And she's
Yeah.
in a great position. And as is another former CT competitor who's looking to get back to the top, Paige Harab. You were in a heat there, Paige, where you managed to get some pretty reasonable scores on the board early on, and it just became an intense battle for second spot. Were you vibing it out there, that battle unfolding?
Yeah, I was kind of lucky at the start. The other three girls were hassling and pushing each other real deep, and that one bomb came, and they were all too deep and spun around and got it. So it was a good start, and kind of just got on a roll from there and did my own thing and let the other girls hassle each other.
We've just been talking about Dimity and her road back to this position and just getting back toward that elite level. Your story is very similar, except you fell off tour a little bit more recently. But it was hard to bounce back, wasn't it? You kind of lost a couple of years there. It's been a bit of a wait to get to this position again.
Yeah, for sure. I fell off tour a couple of times now. So yeah, it'd be nice to get on for a third time. I feel like I've just been in New Zealand the last 2 years and kind of out of the whole competition scene. So I feel like I'm only just warming into it. I've had a bit of a shocker in the last couple of events. So looking forward to getting a good result here and hopefully making the Challenger Series.
It's awesome to see, Paige, and you're really holding your nerve nicely as you move through these rounds. Keep it going, and all the best for a big finish here at Newcastle.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you can tell that, you know, she's loving the opportunity to have the jersey on in these regional QS events again. Really hoping she can break into those Challenger Series contests, as we see now. At least Cooper up. Good looking. Whoa, here did the big first turn. Got a little wobbly off the bottom on the transition of the second manoeuvre, but has enough speed maybe to make it through to the inside here.
Yeah, she's doing well. She might be,
oh, man, she was so close.
I think she was too deep there anyway. I think she was off the ladies' bowl where those rocks come into play. You want to be further to the north to get that rocks bowl on the inside.
Have you noticed too, Dimity on her rides, how quickly she makes the decision to give up on that dead water?
Yep.
She's back out there pretty quickly, isn't she?
Here it is. Here's this wave. First hack at the start. It's going to stand up for her. Here, what she got. Nice second turn as well. here is what you're talking about, Ronnie. She goes, yep, I've got the bit of power coming through. One more little turn here, and then she just goes, nah, it's not going through. Get out of there. That's good thinking. You're not wasting time. Get back out the back. Maybe get first pro. There's no one with priority. They all got a wave then. First, Blues out there, but yeah, next one out's going to get priority. So that's good option, I reckon.
Dimity's wave riding's like her music choices. She doesn't like a slow track. So when that wave started to fade away,
she's
like, no, I need something faster. I need something faster. Come on, ramp it up the volume.
The dancing slows down.
It does. She's about to get herself into the lead here, Dimity Stoyle. Only needs a 2 to jump ahead of the South African Sarah Baum.
She got a 4.83 on that first wave, so I reckon that's a better wave, that one. She did 2 good mid-face hacks on that one, so I reckon it's going to better her first score, so that's a good option. 2 good scores under her belt.
Well, Mia's out there with priority now. She needs just a 4.46 now. Dimity's jumped into the lead.
There it is, 5 points, just a little bit better. This could be a good set. Hopefully it doesn't push too wide. It's a solid set too. It's the biggest set we've had come through in a while. Get out there. Might be a good direction too. This first one looks like it's going to be a good one. No one got it. Yeah.
Yeah, I like just the innate knowledge of this location and Hoy's ability to call these waves from so far away. The swirl line looked good.
Direction, yeah. Look
And
at this wave.
Sarah digs into that first turn.
Good first turn. Get up, get up, get up.
Got to get up there. Can't waste those opportunities. Maybe a little sleepy to get to that second section.
This one could go through to the rocks bowler if she keeps her speed up.
Wow, great movement. And notice how she's weaving. Not so much pumping going on. No. So a little smoother, that flow.
Here it is. She's going to get the inside bowl.
Drives up into it.
Wow.
Nice hook there. The wave drops out on her, but she hangs onto it. And still adding extras as she moves right through to the inside. Big floating backhand re-entry.
That was...
And Matt Hoy puts his hands together.
Oh, Blue looks like she got one too of that second wave in this after Sarah's wave that went all the way through too. So that was the ones. They were good direction. You could tell them coming in from the outside, hit the ladies perfect and kept their form all the way through to the rocks.
Yeah, that's the dream section to connect with. Have a look at that little insider just there. That's where Sarah's just come from.
And you can see that angle straight to 45 degrees from the rocks out to the back. That's where you want the sets to hit, so they go all the way through. Here's the wave behind Sarah's.
Yeah, Mia digs in on the first turn.
Yeah, a bit foamy. Those ones are really hard to surf. Nice second turn, but this one's going to keep its momentum through to the rocks as well. Good direction set. They're the ones you're looking for. Gives you an opportunity on the outside, and then you get this inside bowl. So nice turn there. I think she just comes unstuck on that section here. Yep, just gets caught in the whitewash. But that's not a bad wave either. 2 good waves in a row. As I said, good direction set. Perfect direction for Merriweather. I'd like to know the angle so we could tell you. the acute angle. People tell you, it's got to be 180 degrees from the south. I'm like, wow, how do you even know that? Someone says it. How do they even know it? And then the next one comes from 185 and it's completely different anyway.
I've never paid too much attention
to
it.
I know. It's a weird one.
Mia and Elise just getting a little bit behind these more experienced competitors out here at the moment. But Mia held her nerve earlier today to earn her place in this heat. The surfer from Janjak, Torquay, 16 years of age, was in 35th spot on the leaderboard on the ratings when she came into this contest, and already making a nice little climb up. 11 places into 24th position, but doesn't want to stop now. Elise Cooper, she's sitting in a great position at the moment, but has to be careful. Still some surfers in the mix, chasing big results that can push her out of off the top end of the ratings. Elise is sitting in 8th, so just outside the qualification mark at the moment. But Nixie Ryan just ahead of her, out of the mix already. Keep in mind that, being that this is a QS 5000.
The judges are having a good look at these 3 scores.
Oh, yeah.
Because they know it's pretty much, maybe there's not going to be another wave. Oh, here we go. There's another good looking direction set maybe too. Little mid-sized set.
A minute and a half remaining here. Dimity's done the work again on the outside hoist.
Yep.
She's just been so good with those big first turn options. She's going to kick out of this one.
Yep,
It's just so great to see this change in Dimity's confidence.
Oh, for
You know,
sure. I
she's
said that to someone too. Oh, Mitch Parkinson. I said, what, Dimity's surfing way better. He's going, oh, no, she's always surfed really good. But I think that break and the movie coming out and seeing her surf, her section in that movie, like you said, was really cool and amazing surfing. I think that has given her the confidence. A lot of, like you said, a lot of people coming up to her saying, hey, what are you doing? You should be having another go here.
Yeah, I think maybe Dimity was director of music on the
director of nocturnal activity
on the movie too, and that. But no, she whatever, they put a beautiful soundtrack together for it. Beautiful, as in really fun.
Yeah,
gets you amped
Get
to
you
surf.
Pumped, yeah.
But here we go. 30 seconds remaining here. Sarah Barnes still hanging on to that number one spot. Well, she did with her last wave, a 6, the highest scoring ride of this heat. No surprises. It was an absolute gem of a wave, and she took it right through to the inside. Dimity in second. Mia's got an opportunity, but needs a huge number, 7.46. Elise Cooper after a 6.33. Not much doing in the way of swell lines, and they might have had their last shot at it.
I think they have. 5 seconds to go.
Elise is scraping into one here, but I'm not sure it's going to make the connection through the inside.
She needs a huge score as well.
Mia. So Mia just working this one over. Does need a big score. Has been collecting some solid results so far. Featured in an All-Star Pro Junior final up at the Tweed Coast Pro, but unfortunately for her, her run here in the quarterfinals is going to come to an end, but still it'll be her biggest result out of QS. So well done to Mia, well done to Elise, Dimity Stoyle and Sarah Baum though. Too strong, powering on through to the next round.
Here's that wave again. Great looking wave.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people
who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens region.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merriweather Surfboard Club.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Welcome back. Quarterfinal 3 in the lineup. We are playing for keeps here. Mitchell Ross, a spot in the Challenger Series on the line for all of these surfers. It's going to be one hell of an afternoon as we're just past midday here, Rossi. And, things are starting to heat up, mate.
Yep, they certainly are. And a couple of big names in this one. Alyssa Locke, she put on a show this morning, along with Sasha Baker, Freya Baum, and Freya Prum, and Holly Williams. 4 exciting surfers, Stace, and a 4.5 for Holly Williams. It's a pretty good number. 3.5 for the surfer in white.
It's a great number. Holly had an exciting heat this morning. Mitchell, I think we both called it. She pretty exciting buzzer beater. Needed a decent number, 4.88 from memory, and she got the job done. She's got another quick start here, so she'll be stoked. She's currently rated 14th. She's got a bit of work to do if she wants to climb up into that top 7, but she's off to a great start here, and she'll be stoked to keep building.
It's kind of like you're emphasising the fact that it was only a 4.5, you know, like, but it's a 4.5 in inconsistent conditions.
Yep.
So people out there might think you're getting a bit over...
Bit excited.
Yeah, but nah, a 4.5 right now. There's been patches, even in that heat a moment ago, Philippa Anderson, you know, she had a good score for maybe 15 minutes and just couldn't back it up. We're going to see that a lot this afternoon. This is the type of bank that it's like it needs, where the girls are sitting at the moment, you actually need a bit of a set for anything to break there.
Yep.
So, a 4.5 will be very handy come the later stages of this heat. As we see a bit of a replay here, a great shot there. Makes it look like a incredible little right-hander. Nice little snap. Holly Williams, as Stacey mentioned. Bit of a buzzer beater a few hours ago.
Oh,
wow.
Sasha Baker. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck there. But Holly and Freya. Freya currently rated 16th. And up and riding here, Alyssa Locke.
A bit of a child prodigy, Alyssa.
She was, yeah. And
she had all the stickers.
Yep.
12 years old. A major member of the Roxy team. I think she might have ridden for Wheat Bix or something back in the day. Stickers all over her board. But not anymore, I've noticed, Stace. That's been a bit of a transition period for her career.
Definitely, as we see, oi, kicking out of that last ride, which was some great self-preservation there, but she will end up on the rocks, and look, it can happen to anyone. We saw it happen to Philippa Anderson at the ABB at Newcastle Main Beach, and you got to be careful. She's used to jumping off rocks at Snapper Rocks, though, so she should get out of this situation.
The ones at Snapper are a little bit sharper, so
yeah,
she'll be comfortable down there at Merida.
As we see a replay here, speaking of being comfortable on her backhand, I'm not too sure if she really got the turn she was hoping for there with that second turn. It was a nice long drawn out carve, but a little bit flat. So she brought it through to the inside to try and make up for it, and unfortunately couldn't ride out of this turn here. But she's currently rated 19th, and she's already moved up 11 spots on the rankings. If she's any chance of getting into that Challenger Series, she'd need to do the same thing again.
So she was 29th, you're saying? So
yes.
She's, okay, gotcha.
Yep, so she's powering up. Yep, she's 30th, and now she's into 19th.
Wow.
But she would need still a fair bit of work to get into that top 7. But certainly doable. Like we mentioned, we are doing 4-person heats all day today, so the draw just condenses very, very quickly.
Yeah. So waiting for that score to get locked in there from the goofy footer, Alyssa Locke. I'm sure you see a lot of Alyssa surfing residing on the Gold Coast days. One of those classic goofy footers, backhand's really solid.
Yeah, Dad's a great surfer. Also got a fantastic backhand. Dean Locke, I'm sure you're watching. G'day, mate. And yeah, you're right, child prodigy. I know she's got some other focuses now, doubling down with a bit of study and professional surfing, which I think could be a good thing, when you shift, where you sort of share your focus out between a few different endeavours. I think it can sort of help you realise what you really want to do with your life. And as you see, she's still gunning hard, so it's good to see. And I think sometimes when you spend maybe some less time doing something, that the quality of the time you're doing it might be better though. So I know, if you're juggling uni and that full time, it can be pretty hard to keep your training up, keep your surfing up. But when you're doing it, more than likely not, you're 110% focused on it. So I think that's happening for Alyssa here. She's putting up a great event into the quarters, and I know she'd like to go all the way. So we'll see how she can get herself out of this heat here.
Yeah, a 3.5 for that opening ride, so the judges liked it. Didn't really love the back end of the wave though. Unfortunately, she rode up onto the rocks in here at Merriweather. That's actually the name of this little break. Rocks out the back is ladies, and that's where the girls are sitting at the moment. 13 minutes remaining in this one, Stace, and some decent scores, but still waiting for big scores to get locked in.
While we're waiting, we'll have a quick chat with Sarah Baum. Sarah, congratulations.
Much.
Into the semi-finals. You must be over the moon.
Yeah, definitely. The quarterfinals is always like, you're on the border. Like, once you make it past the quarters, I feel like you're like, okay, sweet. Like, I'm happy to keep going now and gain that momentum. And, I'm stoked to get through that one.
Can I blame you for renewing Philippa Anderson's South African accent?
No, it's fine all day.
I love it. It's a great accent. I actually had a quick chat with Philippa. She mentioned she's been hanging out with you a bunch. Unfortunately, she went down in that one. I know you would have been cheering her on, but you've got your own goals, your own focus. How hard is it to kind of keep your head down with all this noise around you?
Oh, definitely. Like Philippa in that last one, I could hear the other girl needed a score and she was right on the inside, and I was like, oh no, and Philzy was trying to paddle to her, and I'm like, paddle. And then now Freya's in the next one as well, which is a really good friend of mine. and she just surfed the wave past me. I'm like, go for it! And so it's hard to like, you know, separate yourself. And we all do really good as soon as like we're in the same heat. We're friends on the beach, and then as soon as the heat starts, we're like, you know, it's game on. And as soon as the heat ends, we're all friends again. So yeah, it's sick.
And you put a few hours in out here at Merida. I know you live in the area. How long have you actually been living in Newcastle for?
I think I'm going on my 4th year now.
And how you've enjoyed your time here?
Oh, I love it. I've been coming here ever since I was 14 to do this event. My dad and I stayed at the Beaches Hotel, and so I've always loved this place. There's such a good community, and I have a really good group of friends here that are practically like my family. So yeah, I love it here.
And what would it mean to you to win this one?
Oh, it would mean so much. It would be the biggest win of my career. So I'm definitely aiming for the win, and hopefully I get it. And yeah, it'll be a fun night, I think.
And maybe you'll go back up to the beaches where you used to stay with your old boy.
We might go everywhere.
Well, look, you know, from the beginning of this event, where you posted arguably the highest heat total of the event thus far through to, you know, the final day today, you've been the standout. So, yeah, you're proving it. So we wish you all the luck, and hopefully in a few hours' time we see you up on the podium.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, without a doubt, Stace. You know, there's been some standouts, and I have to say, I think she would probably be, for me, the surfer of the event. Can you remember the 8.7, or was it a 9 for 2 turns?
Yep.
You know, 5 days ago now.
Really strong.
Yep.
Super solid on her board.
I've always thought she's good enough to qualify.
Yep.
And I'm not. You know, you generally say things that you don't mean when you sit here, but that one
Not you, Rossi. You've been spot on all week. I know what you mean. I agree with you. I think Sarah's a fantastic talent, and she sort of has that rare mix of like power and dynamic ability in the lip. Look, again, I know what you mean. You can sometimes say things in this chair that are a little bit, got a bit of mayo on them, but I reckon she got kind of cooked on the Challenger Series last year. She had a couple of individual turns that I didn't even see on the CT. Laybacking, sort of blowtail laybacks, and I know we like to see combinations of major manoeuvres, but yeah, I thought she was ripping.
Yeah. I think a time will come. Some of those, like, she's getting towards the later stage of her career, but, you know, it wouldn't be the first time you see, like, that to, you know, actually finally make the cut. You know, some of these older surfers, they're just sort of built to, you know, achieve some of their dreams a little bit later in career. You've seen guys like Mick Campbell in the past, even a few women that have qualified late. But the thing about a Sarah, like, she always looks in peak performance as well.
Yep.
Like, totally fit, not much weight on you. One thing that happens quite easily as you get older, you can put weight on.
Yep.
but Sarah, yeah, she's dodging that one, and yeah, looking really good. 9 minutes remaining in this heat. It's been a little bit slow, Stace. It looks like surfer in green up and riding on this one, trying to better a 3.1. Just a little out of control in that first manoeuvre, trying to get a connection. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen. And now we're seeing a quick wave there for the blue. Yeah,
I think in that break, in that chat, we saw Freya Pram on the 6.4 just wrenching it around. I think she might have got a 5 just for the one turn. We'll try and get a replay for you at some point, but it was a beautiful arcing manoeuvre. So it's a good thing to see. I'm not too sure what board she's actually on. Oh.
Wow.
And again, yes.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Squares up. Whoa.
That was like Molly Picklum-esque.
You know what? You're spot on. She powered into that wave. I was like, what's Molly doing out there? Yeah, an incredible turn.
Yeah, real cowboy of a manoeuvre. Just super sort of raw and powerful.
Saddled up and ripped in.
Yep. So a 5-point ride there for one manoeuvre. It's funny if you simplify things. Like, you can get so tweaked out on yourself thinking you need to get away from the top to the bottom. If you just back yourself and sort of jam that back foot into the face, you can get a 5 within about 15 minutes of riding.
Yep. So see some beautiful imagery here of the whole stretch of coastline. The swell still rolling in. It's been, more often than not, the surfers have been getting a couple opportunities per heat. We have seen a couple of scrappy ones where backup rides have been needed to be chased on the shorey. These 20-minute heats, they do count down quickly. But for your surfers like Holly Williams and even Alyssa Locker got off to a quick start. They've got their feet in the wax now, and they know what they need to do to really close this one out. And you'd like to think with 7 minutes on the clock, they're going to get their chance to try and rein in Freya Prum, who has been the later of the starts, but she's done the better surfing, so she finds herself in a pretty convincing position out there. Obviously, Sasha Baker hasn't quite found a start yet, and she'll be hoping that that priority order rolls around pretty quick and she gets her chance. But it's just crazy how quickly the draw disappears. Like, you get through this heat and you're into the final 8.
Which is a semi-final.
Yep.
As we see the blue. Here we go. Good-looking wave here, or maybe not. Just a little bit too stretched out. For a moment, it looked like it was just going to peel the whole way, but it did close out. I tell you what, Stace, one thing I like about this, it's not every day you're surfing these competitors surfing a QS and have a couple of days off. They don't usually get that luxury.
Yep.
But what I do love about today's action, I'm a sucker for these 20-minute heats.
Yeah.
We come here and sit down and, we talk the action, and all of a sudden
there's a result.
Yep. And then you're back to the start of another one. It's just thick and fast, and I really dig it. I know, two of the surfers hate it every time.
Yes.
Because they're like, I just need an extra 5 or 10 minutes to get up the charts. But no, it's been really cool, this 20-minute format, and we're just ripping through so many heats today.
I know. I agree with you with the breaks in the event, and we would call it a luxury, but I think the QS surfers are yet, or most of them that I talk to, they're yet to see the beauty in a few days off, which I think you need to, because if you're going to get on the world tour, you need to be able to manage your time and your lay days and how you kind of interact with the town on those days off, because you go to places like Bells or J-Bay, you could go on hold for a week. Or even Europe, you might go on hold 10 times in one day and then surf your heat at 4 p.m. in the afternoon when the tide finally sorts itself out. So, yeah, learning to manage your time on those lay days is very, very important. You were a great host yesterday, Mitchell, taking care of Ronnie and myself, and taking us well away from the 20-foot death closeouts that were out the front here, and towing us into some 2-foot beach breaks, which is I'm very grateful for that.
Mate, I'll look after you.
Thanks, Rossi.
It's a great spot here.
It is a great spot, great people. But now, that swell has backed off, and the main contest peak is more or less firing. As you said, it's great for us as commentators in the booth to be calling the action here with these quick heats, but it's sort of what we have to do to get it done today. This swell tapers off really quick, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was probably near flat tomorrow on this peak. So I know the surfers, as quick as these heats might fly by, I'm sure they would rather be in better quality waves than not. And it's just a matter of figuring out the pieces to the puzzle and getting the job done.
And this is, of course, the final qualifying series event in this region. So, massive stakes up for grabs right now. These girls just eyeing a spot in the top 7. The men, a top 9. 3.5 minutes remaining in this one. As you can see, a couple little waves roll on through the inside section there. We're looking at Alyssa Locke right now, looking for a 4.11. And a tall order from the surfer in blue, looking for a 6.27. As we see a whole lot of people down here at Merrida Beach enjoying the show. Of course, we were lucky to see the world's best visit Merrida last year.
Didn't they deserve it? The team, the town.
We did.
You did.
We've been waiting for that moment.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And you seized it.
Yep.
2 surfers in the quarterfinal, 1 in the semis from the town. Philippa had a good crack on the women's side.
Didn't she?
It's awesome to say.
She went down to Carissa though.
Oh, that hurts.
That was a bit of a roadblock.
That hurts for you, doesn't it?
But let's talk about Philippa. She lost. She's out. She won in 2009. The city was behind her to win it again in 2022, but unfortunately she went down. Now we're watching a surfer in green found a steep wall here, Stace.
She's done her best to make that wave as steep as possible as she comes through to the inside. She might get a finishing turn. I don't know what the contour of the ocean will look like underneath this turn. Probably dry rock, so she opts to kick out there. And You got to be careful on the paddle back out there too, don't you, Mitchell? You could lose a knuckle.
Yeah, or a fin.
But the town absolutely deserved it and made the most of it. A couple of cracking trivia nights down there at the Prince. Just a bit of surf trivia. We had a bit of an unfair team. A few of the travelling pros, which helped out, and their filmers, which made for a pretty diverse team. And I think we still managed to lose somehow. But
of course, the Prince is the official pub of the event. I'm sure we'll get down there this afternoon as we see a replay here. Pretty good opening turn here, Stace.
Yeah, he did well to get down that bump and draw out a nice turn there, but I think she would have liked to get into lip a little bit quicker there just to try and maximise what steepness was left of that wave. Board looks nice and alive under Holly's feet here. She's just begging for a bit friendlier inside. That was just a nightmare, and you can't really tell from that angle, but as you pointed out, Mitchell, that is as dry as a bone, and you don't want to be going anywhere near that if you value your life and the skin on your chin, because it could be a bad ending there. So well done there to get out of harm's way there for Holly, and she did slightly improve her situation, I believe. So a 3.83 there now, locking into her second score. So it's just pushed the requirement out there a little bit for Alyssa and Sasha. I know that it's been a while since Alyssa Locke got a wave, and she's still in third priority. So there's only 30 seconds to go. Just really unlucky with the priority rhythm there. And sometimes heats just go that way. As we see Sasha Baker here, she needs a 7-point ride. She'll be disappointed with the heat so far. We'll see if she can turn it around on this wave. Nice carving turn. She might get one more steep section here to belt it, and she does. She's quite a quality surfer, but just the structure of this heat for her, not the best. You can't be getting through heats here with those small scores in your second score line. Well, not a heat like this anyway. We have seen a few like that, I should say, but this heat, unfortunately for Sasha's sake, they got away to a flyer, and she wasn't a part of it. As we see up and riding here, potentially before the buzzer, a 4.83 the requirement, a nice big second turn, but unfortunately going down. So Alyssa not able to ride out of that wave. So that will be all she wrote for the surfer in red and blue. I don't see the scores there being enough to turn the tide, but we will be back soon with more action. It'll be the final heat of the quarterfinals here at the AAP Consulting Women's Pro.
You're dealing with local people
who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens region.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
Giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Welcome back to quarterfinal number 4 of the AAP Consulting Women's Pro here at Merriweather. The swell still marching on in. Plenty of tightly fought battles here as we have Raya Campbell up and riding there in the pink. A nice first turn, but unfortunately not linking that one through to the inside. Raya's got a pretty stacked heat. Macy Callahan in the blue. Kobe Enright in the white, Sage Goldsberry in the green. Now this heat, all the heats are stacked, Rossi, but this one in particular features 3 surfers inside the current cut line. One of them, I would say, is on her way to doing enough. That surfer would be Macy Callahan, but she would still love to progress through this heat. The other 2 surfers in this heat that need a result to really cement their position would be Sage Goldsberry and Kobe Enright.
There it is on screen.
Here we go.
So Nixie Ryan, she'd be nervous right now, right?
Oh, very nervous.
Because as you can see, Kobe and Paige, they're hitting form, and they're not looking for, maybe another heat, which is a big call right now because we're up to the quarters semis. But yeah, a lot of pressure on Kobe for sure, along with Sage. So a very interesting heat underway. As we see a replay, this was Macy Callanan, who's been on an absolute tear. I think as soon as she kind of dropped the pure focus of being a competitor, we're seeing the best surfing from Macy.
Yep, agreed.
I speak to a mentor, coach figure, manager figure in Mick Kane a lot.
Yep.
And Kaney told me a while ago that he doesn't actually know what Macy is, what sort of pathway she's going down at the moment.
Yep.
Does a lot of free surf stuff. The competitive, it can get a little bit on your shoulders after quite a few years of maybe not the results that you might think you deserve or whatever, or warrant. But yeah, as soon as she sort of dropped the guard, she's been surfing out of her mind.
Yep.
Traveling with a boyfriend, Sheldon Simkus, and that first wave, incredible.
Such, CT power, CT flow looked
smooth.
Yep, just looked a class above. And it's the kind of surfing she does when she's freed up and doesn't have that added external pressures which the CT can bring. I'd even go one step further and to say Macy's sort of always done that on the QS though. Not to devalue her performance here, but whenever she's needed a result up at Barubi, man, she pulls it out all the time. She'll come off the CT tricky season, kind of not looking like where she is in the lineup, and then she gets down to these heats and just ignites. So I feel like no matter what path she takes, if she can take this kind of style of surfing from the QS up onto the CT, she's definitely world class.
And now starting to ride different boards a little bit too. I know she was locked into one shaper for a while.
Yep.
Now she flirts with a few other shapers, a few different shapers, sorry.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's an important thing to do throughout your career, mix up your performance. It sort of just changes the way you look at a wave. And look, I think more often than not, you probably end up doing the same surfing as an end result, but you do get a different feeling of getting to that same spot. So you can learn different things along the way.
Yeah, maybe it looks no different to us, but for her mind,
and her feeling,
it's kind of like a reset.
I see my good friend Jack Freestone doing that at the moment.
Yeah.
Like, all he's doing is riding 20s, but he's still doing 30-foot airs, and so it's like for the visual for the consumer, it still looks the same, but the surfer, man, they're definitely feeling different things, which is, I think that's the beauty of it. And it's a battle of the threes now for everyone else. Macy Callahan locks in a 6-point ride, which is by far the best start of the heat. I think I called a heat with you earlier, Rossi, where it might have been Hoyo actually, where Kalani ball, he just ran away with it, and all of a sudden it became one spot to get through out of 3, rather than a heat of like, okay, I'm obviously 50% progression, and Macy Callahan's in that position right now where she's got such a strong scoring first ride. Her next wave, she could just go lights out and put it out of reach for everyone else, and then all of a sudden you have a crazy battle for second. So the other women here, this next exchange, Raya Campbell and Kobe Enright, their next swing of the axe needs to be spot on.
This is, of course, quarterfinal number 4 that we're watching. 14 minutes remaining. This one up next will be the quarters for the blokes, the male division, and it'll be Jackson Baker, Ben Spence, Jacob Wilcox, and the partner of Macy Callanan, Sheldon Simkus.
I love it.
As we see red up and right. That was a big turn.
How's the under the lip? One more. Big one here.
Perfect placement.
Nice and early under the lip there.
This is going to go up behind. Maybe higher than Macy's. This is going to be a massive score here for...
Ray is fired up.
Yeah. Put on a pretty good performance earlier. We sort of praised her, getting a couple of 4s, but I think she's come out of the gates and she's going to lock a bigger score than a 4 on this one, I'll tell you that. See some teeth there. Bit of a smile.
Yeah, these servers, they can be hypercritical of their performance sometimes, Rossi, as you know. Wow, I love this turn. Whoa.
Yeah, that was perfect placement. This one here could have been a bit bigger, but you know what? Once you've done one big turn and a nice check, you kind of just want to finish the thing.
Yeah.
Particularly in a wave-starved heat. Like, it's been a little inconsistent at times, and
I know exactly what you mean, and I don't think the fact that she undercooked that turn will be fatal to her result in this heat.
No.
Man-on-man semi-final against, say, a Macy,
Yeah.
if that was the case, yes,
Yeah.
definitely. You would need to push that turn a lot harder than that. But you're right, Rossi. In a 4-person heat like this, wave-starved, 20 minutes, it's all about a numbers game, isn't it? And when do I push and when do I, quote-unquote, hold back? And I thought, you're right. She had the major on the first turn on that wave. Meat of the score is going to come from that. Anything she does after that's a bonus.
Yeah, we haven't actually been talking about that as much as we probably should have because, we generally sort of, scathe people for going a little bit soft on sections here and there. But when it's a 50% progression in a 4-man heat, these surfers can be a little bit sort of smarter.
Definitely. It's a good way of putting it. Speaking of clever, Freya Prum. Still surfing the 6'4" and absolutely tearing. How good did that calf feel?
Yeah, my feet were in the right spot. The boys coaxed me into staying on the 6'4" out there. I was trying to get shorter, but they persisted and they won, and I'm glad. I listened to Hedgie and Doof. They're a good team.
Yeah, what boys? That's what I was going to say. What boys are you talking about? Just Doof and Hog?
We've got a hell little crew who've been doing the regional series, and Hedgie joined us around Avoca, and just having his energy is awesome.
It's funny. I shouldn't have even asked twice because, of course, Nathan Hedge is going to tell you to ride the bigger board.
Yeah, he's frothing out because he's got a 6'8" Pang and 7'0" Takora, and I'm just losing my mind, wanting to ride him. But 6'4", it's going good, so I'll stick with that. I don't need to go bigger today.
And that wave, did you, we're talking about a 5-point ride you got, and it was a type of wave that you could see it wasn't going to offer much more than just that one manoeuvre. So did you just go into that thing and just let loose, like super powerful, and just get all psyched on it?
Yeah, it was a good entry, so I knew I had a chance for one turn and see what happens after that. There's not many waves out there, so look, if you get a shot, it's worth a go, I reckon.
That's the spirit, Freya. Well done. You will be moving on through to the semi-finals, and we're certainly looking forward to what equipment you paddle out on next. Keep it real.
Don't confuse me more. Enjoy the rest of the day. Cheers.
Unreal.
Yeah, it's really cool what's happening today because there's so much at stake, obviously, and there's so much at play. And as you know, Rossi, you go to an event like Sunset, or even Haleiwa, where the swell is dropping before your very own eyes. And you have surfers that have their relationship with their special 6'8", their special 6'4", whatever that may be. But I do feel today, Freya wants to win this event. There might come a time, I don't know when, but at the rate of which this swell's declining, I think there could be a point that might come up, and I don't think she could have a better support network there than Doof and Hog to really help her simplify things should that happen.
Well, it's funny. Remember we interviewed Ray Campbell in the last round after she won, and she said she was on a step up.
Yep.
And then we actually asked her if you're going to go back to your regular shortboard, and she said yes.
Yep.
I wonder if the transition for Freya will be just as easy.
I think, and the funny thing is, I think Ray is stuck on her step up
You
because
think-
it's yellow spray. Unless she's got 2 boards of the yellow spray, I don't know. But it's funny, and that's why I think, particularly as you know, Rossi, being a coach can be so rewarding because it's those little decisions you can help an athlete with that have such a big impact in their performance. Sage up and riding, nice turn in the lip there, clever ride. 9 minutes on the clock. It's not going to be a huge score, but she's just chipping away. It's, one of those things. I don't think that total she's going to get here would be enough to see her get through, but her just keeping the ball rolling could put her in a position where she gets a little underneath chip in on the way back out or something like that. So I think getting going there, I hope it pays off for her.
So a decent score locked in whilst we were having a chat to the winner of that last one. A 5.6 for Raya. I thought it might have been a little bit higher, but the judges disagreed. So a good score nonetheless puts Raya out in front at the moment.
Yep. So we were speaking Ray over there being a bit critical of her performance earlier, Mitchell. You're obviously spending a lot of time with Carissa Moore over the last probably better part of a decade. I know Carissa can get down on herself with her performances sometimes. In your role, how do you kind of get Carissa through those moments where maybe she hasn't lived up to the performance she was hoping for?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a difficult answer. you're dealing with so much more than the actual surfing on the wave with the best in the world. So yeah, they sometimes think they've got no talent at all, and you just got to remind them, where they're at right now. And it's a funny one though, mate. They always sort of question themselves. I know you mentioned before Raya Campbell. She's pretty hard on herself, and when these athletes, they regard themselves as the best surfers in the world, whether you're Carissa or you're Raya or you're Jacob Wilcox, they've got this standard for themselves, and they constantly want to sort of outdo it.
Yep.
And, the bummer is they're generally not going to get what they want. So, saying that, they're probably going to underachieve in their minds a lot.
Yep. Congratulations, by the way. 5th world title.
Oh, yeah.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah. Not much to do with me, mate.
Another big accolade in the same year. Gold medal.
Look at that. Big year for her, wasn't it?
Big year for her.
But
working with a few more talent on the men's side there with Jacko down at Bells.
Yeah.
Going to be a big event for him.
Yeah, it's a huge one for Mr. Baker.
I've got a question for you on that.
Go.
Jacko, very social character, loves his town. He takes the long way home when he comes up from his heats. He doesn't want the short way.
Yep.
Do you look to kind of encourage that out of Jackson to keep him relaxed, or do you try to maybe get the horse blinkers on and just get him focused on the lineup?
It's funny. For a second there, he was thinking he might not go in this event.
Yep.
And I was kind of, because of those reasons, because he's going to be busy, he's going to be, kissing babies, talking to everyone that he can find. And
running for Parliament.
And I was actually I asked him to be honest with himself and, does he really want to step aside?
Miss it. Yep.
And then, once he sort of laid the cards on the table, I think he was never going to miss this.
Yep.
And he actually loves kissing babies and
Absolutely.
talking to every person down here.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be different down at Bells. A whole lot of, superstars to throw into the mix. Puts a Jackson Baker at the end of the totem pole with, kissing babies and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's going to be a real transformation. Surfing the local event and being the star, then going down to Bells, and then being behind Kelly Slater and the crew on the line. But I think it'll be good for him. Get a little bit more incognito to, get a big result, which he needs.
Yep. It's an important event, that one, but I think, coming into that, you'd have to feel a certain level of comfortability with the lineup and his style of surfing and, what's possible. And like you said, everyone has expectations that they like to meet. Some spots around the world, people have more experience than others, and I think Jackson, he'd be pretty happy with his prep and his boards, and the way he surfed Sunset was really strong, and I think Bells has sort of elements to that, but you're just in a 4-3 or a 3-2, so... Yeah, it's I'm looking forward to the Bakehouse. Looking forward to seeing how he performs as we have a set rolling in here. And it looks like we've got a couple of paddlers. I think Raya Campbell on the inside and Macy Callahan off the end. She wants no news of any Raya Campbell improvement. She wants to get out and back to the lead. She'll need a decent ride to go all the way to the lead, but only a small score to go to second. She's probably done enough to go to the lead there. She only needed give me one moment, a 3.27. So I think that would be enough to go to the lead, and good timing.
You can see she's riding a sharp eye, but from here I can't tell what model it is, but it looks so nice. It looks super flat.
Yep, yeah, it does.
And on these...
You reckon sticker placement's got anything to do with that?
Maybe, but I don't know. It just looks like it's flat enough to fly through the dead sections.
Definitely.
She got pretty lucky on that wave because that could have turned into absolute nothing.
The fourth carve might have been the best.
Yeah.
And she kind of needed it, I think, to get that score that she's chasing to go all the way to the lead, because I don't think you want to be sitting in second in a situation like this. Being in the lead always would be better. It seems fairly rudimentary to say, but I think with how tight these scores will be, you're only splitting hairs. So I think if you can have just that little bit of advantage on the scoreboard, obviously it's going to bode well for you with 3 minutes on the clock, which would then leave, I believe, Sage Goldsberry and Kobe Enright chasing scores. Here goes Sage now on her opportunity. Nice turn out of the lip there. Beautiful turn. She comes around the section. She'll be looking for another.
Yeah.
There it is. A beautiful carving maneuver. She actually shares the same second score as Raya, so she will need to... if she wants to go ahead of Rhea, she'll need that 5.6 or above, because I'm assuming Macy will go to the lead. I could be wrong. But it's certainly going to be around that wheelhouse of what Sage would need to progress. Same for Kobe. She would actually need about a 6-point ride and above to go for that. And I'm just sort of trying to foresee the jump here, Mitchell. I know we've got live scores that read differently, but I do believe Macy will improve her total a lot. That would, I think, go to first position, which would then push those numbers out for our surfers that will be in second, third and fourth.
Yeah, it's going to be tight. Without looking at replays, so we're going to see a few right now. This is Kobe Enright. Okay, she was in fourth position prior to this ride, looking for a 3.58, which is kind of a, forget what I said, the 3.58 is going to disappear. That requirement will get harder. At first glance, I thought this was the best wave of the exchange. I love how she just waited and just opened up on that section there. As you watch the replay, it probably wasn't quite as dynamic as the judges would have liked.
Yep.
Maybe a little bit more sort of vertical and aggressive surfing.
I liked the first turn. It was nice, but the wave just sort of backed off a little bit. So as we see now, the scores for progression, it's up more around the 6 range. This is a good-looking wave for Kobe Enright. A nice turn there and a better turn in the lip, but not quite the connection I think Kobe was looking for. But she's going to leave a score with the judges as we see Rhea behind.
Wow.
Whoa, that was a nice turn there. If she did anything before that, it's going to be a good score. As we will wait, I think Rhea would probably improve on the 3.67 anyway, just with that one manoeuvre. Pretty steep section.
Yep, you're dead right. And just alluding to, I think, what you were thinking, we didn't even see the beginning of it. But that second manoeuvre was really strong there. As we see Kobe, I actually like the first turn here, Stace.
Yeah,
that was
great.
massive. I thought the second turn, she just got caught in the lip for a moment.
Oh, yeah, she really didn't connect with it like I know she can.
She needed a 6. Like, if she sort of time that a little bit better, I think she's getting it all day.
Every day, but then Rhea's going to improve there behind, so these numbers are going to keep pushing out, and this is where
Rhea goes to the lead, I think.
You could be right, yeah. 5.34 to first. It's going to be around that number. It's a lot better than Macy Callahan's 4.93.
Yeah, no doubt.
Sage Goldsberry does go into second, but we feel only momentarily. There's 30 seconds remain as Kobe Enright's up on the inside, but that wave won't do the job. Rhea Campbell did get a strong wave behind, and there are more sets on the horizon, so we could even have another exchange, but it wouldn't be Macy Callahan here with a higher priority.
She might need this, Stacey.
She might. Oh, nice first turn. Good speed down the line.
The wallet.
Another nice checking snap, and a big strong turn there to finish. Opens the shoulders. I'd love to know if young Sage is behind. It doesn't look like it. We are still waiting for a score now from Rhea Campbell and now Macy Callahan. So I like what you're thinking there, Rossi. Rhea could potentially go all the way to the lead.
Momentarily, because I think Mace has to go back to the lead, doesn't she?
Yeah.
That was incredible surfing. That, you know what? And you mentioned it before. Put this girl in a QS. She surfs the most perfect heats. She's done it so well. Scores coming through. Red, a 6.4, so they love that. The judges rewarding that backhand surfing. The last blast was massive.
And no matter what happens here, the surfers in white and green, they didn't get another opportunity, a quality opportunity. Kobe Enright expecting a small score to come in, but they're the two surfers that were right on the cut line. And it's Macy that's kind of rolling away with this and looking like she will qualify. And Rhea, who's an absolute bolter from right down the back, who's put herself into second position there because, as you said, Rossi, Macy did get a huge score on that last wave. 8-point ride. Lovely to call the action with you, mate. We're going to take a break here at the AAP Consulting Women's Pro.
I've been doing this for 40 years, shooting surfing and helping grommets to, have their careers, and I'm pretty proud of them because I didn't waste my time. Surfest has played a massive stepping stone. I've got goosebumps as I talk about it because I remember when I was a kid, Surfest was the biggest contest in the world. Tens of thousands of people, sometimes 100,000 people would go through a day. It was like a big arena. And I met a lot of surfers. Andy Irons called me up and said, any waves? I said, mate, let's go to Merriweather. And Merriweather's pumping, like really fun. And he went out there and ripped it to pieces, and I'll still never forget that day. He actually left his mark on Merriweather, you know, because he surfed it in a way no one else has surfed Merriweather. Since, you know, Surfest has been here, kids' levels have gone through the roof, and it only comes down to that. To be the best, you've got to be surfing with the best. It's priceless having the contest in Newcastle.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people.
Who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens region.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
So time to dive into the men's quarterfinals, but what a performance from Macy Callahan. Really came home strong there at last ride, got her in front of Rhea Campbell, and she is on her way to the semis. Sage Goldsbury, Kobe Enright, their run in the contest comes to a close, and Kobe Enright, that was so crucial for her to make it through that heat. So a big missed opportunity there, but have a look at that number, 8 points, 3 huge turns on the outside section. She looks great, Macy.
Yeah, I think she's, for me, she might be the new standout. I've been talking about Sarah Bourne, but I think with that performance there, yeah, brilliant stuff there from Macy. And, you know, you mentioned for a moment Kobe Enright. She had the wave, caught a little bit of rail. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but only 2 go through.
We're going to have a lot of that in these next few heats, because there's plenty on the line for these competitors. Big one for the local boy, Jackson Baker, desperate to become the first Novocastrian to win the Surfest title here at the City of Newcastle Pro, presented by Burton Automotive. Of course, he's not in the mix when you think about qualifying for the Challenger Series, because he's on the CT. If he doesn't make the cut, which we're hoping isn't the case, but if he doesn't make the cut, he'll automatically be in those Challenger Series events. But at the moment, Jackson's taking on Ben Spence, who's out there in the blue, the surfer from Margaret River. As we see Jackson getting started early here. He's had great flow as he's made this charge through to this quarterfinal spot so far. Looking super relaxed and almost pacing himself on his run through this draw. He does very well to get that rig going and find himself through to this shore break section here. And this is the wave, the section of the wave that he mainly surfs.
Wow.
And there's a couple of nice connections on the inside. Super composed again. Great start for Jackson.
Yeah, he just kept the momentum going there. As we look at the man in green, this is Sheldon Simkus up and riding. And goes down. But yeah, great job there from Jackson Baker. You could see what he was thinking too, Ronnie. He caught a wave early. It was a 1.93. It was obviously a throwaway score. Then he went down the end of the peak and try to utilise that sort of fourth priority a little bit and just find anything. And he took off on that wave and just, you know, he surfed it with so much energy. And if he can get something that is decent enough to hold on to at the end of the heat as a backup store, I think the job will be done. Nice start, as, you know, so imperative to get this inside connection. And you got to tip your hat. He's a big boy, but he made the jump onto the inside and finished it really strong.
Yeah, super fit at the moment. I think on that outside section too, just if you're in transition, dig into it. You know, add some points in those transition turns. The first turn he kind of wanted to get motoring down the line, but he still put the board on edge, still threw up a nice little fan of spray, and it'll be another good start for him. Also in the lineup, we've got Jacob Wilcox. Sheldon Simkus is also out there. He's in the green jersey. But right now, let's have a chat to Macy. Just dropped an 8 on that last ride, Macy. That's got to feel good as you head into the semis.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't catch many waves in my first heat, so I'm happy with that.
Big combos on that outside section have been scoring well, and you were lucky enough to find one with 3 good sections to rip into. Is it nerve-wracking when you only get those limited opportunities to convert?
Yeah, I was super nervous. I knew I had a 6 and I just needed a backup, but yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of opportunities, especially with 3 other girls out there. So me and Kobe had a few words out there. We were freaking out a bit, so it's pretty funny though.
No doubt. Now we know that you've sort of been in a little bit of a sort of transition between competition and figuring out what else you want to do, but it just looks like when you're in the jersey out there in the water that you can't help yourself. You've just got to dig in.
Yeah, super competitive, so can't help it.
Well, we're going to get back to live action, but all the best for the rest of the event, Macy, making that climb up those ratings. And, well, that top spot's still up for grabs. Get after it. As we see now the surfer in blue, Ben Spence, just bouncing his way through to the inside.
Wow, this wave's gone forever.
Well,
that's going to be a big score, Ron.
It sure is, yeah. Great stuff there from Ben. He looked like he was in two minds when he took off on that wave, whether he was going to dig into that first turn or try and get barreled, but eventually he found the section to lay into.
That's what I mean. It's nearly, will he get, I don't know. That first turn was unbelievable. The second was maybe even bigger, but yeah, the beginning he was thinking of a tube ride for a moment and realised it was all about rail. Surfed it really well in those 2 manoeuvres and clicking through the inside, looking for something to, hang this score on. And he gets rewarded with a nice big closeout section down the line. A man from Western Australia finishes strong. Big floater there. So no doubt, this is the furthest he has gone in one of these events. And he's going to be thrilled with the number once that comes through.
Yeah, his first quarterfinal in a QS event. As we see on the outside, this is Jacob Wilcox, a replay of his wave in the white.
Yeah, 2 turns at the beginning of this wave and getting a third sort of check section there. Great surfing there from Jacob Wilcox. Not the best wave, similar to Jackson Baker's first, just milking it all the way through to the inside. And the judges, they liked it, a 5.83. So getting rewarded for that one with a big number. Still yet to see Ben Spence's first ride get locked in. Jackson Baker a 4.5. Sheldon a 2.83. And as I said, a number brewing. There it is, a 6.83 for the man in blue. So a couple of big numbers there, Ron.
Yeah, the outcome of these heats is, having big implications for these competitors too. Jacob Wilcox just has done so well to climb his way further up the ladder so far. Came into this one in 8th position and on the live leaderboard up into 6 already. Doesn't want to let go of this roll just yet, as we see Sheldon there uncharacteristically falling on that first turn. He's another guy that's got himself right up toward the bubble of qualification, sitting in 11th place. So massive heat for him here, and this is huge. He's wasted an opportunity on that occasion with priority and gone down. But Ben Spence dropping at 6.83, not bad for a guy surfing his first quarterfinal at the QS level.
Yeah, massive moment for Benny, and to be gifted that wave must feel so good as we see his Western Australia buddy up and riding. This is Jacob Wilcox, much bigger name. He's been around for a long time, Wilcox. He's surfed in numerous CT events. Unfortunately, this wave going to sleep through that dead section. It's already locked in a 5.83. So in comparison, the 2 waves for Ben and Jacob, Ben's wave was so much better. To only get a point more, that's saying a lot for Jacob Wilcox. He must be in a lot of form.
And Ben Spence has to read the signs there too. He has to identify that these waves we haven't really seen any barrels on that outside section. You just got to get up and lay into that first turn. He left 2 points on the outside, maybe even more. And you can't do that against guys like this. Jackson Baker, who lays into that first move. So smooth. Big combo on the outside. I think this is where you're going to see the benefit of getting 2 big turns done on the outside. as Sheldon Sinkus looks to correct the mistakes from the early rounds. Big turn there. Loses that rail for a moment, but knew he only had the one opportunity on the outside. And he's going to try and make it his way through now as Jackson also looks to finish his one off.
Isn't it something? Like the level of these guys as you get towards this stage of the event, both Sheldon and Jackson, they're hearing the scores over the loudspeaker. They're hearing a 6.83 for Ben Spence, a 5.83 for Jacob Wilcox. And for these two to just do the surfing they did on those last sets, brilliant. That one turn there for Sheldon Simpkins is going to be massive. And that two-turn combo for Jackson is also going to be huge. Let's have a good look at this thing. One section, he just went so hard.
He lost the rail in this turn, but the reason he lost it is he was pushing hard. And it was a big cupped out section, big tall wall to lay into. And I think, the judges like it when you're surfing that knife's edge. Jackson a bit deeper, the rail in the face of that wave, and it was just a huge combo. And he, again, managed to connect through to the inside.
Yeah, the replay here for Jackson Baker, the bird's eye. That carve was beautiful. And he went big on the last turn, but he knew if he went extra big, he could have actually got caught up in that closeout section. You don't really want to be in that stage of the wave. He could have easily got blown up. So surfed that second maneuver really smart, and I think the judges are going to love it.
If he was surfing in this event to dial up his equipment, get it in check before bells, you really hope you see some big clean walls there, because his surfing is right on point. And the thing is, I think you got to say it, he's got another gear he can get to yet. He hasn't even been pushed yet. Jackson's setting the pace in each of his heats. No one's throwing anything at him. So he'd be almost inviting that challenge. Run at me and let me push myself to this next level. But an 8.83 for that big two-turn combo on the outside. Really solid stuff. And that's what someone like Ben Spence is going to be up against. Big occasion, already a great result for him. But if he gets a high-quality wave, he has to make it count. He's got to get a bit more on edge.
See, now you can actually go back to the Ben Spence wave and talk about the reasoning that he didn't explore that sort of excellent category. He got the wave of the heat, but he actually went for a tube at the beginning, and he sort of ditched a section or two. As you can see, Jackson, he made proper use of the two sections out the back. You can see that big smile from here, and he was lucky enough to get a little sort of end section as well. So a massive score there. I don't believe we've had a bigger score in the males today. It's an 8.83.
Yeah, solid stuff, and it's been a smooth run through the contest for Jackson. I think as he's been kind of cruising, he's been feeling relaxed, but I think the closer he gets to maybe realising that dream of becoming the first Novocastrian to take this contest out on the men's side, the more pressure will maybe start to feel, because there is a huge crowd on hand here to watch this all unfold. Jacob Wilcox has moved in the second spot. A couple of pretty reasonable rides to kick this one off. We actually haven't seen him on a decent wave just yet, and he's managed to edge ahead of Ben Smith and Sheldon Simpkins, who has a wave on the way still. But interesting to note, Ben Spence in his first quarterfinal. We've got Samson Coulter in the next quarterfinal. Those two start alongside each other in the movie Breath, the Simon Baker directional debut. They were in that movie together. They'd never had any film experience. They got cold cast into that movie. It was a huge hit. It was the novel by Tim Winton was basically the adaptation of that novel, and just an awesome movie, good Aussie movie that you should check out. Simon Baker, of course, big star from The Mentalist, been in a lot of great films over the years, but check it out, because they were just Groms at the time. Ben Spence, he plays Ivan Loon or Looney, and Samson Coulter is coming up in the next heat. He played Pikelet.
Wow.
So really cool that these guys are potentially on track to meet in a semi-final at a QS 5000. But they always had that dream, even though they ended up in that big film. They had the competitive dream of competing in events like this. So huge for them both.
Yeah, that's incredible. A little nugget there from Ron. Yeah, Ben Spence in the middle, in the sort of in depths of getting his best result to date.
He's right in this heat too. I mean, I don't know. We've seen enough that we know that he left some points on the outside section, but he got a 6.83, so he's got the second highest scoring ride of this heat, and he only needs a 2.5 to jump up into second at this point in time. I guess the danger is Jacob Wilcox hasn't even been on a good wave yet.
Yeah, that's true. As we see Sheldon Simkus and Ben Spence, big layback there. But I think it was a smart move from Ben as well. I have a feeling I thought Ben might have had to pull off that wave. That's real interesting. I mean, Sheldon had to pull off, sorry.
Yeah, Sheldon.
Because I believe Ben had priority, but I think maybe that's even an interference.
No, I think Sheldon steered, they didn't get entangled.
Okay.
Sheldon steered away from the section and allowed Ben to really attack it on the outside. He fell off. I don't think there'll be an interference at all. But we'll see what happens. But yeah, they took off on completely different sections of the bank, and Sheldon stayed well clear of his rival on that occasion.
Yeah, well, 3 minutes remaining. It was Sheldon looking for a 2.93. He did, of course, lock a 6.4 in. As we see the replay of this left, a big snap there for Sheldon. You're right. I didn't know if he went into him. So,
in the instance that Ben Spence rides out of that turn and Sheldon's on that wave, if he doesn't get off that wave quickly, as a matter of urgency, I think there's definitely a question to be asked about whether he interfered with the ride. But on that occasion, Sheldon completed the snap, which was pretty nice, and actually got out of there.
And got a 4.07. So on that ride, Sheldon has gone up in a second spot. So leapfrogging Jacob and Ben Spence. 2 minutes remaining. A 5.77 went down there for Jackson Baker as well. So I'm not sure if we can get a replay of that one. We did see the end of the ride. It must have been pretty decent because, Jackson Baker has gone ahead of the field that little bit more. Sheldon Simkus in second, and now we're having a look at the 5.77 here for Jackson Baker. Nice carve, just moves his feet up the board. Nice solid closeout manoeuvre. The judges liked it. It was 2 solid turns. It was nothing super adventurous, but the judges rewarded it.
It was easy for him. I think, in a lineup like this where the surfers are kind of a long way from the panel, big turns, moving plenty of water in this offshore wind, will definitely impact the panel. Jackson's been doing it right through the contest. Anytime he's on that outer bank, he's on good sized waves, clean combos. His rails have been just set deep and kept really clean throughout this contest.
Here we go, Ron. You've been waiting for a wave for Jacob Wilcox. He's got a bit of green face, moving on down the line, looking really fast. Not a big wave, though. Looking really busy. And going to try to get the inside connection here. He's looking for a 4.65. I don't know if it will be the number. 30 seconds remaining. I dare say that will be the last throw of the dice. I have to see what the judges thought of that one. Did he get enough done before the wave died out?
It looked a little flat, didn't it? 4.65, and this is for a guy who's sitting in 6th place on the live ladder. Let's have another look at it. Nice little transition, smooth, loaded up, rode high on the face, dug in on that section. Pretty neat combo. Had a couple of extras as he worked his way through to that inside. But there was some pretty impressive rides in that heat. We'll see. Jacob Wilcox chasing a 4.65. Ben Spence, we didn't see him again, so it looks like his run has ended. Solid stuff, though. A quarterfinal finish for him. And a big shout out to everyone tuned in watching Ben finish up here, the surfer from Margaret River. But Jacob Wilcox not getting enough on that last ride. Sheldon Simkus stays alive, finishing second. Jackson Baker, the hometown hero, powers through to the semi-finals.
An outdoor gallery everywhere you turn. We're just scratching the surfest.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people.
Who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens regions.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merryweather Surfboard Club.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Winning $10,000 is as easy as ABC with Hits Alpha Bucks.
10 questions in 30 seconds and the cash is yours.
Play with us, Nick, Jess and Ducko, every weekday morning at 8.
Only on Hit 106.9, home of... Alpha Bucks.
Well, here we are, Sheldon Simkus. He's through to the next round and he needed that spot in the semi-finals because he was outside the qualification mark, now into 9th position on the live ladder, and that will see him into the Challenger Series, but he's still trying to hold off competitors that are in the mix. Thomas Cavallo, he's coming up, and he is also still alive in the draw. And man, oh man, it's going to be a stressful finish to a big afternoon with clean conditions, and Sheldon's going to be right there in it. Jackson Baker winning through again.
What
Solid
a heat that
performance
last
from him.
one, Ronnie.
Oh, plenty of good waves. Ronnie Blakey with Matt Hoy.
The
And
waves.
Hoyer, the hits keep coming, mate. They just
Oh.
keep coming. Have a look at this one. Frederico Moraes, CT surfer from Portugal, here in Merryweather, taking on Surfest once again. He'll be in the red. We've got Billy Stemmen, the Kiwi, who's actually chasing points, looking to shore up his place. He's in 7th position at the moment on the live ladder. He'll be in the blue. Samson Coulter, the surfer from Queenscliff,
You know,
down
you said
there
that's
on
yeah.
Sydney's Northern Beaches. He'll be out there in the white. And Tally Wiley, the Victorian, the big goofy footer who's been on a bit of a tear through this contest. He's out there in the green.
You know, you're saying the live ladder. Is that actually the live ladder? Is it getting updated?
It's
by
getting
the heat?
updated
Oh, okay,
as we go.
So what it is?
Oh, replay of Billy Stammen's opening ride. The class surfers in the draw are starting to ramp things up, or you're sensing it, aren't you?
I'm sensing. I can feel it. I can feel the vibe out on the streets out there in Merryweather. It's great, mate. The waves came on in these two heats. Like that last heat, look at that, was a sick wave all the way through. Jacko's first wave did not even break hardly on the outside. Wow, Billy, that was a good start to his heat. And just getting a 5.83 with no really big major manoeuvres on the outside. Still, that's fair enough. That's a good backup, or that's a good score, really.
Kelly
Today's
Slater has made the comparison, or the analogy of surfing and boxing before. If you go out there and like Billy did on that wave, jab, jab, jab away. You know, if you put together a couple of good jabbing combos, you'll get yourself those 5.83s. But you know, you do leave yourself open to a haymaker from someone.
Yeah.
One big swing.
Two.
At a high-risk turn or a big combo of huge punches. And
you're in strife.
Exactly. But Billy's playing it smart.
Yeah.
Finish
He's
away.
jabbing.
Get your jab going at the start and then start swinging.
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, Jackson Baker getting swamped down there.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, there's nothing better than someone asking for your autograph.
This is
It's
the
like the
underground
nicest
hero
thing.
too. I mean,
Yeah.
Jackson's always been a popular surfer, one of the best surfers in the area.
Yep.
But his status has gone to a new place.
Yep. After
you know,
qualifying, for sure.
You don't get through a mouthful of food at a restaurant without someone jumping in your face with a camera for a selfie.
Jacko might,
But
mate.
he'd be loving it though.
A pieful, maybe, you'd get
Yeah.
through.
The big thing is he's such a grom still. I'm sure
Yeah.
if he bumped into some of his favourite surfers on the CT, he'd be
Yeah,
fanning out a little bit.
Can I have your autograph? Can I have your autograph?
He's actually said that about joining the CT ranks. The first thing is like getting out of your head, like you're in the heat. You're not out there just hanging out with your mate John.
Yeah, yeah.
You've got to beat the guy.
Yeah, 100%.
So he's starting to, I think, realise that now and starting to feel very comfortable at that level. But
Yeah.
you're seeing that comfort factor.
Well, it's only
not
been
only
3
at
events.
that level, but you're seeing it when he comes back to events like these QSs. He is a cut above at the moment.
Oh, and just with way more confidence,
Yep.
too. At both levels.
Yep.
At all levels. Well, there's 3 levels there.
This is how the journey starts, though. We saw it last year in the qualifying series.
Yep.
Jackson was in these regional
Yeah,
events trying to
exactly
get
right.
into the challenges. Then, one of the last guys to qualify for the CT.
Had
and now
to
he
sit
comes
it
back
out at
here.
Haleiwa, nervous as anything.
Oh, one
That'd
of the
be
worst
torture.
weeks of his life.
And the
By his own
event
admission.
got called off too, right?
Exactly. But, he things just panned out for him. But he hasn't wasted the opportunity. That's the big thing.
Yep.
And also, he's found new gears.
And I think when you're surfing with those WCT surfers, your surfing improves no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even have to win heats or do well. Your surfing goes to another level just by being around them.
And Frederico Moraes is a similar story in Portugal or just coming through Europe. He's one of those guys that just went to a whole new different level when he hit the CT. And honestly, in his rookie year, his first couple of years on tour, he just blew people away. He had a 10-point ride at J-Bay, beat John there, cracked the final. But he just, he had like Jackson, had those big, deep power turns that you need when you get on the CT.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, your surfing's dwarfed by those title
That's right.
contenders. It just shrinks you.
Yeah, exactly. And you've got to step up and try and be half as good or 3/4 as good as those guys. Otherwise, like you said, it just shrinks you. Go into nothing.
13 minutes to go here, 5.83.
And some people it does happen to. They get shrunk and they don't come back.
Exactly. Yeah, 5.83 as the clock winds down. That score just gets better and better and better. And Billy's out there now looking for his second score. And these guys are all going to have to catch waves at some point. So he will be at the top of the priority order. And will they be able to match that 5.83 on their first rides?
Well, that's the pressure too, right?
You love it.
Put it back on them.
You love it. Billy already dealing with the pressure very well. Jumped up 2 spots. Clutch performance up the coast. The Central Coast, I think he had a second place finish there. But, he's looking good at the moment, Bill. He's done very well to get his place here in this top 9, which is where you've got to finish on the APAC, Australasian Pacific leg.
Oh, boys having a look here. What's he got? Federico taking this one. Little inside of these ones. Run across the bank pretty well and then all the way through. 2 big turns. He's going to fit another one in. Yep, he does. This one mightn't have the legs to go through to the inside, but he's going to give it his best shot. No, get out of there. And White behind him.
Yeah, that's Samson Coulter.
This one looks like it might go through to the inside.
Yeah, it does look like it's got that energy to get through the inside section. Samson's got to find his line here and keep some good speed for a high impact finish. Loads up. Gets on top of the lip for a moment.
That'll do.
Smooth, stylish.
It was worth the grovel to the inside that one turn for sure.
Yep. You got to look good for sure, but you got to do that big high impact turn as well. So we'll see where that score falls, but it's still early days when you look at the opening exchange. But Frederico Moraes, these guys.
Here comes a good-looking wave.
They say it post-heat. I'm just going one heat at a time, but they can't help but watch their rivals. And there's a big battle happening between all the CT surfers in this event.
Oh, for sure there is. And they're all under the dog kennel.
Yeah, exactly.
In the dog kennel, you know what I mean? So it's even more competition between them.
You should put collars on them all.
You should. Lead them down the
dog
beach.
pack.
Lead them down the beach.
The wild dogs. But yeah, Richard Dogmarsh there, always with that little notepad.
There's, like you said, there's definitely competition between those 3.
Oh, fierce. Real great rivalry. Still waiting on numbers to come through at the moment. Billy Stearman, he got the, I think, probably the jump on his rivals with that opener, 5.83.
I'd like to see what they give Federico here because he did all his manoeuvres on the outside and then just kicked out. He didn't kick out. He tried to get to the inside, but there's no power going through to the Rocks Bowl. So it'd be good to see what he gets here to weigh it up, whether you got to go for the inside or you got to just flick out the back.
Well, two surfers out there on their way to their best ever finish in a QS event. Yes, Tully Wiley has featured in finals before. The final series of a QS. I think he had a third back in 2021 in a 1,000. But this is a QS 5,000, much bigger points. So you've got to rate this one a little higher.
Where does Tully come from?
He's a Victorian. Comes
Okay.
from down there, the Torquay area.
Yep.
Victorian state champ. Actually know his dad really well. Nickel used to work on the surf mags with him. Good surfer himself. And
There it is, 6.33.
Yes.
Proves the point.
6.33. So
Don't have to make the inside bowl.
nah, not if you got the power on the outside, which Federico has in spades.
We've got the power, we've got the money.
Yeah, well, he's on his way to collecting some decent money, that's for sure. But Federico Moraes, 2017, finished 14th
Here's
on
the
the
replay.
CT. Here's the replay of that wave. Take us through it, Hoy.
Nice lip glide there. Good second turn here. Snaps it out of the lip and then finishes just with a nice carve and then just has a little couple of wiggles and gets out of there. But he got all his turns on the outside. 3 turns in the bowl. Good practice for Bells.
He's got more to give.
Yep.
For sure, but we saw something similar with Macy in her last quarterfinal heat. Really smooth.
Yep.
Flowed from one turn into the next. No two turns the same.
No.
And
Threw some spray.
She got an excellent score, but she did make the connection through to the inside. So, Fred's on the board. He's won the open exchange. And I think, again, we're kind of seeing a similar thing to what we saw in the last few heats, quarterfinal heats for the women. And also that first quarterfinal heat for the men. Those top seeds, those really experienced surfers are starting to shine through a little bit.
For sure.
And I think the conditions work in their favour too. It's really, I think becoming clear who's got that really refined, clean rail work and is willing to put it on the line because, it was a little scrappy in the earlier rounds of this contest.
The waves were a little scrappy too, mind you. Those first couple of days we've had like every condition you can imagine.
Well, Fred, he came on the screen then, Hoy, with a big backhand blast. I wonder just how much work he got done before that. And he's still moving, just flowing through to that inside.
Keeping the board moving, isn't he? Weaving through those sections.
Old swivel hips.
Yeah. Yeah, a couple of big saps. Opted to go left just to get a second score. Good first turn there. You get another one in? A bit of a flat one. The ladies left just sort of moved over to just weave through the inside. Doesn't get another major manoeuvre. This will be... It's a good little backup wave. Gets straight back out there too. Doesn't waste any time. That's probably only going to waste 2 minutes. Gets straight back out there.
Well, Fred had an amazing run on the qualifying series, which the international qualifying series back in 2019. 3 victories and in a few major events too. One in the Azores, he won at Santa Cruz, and then he got his biggest win, I think, of his career in the Hawaiian Pro at Haleiwa, but just smashed the QS that year. Dominated. 6 minutes to go here, and a couple of big 6-point rides for Federico Moraes. But he'll have to ramp things up if he wants to meet the standard set by Jackson Baker in the first quarterfinal. The Bakehouse. It's cooking. How you feeling, Jackson?
Yeah, it's slow, but there's diamonds. That 1-8 was a pretty dreamy wave. Pretty easy, simple stuff. Get up there twice.
Mate, you just look so cool and casual and relaxed getting to this point in the competition. But as you get closer to that MR trophy and potentially becoming the first Novocastrian to finally break through,
mate.
After 35 years of just heartbreak, are you feeling the
Not
pressure
bad,
somewhat?
are you, Ronnie?
Are you feeling the pressure a little bit as you near those final heats?
Nah, no pressure.
Liar.
There's tons of pressure. I'm just enjoying it. Of course that's in the back of my head, but this is the first time I've got to just enjoy this event for what it is rather than looking at it from a points and money side of things. I'm just here actually just enjoying myself and trying to learn something out of every heat and just make sure I'm feeling good in the water and my boards are feeling good and yeah, like I said, it's a lead up to bells and margies like that. So, yeah, I mean, if I can, chip away into that final, I mean, with one of my best buddies, Ryan, I mean, that would be the goal. But, I guess there's pressure on both of us. That would be a pretty cool feeling. And then that trophy's locked in Merriweather if both of us can make the final. So, yeah, it should be good. We'll see what happens.
Mate, we've talked to you obviously a bunch of times already in this contest, and we've talked about getting some, heats under your belt before bells, feeling out your equipment. It's been a great opportunity. I've got to say, your boards look like they're doing beautifully for you. No catching at the rail. What are you riding out there at the moment?
I'm riding at a really old OG flyer. I've been really lucky with Channel Islands. I've been with them for 15 years now. So it's been, a long time. And I've been working with Hayden Lewis. He does all my boards, and I've been lucky enough to work with Britt Merrick over in America as well. So, I'm very lucky with my boards. And, this is something that's probably over a year old, and I got a bunch of brand new ones for bells that are pretty bells related, and this is a bit of a groveler, and I thought this would work this week, and never really gave it a chance when I got it. So, the old year-old stick's doing good. I gave it a little freshen up, did a little spray, the win the morning, win the day, a little saying that me and my buddies do every morning. We get up and have a coffee. So, it's got some magic in it, that's for sure. She definitely might be getting a late call up into the bells board bag.
Oh, I think so, mate. Surfing really well. And is it fair to say that you have another gear that you can get to? Because it's looked pretty smooth at the moment.
Yeah, that 8 was such a wonderful wave. It's just kind of let me do what I needed to do. But I feel like I definitely could have done a whole lot more on it. Could have probably dropped the back foot more in on that layback, or probably brought that first turn around a bit more. I was definitely just kind of going through the motions, which is a great thing when you're doing that and you're getting 8s. Makes life easy. But I don't want to think about that too much. I'm just trying to just show what I need to at the moment, and save that stuff for when it's needed, when I'm on the back foot or whatever. So just enjoying the process of it all, and stoked just to be surfing heats and winning heats at home. It's a pretty cool feeling.
Good on you, Jackson. Yeah, Hoy's got the hanky out here. He's wiping the tears out of his eyes. He's really
he put you under
no
pressure, didn't he, Ronnie? No pressure at all there, Jacko. Just keep on the roll.
Final, that'd be nice. After a win.
Yeah, 100%.
I'll probably be crying too.
There you go. Well done, Jackson. Great surfing and powering into the semis here. 2 minutes to go, and Frederica Marias has laid down the challenge to Samson Coulter, who's in second spot at the moment, looking for an 8.33. Billy Stearman opened so strong with the 5.83, and now he's just been hounding this lineup.
Still hasn't had anything.
Can't find the backup just yet.
1 minute 45 seconds to go. For that left. 6-point ride for that left, and I was really surprised. But whatever, you take what you get. Take what you can get on these days.
Put you in the lead.
Yeah, exactly.
So Samson Coulter, he has been just upsetting folks on his run through this contest like you wouldn't believe. The Queenscliff surfer, Tully Wiley, looking to make a big jump to get into second. He's right within reach.
Isn't he?
Big, powerful lad. Connecting nicely through the inside. Section stands up here. He plugs it. Bit of dry rock to deal with.
Wow.
Gets out of there before the shelf. And he'll likely get the score he needs there. But Billy Stammen's up. Just his second wave. He got the 5.83 so early on in this heat. Seemed to be taking control. But he's going to need a score. It feels like there's going to be a big shuffle up in the final stages here. Looking for the connection through to the inside. Bill, great small wave surfer. Dealing with these little tricky pockets so well. And on the outside, Frederico Marias, big float for the 30-year-old. Big tail drop there.
Sprays his mate in the face too. I like it.
Yeah, looking to make the connection through to the inside. 30 seconds to go. Everyone on the inside, basically. So this will probably be the last scoring ride we see as Fred looks to lock into something on the inside. Nice section here. Rips that board through a clean carve.
Legs are burning in there too after that's a 150-metre wave. And trying to bounce through that flat section. Legs are burning.
Yeah, well.
Got to be fit.
He's been training the house down here, but Frederico Marias not really too concerned at the moment, just based off the work that he did earlier on in this heat. He kind of wrapped it up already with a couple of sixes. He might just add to the tally. We'll wait for the scores to come through. But what happens between the other three competitors here, Hoy, is going to be gnarly.
let's see our scoreboard. We haven't got it up at the moment, so just plug us back in, boys, so we can have a look at these scores coming in.
Yeah, it's intense. Tully Wiley, he was back in 4th position. Needed a 2.33 to get himself up into 2nd.
Nothing.
Billy Stammen was in 3rd
Well,
position.
he got that, right?
Needed a 2, but like, what kind of score will he need after Tully's number
yep.
drops? Or vice versa.
Yep.
Samson Coulter, he was in that 2nd spot, but it felt like his last ride was a fizzler.
He'll be nervous.
Yes.
Very nervous after that.
You know, it's
biting his nails.
It's going to be a really close finish here. I actually have no idea what's about to unfold. Just some really clean conditions for finals day here at the City of Newcastle Pro for the men, the AAP Consulting Women's Pro, and all supported by Burton Automotive, Tourism New South Wales as well. We're still waiting on these scores to drop in, but we are going to take a quick break. We'll update you on the outcome of that last heat in just a moment. Don't go anywhere, it's finals day.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in
Merriweather Surfboard Club.
Giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Hatted Chef Restaurant. We're just scratching the surface.
Thanks for joining us. Welcome back.
We're back.
Is Heat
You're
3.
back.
I'm back. Never left.
Never
City of
gone
Newcastle
anywhere.
Pro, presented by Burton Automotive. And what a crazy heat that was again. Only sort of smaller scores from the surfers in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. But nevertheless, super exciting finish with everyone getting a chance. And it was Billy Stammen, the wily competitor, the Olympian out of New Zealand, getting the jump there over his contemporaries. It's...
Frederico, 2 solid 6s again. Just plugging away.
Getting the job done there. Frederico. Looked like his legs were kind of caning at the end of that last wave. I don't think his trainer, Adam Tripass, would be too stoked about that. He'd want to see Frederico roaring on all 8 cylinders.
It's a long, that you know what gets you? Just that dead section in the middle.
Yep.
Trying to pump through that bit. That's where you use all your energy and all your leg strength.
Yep.
You get into that inside, you just go, whoa, got to step up here.
Yep.
Legs are burning. Got to do a turn. It's hard work.
Another cracker heat in the lineup. Leonardo Fioravanti, Elliot Parada-Reed out of New Zealand, Nathan Hedge and Chris Zaffis. A very important heat for Chris.
Oh, good first turn there. Elliot, layback snap too. First wave, a bit smaller wave, but just walled up for him on the outside. He's going to get an inside section too. What's he got for us in here? This is the leg burning. Just not really getting anything. He's just coming off the ladies there onto the rock shelf. Not really.
Yeah, Chris Zaffis. Oh, beautiful bottom turn. Chris moved into 8th on the live ratings by making it into this heat. Reminder, we do take the top 9. However, Sheldon Simkus is still live behind him. Sheldon into 9th now. Thomas Carvalho still going in the draw, and he'll come up later in heat 4. He's currently 14th. So there really is. There's
still chances for everyone, eh?
Tully Wiley was just eliminated, which is a bit of a bummer for him. But Nathan Hedge is still going. He's in this heat. He's currently rated 28th. He's climbed a massive 23 spots, as we see up and riding there. Looks like Zaffis again. Oh,
Is that replay of that last wave just from the different view?
You're right, yes.
Just a couple of good turns on the outside, and then just Waves just goes into that fat section after the bank and can't get anything through to the inside.
Someone who would be
Look
sweating.
at that iconic Newcastle right there. Iconic murder. The ships on the outside.
Yep. When they disappear, you know you're in trouble with that weather that was coming in the other day.
Coming,
Yeah,
exactly.
swells coming, the
You
winds,
didn't see
rain.
any for 3 days.
Yeah. So what's the story there? They go back to where they kind of...
I don't know. They just go out to sea, I
Go
think,
to
and
sea a
deal with
bit.
it.
Yeah, deal with it.
Yeah.
Wow.
That'd be
Yeah.
torture, wouldn't it?
Oh, my God. Not for
Well,
me.
after the Pasha Bulka and, of course, the Cygnus Storms, they just went, you got to go.
Got to go.
Don't even think about staying anywhere near the shore.
Give the viewers at home that rundown about what they do with the water and the bilge and the pump now.
Well, they have to leave it in, right?
I thought you were telling me they had to change it out.
No, they did change it out. That's why the Pasha Bulka got so hammered. They apparently, I don't forget what you call it, not the bilge, but I don't know. They empty the water out of the hull.
Yep.
And then apparently they did that before that storm hit, so it had no weight in the boat, so it was just like a cork. So yeah, it was. Yeah, so it just bobbed around and it washed up on the beach at Nobby's Beach. It was crazy. It's a huge storm. Every storm after that is called the Pasha. It's not like the Pasha Bulka storm.
Yeah.
And there was no real warning either, so that's why I think that these days they give you all those warnings and they say it's going to be way bigger or way gnarlier than it's really going to be.
Yes. Okay.
Like we got the swell on the last few days, but the weather wasn't that bad.
No, the weather was pretty nice.
So yeah,
geez, it nearly made it to the harbour.
Yeah, mate, it's lucky. It's lucky. Apparently the boys who were the lifeguards at Nobby saw it, or maybe Newcastle saw it come in and go around the corner onto the beach. They reckon it was radical.
Oh my word!
Yeah. Oh, here's the ladies'
EPR.
lefts. Oh, what pulling in to ladies' lefts? Is this that same wave out the back? Yep. And then he got a ride off this one too. See the tide's bottoming
Leo.
out.
Oh,
that was
nice
a good looking
turn.
ride. Is that Leo?
Yeah, there was. That was a nice wave.
Good wave selection here, mate. Keeps his speed through the inside. Yeah, okay, we saw this one. Just ducking and weaving. What's he got? He got a little inside bowl off the rocks. They're the one, I know there's not much scoring potential in there, but he's done a couple of good turns on the outside and then just finishes with that. Legs are burning. Speaking of leg burning, Federico, how are the legs on that last one, man?
Definitely burning. It's kind of hard to link them up until all the way to the inside, but when you do, they're pretty good.
Yeah, you got a couple of nice ones on the outside and a good score on a left too, eh? That was good. I've been telling people to go left all day and everyone's hadn't get the score. I'm like, how good's this? Something's working.
I know, there's the odd one. I was just trying to get a backup. 20-minute hits go by really fast, so top priority is to get 2 scores on the board and then try to build from there. So that's what I was looking for, just a backup score. And yeah, the left came and I just took it.
Perfect.
Federico, 30-minute heats down at Bell's next couple of weeks is going to feel like a dream.
Oh, definitely. 30 minutes to 20 minutes, it's such a huge difference. You can just sit and wait for the wave you want. Here you just kind of get going. You can't waste much time.
So we're used to this in Australia with obviously our board riders system. Tell me, what's it like in Portugal? Is anyone starting to pick up what the Australians and now the Americans are creating with the local board riders? You going to get one started there at Gincho?
I should.
Yes, you should.
I need you guys to come over and teach us how to do it, because you're definitely doing it right and there's a whole generation coming. So, yeah, hopefully you guys can come and show us how to do it over there.
I reckon it sounds pretty good, Hoya. What do you reckon?
I reckon it's a
Couple
great
tickets
idea.
to Portugal?
Everywhere should have it. Great.
Definitely.
Especially Portugal where there's so many surfers these days, right?
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, Hoya will come. He'll come and help you set it up. It sounds good.
I'll get stuck there.
Just a bit colder, but really fun waves.
Yeah. No, I love this place.
All right, Freddie, well done, mate. You're through another round into the semis. Mate, we wish you all the best and hopefully catch up with you again soon.
Thanks so much.
Good,
Well,
good bloke,
we were saying about that, how the last few days, how much Australian surfers benefit from the board riders.
Definitely. Yeah. No, it's
brings them through the competitiveness and everything about it. Teaches you how to surf heats.
Yep, definitely.
Keeps the camaraderie up within the. It's just it's just a community thing too, I think.
Yep. Speaking of board riders, this young man, Thomas Carvalho, a strong member of Snapper Rocks board riders up there.
They're a terrible team.
Yeah,
Snapper
haven't
Rocks.
done too well with any real big events over the years. They're sort of still finding their feet, Snapper. Yeah,
Not many good surfers come out of Snapper.
No, none at all. No world titles. No good shapers up there either.
Nah.
It's a terrible zone. No waves.
Their waves are terrible. That was the next one.
Yeah. Thomas. Look, Thomas is one of these young men I was mentioned earlier to. I think Rossi. Thomas wants it, and you can't really say that about everyone. I think some kids are doing it for the fun. They're checking it out. They may be dipping their hat in. If they make it, they're stoked. If they're not, all good. But Thomas wants it.
Yeah.
And he's been putting in the effort. He's been putting in the time. And, I think a lot of people will be tuning in for that next heat coming up. So we'll see how he goes. So we see Joel Vaughan there loosening up and getting ready. He's so young. He'd be ready, primed and ready to go.
Just getting it ready up. That's what you got to do these days, right? Never stretch a day of my life.
Still flaring too, by the way. You saw that wetsuit clip doing the rounds of the Gram the other day.
Yeah, could hardly get it on. That's my stretch. That's my stretching.
That's not
Putting the
nothing to do
weddy
with
on.
stretching. That's just got to do with the shaft. The shaft is looking good, but it's a powerful rig that you got, mate. We need to get those custom dimensions.
Oh, exactly. That's my stretching, getting in and out of wetsuits.
Yeah. All right, everyone got a start here, but Leo with the best of it, a 6.67, and the rest of the lads just playing with a couple of 3s and 4s. It's Chris Saffis who has the best of the 4s, though, with a 4.9. And we mentioned earlier, he's in 8th position currently on the rating, so he'd be pretty happy with that. However, with Thomas still coming through and potentially Sheldon in 9th behind him, it's like you're still not safe. If those two boys get big results, that could see Zaffis bumped out. So Zaffis would love to make it through this heat. And then you've got Nathan the Hedgehog Hedge. He'd be chasing the final. He'd probably be chasing a win to really get in that top 9. So I know Hog would love to get through this one as well as EPR. A big float there to finish. They're going to have Chris Zaffis behind. Good camera work there to pick that up.
Yeah, nice.
Beautiful carving turn there. Beautiful off the bottom. Another nice snap in the lip.
Good direction set for the outside too, that one. It's only a small, it's not like a mid-sized set, but they come in a good angle.
Yep.
Just need those ones that are a bit bigger and they run all the way through it.
Yeah.
Gave the opportunity to do a few turns though.
Definitely. As
Here
we
it
see
is.
Elliot Herehoy.
Yeah, nice first turn, and then it just runs off on him though, this one. I don't know what might have happened on the end there. Maybe you should have done a high line to that next bit. And this one just backs off a little bit, gets to fit 3 turns. A nice first turn. Comes straight into the second one, gets a little hooked up, and then finishes with 3. So that's not a bad score.
Definitely. I'd like to sort of commend Chris on working on his surfing as a youngster. He's very fast, very snappy, very whippy, and he's spent a lot of time drawing his surfing out. And I think it's really shown on a day like today where you have to be drawn out.
Speaking of drawn out, boom, 2 big turns. That's all you got to do. Come off the bottom early, fit one in at the start, and this one, Leo on a nice looking wave on the outside, bit less a wall.
Whoa.
Oh, through the hammer.
That was sick.
There it is, 2 experienced competitors right there, only 2 turns and 2 big ones at that.
Yeah, we've got a couple of decades of tour experience between these two gents.
Look at that for a Merriweather hop. Into the rocks bowl and another turn on the inside. Oh, don't fall. Oh, see, that was just all
that effort.
Waste of time. Leg burner.
Leg burner.
Through that middle bit.
Leo's
Legs
had
would
a
have been
couple of waves like
burning
that
in
today
there.
where he's come through the inside and it sort of looked like a different surfer than the outside.
Yep.
I'm not too sure if he might be riding kind of a longer board or something there, but these 2 turns out the back.
Yeah, nice
absolutely
first turn. This
beautiful.
one. That's sick. And then this bit just goes real flat and has to bounce through. Hegarty on the outside too. Nice snap there in this turn. Bang.
Oh, that was a good combo there from
And
the
then
hog.
they barred him for Leo's wave here, so I wonder what he did after. I reckon he would have flicked out. He wouldn't have wasted that time going through the inside.
I'm going to have to disagree with you. I reckon he would have
Maybe not.
minced
You're
that
right.
through.
You're right.
Nah, it looks
Forgot
like you're right. He's back out the back.
It is the hedgehog.
He
So
does love to froth up.
Yeah,
A couple
he's
more
got some
foam
froth on him.
climbs. But no, he's back out the back. He's like you said earlier, he's stoked to still be in the ocean fighting fit, and he'd have to be one of the fitter competitors in the draw.
I said that yesterday or the day before. I said, mate, he's the fittest competitor in the comp.
Yep.
And he's 42 years old.
Yeah.
Says it all.
Just powering. Yeah, he's well and truly on his way out the back there. So a good call from Hog not to froth out on that one and mince it through. Get back out the back.
He's in a good spot there too.
Yep, he's. It's going to be a really, really good exchange here. We're going to get to see where the judges are at because Zaffis got a really good wave.
Yep.
Leonardo got a really good wave. Elliot had 2 turns, and then Hogg had 2 turns. So it's going to be a really good exchange.
Are those 2-turn waves from Hedgie and Leo better than that one of Zaffis's 3-turn wave?
I'm going to go
3.5.
I'm going to go Leo, Zaffis, Hogg, Elliot in that
okay,
order. So we'll see how we go.
Yeah, that's
we'll
good.
see how we go. But
I'll go Leo, Hedge, Zaffis.
Okay.
Elliot.
Yeah, I could see that going either way, but I'll stick my neck out.
See how we go
and
here.
Probably get it.
We need those scores back up there, boys, so we can actually. We got bets on here. It's going to cost you. What's that new thing, mates? You just bet your mate on anything.
Oh, that's amazing.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least you know who's getting it.
To the bar.
All right, so Zaffis was a 5.33.
Oh.
You're spot on. Hogg, narrowly better, a 5.47. So
Oh.
you'll take some coin off me there.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Happily paid. I could see that one going either way. It was a good exchange.
Perfect.
And what do we got? We got
Leo's.
still a score to come in for Leo.
Oh, there it is.
Here we go.
You
we're
ask
back.
and you will receive.
Yep. Elliot a 4.13.
Well, there you go.
And then Leo a 7.5. So you did the first 4. Absolutely nailed it. And however, it is not that way in the heat. It's Leonardo Fioravanti clearly in front here. 14.172 wave total. Chris Zaffis is in second. Hogg
So
third.
close.
Elliot Parada-Reed fourth.
He's Leo 7.5 again. That's where the money is right there.
Oof. It's in that handbag that he
well,
just dropped. That
it's in
Gucci,
that turn, isn't
Gucci wallet, just gold shillings flying out of it.
Who knows what to fall out of that Gucci
Oh,
wallet?
he had some pretty nice shades on, actually. I saw him walking around before. It could be an Armani number, maybe. I'm thinking. Yeah, I don't know. He's certainly got some good taste there, young Leo, the Italian stallion.
Here he goes on the end here. He's going to get it. Oh, there is waves down there that connect through to the inside. They go a bit fat. The wider they are to the left, the fatter they go.
Yep.
Just got to get that right angle from the ladies through to rocks. It's pretty much on that angle from that inside waves to the ship is where the angles you want the waves coming in.
Okay. Just a slight angle to the reef.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just the 45 degrees from there.
Reckon you can line up with the ship? Is that a reliable lineup?
It's moving. You said you have a hard way of doing that. You'd want to be doing a lot of paddling.
Yep.
That one's maybe not moving actually.
Ships, jet skis.
Yeah.
Filmers, they all move.
Yeah.
Don't line up with them. Nah. Find yourself a Merriweather Surf House or something along the lines.
Well, there's a few different lineups too out there.
Yep.
Hedgie told me one this morning and I just went, where'd you get that one from? Never even heard of it.
The second tree on the bottom street to the left, and then there's an old house on the hill.
That's where I'm lining up. I thought, what?
Yeah.
All right.
Always scheming the Hogg. He's going to need to scheme a little bit more if he wants to get out of this heat. He's in a tricky situation. He's definitely crafty enough to get out of this situation, but it is tricky. He's in third with third priority, so we know how tough that can be. Makes his job even tougher is that Chris Zaffis, a very, very, very smart young competitor. He has second priority and obviously sits in second position, so you can pretty much read the play there of what's going to happen. You can see to the left of screen, that's green and white. That'll be Chris just monitoring the Hogg. If a good wave comes his way, he's try his best to shut it down. It's Elliot Prater-Reed who has the free look at the lineup. He's got first priority. He needs a 6.1, so well within his ability to get that score.
Here comes the set. By the look of this, looks like it's going to be a wide one though. The two's not lining, but some have been coming through with lines and then bending back to where they are. But the
Jackson had that one like that.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to close out, then just bent back to. This is a good looking set though. What are they going to do here? They're
do you get a bit worried the further wide they go?
Yeah, I think that's more onto the bank. Hedgie's going.
He kind of
Third priority has to just going for it. Why not? Big floater there. Well, he's going to get up again. Wow, it was worth going, wasn't it?
For sure. Third priority, had to have a look. Did his best. Critical floater. I love that first turn.
This one could go through to the. Oh no, got out of there. See what I mean? The wider they go, the fatter, the quicker they go. Peter out into that channel.
would have liked EPR to kind of maybe turn his shoulders there a bit more and really just give that one everything he had. Quite clearly not going to get another turn out the back there. And
look at Hedgie. Just goes, I know I've got to beat him out. That's one priority. Here it is. This good-looking wave at the start. What's he got?
Yeah, that was nice. Really linked into it.
He needed that one to be a layback.
He just looked like he was trying to go down the line, and it just was never there.
There's nothing down the line.
Maybe you're right, a big Larry, like that Leo Larry. Obviously, it was a big foamy section, but it kind of looked like, I don't really think you can be finishing the wave with kind of a check snap like that on a day like today. The first turn was really nice. He was on his way to a big number, but I think that the best time to do a big turn is just after another big turn.
Yeah. Combo it up.
Combo it up.
And especially if your first turn wasn't that good and it's a closeout, you might as well just have a go. You're not going to better your score unless you have a go at it.
Yeah. So he needed a 6-1. I'm just not super confident that's going to be that number.
No.
We saw, Leonardo's first ride, a 6.67, which was a fair bit stronger than that.
Hedgie's one's going to be interesting too.
He needs a 4.76.
Yeah,
I thought he was on his way after the first turn, but like you said, it did kind of shoulder out. And
two good turns. It floated, then a good snap.
Yeah, he got it in there.
Yeah.
He definitely got it in here.
Here it is. Nice lip floater there. Comes out with a lot of speed, and this turn throws it up there.
Gets the tail through it.
And then just speeds out of it. Well, there it is. There it is. It's in.
4.93.
They gave it to him.
They got it. The hog will be fired up.
30 seconds ago, he will be fired up. Oh, well, I'm not arguing with that.
No,
we can't.
Anyway. That wave to me was better on the replay than it was live. I kind of thought it ran into the channel a bit quick. But
two big turns, really.
It was. Yeah.
Two critical turns.
Yep.
Not so much big turns, but critical. The first one was a lip glide with speed.
Yep.
Surfer up. What's he need?
He needs a 6.27.
Oh, yeah, the same as what he needed before. So it's a hard one to get on that wide section. Wow. The veterans. Hedgie,
Surfest,
certainly
you can just tell
he
knows his career's on the line here. It's a tough decision to make. It's a 50-50 call, and you got to back yourself to say, I don't want to leave Hoggy a dead set 6 or 7 easy right out the back. I'm going to let him go this insider, and he's going to have to perform. And
they let him go.
He did.
He was third priority then too, and just went it and got his score.
He schemed. He kept scheming, and he found it. He found a way to get himself out of that situation. Just fantastic competitive surfing there from Nathan Hedge. We're going to take a short break here, and we'll be back with quarterfinal heat number 4, City of Newcastle Pro, presented by Burton Automotive.
When you deal with the Burton family,
you're dealing with local people
who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens region.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Cultural icons in the heart of the city. We're just scratching the Surfest.
Welcome back to the City of Newcastle Pro, presented by Burton Automotive. Absolute nail-biter there with a big finish. Straight into action here, Kalani Ball had a fantastic start to his last heat. He'd love to do the same thing again. Wow. Little stuck on that one, but a good start for him nonetheless. As you mentioned, we just saw a nail-biter there with the Hog overcoming Chris Zaffis for the second placing there. which is, a big one there for Chris. He's currently in 8th position, up and riding. Local lad, Ryan Callanan. He had a great start in his last heat, and he's about to do the same thing again. It's just immaculate wave selection and just perfect surfing, really. That's how you get things started here.
Get out. Yep.
And he'll be out of that. So we'll try and get you a graphic of how things are
Look at this
setting
afternoon
up
at Merriweather.
Absolutely.
Sun's out, waves are semi-firing.
And the Merriweather Surf Club's just absolutely thumping up there.
Yeah, it is
standing room
thumping.
only.
People are on the sippity doodah. Good to see. Sunday Arvo, mate.
The chicken schnitties are flying.
Yeah, everything's flying up there.
The only thing we're missing is a game round the corner.
I know. Exactly. We'll be missing it though. That'd be the worst.
That's true.
Sunday
That's true.
Arvo,
Yeah, that's
so.
true. Have 2 TVs.
Next
in
best
here.
thing here.
Ryan Callanan, Hoy.
Oh, this is his first wave that we missed when we were in the interview. Wow.
Oh, you're right.
So he's had 2 scoring waves. Here's his second one. Bit of a flat turn to start, but this next turn, it's walls up for him. Got a little bit hung up, but that's fine with me.
I don't mind it when these surfers with just perfect timing, technique, style have a bit of a bobble. I think it almost adds a bit of drama. Like he must have been pushing hard.
Yeah,
you know?
and on a flat section too.
Yeah, no, it's good.
So he's had 2 waves in
and his
the
first
first
score was
5
looking
minutes.
really
and they're going to be
good.
both scoring waves.
Definitely. So he's definitely putting the burner on these other 3. It's going to be a hectic one. Joel Vaughan's leading the ratings. Kalani Ball is right up there as well in the top 5. And Thomas Carvalho's down in, from what I recall, in 14th.
He's a good-looking wave here. Someone's got to get this. Oh, no one got it. This little insider. Wow. You could have done a couple of turns on that. Oh, went a bit fat at the inside, but the first bit was pretty good. No one went it.
Here we are. Hoy, all-important leaderboard. Kalani Ball in 3rd.
Wow.
So he's looking, I would say, fairly safe because there's not a lot of people left in the draw.
He's
I won't confirm him, but he's looking pretty good. Billy Stammen behind. See, there's a bit of a gap there, just a mini gap, 700 points. That will matter in an event like this because there's a lot of points up for grabs. Then a lot of red there between Kihu Butler and Chris Zaffis. And as you can see, Sheldon Simkus in 9th, which is absolutely not safe.
No.
And it's not safe from the man in this heat.
Oh, here we go. We did get the second 10.
Here we go.
Boys.
The boys are on.
Yeah, they are.
Thomas Carvalho in 14th. And Hogg has climbed a massive
34
spots. The Hogg stocks are soaring.
Aren't they?
And he's into 17th. Look, if you look at Sheldon's number there, 5,000, Hogg would still need another couple of big heat wins. And
is he counting zeros though?
Everyone's counting zeros,
okay, yeah,
pretty much zeros or 200s.
Yeah.
So Hogg gets 2 more heat wins. He takes this thing out, which I think he'll
that's
need.
winning the final.
That's winning the final. Trying to make it simple for the old boy. 4 more waves for the Hogg.
Yeah, that's all you need, mate. That's all you need. Wow, that's huge, though.
Ryan
He's going
Callanan,
to be right on the cusp.
12.83 points just like that. So, look, I know these other guys are fantastic surfers, but the way that Ryan set himself up here, that's just world-class talent. 2 waves, 12.83 points, 13
Do
and
you
a half
come
on
in
the
and have a
clock.
rest?
Oh, mate.
Last quarter, got 2 to go. Test his fitness.
Yeah, exactly. Do a few leg
just come in
presses and get ready for the semi.
Yeah,
But
you could do it.
it's pretty hectic times for Thomas Carvalho. He needs to progress through this heat. There's no doubt about it. So
Well, he was right there too,
he's
right?
there. He's 14th.
Yeah.
And we're obviously taking the top 9. We're going to go out on a limb and say Kalani Ball's probably done enough. There's not a whole lot of people left behind that could overtake, so mathematically it's
Joel's probably
impossible.
done enough too.
Joel's
in first.
definitely done enough, I would think. And it's
So if you're his mate, you just go, hey.
Yeah,
What do we
exactly.
do here?
Mate, get me
I'm
on.
I'm in. Let's
Yeah,
go. I'll let you get through this one if you buff me up for something.
I tell you what, if they're clever, they're looking at Thomas going, hey, he's a local up there at Snapper. We don't want him in that comp. We're going to
So
try
the
and
other
whip
way.
him the other way.
All right,
Yeah,
thinking the other.
thinking ahead. I mean, that's how these boys think, right?
Yeah. I'm thinking to be nice. Thinking to be bad.
Yep.
Good looking set. Approaching mid-sized set. See what these ones do. Might be a bit small this set, but good direction by the look. There's more
Yeah,
falling
it's
too.
got
I
that
might
angle
look at
to
that
it.
too. Look at these conditions. It looks beautiful. Merriweather just turning it on a Sunday arvo. Can't wait to have a Steel City at the end of the day.
Oh, I reckon we might have to sneak a couple in here before the end of day's play.
I've already thrown that one out there though.
Yeah, you didn't get a
Yeah,
great
I
response.
know,
We might
that
have to
one's
ask
biting.
again. Yeah.
Oh, mate, I've got an hour off here. I can get one cold
Yeah,
for sure.
You can do whatever you like. Yeah. So this is one of those heats where the next exchange, even though there's more than half of the heat remaining, we've just seen the structure of these heats really start to basically fall apart in that last couple of minutes, just because it's a little slow, and you wouldn't want to rely on a multiple wave set. So, for instance, Thomas here, he's in first priority. He knows his lineups. He's had a couple of great heats, but execution on this next ride is
it's crucial.
critical.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's critical
for sure.
Best case scenario, he gets up there and matches it with one of Ryan's scores or better.
Yep.
But I think Plan B would have to be starting to think about matching Kalani balls 4-3-3, and then hopefully looking to get another chance at the end there, because he really hasn't got a start just yet. And this clock just disappears so quickly with these 20-minute heats.
Oh, so it's ridiculous. 20 minutes on the beach seems slow. 20 minutes when you're in the water seems like it's goes that quick, doesn't it?
It does.
It's worse if you're in the lead or trying to get a score too. Something goes fast for, something goes slow. Here's another little mid-sized set here. We've got Leo just waiting for us. Well, maybe just watch this set, Leo, to see if anyone gets it. Then we'll come back to you.
You can call it, Leo.
Yeah, you call it from there.
What do we got?
Yeah, doesn't look like much. Somebody goes, it'll be a mistake. Oh, double up.
I like it. We need you in the booth, brother.
Oh, taking off, Kalani ball. Nice open turn, and he's going to try and finish off with a big snap. And he just comes unstuck.
Get you in here, I'll swap.
That's amazing. All right,
You guys
Leo.
always say that, and he just comes unstuck.
Is that what you're thinking when you're underwater when that happens? Like, just Ronnie's voice in your head? No, you didn't come unstuck in that last one, mate. You had a similar wave, slightly better, and you obviously had that amazing layback. Talk to us through that. We felt that in the booth, mate. It was a beautiful turn.
Yeah, I was kind of, it was a really nice section. I was coming in a bit late, but those ones you kind of have to rip in. Otherwise, if you half it, then you're going to nosedive, kind of like Kalani. And I just tried to rip in, and hopefully, I was going to ride out, get that nose out of the water, and it paid off.
Isn't that a funny thing, Leo, how you can kind of have these events, the waves are kind of slow, obviously, and, sometimes you're thinking maybe holding back could be the key to success, but I think you just nailed it there by pushing harder, kept that nose up. Talk to us how hard it is to sort of have that mentality from start to finish in a heat.
And for sure, this event, my plan was to have fun with it and try and be a bit more aggressive in my surfing, and really just focus on surfing, not worry about kind of what heat I'm doing or who I'm against or whatever. And I feel like I'm happy with the way I'm surfing because I'm doing that. I'm just surfing the wave, surfing the section that's coming at me, and that one, I didn't really have a choice. If I didn't go hard, I reckon I would have nosedived. So I tried to give it my best, and like you said, I ripped in and got the nose out of the water.
And it is, like you said, great prep for Bells. Obviously, I've seen you and Dog having some lengthy car park discussions, but it must be nice to click into gear here in Australia.
For sure, it is probably the best practice we'll get until Bells. Doesn't look like much swell over there, so this is like small offshore Bells, and we're getting pretty lucky on this finals day.
Absolutely. Well, mate, you are making another round here. We will see you coming up in the semi-finals later on. Best wishes, and hopefully we'll have another chat with you.
Thanks, guys.
Mate, like you said, it is like small Bells bowl.
Totally.
100%.
Yep. Got to get your turns in before it goes flat.
And then maybe grovel one through to the inside.
Totally. Big finish on the bricks.
We always say that. It's Merriweather's a small version of Bells, and it's pretty much, it'd be probably at Rincon today if it was at Bells, but still.
Yep.
It's a little version.
Same
for
vibe.
Sure. Yep.
You guys have got such great variety of waves around here. It's no surprise that you breed such good surfers. The coast yesterday, for example, was next level. Like, however big you want it or however small you want it, you can go and find a wave, and they're all different shapes and sizes and levels of difficulty.
Yep.
So it's a very, very special part of the world. Lots of little nooks and crannies, and then obviously even when you get the opposite of that, it gets small. You can go a couple of hours in either direction, find a wave, and
it's one of the most consistent surf spots.
Yep.
Like, I'm not saying in the world, but it's be right up there.
Well, like for the range of coast, it probably is. Like obviously, like where I'm up at D-Bar is probably the most consistent one single wave I've ever seen, probably. But here you could go, an hour or so in either direction and find, like you said, whatever you're looking for.
Yeah,
it's
for
great,
sure.
and it's kind of like being a good fisherman. You got to know what the sand's doing at all those different spots. But if you're on that, you will find some waves. Someone who's on it, Thomas Carvalho, great. Oh my God.
Good direction set, this one. Mid-size set. They're going to hammer him for that. Just slipped off his tail pad by the look of that.
I love the attitude, though.
Oh, 2 good turns. He just had to ride out of that last one properly. He's going to get a score. He's only got a .83, so here it is. A mid-size set here, even a small size set. 2 good turns at the start. That was a sick turn. Then this one, just like jams it, but then his foot actually came off the board by the look of that.
It did.
They were hammering for that.
They will cruel him. But I think
it's a bummer because they were 3 good turns.
It was. The middle turn, you're not seeing a lot of those turns today. Like a genuine, honest 12 o'clock frontside snap.
Yeah.
We're seeing a lot of out and around, which is obviously easy on the eye, but technically I definitely think that turn is one of the harder turns you can do, particularly with that wind at your back coming up on the front side. It's very easy just to go too hard and go over the back.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
his timing
and we've
there
seen
was
that
perfect.
a few times today.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially the goofy footers and natural footers have been going a bit too high in the wave and spinning out the back.
So I'm thinking it's that number's going to come in like exactly what we kind of spoke about, just getting in the mix now, and I think it could come in straight in the middle between the Kalani Ball's best wave and Ryan Callanan's best wave.
I think you're right.
We'll see.
5.
Somewhere in that 5 range. Could have gone into the 6 range if he had completed the 3rd turn. It might even go there without it. We'll see. If it doesn't, I'll understand why. But if it does, I could see that they're probably going to reward that 2nd turn quite heavily.
And the first turn was pretty sick
nice.
too. Put on rail. Like it was a check turn, but it was a good, hard rail check turn.
Yeah, like exactly kind of how you were explaining about keeping your speed.
Yeah.
He must have
just to come into that next bit, not bottom turning too deep.
Yep. All right, I'm eager to see the scores here. There we go, 6, 5, 7. So the judges really appreciating that 2nd turn, and I can understand it. A big
turn.
What
you said, right? Could go either way. Could be lower. They loved it.
They loved it.
Okay.
Best wave of the heat if he makes the 3rd turn.
Judging's gone out the door again.
It's a revolving door, that judging door. In and out.
Yeah.
Here we
Here's
go.
another little mid-sized wave.
Oh,
nice shake waves, these ones. Oh, that was 2 good turns. Okay. Let's see what that was. Nice big turns, but sort of the same, right?
Thomas looking to put a bit of scoreboard pressure now on Kalani and Joel. This is only going to be a small score, but it will push out, no doubt, their requirements.
And he had just a .83, so he knew if you get in now, just ride something to try and better that score, right?
And pretty clever, I think. He had 3rd priority, and he's probably not going to get a look at one of the very best waves to round out this heat. So if a medium-sized wave was to come, it's going to be pressure now for these other young fellas to chase that score down.
Calhouni's ridden his first 2 waves in the first 5 minutes.
He's done the same thing, like not that close in the other one, but just standing up twice.
Yeah,
that's great practice for Bells, isn't it? You're only going to get limited opportunities. The opportunities are going to be hopefully good when they come at this next stop on the World Tour, but can be slow.
Can be very slow.
Yeah, as we see Thomas now still looking to improve. Board's looking fantastic under his feet. We're getting that one out of the board lab up on the Gold Coast. That would be a sharp eye. Not too sure what model exactly, but it looked good. Speaking of looking good, that was a beautiful arcing carve.
Mate, his last heat, we did some really good turns. At the start of this heat, he did a couple of good old hacks. He got a bit stuck on his first wave. Still got a half decent score for it. Like to see what he did on the outside of that one.
Yeah. I think Thomas has probably added to his scoreline again, just briefly. Maybe a 2-5-ish range, which is then going to need Kalani probably needing a high 4. And then Joel actually got a really good score there, a 5-point ride. So he'll be thrilled with that, and he's got 2nd priority, so he's in a good spot here. Because in a sense, Ryan, he won't look at a wave that's less than 6 points.
Nah.
Because
he hasn't ridden a wave since his first two. I think he's only had two.
He's only had two.
Yeah.
But he knows that Thomas would need a 6 to overtake him.
Yep.
So if the wave's not that, he's not going to block him, and Ryan won't improve, so he won't go. And that leaves Joel in a very good position, because Joel doesn't need a 6 to go to second. He only needs a 4. He's probably thinking another 5 will do the trick just nicely. So Ryan shouldn't be, on paper, really interested in that wave. So Joel, in a sense, for the battle that he's in, he's kind of got first priority.
Yeah.
Over these other gents.
Is that wave? That was a sick turn.
Nice setup, Carl.
Yeah. And that, I like those 2 turns.
That was about, couldn't surf that wave any better to get a 5.
Yeah.
He did well. And then Thomas behind here. This is a 2.2, little late in the lip. And this is the 193, excuse me.
Yeah,
and then he got a 2.2 after that. There was that wave there. So this left Kalani ball chasing a score. And it's a nice opening slash. He gets 2 more. There's a
this
better
is that
one.
wave that we didn't see, right?
Yeah, we
That's
only
3.
saw the end of it. It's going to be close.
Isn't it? Did they score that wave yet?
There we go, a 4.63 for Kalani
Oh,
Ball.
he did. He
so
got it.
Thomas needs a 2.39. He's got 4th priority with 90 seconds to go.
Little set here too. Could be a closeout.
What's going to happen? This is Ryan. So this is obviously Ryan thinking, hey, this is a premium wave here.
Yeah.
I don't want the boys anywhere near this.
I'm going in.
Nice high line. Looks like a bit of a victory lap. And it's going to leave. It's going to leave the gents out the back here. Joel Vaughan, 3.96 his requirement. A little check back into the foam there. Oh, this wave.
Should he have waited? Look at this set on the outside. It would take a lot of courage to sit that one out and not go. But look on the outside. Red on a good-looking wave out there.
I think Thomas was on the wave in front, but Red on an absolute screamer out the back.
Oh, his is a good wave, though, too. It ended up on the inside. Oh.
Kalani's on his feet. So I can only assume
30 seconds to go.
That Kalani probably did 1 or maybe 2 pretty strong turns.
That wave looked really good.
It looked like a good wave. We'll get a replay here, Hoyo.
Here it is. Takes off. Oh, competitor nearly gets his rate. Good first turn. What he got here? Oh, just lip glide there. That's all he got in.
Wow, I think Thomas rode the wave underneath that as well.
Yeah,
so Thomas only needing a 2.39, although I'm not certain that he did. I think we can see on the back of Joel's wave here, Thomas looked at this wave.
And didn't go, maybe. Did he? Oh, yeah.
He has a look at it. I'm not too sure if he gets it.
Oh, he might have missed it.
He might miss it.
I don't think it was that good a wave anyway.
Nah, but he only needed a 2.3, so it's looking like a bit of heartbreak there, unfortunately, for young Thomas. And Joel Vaughan didn't look like he got the score required, so Kalani Ball will hang on to second with Ryan Callanan in the lead. And another tight heat here to round out the round. We're into the semi-finals of the women. We're going to take a break here and we'll be back with the AAP Consulting Women's Pro here at Newcastle.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people.
Who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens region.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merriweather Surfboard Club.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Welcome back to Finals Day here at Surfest 2022. We're now into the semi-finals of the AAP Consulting Women's Pro. And let's find some finalists here. We've got a great lineup. Ellie Harrison, clutch performance from her in the quarters to earn her place here. She'll be surfing in the blue jersey. Paige Harrop, the Kiwi, making a big charge up the ratings at the moment. She's out there in the red jersey. Sarah Baum, she's going to be in the white and Dimity soil. The front runner on the QS rankings is going to be in the green, but it's Paige Harrop who's going to get things started here, trying to link this one through to the inside. Connecting nicely at the moment, has some momentum, needs to keep that board going. That wave just fading away on her. Ronnie Blakey joined by Mitchell Ross. And Mitch, it's going to be a fantastic final no matter what unfolds in these next two semis. But we're on ratings watch, looking for the top 7 to crack the Challenger Series. Here's one of your favourites for the event win.
Yeah, a nice turn there from Sarah, the goofy footer, actually out of South Africa. Has been living over here in Australia for quite a few years. A nice loose manoeuvre there before going down. So that was a decent ride, but I thought this one was better. Paige Harrop, the Kiwi, up and riding, nice and square there. Not vertical off the top, but a lot of power and quite a bit of spice through that second manoeuvre. There was good surfing there. I know she's been known to do her best surfing at the ranch. The watercolour, the texture of the wave right now, it looks a little bit ranchy. So a nice opener there for the surfer in red. Just under 17 minutes remaining as we're tearing through the charts and looking at the live rankings right now, Ron. Gosh, Dimity Style way out in front, 9,220 points. She's pretty, yeah, she's safe.
Yeah, she's performed really well throughout these two big last QS 5000s up there at the Tweed Coast, getting the victory into the semi-finals here. And we're really looking at Paige Harrop on this page. Back in 10th spot on the live leaderboard, already jumped 3 places. She needs to get herself ahead of Nixie Ryan. She's not far off, and a heat win here might just do it. So
yeah, that's
a lot on the line for Paige.
That's wild how close that is.
And have a look at the number, 6.67. Well, we spoke about it pretty early on. This was a crucial one for Nixie because she went on an absolute tear through the QS 1000s, a couple of victories, but we've seen that in the past too. Jackson Baker did a similar thing, won in QS 1000s, and at the end of the year wasn't really anywhere to be seen in the qualifying ranks after the major event. So it's really important to bring your best to these contests. Sarah Barham's been doing that so far, open with a 4.83, but the best start out of all 4 competitors came from Paige.
Yeah, 6.67. And we also saw another ride there for the surfer in white, waiting for that wave to get locked in. I know we did see a replay. It'd be pretty cool to see another shot of that one. It was great surfing there from the goofy footer, who is out in front. And here it is, a 6.07. If you can have a look at her feet here, she actually goes up and down the board a little bit in between manoeuvres after this one. You can see just comes up the board a little bit. 3 solid turns on that wave there for Sarah. A rare left-hander. There has been a couple of them throughout the day, but, you know, we're at a right-hand point break. Predominant waves are the rights. But, you know, Gabriel Medina, he proved last year that you can get big scores on the lefts. And Sarah also doing so with a 6.07 there, Ronnie, to push out in front at the moment.
Yeah, well, some of the front runners on the QS rankings and on the men's side, the CT surfers, have really set the pace throughout the earlier stages of their heats. Paige has been one of those, Dimity's been one of those surfers who's been able to drop big numbers in the opening exchange, but it's her rivals who've got the jump on her here, and it'll be interesting to see how she responds as we see Ryan Callanan making his way up after another heat win.
Nice fresh looking board there for Ryan Callanan, opting to ride his JS. He's been riding those boards for, let's say, close to a decade, maybe longer. Prior to riding the JS, he was riding a local shaper, Paul Parks. But once he, you know, started getting to the sort of more professional side of the sport, he elected to get some new boards under his feet, and they're looking really good. And a solid performance from Ryan Callanan, along with Kalani Ball, to book spots in the semi-finals. Real all-star cast as we get closer to the semis.
Yeah, really heartbreaking result there for Thomas Cavallo, who was so close to get himself into that qualifying position. Joel Vaughan, he's going to be safe. He's been smashing it on the QS through this series. But just over 13 minutes to go here, and all eyes on Ellie Harrison. What a clutch performance from her in a scrappy quarterfinal heat to earn her place here. Super impressive, the youngster from Barwon Heads originally. The 2021 Grom Surf National Champ. Had some big Pro Junior success. But big qualifying series results is what she wants, and she's on her way to an absolute beauty here. It'll be the biggest finish for her in a major QS event, so the youngster's coming on.
Yeah, absolutely. Took down local hero Philippa Anderson in her last heat. It was a clutch performance. Needed a 2-point ride at the end, got a 2.2, something around there. So, yeah, a great showing from Ellie Harrison, who is currently in 4th position in this one. Yet to lock a decent score in, looking for a 6.48 to make the jump up into the next, into the top 2.
We've been chatting a little bit about Dimity Stoyle, just, her form so far, her return to competitive form. The surfing's been looking sharp for a couple of years. I think every single competitor, especially those former CT surfers, kind of were afforded a bit of a sabbatical. It was the same with the surfers on the championship tour through that 2020 season getting cancelled. You had no CT ranking or spot to chase down for a couple of years. If you're in Dimity's position, it just allowed her to focus on her surfing, really just get back to, enjoying being out there, and as a result, her surfing just went to a whole new place. But she finds herself here with a big opportunity. I think a better opportunity for Dimity to qualify on the Challenger Series this year, seeing as though it's twice as long, but also that it starts at Snapper Rocks. That's a massive opportunity.
Mm. Yeah, to surf, what's now her home break at Snapper Rocks, I'm sure she's going to get off to a flying start and pack a heap of boards, maybe a DJ decks, and head off in search of qualifying for the championship tour. She was on tour maybe 5 or 6 years ago, so it's been a bit of a break for Dimity. And right now, 11 minutes remaining, looking for a 5.68 to move up into the lead. Plenty of time remaining in this one, Ron.
There sure is. Let's have a quick chat to Ryan Callanan, though. Through to the semis, Ryan. That's got to feel fantastic, mate, here in front of the hometown crowd.
Yeah, I mean, I got pretty lucky, I think, at the start. They kind of tried to push me deep, and it kind of worked out in my favour. I got a pretty quick start, but just to get a few numbers on the board and keep it rolling, it's really fun.
No doubt your partner Nina's down here, and your pooch, and you've both had some injury woes over the last couple of years, but good to see you both looking healthy and back to your best.
Yeah, I got a big support crew down here. It's great. My sister and Nina, and my other sister I'll say hello to. She's in Sri Lanka, but it's really nice just to be feeling fit and healthy, and obviously coming back from the wrist, and just not having to think about it when I'm out surfing is so nice, and just to be able to focus on what I'm doing it's a really good feeling.
Was the dog an inspiration to you in the recovery of its injury? I know it was doing some hydrotherapy, and you had the broken wrist, but the sausage dog, Maisie?
Yeah, Maisie.
Maisie doing well, hanging in there?
Yeah, Maisie's doing good. She had a bulged disc, and there was a big surgery and a lot of rehab for months and months. So, I mean, we were kind of in it together, I guess, in a way. But
mate, but you actually elected not to be there for Maisie, because I believe you went to Mexico while Maisie was under the knife. Is that right?
Actually happened while I was in Mexico, Mitch. I didn't just elect to leave. But, it was I don't know. Everyone loves their pooches.
Oh, mate. Fur baby.
Mate, how is it out there at the moment? Growing up at Merida, we know what this point can do. It's full of sand at the moment, but lucky enough, there's a bit of a sandbar at the minute.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not traditional Merriweather, but it's handling really well. I think the low tide's really helping it, and it's maybe a bit straighter than normal, but when the good ones come, it's beautiful. I think it just opens it up. It feels a bit more like a beach break, but there's some really incredible waves out there when they come through. So hopefully it continues on.
Couple of chances for a Novocastrian victory here in 2022. Would you be happy to see Jackson go on with it, or is that is that out of the question?
May the best man win.
Oh, there you go. Great answer, Ryan. Well done. Through to the semi-finals.
Unreal.
But yes, performing really well, looking sharp. I feel like as we near that final on the men's side, the level's going to go through the roof. Some of those big CT performers haven't really shown all their cards just yet. It's coming. They're going to go all in.
But isn't it funny? They're all still a part of the draw. You're right. They're looking in form, no doubt, as we're seeing girls get ready for that next heat. We've got just under 8 minutes remaining in this one, Ron, and another big heat just around the corner.
Holly Williams, another surfer who's caused some big upsets today and made a big charge through this contest. You love to see it. And she's got to keep that roll alive because it's a tough draw in that second semi-final. But she's up for the challenge. She's going to be up against Freya Prum, Macy Callahan and Rhea Campbell. So best of luck to her. But out there at the moment, Sarah Baum holding on to that first position. The South African who's relishing the opportunity to show the powers that be, the decision makers, when they start thinking about wildcards, they're going to have a look at who was victorious in those big major qualifying events or who performed well that didn't make it into the top 7 or into the qualifying position in their region. And Sarah's one of those surfers, super talented, very accomplished, got some big results. But already I'm just, the surfing that she's been doing, that would just look so at home in those Challenger Series events. And we know it's all going to kick off on May 7th on the Gold Coast, the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, then down to Sydney as we see now. Ellie Harrison. This wave starting to fade away. She's going to get out of there. But then it's over to South Africa, to Ballito, which has had some great waves in the past, that venue. Paige going to kick out of this one. The US Open of Surfing, always a huge stop on the calendar. As Dimity Store looks to get her campaign started here in this heat. Nice hit to get started. Hammering down the line, plenty of speed. Boards have looked really sharp throughout. Another big hook off the pocket, and then really extends through that third manoeuvre. And reels it in.
A pause, Ron. When you're on that sort of that moment, and you're just feeling the confidence, it's amazing the sort of surfing Dimity can do.
Also just the flow. I mean, in transition, she's styling her way through turns. She's not rushed. She doesn't look nervous. Really clean surfing start to finish. And the pressure was really on because she didn't have anything prior to this wave. Now she's going to have 5.5 minutes to go back out there. And I think we're going to see one of the better scores of this heat.
Oh, without a doubt. Just perfect timing here from Dimity. That first snap was big, and we're just waiting for this section. She was too, and then she just pinged it so perfectly and even got a third manoeuvre.
The second turn was really strong. I mean, the other two were great as well, and it was good variation shown on the outside. But Dimity, this time last year, she was sitting alongside myself and our team of commentators. Did a great job commentating the events, taking us behind the scenes, but I'm glad she's here in this position, ahead on the QS rankings and doing surfing that would get her through a lot of heats on the CT.
Yeah, without a doubt. And a 1 point ride she has in her columns right now. That last score, is that going to knock on the door of maybe an 8 or a 9? I think it will.
Well, we saw Macy Callahan earlier on in the event, 3 big turns on the outside, linked to the inside and got the finish. Dimity just had 2 big turns on the outside and combated up with a third carve. And then she moved through to the inside. She kept moving and still let go of some solid moves on the inside. So, yeah, I'm expecting it to go excellent for sure.
4 minutes remaining and looking for a 6.48 at the moment. A surfer from the Sunshine Coast of Australia, currently residing on the Gold Coast. As we see Dim just charge on out. The judges locking in scores. Now, what she wants to do is get out the back and spin around and get anything better than a 1. I'm talking a closeout and just jam 1 turn to get a 3, a 2, 3, or 4. That'll put more pressure on the field.
Yeah, just stay away from your competitors too, because they can get in defence mode. I think the number's going to be enough to see Dimity into one of those top 2 positions, though. Just so strong, that ride start to finish.
Isn't it funny? Like Paige Harrop, she started with a bang, and ever since that, we haven't seen her get a ride, and it's opened the door for surfers like Dimity. Judge Wadden says a 9. I dare say the other couple of judges will be thinking the same as another 9.
Yeah, amazing. We knew it was going to go big and so deserving of this score, the 30-year-old. And it's really cool too that someone like Dimity, you know, against all these youngsters that, you know, is seeing this opportunity. Probably all these competitors were robbed of a couple of years to potentially crack the CT ranks. And even last season, it was a shortened Challenger Series run, 4 events. So, you know, you really had to be on. You had to just have basically a purple patch of form in order to crack this CT. But Dimity, her surfing looking so at home here on these long walls at Merewether as Sarah Baum gets going on the outside as well. This is a replay of her last ride.
Yeah, this came through in mid-range 4, so perfect backup there for Sarah. As we see Paige Harab, this is a replay. Nice snap there. One turn, that might be enough to get Paige up in a second. We're looking for a 3.34. It's going to be really tight here with 2 minutes on the clock. I dare say Dimity, she really wants to replace that one as we wait for the score of Last of Red.
Here we go, a bit of movement on the outside, and Ellie Harrison, that wave threatening the barrel, but we just haven't seen those tubes opening up throughout the contest, and that one definitely pinched on her. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go, and it's cool and casual as Dimity Stoyle has looked through each of her rounds. Now is not the time to play it cool. Get in there, get filthy, do what you got to do, and roll your sleeves up and just drop something better than a 1, like you said, Mitch, because Paige Harrab's breathing down her neck at the moment.
And she has got priority, the surfer in red. A bit of a peak there. I thought someone might be in position, but as you can see, it looks like it's Ellie Harrison. So here we go, looking for a 6.57. Unfortunately, not the greatest wave. So scores still... There you go. Okay, so Paige Harab, 4.97, Ron. The Kiwi has gone up to the top. So Dimity now looking for a 2.34 to move up in the second spot.
Wow, this is huge. Okay, keep in mind that there's only 3 surfers in the mix here that are really worried about the QS rank. Sarah Baum just looking to put on a great performance. Of course, she wants the event win. Dimity, she's qualified. She's so far ahead of the pack, it's not even funny. But Ellie Harrison and Paige Harab, pretty close. They're really fighting it against one another for a place in that top 7. Ellie sitting in 6th position on the live ladder at the moment, and Paige Harab, she's sitting in 10th position on the live ladder. So not a lot between these two competitors. 25 seconds to go. Dimity's out there searching for a score. Will she get the opportunity? 20 seconds to go. She just looks so sharp. She's got a 9-point ride and a 1, and she might lose out here.
Wow. 10 seconds, and it looks like the bummer about the conditions in the bank right now, you can't really manipulate any sort of wave to break because it's so deep. And it looks like Dimmy, she will lose with a 9-point ride. Heartbreaking.
Yeah, one of the waves of the contest, and she throws her hands up and says, you know, what can I do? There wasn't an opportunity. She's devastated, and she'll make her way in. Sarah Baum, she hangs on, and just an amazing finish too. An extremely close heat with massive implications for Ellie Harrison and Paige Harab, and we'll break all of that down in just a moment. Stay tuned. More to come from the AAP Consulting Women's Pro.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people.
Who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens region.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Welcome back to the show. An extremely big heat, that last one. Dimity Stoyle, the front runner on the QS ranks, fell out of the mix with a 9-point ride. Can you believe it? Also was hanging on to a 1, so she really just needed next to nothing to advance there. But Sarah Baum, she's on a mission to prove to the WSL that she could be worthy of one of those wild cards. Paige Harab holding her nerve. Paige has made the jump up into a qualifying position now. When you look at the live ladder, sitting in 5th place. Clutch performance. She's come a long way back from 13th position to get to that position on the ratings, which have shifted up a little bit. But while we're looking at this, we can see some competitors in that conversation out there in the lineup at the moment. Freya Crum, she's climbing the ratings with every heat she progresses through. She's sitting in 15th currently. And Holly Williams is out there. She's up to 12th spot. She's in the blue jersey. But they'll have their work cut out. Macy Callahan, Raya Campbell, they're giving it a good run too. Raya's back in 17th position. It's getting to that point in the competition where it's kind of becoming a bit clearer as to who is going to make the grade on the Challenger Series, Mitch.
Yeah, really starting to sort of make sense of it all as we see the South African. A lot of little surf fans down here at Newcastle getting some signatures off the world's best.
Yes, Sarah just seems so intent on getting herself to that final, which she's done. She's got a big point to prove. It won't be easy. The divvying up of wildcards is, out of your hands.
Mm-hmm.
All you can do is surf your absolute heart out. And Sarah's done that through this contest. So it's great to see her get that opportunity at a victory here at the AAP. Consulting Women's Pro, and Paige Harab also chasing that title. And Paige, that big jump up into 5th position. I mentioned before, Ellie Harrison, she's in 7th spot now. So Nixie Ryan's been pushed out of that top 7. She's in 8th spot at the moment. Holly Williams, Freya Prum, Raya Campbell, all out there in the water, and all still with a chance if they can stay alive in this contest and potentially take it out to perhaps jump up into the top 7 picture.
Yeah, wow. Unbelievable stuff. I got a feel for Nixie. I think, if there was an award for most improved or, something along those lines, I think it'd go to her to win a couple of, big events throughout the year.
Well, I'll tell you who'll be nervous now. Ellie Harrison, because she's going to be sitting in 7th. And I think Nixie will be nervous because, with a couple of victories in those 1000s and sitting in 8th position just outside the mark, I'd say she has staked her claim at the wildcard spot for this region.
Yep.
True. To get victories in QS events is really difficult. To get 2 in one season, pretty impressive.
Absolutely. Yeah, a good point. It's funny, we don't actually talk about that spot quite as much as, the top 7, top 9, but there is a wildcard spot. And you're right, it will go off, who's deemed the sort of the most improved or someone who's hasn't had a bit of luck or whatnot.
Or the most deserving. There's actually some of those wildcard positions are going to be considered heavily by the WSL, no doubt based on injuries, based on potentially COVID getting in the way of them not being able to turn up and surf in some events. So there is a lot to consider, and performance is just one factor. But here we go. Surfer in white, Macy Callahan, looking to get started as she finished her last heat with an excellent score. Good-looking wall standing up here. Has those big individual turns she can lean into, and that was solid stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of, the surfing Macy does, it's a little bit Steph Gilmore-ish. It's very cruisy, it's stylish. But when she gets a steep wall, she's not afraid to turn aggro on it and, bank some rail. Just carving through this first section of the wave as we look at the replay. Down carve, just setting up for something big down the line and just hammering that last section. Not going to be a huge score, but I think she'll feel pretty good after that one and know that she can start building on the score, the 4.17, as we look at the winner of that last heat, Paige Harab. She's going to be absolutely thrilled when you have a talk to her, Ron.
Oh, man, so clutch this performance in this final QS event for the APAC region. Unbelievable. It's been a big commitment for the Kiwis to travel over here to Australia, compete in this big run of qualifying series events, and for Paige to come into the last one well behind on the ratings and hold her nerve and get herself into this final is super impressive. And she's pretty much shored up her place when you look at where she's sitting now with a shot at an event win. Really, really impressive. 13 minutes to go here. Macy drops a 4.17. Just want to talk about Macy surfing. You mentioned it before. In the earlier rounds, we see those newcomers to the QS ranks having their first shot at it, really chipping away at scores, doing great surfing. But if you slow it down and freeze it, it's hard to find that freeze frame moment that's just an exceptional kind of moment in that turn. It's really the combination of multiple manoeuvres which helps them chase down their scores. Macy on that last wave, even though it wasn't the most amazing forehand hack that we've seen her do, when you slow those turns down that those top surfers do, there's a moment in those images where the board is, pushed to the point of release. There's big spray coming off that rail, and she's done it throughout the contest.
Yeah, she has. She's been a standout. Yeah, it's funny, the best, you can pause at any particular time, and I think you can get a pretty good photo. Mace is one of them. I know you actually mentioned that yesterday about one of our co-commentators, the old boy, Matt Hoy. You said he's still got that moment when he puts a particular turn in the right spot. You can still get a photo as good as anyone.
Mate, he's the hack master. And he's on set, just lapping up all the compliments, absolutely eating it up. We'll heap them on him because he is still throwing down the hacks just as hard as anyone. But right now in the water, it's Macy that's leaning into those big rail turns for her scores. Yet to see Holly Williams step up and drop a number on us in this heat, but a big charge from her. 14th position coming into this final event. Up 2 spots, wants more. And we'll see where Freya can end up. But I love Freya's story. Been battling on the QS for a long time, Freya, from the south coast of New South Wales. A pharmacist now, which I just investigated. And,
wow.
Yeah, she's great. I think that this regional QS exists, so surfers like Freya who still have that little burning desire to chase these contests can have a shot. And then, she'll have a really big decision to make if she cracks the Challenger Series, because obviously working, usually she'll have to decide whether she takes a break from that and goes after the Challenger. You'd have to.
Oh, she'll chase the dreams for sure. I don't think she'd be surfing in these events.
Just to make up the numbers.
Exactly.
Last year was a different story. I think last year we saw some surfers actually get themselves into a position to tackle the Challenger Series, but they opted out. But 2 weeks quarantine was a big factor. Time on the road, just the unknowns out there sort of prevented a couple of competitors from tackling the Challenger Series last season. But yeah, it's always a difficult call. 10 minutes remaining, and let's check in with Paige Harrop. Paige, we are blown away with your nerve. Unbelievable the way that you've just kept it together on this run through this contest. You want it pretty bad, don't you?
Yep. My family actually called me last minute Lucy because I seem to just fight till the end. So it's not over till the hooter goes, and I knew that I needed a big result here, so just trying to do everything right, and it's paying off.
Oh, we were giving you big raps before you came on camera just now, and it's great to see, but it's been really close. Some of these heats have been right down to the wire, and it's kind of interesting because in the opening stage of the contest, you're just getting so much opportunity in that wind swell, those short period swells, and right now the pressure is so on to delivering those big moments. Is it stressful out there?
I think it's almost easier in these conditions, just because you have to wait for the sets if you want a good one. Whereas the wind swells, it's like, oh, should I go this one or this one or this one? And I kind of get confused. So these are my kind of conditions for sure.
And we mentioned that you keep your nerve really well. You opened up that heat with a big score, a high 6, but for about 14 minutes you went sort of missing. You got that chance at the end. Explain, what went through your mind as you're paddling into that wave that seemed as though it only had one big section?
Yeah, it's tricky kind of starting with a good one because you want to sit and wait. But, and then Dimity got that 9 and I kind of sat there thinking I only needed 4 something, and that's just an awkward score because you could try and get it on a little one, but you could also waste your time in priority. So, I just know that the set ones have been really good and working for me, so just wanted to be patient, and I probably would have sat out there even if nothing came.
Paige, congratulations and best of luck in this final. It is one of the biggest event wins you can get on the qualifying series. This contest has been running for a long time in its 36th year. We know that everyone back home is going to be online and cheering you on. You want to send a special shout out to anyone?
Yeah, for sure, just to my family. They're actually in Aussie at the moment, but they didn't even come and watch the comp. They're going to see my new little nephew who's 9 months old. But yeah, hi to all my family and friends back home, and yeah, thanks for watching.
Thank you, Paige, and best of luck in chasing down this win.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, you know what the best thing about broadcast now in the modern era, you have that phone with you wherever you go. So I'm sure the new nephew, the new member of the family, is not getting much of a look in during Paige's heats. Probably just sitting in the cot, just staring at nothing. But she's on fire, and this is a big fight from someone that's desperate to get back to the championship tour, desperate to get into these Challenger Series events. But we had a few waves ridden during the interview. 7 minutes to go here. Macy Callahan's still up on top, but at the moment, we're waiting on numbers to come through. There's going to be a bit of shuffling to the order here.
Yeah, scores are on the way. We just saw a quick wave there for Campbell as well. So we do wait. Just under 7 minutes on the clock. Set coming. It has been a slow heat, this one. It was funny. We had a chat to Ryan Callanan a moment ago, and he was saying it's actually sort of getting a little bit more consistent as the tide goes out. But it's been a slow start as things change. Big turn there for Macy Callanan. Second manoeuvre coming up, and just nursing through that manoeuvre because she knows how important this ride is. The work's been done. 3 solid turns there, hoping to get an inside connection. 4.17 for a first. Ronnie Blakey, I think this wave is going to come through a lot bigger than the 4, and she'll be thrilled to bank this on the inside.
Yeah, just looking really sharp at the moment. Macy, very cool there. Just kept that board moving, just flowing through that dead section. She looks like she's riding something a little wider than maybe her rivals out there at the moment. It really helps through that middle portion of the wave. As we see Holly Williams up at the moment, the surfer from Budina on the Sunshine Coast. Best result this year was a 5th place finish down at Phillip Island in that 1,000, sorry. But her biggest points came at Tweed, where she had a 13th, but she's on her way to her best finish in a QS.
Yeah, no doubt. As we look at the replay, Macy Callanan's last ride, the first turn, perfect. Absolute perfect timing there for Macy. I sort of mentioned that she nursed the second one. It was as though she surfed it really well, but I think after she got that major out the back, the first manoeuvre, she was just like, let's finish this thing. Obviously knowing that 2 girls make it through this heat, so it doesn't have to sort of push it the whole way through. It's not like a man-on-man, women-on-women situation. Looking to replace a 0.37. I dare say that might even scratch the surface of an excellent score.
Yeah, only needs a 3.91 to get up into first. Raya Campbell from Snapper Rocks on the Gold Coast, holding on to that position. Just another one of those talents that came through the Palm Beach Currumbin High School system. Obviously Mick Fanning, Dean Morrison, Joel Parkinson went to school there. So many great surfers went through that high school. But Raya Campbell in a good position here, up against tough opposition. But Macy's kind of just laying down the challenge again to these youngsters. Well, she's actually kind of the same age as them, but she's just got a bit more experience, and I think as a result of having been on tour and taken big event titles as a junior, I think Macy just has got the edge. So competitively, you've got to be sharp, you've got to keep her off those best waves, and they haven't been able to do that out there at the moment.
No, they have not. We're still waiting for that score to get locked in. This is semi-final number 2. As it is drawing a close, 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. The swell is backing off down here at Merida Beach. It peaked out of control yesterday up towards the 15-foot mark. some massive rides were seen by a couple of the competitors of the event. Conditions nice today, not quite as big, but it's been beautiful offshore conditions all day long. And we are getting to the pointy end for these girls to win this thing and put their name on the
on the amazing honour roll on the list of past champs. Obviously, the event was a CT last year. That was fantastic to have it elevated, and the locals ate it up. In saying that, we've got almost as big a crowds as we had here last year because we've got a lot of locals in the mix still. But last time it was a QS. Bronte McCauley had the victory. Sally Fitzgibbons before that. Coco Ho, she always did well at this venue. Couple of victories here for her. Joanne DeFay had a victory not long ago. Ellie Brooks, who fell out of the mix earlier today, she's had a win here. But there's still a lot of surfers chasing a first victory here. We're going to have a new winner this year because Timothy Stoyle and Philippa Anderson fell out of the mix here on finals day. So someone's chasing the win here in the AAP, Consulting Women's Pro. 2 minutes to go. Raya Campbell's been pushed back into third spot. Holly Williams making the jump into second. Freya Prum, she's been a little quiet out here. She's got priority though and doesn't need a monster score to get herself up in a second spot. Just a 5.6, so it's not over any of these competitors just yet.
Yeah, it's pretty tight, second, third and fourth. You dare say that Macy somewhat booked a spot in the final with a 7.17 and a 4.17, a little over 90 seconds remaining. And priority with a surfer in fourth, looking for a 5.6. We've seen Freya surfed exceptionally well since the jump. Just needs to get a bit of a set to blast a couple of forehand carves. She did a brilliant one in her quarterfinal. Was rewarded a 5-point ride for one turn. So we know that she's got the talents, and it looks as though she's going to have a look at this one, Ronnie. Paddling in fourth position, needs a big number.
This will be our last shot at it. Just over a minute to go. And Freya digs into that first section. It's just a transition turn. Gets the big hit. Can she find the link through to the rock section and add some serious points on the inside? Looking to bump Holly Williams out of that second position at the moment. Looking for that length, just got pushed onto the back foot a little bit there, and that wave faded away. She was a little too deep, and that was the section of the wave that just breaks straight onto that dry rock. So unfortunately for Freya there, not sure she's going to get the score that she needs. 5.6 is the requirement. Pretty good commitment on that end section hit.
Yeah, it feels like she just needs another one of them. I think if she has two of those rides, she gets up around the 8.43, which is the total that she's looking for. But I don't know if it's going to go into the 5.5, 5.6 category. First check turn was good. Second turn was big, but it wasn't a massive wave. If it was a big set, I think that might be the score. But look, we'll have to wait and see what the judges think as they put pens to paper. It was a 4.27. So as I said, she needs two of them. She still needs a 4.17. The clock's going to beat her, and it looks like Callan and Williams will progress to the final.
Wow, well, that is huge for Macy Callahan, of course. Big to crack the final and get another solid heat win. But for Holly Williams, that was a monster result. And she is again going to make a jump up the live ratings. We'll update you on where she sits in just a moment. But she is knocking on the door of a top 7 finish here and a chance at making the Challenger Series. We'll take a quick break. The final is set for the women. And when we come back, we'll get the men's event underway. The City of Newcastle Pro just around the corner.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people
who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens regions.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in the Merryweather Surfboard Club.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
Giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
For over 150 years, the Newcastle Herald has been telling the stories about the people of the Hunter and the events that have shaped their lives. No other local media has the capacity to connect, engage and ignite discussion like the Newcastle Herald. The Newcastle Herald is the voice of the Hunter, reporting on all sides of the story and giving the public an opportunity to explore the story and contribute their own thinking. The Herald's audience has never been greater, and it continues to reach more people through print and digital news platforms than ever before. The Newcastle Herald is committed to quality journalism and continues to champion local causes and cover the issues that matter to the region. The Newcastle Herald is more than just a paper. It is digital, mobile and social, with the power to share these stories with the world.
Welcome back. A very ecstatic Holly Williams there. A massive result for her heading into this final. I do believe she will be moving quite substantially up the rankings by getting through that semi. It was a crucial heat, and I'm sure she knew. Rossi, they all say they don't look, but I reckon they're all lying to us. Of course they look. They know what's going on.
Yeah, massive effort there. And look, Macy was on fire, but the other three girls, they were sort of just tripping over themselves. And in the end, it was Holly who got the second spot. So have a look at that. Unbelievable. So Dimity's still at the one spot. Obviously, she just lost. So
I think Macy's coming to pip her. She'd have to. That's a huge motivation for Macy. But Rossi, as we slide down the line there, we see that yellow line just above Zali Kelly. Now, if you look at the difference between Zali Kelly and Ellie Harrison, it is just a mere 10 points. Now, unfortunately for Ellie and everyone in her corner, look, block your ears. She needed anything but a fourth in that last heat. Unfortunately, Ellie narrowly placing fourth. Now, it is a very tricky situation to put a surfer out in the water with information like that, but at some point in the draw, I do believe you need to bust out that ace up your sleeve and quickly whisper in that surfer's ear. Obviously, you're trying to get through this thing, but if the beep hits the fan, you need to figure out a way to get third. And I don't know if Ellie knew, because to me it didn't look like she was trying to get into third.
And was it close?
Very.
Oh, gosh.
Now, there is more surfers on page 2 that could come up in this final and win this thing and knock out both Zali and Ellie further down the line. But should that not happen, I think Ellie will be, even more disappointed than she is now, just given that it was only 10 points the difference.
Wow. Heartbreaking. Great effort, but nonetheless, heartbreaking as we get started in semi-final number 1. Now, there in the red is the local bloke, Jackson Baker, taking on Sheldon Simkus, Freddie Marias, and Billy Stammen. So for a local event, this has actually got a little bit of international flavour in this one.
It does. A fair bit of international flavour. All across the region.
So a quick wave there for Sheldon, a 1.9, who is also chasing down a big result. He is hovering around that top 9.
He's moved into 9th, I believe, but Chris Zaffis was eliminated from competition, and the hedgehog Nathan Hogg is still going. So Sheldon certainly not safe in 9th and has an opportunity to climb over there. And you know what? Sheldon, he's been having a couple of heats where I'd say he's competed really well for the situations he's put himself in, but geez, he's backed himself into a corner in a few heats. So I'd love to see him open up in this one.
As we see Billy Stammen, the Kiwi, the New Zealander, just one manoeuvre before kicking out of that one. It's a little bit of a pancake at the moment. Not much doing. A couple of quick early rides for Sheldon. One wave for Billy. And we're still yet to see Freddie and Jackson Baker, the two surfers that are a part of the World Championship Tour. still yet to see those guys jump up with just under 14 minutes remaining in this one.
I guess this is probably the practice they're looking for, although it is a 4-person heat. Look, I'd have to say Freddie Marias would be, he's confident 7 days of the week. But looking at the draw, I think he sort of breezed through at this point, and that's with all due respect. But I haven't really seen him get a sweat on. But I reckon the boys in this semi would like to try and do that, particularly Jackson.
He's, Freddie's one of those type of guys that I think it was Ronnie or yourself referred to as Macy's a QS surfer. They just feel really at home. I think Freddie also does. He gets through heats on the QS so effortlessly, and he's proven so at this event. Yeah, hasn't really sort of got a sweat going yet. The Portuguese surfer, as we're looking at the man in red, this is Jackson Baker, who's been one of the best today. Locked in a massive score in his quarter, getting just under a 9 earlier in the day. Bit of movement out the back. As we see the surfer in blue, this is Sheldon Simkus up and riding, utilising third priority and getting a pretty good ride here. First turn was good.
He was nice. He was driving hard off the bottom, which I think is a hard thing to do today. There's beautiful waves out there, but not always a lot of power in the ride. So Sheldon's managed to extract the maximum out of that one. As we see the bakehouse, I have to kind of laugh at Strider Wasilewski, Jackson Baker, the candlestick maker. To paraphrase him there, I had a good giggle at that one. And off to a nice start there for Jackson, getting the hips loose.
So 8 minutes to get that wave. 8 anxious minutes, but at the same time, these guys are so nervy, right? They can sit there and wait, throw the anchor in. We're going to have a quick look at this replay. Sheldon's this is his third ride. First turn was solid.
I would have loved to see him get green face again on the second manoeuvre, but it was still a beautiful first turn.
And then you can see in the distance, Jackson Baker stroking to his first ride. First carve was nice, but you can see him just eyeing it down the line.
Oof.
Great check turn then for Baker.
And that was way better on replay, huh?
The thing about Jackson, he's one of those guys that just throw a ton of spray. And I don't know what it is, but...
It's because he hangs out with you.
You think that's it? But I don't know what it is. Some surfers throw spray. Some surfers don't.
Yep.
He's, luckily one of those guys that throw buckets of the stuff.
Macy also throws buckets upon buckets and buckets of water. Macy Callahan throwing spray all over the show. You're on, Mace. Look alive. We're on.
Hello.
All right, let's cut to the chase. You trying to knock Shimmy Disco off her perch or what?
That wasn't me. That was the heat before. I'd like to get that #1 ranking.
That's what we're talking about. She's eliminated. You're still going. 800 points the difference. You're looking to take this thing out, though, full stop, though, aren't you?
Hope so, yeah.
What's it going to take?
It's really slow, so I just think the 2 set waves probably the only 2 set waves that come through, whoever's on those are going to win. So yeah, hopefully it's me.
We don't want to keep you too long, but one thing we've been discussing up here in the booth is your board. I know it's a sharp eye, but explain what type of shape it is, because it looks like it's just flying through the dead sections out there.
Yeah, it's actually funny. I went surfing yesterday and I snapped my only board that I thought I was going to ride in this event. So I ended up stepping down and I put some bigger fins in it. It's an Inferno by Sharp Eye and it's working really well. So,
what fins do you use?
I'm using the medium Mick Fanning fins.
Okay, you're looking really good, Mace. Well, there's only 10 remaining in this heat, so we know how precious your time is. We'll let you go and get ready for the final, and we wish you all the best, mate.
Thank you.
I think Zali Kelly will be cheering for Macy in this one, because Macy obviously in she's already qualified. If she wants to take that spot, she's in second, looking to go for the win. So it reminds me, I've said it this morning, it reminds me a lot like the qualification race that people embark on in Hawaii. Plenty of nerves, plenty on the line. These surfers, they can really set up their year with a good strong result here and then head off into Snapper and get on that Challenger Series. So it's an amazing one. But someone who's not really looking to do that is Jackson Baker. Rossi, I know this isn't a CT, but any kind of themes that you're working on with Jackson at this event that you'd like him to carry over into the CT?
You know what? It's funny, like this event, when you sort of say, how can you how can you get something out of this going in the Bells? I don't think you anticipated such similar conditions that we're going to see at Bells, because the word on the street right now is that it's going to be really slow down at Bells. It's going to be small, unless something changed in that weather pattern. But I think what he's done at this event is something you could actually do down at Bells too. And it's a classic, it's not rocket science, but he's been getting great starts in each and every heat. Then in that fourth priority, you got to use it so cleverly. And throughout each of his 4 heats leading up to this one, he's done it exceptionally well. And you'll see him sort of try to break away so he can get some sort of mid-range score to then build pressure and get in the sort of clog of the priority. But look, I think even if Jackson was to lose right now, I think he'd be thrilled at the scores that he's getting off the judges. Yeah, it scored a little bit differently on the CT, but they've been rewarding him with excellent surfing. And his tactics have been brilliant. So
awesome.
I think job done, even if he does fall on this one. At the moment, a 6.17. It's a pretty decent start. And all of a sudden, you look up at the timer and just under 8 minutes gone.
Yeah, I love what you mentioned there. It's like he got a good start, but it wasn't an early start. It was just a good start. And a hard thing to do, and very, very relative to Bells. Up in Cabarita, we saw Ethan Ewing in that event. And look, Ethan sort of was just looking to get heat time under the belt there. But even at 1 foot Cabarita, the gap in between waves, I thought was still relative to that of a Bells. So execution obviously becoming very important. You cannot slip at Bells. If you take off on a good ride, you need to maximise that opportunity. And obviously, like you said, the conditions are very similar here, and it's been probably too good of a warm up for these boys. If the conditions at Bells don't live up to what we're expecting, they could go back to more of like a typical QS style grind out. But hopefully not. Hopefully that Southern Ocean wakes up into that back end of that Bells period.
You can see Jackson paddling south. There's another type of peak up there. It tends to be a bit of a left-hander into the rocks as well. Or he might try to go up even further and get a right, which is kind of called bommies, and it's a little bit wide at the moment, but looks like he's having a look. He might get surprised by the wave behind. 6.5 minutes remaining. Interesting to note, Freddie Moraes hasn't had a wave just yet. As we see, it looks like Jackson is going up towards bommies, leaving the 3 other boys fighting it out down the line. It looks like this is Sheldon, I want to say. Have a look at that wave. So 4th priority, you can get busy. You can make, I wouldn't go as far as to say you can make silly decisions, but in a way you can paddle for every wave.
You can have
at
a few free looks.
This left looks pretty good. Quite steep, at the beginning at least. It's always worth sort of throwing bip against the wall. Because it might work out.
The tongues are starting to slip here at the end of the final day, aren't they? It's one of those things, like you said. If you can throw a bit of it at the wall, it might stick.
We've got Jacko right in the corner here, just looking for a backup score.
Oh, turn was sick.
Job done. Now we're seeing the Portuguese Prince. First turn was good. It was a nice wrap. We've seen them a million times from Freddie. And trying to link this wave through the inside, it's going to be difficult. But he might get a little sort of... No, it unfortunately didn't do anything on the inside. But look, just over 5 minutes. Even if Freddie gets a 3 or a 4, he's definitely in this one, because right now you're looking at Sheldon Simpkins has got a 4.5, so he's probably, surfing against him at the minute. And I missed the first turn. First turn was good. Second turn was good. That's going to be a good score.
This is a great little setup wave here for Freddie. Puts him into a good position in this heat to try and get into a bit of a dogfight and scrap his way out of it. As we have sets approaching. Wow. Sheldon off the end.
If only he knew.
Oh, wow.
If only he knew that there was that wave
and maybe
behind.
One more behind. He's the only one that's really... Oh, excuse me. I take that back. Green, Billy Stammen shuffled over, and he's put himself right in the spot. Nice setup carve there. Comes through to the... Wow. Oh! He's done it. He made it. Don't do it to me like that, Billy.
Now, there's a guy that's actually... He's right amongst his top 9, so an incredibly big wave there for Billy Stammen, and the second turn was massive. He did the one leg boogie. And he's pushing through the inside stace, and that's going to be a large number there from the Kiwi. 4 minutes remaining. Look, has already got a 3. Looking to pair it with something big to move up into second, maybe even a lead. We're still waiting for a few scores to come through. As we look at the replay for this one, Billy Stairman, first carve was good.
Oos.
Yeah, great surfing there. Gosh, he was lucky.
Oh, wow, wasn't he? It's going to be a big score, Rossi. A vertical turn today. We saw Thomas Carvalho earlier in the day's play get a nice vertical snap like this on a smaller wave, and the judges absolutely love that. Look, I don't really think they'll penalise him too much for the bobble. He wasn't going into another turn. It didn't really ruin the flow of his wave. It just looked a little precarious, but I think he'll be fine score-wise. Got it through to the inside and banged it up for a finish. Billy's looking for seed points here. He should be... I'd like to think he's pretty well done. He's in 4th position. We do take the top 9. But going into Snapper with Caius King being eliminated and Joel Vaughan being eliminated, if Billy goes on to a very big result here, I'm talking 1st or 2nd, he could go into Snapper as the number 1 seed from this region, which would be huge.
Wow. Look, there is so many interesting scores getting locked in right now. We've got a score for Billy. We've got a score for Jackson. We've got a score for Freddie. This heat, cliche alert, it's going to come down to the wire here, Stace. As we see a replay of Jackson's second ride. 3 nice turns, nothing super dynamic, but he was just looking for a backup ride. 2.5 minutes remaining, and the judges are taking their time to get this right. 2 minutes 30. What are you anticipating? Do you think the best wave belongs to Billy, or is it Jackson 6 that's still holding?
I think Billy.
You think?
What do you think?
Yeah, it's going to be tight. That second turn was big, but what you said too, it's going to be interesting if they do penalise him at all for that little bobble.
Yep.
And Freddie's first wave was brilliant as well.
They really need to get their scores in. They need to set up the heat for this remainder of this heat. Can Jackson use his priority wisely? Likewise with Sheldon. I highly doubt Sheldon's going to hang on to second position. It's almost impossible that he will. But he still needs to know that. Because it is 2 different trains of thought. Am I holding off, or am I going hell for leather? And for Shelley, he probably have to assume he needs to be going hell for leather. But for these other surfers, Freddie and Billy, where are they at? What's Freddie chasing? As we see the scores start to lock in now, Freddie Marias a 4.7.
And Jackson a 3.93. He would have been hoping to get something better than that, but right now he is out in front. Freddie Marias not looking for much of a score, but we're still waiting on a couple of crucial numbers to come through, particularly for the man in green, Billy Stairman. So what's it going to be? Is he going to go from 4th to 1st? Is he going to go in a 2nd? Right now I'm sure he'll take a move up in a 2nd, but he may very well go into the lead. Under 1 minute remaining, and Stace, it looks like there's a couple of lines coming through. We've got some little sort of sets rolling on through with 40 seconds to go. Really coming down to the wire, this one. Baker out in front. Billy Stairman a 6.43. There it is, Stace. A big score for the New Zealander.
That's exactly what Billy was hoping to hear. A big score there. And Sheldon Simkus now chasing a 4.94. And Federico Marias a 4.74. The bad news for Freddie is he's in 4th prio, so I don't really like his chances unless he can get really creative. Sheldon Simkus, he pretty much has to have a look here. He's not going to catch that wave, and I think the judges could potentially take priority off him as well, but I don't think it'll matter. That's looking like it'll be it.
So it looks like Jackson Baker wins, Billy Stairman 2nd, and wow, I don't know what that does for Sheldon Simkus in the whole ratings scheme of things, but a great effort, and unfortunately Freddie Marias in 4th. Another solid heat.
We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back with some live ratings. We're heading into the women's, semi-final 2. Women's will be after that. Don't go anywhere.
An outdoor gallery everywhere you turn. we're just scratching the surfest.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people.
Who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens regions.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merriweather Surfboard Club.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Winning $10,000 is as easy as ABC with Hits Alpha Bucks.
10 questions in 30 seconds and the cash is yours.
Play with us, Nick, Jess and Ducko, every weekday morning at 8.
Only on Hit 106.9, home of...
Welcome back to the City of Newcastle Pro, presented by Port Burton Automotive. What a heat. Jacko Baker just scraping through a low-scoring heat. Billy Stratton from New Zealand getting second place. So they're still there in the qualifying series. And then Federico Morales just getting one wave in that heat. Everyone missed a bomb set. They were a bit wide. Billy got that 6.43. He could have got a 9. He was sitting in the right spot, and Jacko got his 6.17 to 3.93. So that was a bomb set. No one even got it. 3-wave set, out of position, but that's all right. Doesn't matter. They're all through. Good to see Jacko getting through into the final. It's huge for the local hopes of winning this event for the first time. So yeah, that was a huge heat. That last set was as big a set that's come through all day. Perfect, and everyone out of position.
Thanks for covering me, Hoy.
Oh, mate.
What did I miss?
Nothing.
The crowd finally got what they wanted, and it was just a Hoy show.
Yeah,
were you asking yourself questions while I was gone?
Yeah, a couple. Always ask myself questions. Ronnie said it perfectly. It's like, what was it, Ronnie? When Wayne left Garth on the Wayne's World. It's me sitting here by myself. Just didn't know what to do. Oh, that's good. But yeah, did you see that set?
I did. I was just running off for a quick slash, and I couldn't even believe what I was looking at. And then I seen Mike and Madonna had to give him a big hug. Young man, pretty emotional. He was riding the lightning for the last couple of days. Obviously, we had 3 days off. An absolutely nightmare scenario for a surfer who was sitting on that cut line, not sure whether he was going to make it or not.
And what happened?
I think he's looking pretty positive from the reaction I saw out of him just then.
Oh,
so,
beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh,
I haven't checked the spreadsheet, but if I go off the pure emotion that I got out of the young fella, he's pretty stoked.
Well, after this hit, we're going to know, right?
Yep, for sure.
Here it is.
Here it is. So I think, what do we got here? Nathan, the Hedgehog Hedge, is really the only one that can cause any kind of major damage.
Yep.
And that major damage would be critical to Sheldon Simkus only. So, you look at Mike and Madonna there in 7th. Hoggy wins the comp and rockets up the ratings. He'll knock Sheldon out. Everyone above him will be seen. So Zaffis is in. Mike is in. Upwards of that, everyone's in.
Yeah, right.
Now we're just talking about,
Nathan Hedge.
seeding. So as we got the Hog there, so Hog needs to make up 2,000 points. So that would be, I think. Look, I don't want to go out on a limb too far here, but let's see. If for a win in the final, it's 5,000 points. So if we go back down,
he's got to make the final. 3,000 points.
He definitely has to make the final, but if 3,000 points is not that big of a difference from, say, a 4th in the semi, that's only 770 points. So Hog making the final will not be enough. Making a 3rd will not be enough. And I'm just going to leave it at that. I will not say exactly what the Hog needs because I don't want to get it wrong. However, I would say it's a 2nd at minimum for the Hog.
I thought you said he only needed 2,000. I was going to say he's already got that.
He needs to improve by 2.
Oh, yeah, okay.
What do we got
there?
So
he's already got scores.
Yeah, those scores are locked in, so he needs to improve by actually a bit more than 2.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm thinking it'd have to be, what do we got there? You know what? A 2nd wouldn't even do it now that I've had some time to have a think about that.
So he's got to win it.
He's got to win it.
Oh, well.
Yep, it's doable. The Hog, he's had a couple of cracker heats earlier in the round. He's looked sharp today, and he's got the endurance. We know that.
That's definitely he's got the endurance.
Right.
Here's Calhoun on a small inside of green. Got one too. Just getting a little chip into it here. Not doing what he did in the other two heats, getting his first huge scores. But this is a good little runner.
It's still a good wave.
It's doubled up. He's still done some turns. Of course, everyone in Newcastle and Merewether's rooting for Calhouni to get through this one. Wow, he got it through to the inside. That is, mate, another leg burner, working his way through that.
Still 6 turns left in that
yeah,
wave.
I know. Kalani Ball, who's been ripping these last...
thought we were going to see an air.
Wow, he looked like he was going to do it, didn't he? Ended up doing a floater, the thing that don't score anymore. Right? They're one of the hardest manoeuvres to do, and they score them nothing these days.
Yeah,
and you're putting your body on the line.
Absolute life on the line.
I don't believe that
6 to 8 foot end of the wave at Bells or J Bay, all these,
100%.
they love Geordie at J Bay with a big float. I'll give him a 10, but no one else.
No. No one else gets any scores anywhere now.
Nah.
But I know that used to be. I think it still is. They just don't score them anymore.
I've seen Courtney Conolog do a couple crazy ones on the women's tour.
Yeah, and they gave her a score.
They gave her a couple of good scores. So yeah, it's
well. This is the thing. What's happening right now? The tide is pushing back in. It's only what time is it? 4:30. It's an hour after low. I'm pretty sure. So the tide should start pushing back in, and that's what I reckon. That last big set that came through was evidence of that, and it might just push it back onto the banking more and have a couple run through to the inside. So it could pulse all afternoon. It's been a good day though, surfing. You can't
absolute cracker.
Here's Hedgie. Good first turn. Whacks it up. Mid bottom turn. Nice
that was
second
nice
turn.
from the hog.
What's he going to do? Get out. He's going to try and get one through to the inside. Working those legs. This will test his fitness.
It'll test the shuffle.
Oh, yeah. The Huntington Hop, my mate just said, has come back to Merewether. The Bud Lamas Huntington Hop, he said. Dr. Mads, loving it. See? No use. That was. No use at all. All that bouncing to nothing. Should have just flicked out and got straight back out there. Look, everyone on the beach is so stoked to see Jacko make the final. Best result in Newey.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we had the Julian Ryan final a few years ago, which I mentioned. You know, Ryan didn't technically lose that final because they both had 15.27 points, but unfortunately, countback he did.
Yeah.
But like you said, a huge result here for the locals, and Ryan Callanan's got off to the best start in this heat. We're still waiting though for a score from Nathan Hedge. We'll see if it rivals that number of Callanan. So who knows, Hoy? I don't want to jinx it, but I know what we're all thinking. We'd love a couple of Newey boys in the final.
Mate, it'd be amazing. It'd be absolutely epic. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But it's a good start. Jacko already in there, and Calhouni with not a bad start right there. And like I said, the tide is on the turn, so we might see a couple more of those lingering solid sets. That last set, that was one of the best sets of the day, and it hit perfect.
We had a heat like that at the end of the last heat. Actually, Billy Stammen got a really good score, 6-4-3, and
that was the set.
Oh,
he got the end of it.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about there was a set earlier in this heat.
No,
they weren't.
You weren't gone for that long.
They weren't. They weren't. Yeah, exactly.
Out.
And Sheldon Simkus actually paddled for the first wave in that set. And if he had have maybe, he wasn't to know, but if he had have made it, there was actually a third wave, and he could have maybe paddled out far enough to get an extra check turn in before
100%.
the end, which is all he needed. That was a phenomenal set.
No one got the first one at all.
Yep.
Everyone got it on the head.
Yeah,
was too deep. But there was the second one, and Billy took off on the end of it. He could have got 2 big turns before those ones.
Yeah.
But whatever, that happens in a heat like this. You don't expect it, you know. It's like a 5-foot set out of 3-footers, and then there's a 5-foot set. What can you do?
Yeah.
Of course, you're going to be out of position.
Body surf it.
just
get on the
yell
belly.
at it as he's duck diving.
I can't repeat what I would yell.
Here we go, Kalani Ball.
Oh, that was
he's
mental.
Throwing hammers down. I've saw him surf the last few years here.
Yeah.
But he's improved, I think.
You know, when people are kind of just, they look like they've kind of got a bit of an invincible shield around them.
Yeah.
Kalani Ball's running one of them at the moment.
Yeah,
he just looks super confident on his equipment, and he's got a certain style of surfing that I know he'd like to bring, and he's bringing it.
Yeah,
it's good to
like
see.
I said, I think the last few years I've seen him surf a few heats, and but the turns he's throwing in, he's having a good old hack. Watch this, it's a 1-turn wave, but he throws it up. They knew he's only going to get 1 turn in, and it's a sick one at that.
He made the most of it.
Didn't he? Get out of there. Here it is again. We're on repeat here. Boom. Oh, that's pretty sick. Through the tail right around. Through the tail out.
He's a limber young
and
lad.
spun it around.
This is Hogg a little further to the north, so I'd be very surprised if this wave did anything much after this. I noticed he was sitting pretty wide on the bank. Jump out, Hog Dog.
Oh, look at him go. This is just a workout.
He
That
did
was not
get
big
the
enough a wave.
best score of the opening exchange, which is
Wow.
no small
Wonder if
feat.
he heard that before he went that way, which he mightn't have.
Kalani Ball's just pipped him as I said that. 4.93 for K-Ball. But it's all much of a muchness there between the surfers in first, second and third. Excuse me. The surfer who didn't really get a start and is in second priority out the back, there's Leonardo Fioraventi. He's been having a good time, and we spoke with him in the last heat there that he won. He said he just wants to go for it all the time. So this is going to be a great test for Leo to see here. Does he just comp out on his next one, or does he throw a bit of caution to the wind and try and go straight to the lead? As we see Callanan there trying to do exactly that, pushing a bit too hard.
Did he have priority then too? Or
He
Leo's
did.
Under priority.
No,
Was
he
it?
had first priority.
Ryan did?
Ryan did,
Wow.
yep. But, yeah, look, it should be the score that would see him, I would say, go to the lead. However, only just.
Just
there it
because
is.
it was-
3-5. One pretty nice turn. First turn was pretty sick.
That's a good score. For
CT power. Those pistons are firing.
yeah. The lanky pistons.
Yep, exactly. And someone, Leo, same thing. You got these. You see it in the women's side too, with sort of Macy Callahan and Dimity Stoyle. Like when they stand up on the wave, they just got a certain sort of presence about them.
Yep.
They just look a bit bigger on the wave. They surf a bit bigger. They push a bit harder. And in Ryan's case, even though this is a single manoeuvre,
one here.
pretty good turn. Beautiful looking set. There's a couple in it.
Yep.
Red,
Taking the
Leonardo.
first one.
I'd love to see how he approaches this wave. Is he just going to connect the dots, or is he going to push the limits as hard as he can? Couple of nice setup turns. Wave not really behaving. Yeah, you'd like to do both.
This one could push through to the inside though too, so just getting a stop in there, isn't it? Look, those waves are just going to nothing in between. As soon as after the bank there, just into that fat channel.
Yeah, interesting
So
to note,
hard
I
to
don't
push
know
it through.
what's happened out the back there. Ryan Callanan's gone back to first priority, and I didn't see any of the other gents looking at any of the other waves. So K-Ball and Leonardo and Hogg, I think, should all be above Ryan in the priority. Oh, sorry, except for Leo. But for whatever reason, they are further down the line. Maybe Kalani got a wave in there. Yeah, he's paddling back out.
Jacko's freaking out here waiting.
What's
for the
going on
interview.
out there,
Just going,
Jacko?
What's going on, boys? I need to have a little rest before this final.
No, he doesn't.
Come
Keep
on,
him
boys.
primed. Keep that engine running, Jacko.
No, I guess it's kicking in a bit more now that it's getting closer. One heat at a time. I've just said all day and all week. So yeah, I mean, just to be in the final here, that's an accomplishment for me. It's always a tricky thing on home turf. So yeah, I feel like I've overcome a lot just to be able to do that. I used to battle with the emotions of being at home, but now I'm lucky that this is just a bonus for me. And yeah, I mean, just to be going out in the final with a chance to get the trophy for the first time as a Nova Cashians, it's a privilege.
You know what he's done here, Hoy? I see it all the time. Gabby Medina this year, last year, he was jovial the whole week, and then between
Now
the
the
semi
seriousness
and the
comes in.
final, he's chucked his press hat on, and I absolutely love it because it's the kind of focus, Jacko. You know it. You know what it takes to win these things, but particularly at home, this will be pretty special, wouldn't it, mate?
Oh, for sure. It'd mean everything to me. I think to the board club, to local community, then down to my family, and just everything we've been through. It'd be a very special feeling. I mean, I get emotional when I win a board riders comp out here, let alone a 5-star QS. So
There'll be a bit of sobbing uncontrollably. I love it.
Mate, I'll probably be up the Prince balconies drinking tins, crying or something.
Yeah, let's see it. Well, no pressure, mate. Don't feel it now. You've got this far with feeling no pressure, so don't feel it now.
Yeah,
but everyone wants you to win.
I hope my good buddy Ryan comes through, and then we got a 50% chance of winning. So,
Well, true that. That's a good call.
So that'd be
Good
be
odds.
cool. Well, the goal was probably to have a 2-man final, but if we can both get in a 4-man final, that'd be pretty cool itself. So yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm just happy with my performances, and now that's all I really look at. I don't look at the results or the money or the points or anything. It's just about my performances and being happy. And if there's something I need to work on from that performance, then you beauty. So.
Well, the good news is, Jacko, one heat at a time, but there's only one heat left, brother. So go and do it. Go and do it. One left.
Wait for those bombs, Jacko. They're out there.
100%. Let's go,
On you,
boys.
brother. Good luck, mate. Good luck.
Just under 5 minutes remain.
Honestly, I think we got to see a new Gabriel Medina last year, and then this in Rottnest Island, I just saw the old Gabby come back, and he just went, "Nah, I'm not."
He hasn't gone
Yeah,
anywhere.
I haven't gone anywhere, and I just you see that there out of Jackson, and it's good. It's how you need to be. You need to be all focus, hog all focus, but unfortunately. It's time to get the job done. No more high fives on the broadwalk on the way up. Jacko's going to put his head down, time some sets. Beautiful surfing there from Ryan Callanan.
He just, this was a good look. It closed out those next two, so that was probably good wave selection from Calhouni. But Hegarty just took the first one and had to race it the whole
how's this
way.
little double up?
Rocks bowl, mate. Never done that, has he?
No, he knew what he was doing there.
Yeah.
No, he's not going to get caught up in that dead bit like the other surfers from earlier today. He's going to get across it. And we're bang.
Oh, yeah.
Well done.
Wow, this is exciting stuff. Picked the right wave in that set, that's for sure. The other two looked like they closed out. It was a good size set. A few more sets pushing through. The tide coming back in. There's still that little bit of swell out there. It's got to push something, and that's for sure. Here he is. Bit of a flat turn, first turn. Wave flattens right out. Nice second turn. This turn's a money turn. Just gets a little stuck. But then he gets a good inside section. Bounces through to the rocks. It's weird. This one doubled up in a weird spot. Like outside the rocks. That's over this hump too. Just goes out on the shoulder.
So clever, the line he took there, eh?
Keep his speed and then fits another one in on the inside.
That was... How many kids have we seen today get caught on top of that lump and not get down the next bit? Not Ryan Callanan. He knew exactly what to do. And a massive single manoeuvre there from Leonardo Fioravanti.
Hack that lip.
That was pretty sick, but not the combination I'm sure he was looking for prior to entering this heat. But now with the structure of the heat all laid out, it is only going to be a battle of the 4s and 5s. And now we've seen our first 6 for the local boy, Ryan Callanan, into the lead. It's... very, very tight now for the rest of these serves. Kalani Ball, he's currently in second by way of a 4.2 that he added to his scoreline. And we're waiting for a score now from Leo. It's a 4.8. It was an excellent turn, but it was just one of them. So we'll see how high the judges go with that number.
Yeah, that was a huge turn. Big lip line snap, wasn't it? One turn only, so... He only had for better or one, so he's going to do that for sure.
I would love to see what happens if he gets the score here, what he does to, say, Kalani. Kalani ends up in
old school too. Leo's old school
for
too.
sure.
He'll be just straight on him, mate.
And out of 2 events that we've done, the QS 5000s, I only saw one kid do that once.
Really?
Jump on someone with a lower priority, and I thought, well, what else can you do with 20 seconds to go? You have to ruffle their feathers, see if they've got it, and it worked for him. A young fella fell on the next wave, and it was cool. So, it's just part of the game.
Are they going to give him that score off that one manoeuvre? They could.
They could. We're waiting for scores to drop in. The early indications are good, Hoy. We'll have to wait for the other scores into average.
Wow, they are. Well, I'm not going to say anything. Yeah, Calhoun just went one off the rocks to better his maybe 4.67. He didn't.
One says yes, one says no. The other says yes, so it's a yes. 5.07 for Leonardo Fioravanti. He goes into second with 45 seconds remaining.
That could have gone either way right there.
Kalani Ball chasing a score.
Couple little lines coming through. What's he got? Has he got priority?
Kalani with
he has
priority.
Needing a 4.48. 30 seconds. There's a little bump. The second one looks like the one, but is it going to get there in time? Paddle. I want him to get this. Paddle.
There's a couple in it.
What's he
probably only has time for
the... might be going too wide for him. No. Oh, he's got it.
No, he's too far out. There is one behind it, but I don't know if it'll get there in time. He's just seen it. And he's going to need to do his best to get up and riding the hog.
Hegarty could still do this.
I wonder if Kalani Ball's up in time.
Hegarty got a good score for his other one doing that. He only needed a 5.58.
I wonder if Kalani Ball's up in riding. He goes down, so it won't matter. The hog only needs a 4.58. We saw a big score for Leonardo Fioravanti's one single turn.
And he just did a big backhand snap.
Couple of turns through the inside. A finish couldn't hurt. Up onto the rocks.
A little styling rock hop. Look how it's not that deep.
Yes,
you can see that. That's how pumped.
Behind your
hog.
behind your hog. Check the situation
Look,
there, bruv.
mate,
Get going.
Look, that is commitment right there. And he's pumped. 4.58. Huge big turn on the outside.
Grunting.
Leo's not going into
We can hear it from here. Snorting. The hog. I think we have to stick with this one. We're going to have to stay with it. It's 4.58. Red will not improve his situation. I believe Kalani Ball was probably up after, and he fell anyways.
Haggerty.
So we're looking for a 4.58.
I think he's going to get it.
Look, I think Leo's term was obviously better, but there's a bit of daylight there between. There's a bit of spread there the judges have got to play with. It's not. It doesn't need the same number. He needs less. He's going to get it. 2 say yes. The next score would have to be a 1. It's a 4.77. He's got it. The whole
hedge it in here. Last wave. What?
Here it is. The beach announcer's just about to read it out.
Not even a claim. Wow, what a heat. Heat, 42 years old. Last wave, large ditch effort, mate. Onto the dry rock. It's not even ankle deep, it was dry.
We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back with the women's final. It's going to be 25 minutes. The AAP Consulting Women's Pro. Hog moving on through. Ryan Callanan into the final
he
also.
claimed it already. Didn't even see that.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merryweather Surfboard Club.
Giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Hatted Chef Restaurant. We're just scratching the surface.
Welcome back. Yeah. Welcome back, Nathan Hedge. Well, what a clutch performance in the dying stage of that last heat. An absolute desperate effort to finish that wave off and get himself the score that he needed to progress through to the final and keeps his run alive. Still a chance at making the top 9. He can knock Sheldon Simkus out of that position and actually go a little bit higher.
Has to win it. Has
to win it. Has to win the event to get himself up there. But
and the way he's going, he's a chance.
He is.
Not that I want him to with Ryan and
he can go as high as 6th place with a victory. Wow. However, he has to win.
What if he gets 4th? How far does he go up?
Then he falls short of Sheldon Simkus's 5,390 point total. Now he'd be on around 4,990 points, I believe. And but that was huge. But right now, though, it is time for the AAP Consulting Women's Pro final. And what a final it is. Great lineup. Holly Williams, what an amazing run she's had through this contest. Super impressive. And she has herself in that top 7 picture now. She's made the jump already. So she's up in 6th spot on the live leaderboard. And that has pushed Ellie Harrison out of that top 7. And here we go. Paige Harab. She's also powered from outside the top 7 pitcher through this contest, and she has got herself up into 5th place at the moment.
Wow.
With an
What about
opportunity to
Sarah?
go a bit higher. Sarah Baum is competing in the African region
You said that,
on
right,
the
okay.
qualifying
That-
series,
yeah.
but she still wants that event win. She wants to prove she's worthy of a place in these Challenger Series events, so she'll be calling on the WSL to pay close attention to her performance. Macy Callahan, she's up at the moment. This is a replay of a ride earlier on, 6.67, off to
what a
another great start. Take us through it, Hoy.
Well, look at that. Great finishing manoeuvre right there. Some good turns at the start. Rolls through. I think she gets this one through to the inside. Good start. This would be my pick for the final because she's on a forehand. She surfed here a lot over the last few years in the WQS and floats at the end. And, oh, wow. Was that a 6.67? That's underscored, if you ask me. Sorry to say, my friends. Mate, she did some good turns, good lip line floater, and then got to the inside and attacked the lip and pulled it off. She's my pick for the final.
And a worthy pick she is.
I know she's got a first wave. It's easy after the first wave, but
Well, you look at the
she's only
numbers.
done one on a forehand too, right?
You look at the numbers for these competitors, though, and their run through to this final here at Surfest 2022, and relatively close for the competitors, all kind of hovering around 11 points. It was obviously scrappy in the earlier rounds of the contest, but Macy and Sarah Baum are the surfers that have put the big numbers up. Sarah Baum, the biggest of them all, heat score total of 16.16 for her on the first day of competition. She hasn't really got to that lofty standard again on her run through to this final. Macy Callahan's had some big numbers, but her best heat was the quarterfinals earlier today, where she had a total of 14 points. But for the others, they've kind of been hovering around that 10-point total. And this is actually going to be a really close battle. But I think you're right. Macy has established herself as the form surfer out of these 4 women. But in saying that, anything can happen in a final. Always that extra pressure. We want to send a big shout out to AAP Consulting for getting behind this contest. They are the naming rights sponsor, and it's a pretty unique little format they have in deciding their naming rights sponsor. Yeah, the local community getting right behind this event. They have their crowdfunding initiative that they've been running for a few years now, and it kicked off.
And it all goes into a hat, right?
That's right. Yeah, it kicked off in 2015. Local business banker Colin Law got the crowdfunding concept underway, working with Warren Smith, who's been running this event for a long time.
Event, Ronnie.
That's right. They wanted to get the women's event here. They got right behind it. A lot of local businesses getting involved. In its 6th year with the crowdfunding, 84 businesses got behind this contest to ensure that the women are competing here, to ensure that they've got that equal prize money. And it's a pick a name out of a hat, basically. One organisation is drawn from the barrel, and that person gets the naming rights title. So great to see. And in their first year as a crowdfunder, AAP Consulting were rewarded. They're loving the opportunity, but a big shout out to all those businesses that got behind women's surfing, that got behind Surfest 2022, and we're proud to be hosting.
The last how many years was it?
That's right, yeah, since 2015.
Yeah.
And it means a lot to these competitors, because they love the opportunity to come here and compete in Newcastle.
That's for sure. It's just local businesses getting behind local surfing. It's unreal.
Yep, and I hope
more
everyone
of it
feels like it's great, isn't it? It's a great
good,
concept to adopt at different places
that's what I reckon.
around the schedule. 17 and a half minutes to go. Macy off to a flyer here, chasing down a good friend at the top end of the QS ranks, Dimity Stoyle. She's not too far behind her now.
Good direction set, this one.
It looks nice. And Holly Williams. Well, she's looked really sharp on her run through this contest. She's overcome some really fancied competitors. And just powered her way to...
just didn't get a second turn in out the back. Unfortunately, that wave first turn was good and then just ran off a bit quick. But, man, unfortunately not getting it through the inside. But the first turn was good, and then it looks good. Good-looking first turn, just whips it back into the foam, and then just gets a little stuck there. Just needed maybe a floater there or something in between. Just two major manoeuvres on the outside. That's where you're getting all the scores.
Well, she has gone into this lineup with really experienced surfers, Holly, and she's managed to get herself a couple of waves already.
Yep.
So, she was I think the first surfer to take off in this final. So she's keen to get into the battle here.
And sorry about that. I thought we all had goofy footers besides Macy, but Holly's a natural footer, as you can see.
Yeah, from Budina on the Sunshine Coast. And her best QS result prior to this was a quarterfinal finish in a 1,000 this season.
Oh, wow.
So
this
she's
is huge result.
blown that out of the water. And as we mentioned, elevated her position on the QS rankings and got herself a start in the Challenger Series this year, which is a big reason for the Sunshine Coast to celebrate, because they lost a couple of big names early on in the contest.
Yep.
Keely Andrew fell out of the mix. Obviously, they're going to have Dimity as well, so they'll be well represented on the Challenger Series this year.
Good to see. Good to see the Aussies coming back and giving the rest of the world some, this is us. We're back.
Yep.
You know what I mean? The last few years it's been all about the Brazilian Storm and everything else, and then the Americans coming back. But this, like you said, these series around Australia's brought everyone back together. They're all travelling together, having a good time, and hopefully when they get on the Challenge Series, they stick together and show the rest of the world what's up.
Yeah, it's a big push, and especially in Portugal. I think in the first couple of CT events, or Pipe in particular, with everyone staying at their team houses, it looked like that little rat pack that went through the Challenger Series together last year kind of fractured a little bit.
Yeah,
started hanging out with
the team, their own team.
The teams, and then at sunset you started to see them turning up for each other again. Even if they'd fallen out of the draw and out of contention, they were there to cheer on their countrymen. And that was certainly on show again down there in Portugal, where we saw some of those rookies break through for big results in that last stop on the CT. But at the moment, they're against each other as they move into this next phase of the qualification journey. I'm sure they'll be egging each other on.
Mid-size set, good shape waves in this one.
Well, Sarah Baum, she's had some beautiful backhand surfing on show throughout
Good
the contest.
wave here.
Great combination on the outside section here for the South African. Driving up into it again. So a lot of work, and she didn't bother with that connection through to the inside, Hoy, which,
I don't mind that at all.
No, you seem to enjoy it. I think you get a little bit tired watching the competitors
100%.
jump their way through.
100%. I'd be going, my legs would be burnt. I wouldn't be able to do a turn on the inside, no chance. So I don't mind that. I think if you've got a strong enough outside, you can just flick out without even bothering with the inside. That's why I think the competitors have a bit in the back of their mind going, the outside wasn't that strong, so I have to get it inside. But if you've got a strong outside manoeuvres, don't bother with the hopping to the inside and then maybe not even getting another manoeuvre.
Well, the road to the championship tour has begun for these competitors, and 13 and a half minutes remaining here. The 6 other regions, I've just been keeping a close eye on it, but let's first have a look at the replay here, Hoy. Nice combo on the outside.
Beautiful looking wave. First turn was great. Hooks under the lip there, and then gets another nice little lip. Just a bit of a flat turn on the end, but 3-turn wave, that's not too bad at all. Good looking wave.
Yeah, just getting back to that journey. Obviously, in this region, there's 7 spots up for grabs for the women on the qualifying series. Top 7 spots have been confirmed.
Confirmed. Now. Who are they, Ronnie? Can you tell me, please?
I can, mate.
All right. Good to know.
We've still got to work out who's going to take the QS win.
Yes.
Because
Does it come down to this heat?
She's in contention at the moment. Dimity Stoyle sitting in the number 1 position at this stage.
Good friends too. That'd be.
But Dimity, Macy, they're in. Sophie McCulloch in. Philippa Anderson in.
Oh, Philippa's in.
4th position at the moment.
Here it is, right on your
4th
screen.
Position. There
you
go.
don't have to tell us.
Philippa Anderson, Paige Harrod has made that jump. Holly's made the jump. Zali Kelly hangs on to her position. It was so close for Ellie Harrison and Nixie Ryan. They're going to be definitely at the forefront, I think, of the decision makers' minds.
Yep.
When we start thinking about that wild card, but we'll see. Looked like Holly Williams there exiting that wave, but that was our 7. So again, Zali Kelly taking that last spot. Holly Williams, Paige Harrod, Philippa Anderson, Sophie McCulloch, Macy Callahan, and Dimity Stoyle.
Well, that's a good representation for Australian women surfing, isn't it, right there?
Yeah, and of course New Zealand well represented there as well in this APAC region. So
Sarah
Asia
Vaughan,
Pacific.
that first wave, 7.07.
Yeah, solid. Sarah Baum's been, really trying to get back to those big numbers that she dropped on the first day of competition, and what a time to get back to that.
Well, exactly. She was dropping the big numbers for one big turn. So she did 3 solid turns and 2 decent sized ones and then a good ending. So that's what you get. Here it is again, that wave. Nice looking wave. Good first turn. Then this second turn, she whips it under the lip and throws a lot of spray, and then just gets a nice little end turn here to end the wave. So that's, mate, there it is, 7.07, worthy. Flicks out, doesn't bother with the inside.
So don't forget, while we've mentioned the names, the order of where they finish on the qualifying series for this region could be changed up, because obviously Paige still in the mix here, Holly in the mix, Macy Callahan in second spot. She has the best chance for a victory here, taking her to the number 1 position on the QS ranks.
Get a better seed too.
Get a better seed.
Yep.
It's important too, because I wanted to touch on that. The 6 other WSL regions, I had a look at who finished up on top, and I don't need to go through the list of all the qualifiers, but in Africa, Zoe Stain, she won 3 events over there. Over in Asia, it was Kalani Johnson. In Europe, Teresa Bonbaloch, we've seen her in CT events before. In Hawaii, Tahiti, the region there, Moana Jones-Wong, who won the Pipe event as a wild card at the start of this season. In North America, Alyssa Spencer. South America, Gabriel Medina's younger sister, Sophia. So it's going to be hard.
Wow.
Okay, this is just the beginning.
Yeah,
this is the first stage. We haven't even hit the uphill section yet of this mountain that they've got to climb to try and qualify for the championship tour. But, I really do, I like this region's chances at getting a good little cast on the CT for 2023.
Good representation, isn't it? Good solid surfers.
Just based on the conditions, the waves on that schedule. And it's unbelievable when you look at the rundown of contests kicking off at Snapper Rocks.
I know. Well, see, for first and second on the ratings, how are they going to go at Snapper?
I think they'll do pretty well. Just based on the fact that they get more waves out there
than anyone else.
Just about anyone. It's been a takeover in the last couple of years. Yeah, Joel and Mick hardly get a look in these days. But you love to see it. It's great to see the women dominating that lineup up there, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. And that all kicks off after the Margaret River event, the Championship Tour contest, on May 7th. And then from there, we'll head down to Sydney for the Sydney Surf Pro at Manly Beach. A lot of history at that venue. It's where we crowned our first Australian World Champs, the very first World Champs, Midget Farrelly.
Yep.
And, it is going to be so awesome to watch that unfold. But 8.5 minutes remaining here, and surfers really are looking. Paige Harrop and Holly Williams are looking for major scores. Sarah Baum and Macy Callahan, they got off to a great start here.
That's what they're surfing for right there.
What awesome trophies.
Yeah, they're cool, aren't they?
Really great. We've touched on it throughout the contest, but just a great honour roll to throw your name into or throw your name onto the big perpetual trophy as well, with all the names on it. Just some of the greats featuring there. So who wouldn't want to add their name to that list? Stephanie Gilmore, Pam Burridge, Pauline Mensah, Wendy Botha. That's just the world champs.
Yeah.
Carissa Moore won the CT event here last year too, but there's so many great surfers that have been victorious.
Is it? Look, that tide is rushing in now. You can see it fattening up a little bit.
Talk to me about the conditions that the competitors have faced throughout this event window. It's been wild.
Wild. Always is. Surfest is always renowned for its wild conditions. Goes from being perfect waves and washy in the inside, then it suddenly comes through like it did. Waves get huge. It's just, it's always the same. Every year. I think it just does it to stress Warren Smith out. Every year the weather just comes in, and it's just get a wide variety of surf conditions every year, no matter what.
Yeah, well, the competitors were sort of saved by the fact that conditions were almost impossible to run heats in.
Yeah, for sure.
They were. Couldn't have punched through that big storm swell. It was just relentless. Talk about swell intervals. Well, there wasn't one.
No.
It was just 100-foot relentless bashing.
There was swell intervals, but they were like 12 footers in between the 15 footers.
Exactly. Yeah, I said, is it? Look at some of these smaller ones are nice. And someone said to me, that's 10 foot. That wave is 10 foot, and it's a shore break.
Yeah. True
that. Amazing supporters of this contest. We mentioned the crowdfunding that got behind the AAP Consulting Women's Pro. A lot of companies jumping behind that, but also got to thank Burton Automotive, huge supporters of Surfest, and then, of course, Destination New South Wales, Telstra, big supporters of the contest.
Mid-size set approaching.
Yeah, some
this
sets
is a
on the way.
big set right here.
And the opportunities have been limited. Sarah Baum, she's put herself at the back end of the priority order, so this is potentially a huge opportunity for Paige to get herself in this heat, but also for Macy to potentially really put some pressure on the other competitors out there at the moment.
That incoming tide is making the swell push a little bit to the north, onto the bank a bit more. When it was running out, it sort of sucks out onto the peak, but yeah, that set just pushed a little bit too wide. It actually went really straight, so closeout set, bit of a waste of a set there. There hasn't really been a good set in this heat that hits the right direction. A couple at the start. Macy got one and Sarah got one, but that's about it. Every other wave, it's not even been a set really. It's just the in-between sets that are hit in the right direction. So here's another one.
Yeah, Sarah up. She had the 7.07 on her opening ride, and the South African desperate to prove a point. We mentioned that. She doesn't factor into our regional rankings, trying to qualify via the African rankings, but she can really stake her claim at a wild card spot.
Well, you said she has to win this event to stake a real claim to say, righto, she deserves to
I
be in
think
there.
she staked a claim just based on her performances, but it is a huge statement to snatch a victory away in a region where you're not even chasing the points.
True that.
So,
a good-looking wave here. She's in the right position. She surfed this wave a lot. Snap off the lip. Wave goes a little flat. Sticks with it. The wave behind it, no one even got it. Everyone out of position.
We also spoke about it earlier in the event. Sarah's been living here for about 4 years now. We have had
Good
a hometown hero victorious here in the past in Philippa Anderson. And here we go. Macy on the outside. That was a good start. Oh, the backhand. She hasn't even brought it to the party throughout her run through to this final. We know it's lethal. We talk about the forehand often, but she's just connected with a gem out here at the moment. And Holly Williams, she's trying to just chip away here, and
that was two good backhand snaps on ladies' lefts. Good thinking to go left. The rights are sort of slowed down a little.
It's going to be hard for the others to fight their way back here because Macy's going to drop, I think, the biggest number of the final so far.
Look at this. The wave just steps up for us. Big first turn, and then this turn. Boom. Oh, that was sick.
This is going to be a big number. And Holly Williams, she wanted to work this one over the best she could.
Just went a bit flatter, didn't it, Macy's? There's her wave before. It didn't hit the reef or bank as much as the first one.
And
watch this. Good first turn. Gets a lot of speed off the lip, and then this turn she just belts the lip. That was sick.
Well, Macy's accomplished.
Straight out.
She's a world junior champion. She's made the CT before where she's cracked a final. But I think she's been a little conflicted about what her aspirations are as a competitive surfer. Have been these last couple of years. It's been a little challenging. Missed out, surfed really well through some of the events during the Challenger Series last year, but just didn't put it together.
Yep.
So, why not just give this little run of QS events a go and see where you end up? Well, that last ride's going to drop in a second, and it might see her jump up into the lead and potentially jump ahead of Dimity on the ratings.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Take a mate's place on the ratings as well.
Reminds me of the year that Jake Patterson and Richie Lovett, best friends, were fighting it out to qualify. And ended up being a battle for the QS victory at the final event of the season. And, Rich was devastated. But,
that happens.
I mean, you can be happy for each other when you're both back on tour the next year.
Paige having a good-looking wave too. That's a couple of good turns there.
Yeah, well, Paige has got the opportunity to surge again on the QS rankings. But
they're deliberating over that wave of Macy's.
Not much to think about.
I know, that's what I think.
Throw a big score at it.
Yeah.
It was the
That was a nice
combination
wave
of two solid turns.
His speed.
Paige Harrob's not giving up. She'll fight until the final stages here. Finds herself back in third spot, chasing a big number to get up into the second position.
Well, here it is.
Yeah, it's starting to drop.
You can do it, Ronnie.
Yeah, it's going to be in the excellent range.
Macy and Dimity are partying again tonight.
Well, they can afford to. They're going to have a bit of a break before the Challenger Series gets underway. But Macy, just so solid throughout this contest. You know, she never really looked flustered, even when she was chasing numbers in the back end of heats. She kept her cool. 1 minute remaining here. Macy Callahan about to drop. An excellent ride. She's from just down the coast originally, the North Shelley area, now residing up there at Kingscliff. And it comes through at an 8.17.
Sick.
And Sarah Baum now chasing a 7.78 to get into first.
Here it is again. Great first turn. Comes out with speed, and then this turn. Woof! That was good as anyone can do.
Yeah, and just didn't even bother milking that thing through the inside. Both those turns, you know, had a lot of points in them.
Yep.
And comboed up beautifully for the excellent ride. Well, this one looks like it's winding down. Sarah Baum looking for an opportunity, chasing a 7.78. Holly Williams and Paige Harrob
comboed.
Well, the pressure was off them somewhat in this final, having already cemented their place in the Challenger Series events. But Macy Callahan just too strong, and she is the AAP Consulting Women's Pro Champion. And she'll add her name to that Surfest honour roll, and what a roll it is. And an incredibly strong finals performance. Not a lot of rides, but she didn't need a whole lot of rides.
She's got 2 waves.
Yeah, so strong as we see the competitors, the finalists making their way in. A lot to celebrate for all those competitors.
Yeah. Oh, look, they're starting this. They knew there was a set coming. I'll put you on to Mitchell Ross for the final call. Go the Merriweather boys.
Absolute pleasure, Matt Hoy, and great to pick your brain about this lineup, about this location, and grace us with your presence, former CT hero. And there is your champion, Macy Callahan, the 2022 City of Newcastle Pro Champion, the AAP Consulting Women's Pro Champ, actually, and what a deserving winner she is.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people
who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens region.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Cultural icons in the heart of the city. We're just scratching the Surfest.
Welcome back to the show, live action, as we see our women's finalists making their way in. Macy Callahan, she is your AAP Consulting Women's Pro Champion, and she has taken the lead on the QS rankings, jumping ahead of Dimity Stoyle. Classic story for these two close friends, but they'll be happy to be on that Challenger Series together. And the final 7 is a lock for the women. Also earning their place in the mix, Sophie McCulloch, Paige Harrob, what a clutch performance from her. Philippa Anderson, she's on the Challenger Series, that's huge. And Holly Williams, a great effort from her. Zali Kelly hanging on the 7th position. And Macy met at the water's edge by Sheldon Simkus, who's nervously waiting to watch this final play out, because if Nathan Hedge wins this event, Sheldon gets pushed out of the top 9. So that is a massive thing that's no doubt on his mind, but more importantly, he wants to cheer his partner up the beach here. A very deserving champion. Great performance. Out the back, we got Billy Stammen up, the Kiwi, trying to get off to a quick start here against some very informed surfers, but taking nothing away from Billy. He's been ripping his way through this contest, and he is cemented in the top 9. He'll be on the Challenger Series as that wave fails to make it through to the inside. Also taking off behind him, Jackson Baker, and Ryan Callanan's going to get his start. Driving up into the pocket, goes that big tail slide. Great release and control, and keeps a lot of speed to get some extras done on this outside section. If this wave threads through to the inside for him, he's going to lock in a really good number to kick things off here. Looking super fit and ready for a big charge at this Australian leg, but first things first, he wants to become the first Novocastrian to claim a victory here at the City of Newcastle Pro, presented by Burton Automotive. Nice linkage through to the inside. Ryan Callanan finishes this one off to a huge applause on the inside. Ronnie Blakey with Mitchell Ross for this final. And Rossi, first of all, Ryan kicked off with a bang.
Yeah, long ride there from out the top of ladies, which is the goal. As we see stroking of this wave, several turns on this wave. A nice setup manoeuvre here from Ryan. And blast the tail out in front of Jackson Baker, you'll notice, down the line here. Solid surfing, and lucky enough to get the inside connection on this one through the rock section. Can see him just waiting for the wave to grow again, waiting for it to steepen up a little bit. So a great start here from Callanan, as we're looking at Nathan Hedges' first ride too, out of North Narrabeen. A 4-point ride for this one for Hedgie. Unfortunately, just bit out of time on the last manoeuvre, and now we're seeing Jackson Baker. So a great exchange here. A couple of nice turns here from Baker. Just 3 turns into a 4th, and a nice ride there from Jackson Baker. And as you can see, it was Ryan Callanan after, and now into Billy Stammen's replay. So it all started with fireworks at the beginning of this heat. Billy Stammen getting busy through the inside section of that one. So the judges, they're earning their money this afternoon. There's a whole lot of scores yet to get locked in. This is the New Zealander, the second oldest competitor in the final. As we see a local using local knowledge here, Ryan Callanan, opting to catch his wave all the way to shore, run along the beach, then has to jump through a few rocks out the top of ladies as we know it, and we'll get out the back. Looks like a pretty good number there for Ryan Callanan, a 5.4. It was a progressive manoeuvre the second, but it didn't have it all. I don't think it was quite as good as what he would have hoped, and unfortunately the wave didn't really steepen up, but still a 5.4. It's a good wave to have in your top 2.
Yeah, Nathan Hedge opened with a 4, but the best number so far is sitting with Jackson Baker, 6.57. So he gets the jump on the field in that opening exchange. We've got a number coming through for Billy Stammen as well. And this is shaping up to be a fantastic finish to another great year here at Newcastle Surfest 2022, delivering the City of Newcastle Pro, presented by Burton Automotive. Well and truly underway. Each surfer with a ride. Jackson Baker with the best of them.
Yeah, 6.57. It was funny too, Ron. He surfed it really well. He connected the dots. The thing about it, as you notice the replay here, surfing was really strong, but, you know, to his... he didn't get an end section. He didn't get a steep end section. The score all happened through these carves. Pretty similar turns. If he was to get a closeout section at the end, it would have been an excellent score there. He liked it. He claimed it. And, look, the local, who's a member of the Elite Championship Tour, locks in a 6.57. It is a 25-minute final. We've upped the ante, given the surfers an extra 5 minutes.
Nathan Hedge is 42 years of age. I believe he hasn't had an event win in a QS since 2014. So this is a huge moment for him. Jackson Baker on the replay there. 2 waves, back-to-back, very quick, 2 really solid scores. He's been so consistent on his run through to this final. And he just is looking every bit the Championship Tour surfer. 6.57 opener, 7-point ride on his second wave. He's setting the pace again.
And as I was sort of mentioning, he didn't get the end section on the first, but he definitely got it on the second. And he went big on that closeout manoeuvre. The judges loved it. There's quality over quantity. 2 solid manoeuvres there from Baker.
The 2 CT surfers left in the mix are the hometown boys. They rose to the challenge. They found themselves here with an opportunity to break through and become the first Novocastrian to win Surfest. The other 2 guys, they came into this contest with a lot more on the line. Billy Stammen has gotten the job done. He's solidified his place in the Challenger Series. Nathan Hedge, the only surfer who can add his name to that story with a victory here. He has to win, though. And that'll take him as high as 6th place in the rankings.
Wow.
But if he's in second spot, he won't jump ahead of Sheldon Simkus and the field. So really crucial that he finds the best waves and surfs out of that skin, because the pace is just a little faster than what we've seen from Nathan so far in this event.
As we look at the replay, utilising priority was a blunder. I say it was. That wave was too stretched out. Really interested that, just really, shocked that he probably utilised priority on that one. Didn't look like it was going to hit the bank right, and unfortunately it didn't. 2.27 for the backside floater. So Nathan Hedge assumes 4th priority in this one.
Really interesting. It's not too often you get an opportunity like this. You've got Nathan Hedge, 42 years of age, obviously a lot more experience than the other surfers in the field. But still, the most accomplished surfer out in this lineup. He's cracked the final of multiple Championship Tour events at really tough venues. Tahiti, back in 2004, made a final. Actually dislocated his shoulder in the final against CJ Hobgood, and unfortunately didn't get that opportunity to break through at a venue where he just had so many magical moments. Actually had a 10-point ride as a wild card there one time too. But Jeffreys Bay had a second to Andy Irons in that same year. That was his best finish on the CT. But it's just awesome to see that the veterans coming out of the woodworks for this regional QS series. I really feel like we're going to see more of it in the future, and it's so great for this next sort of crew of surfers to be able to look back and say, yeah, I had a final with Nathan Hedge. He was 42. He just, ploughed through all these groms, pushed them out of the way, and gave himself a shot at qualifying for the Challenger Series.
Yeah, it's pretty special. I don't know what his goals are, Hedgie, but look, and it's funny, like, if he doesn't make the challenges this year, I think he'll be back at the age of 43 to do it all again.
I think, like most people around his age, 42 years of age, Kelly Slater winning the Pipe Masters at 50, I think he's thinking he's got 8 years to get it done. So we'll see how he fares. He's got some work to do, though, to catch up to Jackson Baker here at the moment. Everyone does. 13 and a half minutes to go. The 25-year-old who grew up just absolutely just soaking himself in this lineup on the regular, just every single day he could be out there. He was all sections of the lineup here at Merriweather, and there is plenty of them. It's given him an edge in this contest.
Yeah, without a doubt. He's utilised the whole sort of playing field, and on the drone angle, it looks like this is a set. I have a feeling Jackson will sink his teeth into this wave as he's looking to ditch a 6.57, a great looking wave here for Jackson, and he will push it, you would think.
Wow.
A big layback snap there. Another powerful section and an even bigger manoeuvre. So what a combo there for Jackson.
You might be able to hear it. There it is. The local crowd on hand getting right behind Jackson as he starts to really put that back foot down. He's got a bit of meat on his bones, and he's not afraid to throw it around.
As we check out the replay, first turn, huge layback snap. Then he thought, you know what? It worked the first time. Why not go bigger in the second? Similar manoeuvre, but I think it was bigger, the second one. And as I said, looking to ditch a 6.5. He's without a doubt going to do that and going to put a whole lot of pressure on the field. What a start. A perfect 13 minutes of surfing here for Jackson.
and he's reignited this old love affair with the original Flyer, this Channel Islands design that he worked on with Hayden Lewis, and it's just been working so well. He said this one might sneak its way into the board bag for Bells. I think it's got to be in there. It's looked fantastic throughout the contest, and he's just dropped an excellent score, an 8.5. And he is amping. You know, he's had a really casual approach to his heats in the lead up to this final, but his post-heat interview after the semis, a lot more serious. Stace made the call. He put the media hat on. He wanted to get through that interview quickly and get prepped for this clash.
And you know, he saw Ryan Callanan waiting, and Ryan's the big brother. So if he has an opportunity to defeat the big brother, it will be massive. You know, down here at Merida, there's always a lot of local events over the years. It's the man-on-man memorial, opportunities for Jackson to take on this guy. And look, Callanan's a freak, and he will go for a huge air here.
Oh, just getting a little tangled up with his fins almost on that occasion.
But they're the type of manoeuvres that Ryan's capable of, and he would have heard the score over the loudspeaker for Jacko. So, you know, it's time to sort of step up a little bit and chance his arm.
Yeah, he had to throw something big at us, and, well, he did it. Incomplete on that occasion. No, it's probably not that ideal air wind. Ryan's lucky, though, in an offshore. Even though the wind has kind of really laid down. But in an offshore even, he can kind of project that board out to toward the beach, actually use an offshore breeze to let go of a full rotation. But on that occasion, just completely lost touch with his equipment. 11 and a half minutes to go here. And Billy Stammen back in fourth position. Comboed. Needs a two-wave total of 15.5 to get into the lead. Nathan Hedge. Comboed. Needs that same heat score total. Ryan Callanan after a 10-point ride at this stage. Jackson Baker well and truly in control. And for him, it's all about the win. Same with Ryan Callanan. Billy Stammen would love to get himself a big QS victory to boost his confidence heading into the Challenger Series. Nathan Hedge needs the win, actually, as we see Ryan Callanan. Nice rotation to get started. This wave's starting to really flatten out, though. And it's heading towards that rocky section, but he's going to commit to it. Tries another reverse.
I'd love to see the confidence. Obviously, he's had that wrist injury, and it looks as though on that wave, not even thinking about it, to grab the rail was pretty big. That's right.
Yeah, that's huge. Good point. Yeah, broke his wrist in the lead up to that first event on the CT schedule. Actually had to withdraw from the Pipe Masters, or the Billabong Pipe Pro, I should say, and he's recovered so quickly. I think did a great job with his medical team there to get himself back into that second event there at Sunset. But probably fair to say he wasn't probably at his best yet, so it was a bit of an uphill slog at Sunset. He's got some work to do outside that cut line heading into the fourth Championship Tour event for the year. But just under 9 minutes to go, and with conditions slowing, this swell dying down a little bit, this is boding very well for the 25-year-old Jackson Baker.
Yeah, as you mentioned before, 3 surfers looking for, a 10, then a couple of scores, a combination for Hedge and Stam, and the man in red, he's confident at the worst of times, but right now he'd be sitting out there feeling really good about his situation.
Some set waves are coming our way at the moment. Priority is with Billy Stammen. If he can make his next ride count, he's in a good position with that priority to maybe have a run at the victory here in the final moments. He's eyeing this one off. Billy Stammen, he's had some big turns here on finals day. Draws up into the pocket. Great start to this ride. The wave unfortunately closes out before he can get the combo, but he's on. And he's got a decision to make here with just on 7.5 minutes to go. He might need something super dynamic on the inside here if he's going after the win, which, I really think he may as well do. There's no point in finishing second now. You're a lock for the Challenger Series. He's chipping away at this one. Has some airs that he can call on. Keeps that board moving. And it is a tidy finish there.
He was so happy pushing through the inside there. You could see that big smile on his face. Pretty good score there. I don't know what it's going to do in the to actually go for the win. Will it be a 5? Will it be a 6? First turn was big.
I guess the big thing when you're in this situation is breaking combination, and I think he'll do it. Big turn on the outside.
Yeah, that was lovely, that opening manoeuvre. Bit of downtime here as Billy waiting for this wave to reform through this inside rocks connection. The rocks bowl. Milking it.
Real dead period there in that ride. Definitely added some extras here on the inside, but when you make the comparisons to Jackson's couple of scoring rides, it was big combos on the outside that really worked for him.
Or even if you compare it with Ryan's 5.5s, I don't know. Be somewhere around there.
Much better, stronger outside turn for Billy, though.
True.
So I think he'll break combination and at least give himself a shot. Maybe he'll need a 10-point ride or an excellent score, but he'll get a shot. And he does. 5.67. And Stearman's after a 9.83 now. We're just on 6 minutes to go. More waves rolling our way. And priority now with Nathan Hedge. Ryan Callan, though, he's going to keep busy. Can still turn this heat with a 10-point ride. And he drives up into the section, goes to that cartwheeling reverse that is really a trademark move for him. Doesn't ride out of it this time, though. You know, it's worth mentioning Ryan and Jackson, even though they've had strong performances on the CT, they have work to do in these next two events. So it's kind of worth maybe having just a look at who else is coming from those other regions to compete in the Challenger Series. I'm not going to go through all the names, but from Africa, Aidan Mason Camp, great surfer. He'll be here on the Gold Coast. Rio Wider from the Asian region. He dominated that series. He'll be out there on the Gold Coast. He's a real chance at qualifying for the CT. Maxime Housineau, seen him in CTs take down big names. Baron Mamiya won a wildcard event as a wildcard at Sunset. Those guys are in the mix for that region. Michael Dunphy for North America. William Cardosa sitting on top of the rankings. They're just the front runners from those other regions. It gives you an idea of the class that's going to be in the Challenger Series ranks in 2022. It's going to be a really fun tour to watch unfold.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait. Kicks off after Margaret River, after the Championship Tour event. We'll go straight to the Gold Coast, and yeah, it's going to be a whole lot of fun. It feels like the first time that this new tour is actually, it's going to get the whole length of it. Last year there was only 4 Challenger Series events, but this year there's going to be 8. So, going to be a whole lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, it is, and it's actually cool that the spotlight's firmly on the one tour at any one time. Right now, we've got this regional QS unfolding in all the different regions. You're kind of paying attention to who's progressing through those. Then you really shift your focus to the CT for a couple of stops, see who makes or doesn't make the cut, and then dive straight into the challenges head first. And really pay attention to who's going to be joining the elite ranks in 2023.
We've got 4 minutes remaining in the final heat of this event down here at Newcastle. It's been a beauty. Plenty of sponsors to thank. I know tonight at 6:30, if you're around, the after party will be down at the Prince Hotel. Louis Dunn will be on the decks. So I've been told get on down there if you're anywhere in the area. Should be a big night. I'm sure the winners of the event will be down there.
They might even get a cameo from Shimmy Disco.
Maybe.
It's a chance. She's got
Big appearance fee,
she's got the gear in the back of the car.
Mm-hmm.
3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. And last year we had Ryan Callanan in the quarterfinals of the CT event. Morgan Siblick in the semis. Jackson Baker had a pretty good performance in the early rounds of the comp, and the town went mad. So I'm expecting them to back it up on a Sunday afternoon here in Newcastle. Billy Stearman, well, he's after a huge score, 9.83, and I don't think this is going to be the way for it.
In this situation, does he actually look at the scoreboard and think, second to be better than third, couple of grand?
Yeah, money. That's a big thing. Billy's, got great support from back home in New Zealand, but the prize money for all the surfers on the regional QS is a big factor, but also just lifting your seed. He can bump up a few spots with a second place finish, so he might be going after Ryan Callanan here.
Yeah, a little over 2 minutes remaining an 8.5 and a 7-point ride for Jackson Baker. He surfed a near perfect heat on this one, Ronnie.
Yeah, 4,000 points up for grabs. So Billy Stearman is a chance with a victory of jumping to the top of the QS ranks.
Mm-hmm.
So that's worth keeping in mind. He'd be the number 1 seed from this region then in the Challenger Series. So it is a big factor. Second place might be what he's got his sights set on with that last ride. Big movement on the outside here. Nathan Hedge with priority. He's comboed, unlikely that he's going to get that victory that he needs to bump Sheldon Simkus out of that top 9 and get himself in there, but he'll give it a nudge. He'll fight to the finish. Winds through a clean carve to get started. More vertical on this approach. Plants that turn somehow, and he'll now look to take this one right through to the inside.
Look, that turn was big, that second manoeuvre. First turn was unreal, the carve, but yeah, dynamic display of surfing there from the 42-year-old. Now looking at Ryan Cullinan, looking for something to stand up. Unfortunately, it doesn't. I'd love to see a replay of this way for Nathan Hedge. Was in 4th position prior to that one. Looking for around a 6-point ride, 6.5 or something to get up into second. This first turn was powerful and a little late to the party on the second manoeuvre, but he gets it done. 2 great turns there from Nathan Hedge. He can be proud of himself.
$35 seconds to go here. Jackson Baker, let's keep eyes on him. He's potentially created some serious history here, and history that's very important to this local area. He is going to break through and become the first Novocastrian to win here at Surfest, the City of Newcastle Pro, presented by Burton Automotive. We're just waiting for the clock to wind down here. And as casual as he has been, as cruisy and relaxed as he's been through each of the rounds of this contest, Jackson Baker, a lot to surf for. I have a feeling he's got someone special in the back of his mind as he takes the victory here. It's going to be an emotional win for him.
Oh, absolutely. I know all the surfing he does is pretty much for his mum, who unfortunately passed away quite a few years ago now, but still very fresh for Jackson. Each time he does get interviewed, he always mentions his mother, and I'm sure she'll be looking down on the boy very proud. Here we go. This is the victory lap here for the 25-year-old, the local legend now.
He's had obviously big results, great results as a campaigner on the qualifying series in the past, but this is the biggest event win that Jackson Baker has had here at the City of Newcastle Pro, and what a deserving champion. He didn't miss a step on his road through to this victory. He was so solid in each of the rounds, Mitch.
Yeah, super, so much confidence, resilience. I mean, he hasn't even been that resilient in some of his performances here because he started so strong. Each and every heat, he's been getting a couple of sort of sixes off the bat. Surfed an incredible event, the Novocastrian, as he's getting a lift to shore, and he's going to be greeted by so many friends. As Ronnie mentioned, he has won a hell of a lot of events down here at Merriweather, but nothing as big as this one. Look at that smile on his face as he will get cheered up from all the crew, a couple of his best mates. There's Mike and Madonna, who's down there, who also made the leap into the top 9. So I'm sure he's thrilled.
Oh, this is massive. The drought's over.
Yep.
For the Novocastrians on the men's side. Philippa Anderson just waving that flag for a long time, and now she's got company. Jackson Baker is the champion of the City of Newcastle Pro, presented by Burton Automotive. A very deserving champion. Solid scores through each of his heats, but his best heat score total was probably in the final. Big numbers, 8.5, a 7 as well. Also throwing away a 6.57, which was so impressive. Worth mentioning Nathan Hedge. Really strong performance from him. He made the jump up into second place, and that's going to put him so close on the QS ranks to that top 9 and put himself in the conversation as well for potentially a wild card at some stage during the Challenger Series. But we'll have to wait and see what the decision makers at the WSL think of that. But this is a great moment for the 25-year-old.
Yeah, what a day. We started off at 7 o'clock this morning. We're going to wind up nearly 12 hours later. As you can see, the sun's starting to come down. A massive day for Jackson Baker and the whole community down here at Merriweather. Now, I'm sure he's going to be, I'm sure he's looking for his girlfriend, the lovely Em, always in his corner. That's his sister right there, Mariah. That's a huge moment, and he's jumping back up on the shoulders. Looks like he's having a Steel City. He's deserved it, Ron, as we look at some great vision here.
It's the only nosedive he's done through this whole event is when he got that can in his hand. But Jackson Baker, really deserving, and he gets chaired up there to the main stage. Super impressive effort from him. Billy Stearman, props. He was outside needed to solidify his position in the top 9. And wow, big jump from Jackson. He jumped 150 places on the QS rankings to finish in 10th spot on the ladder. So really impressive stuff.
Unreal stuff. Watching the vision here, it's just it's amazing what this guy means to the local community as well, because I'd be lying if I didn't say that it was never destiny for him to make the tour. He worked hard. He had to work really hard. We've seen Morgan Sibley, he qualified just out of nowhere. Ryan Callanan, it was always kind of written for him, but Jackson Baker, he kind of had to put in the hard yards. For a moment there, it looked as if he wouldn't even make the tour. But dedication to hard work, getting in that gym a lot with Adam Tripaz and the crew. Really deserves his spot amongst the best, and a fantastic event here for Jackson Baker.
Unbelievable finish to another fantastic week here in the city of Newcastle, and we've only got one thing left to do, and that is to crown our champions. We'll take a quick break and be back with the presentation right after this.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people.
Who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens regions.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner. Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merriweather Surfboard Club.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
For over 150 years, the Newcastle Herald has been telling the stories about the people of the Hunter and the events that have shaped their lives. No other local media has the capacity to connect, engage and ignite discussion like the Newcastle Herald. The Newcastle Herald is the voice of the Hunter, reporting on all sides of the story and giving the public an opportunity to explore the story and contribute their own thinking. The Herald's audience has never been greater, and it continues to reach more people through print and digital news platforms than ever before. The Newcastle Herald is committed to quality journalism and continues to champion local causes and cover the issues that matter to the region. The Newcastle Herald is more than just a paper. It is digital, mobile and social, with the power to share these stories with the world.
And what a shot there, overlooking this beautiful town. And what a day it was down here. Jackson Baker winning this event. As you can see, the sun is starting to go down. It's Been a massive day down here at Merriweather. It was Jackson Baker winning this one ahead of Nathan Hedge, Ryan Callanan and Billy Stairman. And whilst we wait to crown the champions, we are going to go to a bit of a day recap. We're going to watch the best surfing from the best surfers. So we'll check it out, then crown the champions down here at Merriweather. So some awesome highlights there, featuring, of course, the field and Jackson Baker and Macy Callanan getting the nod. Huge wins for both surfers. Without a doubt, the best surfers of this event. They battled through a couple of really tricky days. There was a couple of onshore stormy conditions. It began about 1 foot this event, and we saw the big southerly come through. And the surfers remaining at the end were Jackson Baker and Macy Callanan. As we can see, a nice shot on screen there. Down Merriweather, the final qualifying series event of the year has been one and done. As we wait for the presentation to get going, I know it'll be a packed house down here crowning the champions. As we're going to have a quick break, then come back and go down to see those champions.
An outdoor gallery everywhere you turn. We're just scratching the surfest.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people
who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens regions.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner. Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merriweather Surfboard Club.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
Giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Winning $10,000 is as easy as ABC with Hits Alpha Bucks.
10 questions in 30 seconds and the cash is yours.
Play with us, Nick, Jess and Ducko, every weekday morning at 8.
Only on Hit 106.9, home of...
Welcome back to the show. Ladies and gentlemen watching online, a big shout out to everyone here at Merriweather Beach. How's everyone going? What a result. Super thankful to be back here in Newcastle for Surfest 2022. The City of Newcastle Pro, presented by Burton Automotive. How's that? Loud and clear. And of course the AAP Consulting Women's Pro, presented by Burton Automotive too. Very thankful to be here on Awabagal country. And big shout out to elders past, present and emerging. And we love this place, so thank you for having us once again. All right, I'm Ronnie Blakey, Master of Ceremonies for you here this afternoon. I'm going to bring some special guests up on stage. Please make some noise for them as we call them up to the stage. The state member for Newcastle, Tim McCrackenthorpe. On your Tim. That's a surfer's name. If ever, I guess, a crack in the lip, Crackenthorpe. Great to have you with us, mate. The City of Newcastle Council Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Declan Clausen. Great to have you here, mate. Of course, the City of Newcastle right behind this event. Always have been, and we appreciate your support as the naming rights sponsor this year. Congratulations. The General Manager for WSL, Asia and Pacific Regions, Andrew Stark. This is the man that brought the Championship Tour event to you here last year with the help of Warren Smith and continues to bring the big names back each and every year here to Surfest. So thank you, Starkey. I'd like to thank the officials, all those involved in putting this event together each year, and of course our sponsors, our major sponsors, the City of Newcastle Council and Destination New South Wales. We want to send a big shout out and put your hands together for those sponsors, please. As I mentioned before, Kim Burton from Burton Automotive, the entire Burton family, long-time supporters of this event, and man, we just love you guys for getting involved, backing the surfers, and really propping this contest up each year. So thank you to you. One of the coolest things about this event, since 2015, we've had a crowd funding component to this contest for the women's event. Over 80 businesses getting behind this event each season, and they draw a title sponsor out of a barrel, and this year it was AAP Consulting, their first year getting involved, so a big shout out to them, please. I know all the women really appreciate the support of all those businesses, and we couldn't make it happen without you, so thank you very much. I'd now like to call on Tim Crackenthorpe to say a few words, and Tim, the stage is yours. Thanks again for getting behind this contest.
Thanks so much. I'd just like to start by paying my respect to the Awabakal people, to any Aboriginal people here today, to their ancestors past and present, and to any emerging leaders. What an incredible event for Newcastle. Go Newcastle. Woo. To the Surfest team pulled it off again under the most incredibly difficult of circumstances. The weather was just chaotic, but you know, shout out to Warren and everyone in Surfest. You are just awesome year after year. A special little shout out to the Port of Newcastle and to the Port Authority, who were ready to go in the harbour. Took a lot of discussion, negotiation, but they were ready to go. Fortunately, we didn't need to do that, so that was fantastic. In terms of the state continues to support Surfest because it gets Newcastle seen all over Australia and also all over the world, in fact. That's one thing. It also employs quite a few people and gets a lot of traineeship for young people as well. And also, speaking of the young people, with our fantastic surfers like Macy and Jackson and all of you guys, you inspire all these young people here to get out from in front of the TVs and their screens and out into that surf. So that's what we want, and that's what it does. And, the community of Newcastle backs this into the hill. And that's what makes Newcastle so special. And I know Andrew knows that because he bought the World Surfing Tour here. So good on you, Newcastle. Congratulations to all the surfers, and particularly to our Newcastle born and bred Jackson, and to Macy too. Thank you.
Good on you, Tim. Well said, mate. I'll now call on the Deputy Lord Mayor to say a few words. Great to have your company.
Thank you. I just want to echo the comments from my colleague Tim Krakenthorpe. What an extraordinary event. We've really made use of every hour of this special 25-hour day to make sure that we were able to get the entire event in after what has been a very difficult week. I am so pleased to see so many people out backing great events in Newcastle. The City of Newcastle has consistently backed Surfest, and we're so pleased to be a continued sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you, mate. All right, well, it's time to bring up our finalists. We'll start with fourth place. Now, this surfer from the Sunshine Coast, unbelievable run through this event. As you all know, this was the last qualifier in this region, and this competitor came from outside the qualification mark to earn her place in the top 7, which will get her onto the Challenger Series. Put your hands together. In fourth place was Holly Williams. Congratulations, Holly. Clutch performance in this last event. In third place, we've got a competitor who was, again, outside the qualification mark going into this last regional qualifier. She's been on the CT before. She's repped New Zealand hard for a long time, and she loves coming here to Newcastle to compete. Put your hands together for Paige Harrop. Absolutely blown away. Have you got me? Mike's out. Two. Hello. We'll be back. We're just getting to the juicy part. Here we go. Two. It happens. Well done, guys. So good. How good does that feel, Holly? Wow, unbelievable effort. Two. Bear with us. Two. Two. Am I still live? Can we put the results live? Can we still do the... Yeah, it's just the PA. Okay. All right. We're going to continue on because they've still got us live on the broadcast, so thanks for bearing with us there. In second place, this is a surfer that wasn't trying to qualify via our region. She's an African, South African, but she's actually living here in Newcastle. She's been here for 4 years, so she was kind of repping you guys as well. Sarah Baum trying to put on a big performance to let the WSL know that she wants one of those wild cards on the Challenger Series. Massive effort to get herself to second place here. Put your hands together for her. Come on up, Sarah. Your runner-up for the AAP Consulting Women's Pro for this year. Sarah, I'll get you come on over here and join me. You may not be able to hear her, but we're going to let her talk to everyone who's watching that broadcast, and I know you've got friends back home, but that was a huge statement to make in what was a very difficult draw. Well done.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we had such good waves all day, and I'm just happy to be here.
Absolutely, great surfing, and I think you made it pretty clear to the WSL. You want one of those wild cards, and do you feel like you deserve that?
Oh, definitely. I felt like I deserved it before coming to this event, so yeah, hopefully that's kind of just the cherry on top, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Congratulations on a massive result for Sarah, runner-up here at the AAP Consulting Women's Pro. All right, that leaves just one. Now this young lady has been repping this part of the coast for a long time and doing a great job. A former World Junior champ. She's made finals on the CT before, and I think she was unsure of whether she even wanted to compete there for a little bit, but she's had an amazing run through this contest, and with this victory has moved into the #1 position in this region on the qualifying series ranks. Put your hands together for Macy Callahan. Congratulations, Mace. Well done. Huge result, big performance, tough draw as always here at Surfest. Everyone wants that win, but you were too good today. How's it feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing. This crowd is amazing. I'm so thankful to win and be against these girls. It's been amazing. Yeah, I'm just super thankful, so thank you.
How good. Back on the Challenger Series, you came so close. I remember big performances at the last stop last year, some big scores, but you just fell short. Are you starting to get that winning feeling back? Are you feeling like you want to have another big run at maybe a spot on the championship tour?
Yeah, I think it's hard not to think. Yeah, I mean, I've won 2 events this year, so it's good for the confidence. And yeah, I'd like to take that on to the Challenger Series. So.
Well, there's your winner, ladies and gentlemen, here at Surfest in 2022. Macy Callahan, winner of the AAP Consulting Women's Pro, presented by Burton Automotive. And there is that big trophy. Hold it up high, Macy. There it is. Yay! Congratulations, Macy, and congratulations to our other finalists. Well done, and big thanks again to the team, the young family from AAP Consulting. Thank you for your support of this event, along with those others who got involved in the crowdfunding. Got a quick photo opportunity here. Well, next up, we want to get the male presentation underway, and to help us with that, we want to bring up our presenting sponsors. Big thanks to Kim and Janine Burton from Burton Automotive. If you could come up and help us present those trophies, that'd be fantastic. We'll get Macy to stay up on stage along with Sarah just over at the side of the stage there. Oh, well, we'll get a photo up here. Congratulations again. And we'll keep Macy and Sarah over there at the side of the stage, please. All right, back to the men's event, the City of Newcastle Pro, presented by Burton Automotive. And we've got Kim and Janine here. Great to have your support again. Unbelievable. Also joining us for the presentation, bow down, put your hands together. Mark Richards, 4-time world champion. And a man that's probably feeling a little emotional today, seeing a Novocastrian male break through for the first time and get a victory. We're going to rage tonight. Wonder if Andrew Johns is going to jump through Jackson Baker's window later on. We'll see. All right, let's dive into the results here. In 4th position is a man that really did cement his place at the top end of the QS ranks, had a great run through this Australian leg, and he's going to give it a good nudge on that Challenger Series. From just over the ditch, put your hands together for Billy Stearman. Well done, Bill, and really represented New Zealand beautifully at the Olympics as well. Congratulations, mate. In 3rd position, I know you love him. Everyone loves him. It's the same wherever he goes. He always has people cheering for him. One of the most exciting surfers on the planet, Ryan Callanan. Well done, mate.
Another close one for Ryan, and he will be back every year. Guarantee it. All right. Now, this is a special one, this next one. This guy came into this event, I believe, in 50th position on the QS ranks. He's mentoring some of these young surfers. He is a veteran. He's made CT finals, the most experienced surfer in the draw on the men's side, the most winning surfer in the draw. But the victories, it's been a while between drinks, I'd have to say. But this guy has done himself proud. 42 years of age, sticking it to the young guns. If he won this event, he was going to crack the top ranks of the QS and get himself into the Challenger Series. He got so close, missed out by one spot. But I think he's put his hat in the ring for a wild card from the WSL for sure. Put your hands together for Narrabeens, Nathan Hedge. What an effort. Get over here, mate. Bring it in. Bring it in. Mate, unbelievable. What a performance. We saw the fire in the set. You know what? We see the fire. This guy gets up on fire. But, mate, we saw it. The competitive fire, celebration, clutch performance against the next guard. You're proving to yourself that you're never too old. And I mean, Kelly won pipe at 50 years of age. Mate, you got 8 years to win a pipe masters. Bring it on. How's it feel?
Yeah, I've always been really fond of Newcastle. One of my favourite spots to come. It's been so good to me over the years. I love the people here. I love everything about it. You know, I come with my mum and dad as a Grom, and it's always served me well. It's always given me such good energy. You people love your sport. You're an awesome town, and thank you so much for having me.
We love it, mate. Just quickly, inspirational result. Really inspirational. You're travelling with a young crew. They're looking up to you. You were there for Caius at the last stop, helping him break through. Are all those guys out there watching their mate Nathan Hedge perform? I'm sure they are. But, yeah, make some noise. But, mate, I know you got your little girl too. She must serve as the ultimate inspiration for you to keep battling against these young guys.
Yeah, everything I do, she's my inspiration, you know, to be fit and healthy for my daughter and to make her proud, you know. I'm hoping that, you know, one day she grows up, we can go surfing together and I live a healthy life and just do really, really positive, awesome, fun stuff with her, and that means surfing.
Nathan Hedge, absolutely legendary. Well done, mate. A memorable performance from you, Nathan, and one that I hope carries some real momentum for you, mate. Well, that leaves just one on the men's side, and we've been waiting, 36 years for this? A Novocastrian victor on finals day. Put your hands together for him. Championship Tour surfer, Jackson Baker, on a roll. Hey! Well, what an appropriate title for this event, the City of Newcastle Pro, presented by Burton Automotive, and the City of Newcastle will party with you tonight, mate. How good does that feel?
Yeah, I'm still pretty lost for words. Just to see how many people are down here, and I mean, yeah, it means a lot to me and my family, and but I mean, it means a lot to the community as well to finally get that win. And that was a long final. I had those scores at the start, and I just had to just keep it in. And yeah, I mean, I think my mum sent me those votes, so I'm very, very lucky for that. And yeah, to get the win, I'm bloody stoked.
Awesome, mate. Yeah, that's a beautiful thing. You always talk about your mum being inspirational for you, and you felt that she was watching over you last year when you thought you might have let your CT spot slip through your fingers. But, mate, you've definitely returned the favour. How good's it? The hometown crowd starting to light up already, mate. Obviously, event wins like this, you know, they don't come easy and they don't come without help. So who are some of the people you want to thank?
Oh, goes from just my family, my dad, my sister, my girlfriend Emily, her family, and Mitchell Ross has been helping me since Portugal, and yeah, to get a win
with him in my corner on home turf, it's bittersweet. And just the whole community and everyone that's here today. I mean, to be able to run in and out of heats and have the kids come up and everyone cheer that final every time I finished a wave, I think I claimed everyone, which is a bit silly, but that emotion just from everyone down here and to be standing up here in the dark all but and the contest is done and have the trophy, I'm stoked.
Unbelievable, mate. Congratulations. What a deserving champion. Jackson Baker, the winner of the City of Newcastle Pro here at Surfest 2022, proudly presented by Burton Automotive. And he will head down to the next CT stop down there at Bells Beach with a lot of confidence and obviously feeling the love from all of you. He doesn't have a lot of time to celebrate, but you know he will. For all of you who were tuned in online, thank you for tuning in and watching this great event unfold once again. We're going into party mode. We'll leave you with the highlights and see you at Bells Beach.